strength, Lord, to be like our Lord Jesus. So help anybody watching this show, Lord, to carry their cross, to become like a saint in their own life. We ask this in Jesus' name. Amen.
You're watching WYLN TV 35.
Testing, testing.
I'm thinking. Welcome to the 43rd Annual American Cancer Society Telethon of the Greater Hazelton Unit. Pat Ward, we're here. We're back again.
Good morning.
Apparently we're ready and we're rolling.
We're ready and we're rolling. Good morning, Pat Ward with
Doug Farley.
Doug Farley from Central Columbia High School.
Yeah, I swapped out.
With his brand new job, and I still have my good old job. And
Cheers to that.
But today our job is for the American Cancer Society. It's the 44th Annual Telethon. A little bit different this year, as you can see already. I've been doing this for 43 years, and I never got a chance to sit.
You never sat the whole time.
This is, I don't know if it's because of our age or if it's because of the setup. Doug and I and the cast of thousands that you're going to see this weekend, we're split this year, obviously because of the coronavirus aftermath, pandemic, however you want to say it. But part of the telethon is here at the WYLN studios in Hazelton, and we can't say come by and see us because this is a closed shop.
Right.
However, the entertainment and other aspects of the telethon are at the Wiltsey Center, which is on 9th Street in Hazelton. It's commonly known as the Castle.
The Castle.
And that's where all our entertainment is going to be. So we're here until 11 o'clock tonight, and then from noon to 5 on Sunday. And we're going to ask you to once again support the efforts of the American Cancer Society. You'll be learning more about that as this telethon progresses this weekend. We're also doing it in November, which in itself is a first.
Yeah, it is a first.
Usually in February when it snows at the telethon, you say, well, this is the end. Now we're saying it's the beginning, potentially. But listen, it doesn't matter where we are or when we are doing this telethon. The goal is still the same, and that's to fight cancer.
Always.
And you'll be hearing a lot this weekend, too, from people that have cancer, cancer survivors, great stories to tell, along with physicians locally and in the region and officials from the American Cancer Society telling us about the good work of the American Cancer Society. So that's our mission once again. We've been here, as we said, for 44 years. We skipped, obviously, because of the pandemic. So the need is great. Cancer did not stop during coronavirus.
Did not.
The need in the community is still great, and we'll need you to pick up. I'll be the first one to say the
Here
phone
it comes.
number. 570-459-1212. That's our number. We will introduce our volunteers on the phone bank here at the WYLN studios in a little bit, but I believe now we have some business to do in the opening of our telethon.
We do. We have Jane and Clemmy back, I believe. We're about ready to go to Jane and Clemmy for the opening remarks from Jane and Clemmy.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the 43rd Annual American Cancer Society Telethon. I am Jane Doherty, one of the co-chairs, and I am thrilled to have with me Clemmy Yamona, who was here from the very beginning. Without Clemmy, we'd have no telethon. Clemmy, good morning.
Good morning, and it's an honor and a pleasure to be here. And if I could take one moment to ask you to observe a moment of silence in memory of Henry Leona Chryso and Joe and Irene Gans, our founders. May their souls rest in peace. As always, it's always a pleasure to be here at the American Cancer Telethon after so many years, and still everybody just seems to be so bubbly, so enthusiastic, and so all for the fight for cancer. We are going to beat it, and you people are helping to make it. Over the years, You've been fantastic, and it just seems like we have conquered cancer in many phases, but we haven't done enough to do the job, to eliminate it completely in our lifetime. And again, we ask you, please call in with your donation as you did in the years. We know the year hasn't been too well financially for people, but find a few dollars and you'll be rewarded. Thank you.
And I'd like to remind you of our number, 570-459-1212, and new this year, the opportunity to donate online. And the website is acsmove.org/Hazelton Telethon.
Okay, thank you,
Yes.
lady. You know what? I have to tell you something, and this isn't on the script or the rundown or anything, but some of us from the American Cancer Society, I'm not a board member or anything, but our own Clemmy was honored by the Carbon Tamaqua unit of the Cancer Society, and they stage their big telethon once a year on Blue Ridge Cable at Penns Peak, and they honored Clemmy, and Jane and I were asked to speak on Clemmy's behalf, and I'm not going to tell you Clemmy's age because we're keeping that as a closely guarded secret, but I wish we had the energy that Clemmy Yamona has. Folks, she was a founder of this telethon when it started in 1979 as literally a bootstrap effort in the community. It was held at Genetti's in Hazelton, and Joe Gans, our good friend, the late Joe Gans, and his wife Irene, of course, owned the cable system that served parts of the greater Hazelton area at the time, and they literally strung together a network of cable television channels, and some broadcast involved at the time too, borrowed equipment from local TV stations, and started this telethon. And now here we are 43 years later. I said 44 before, but that's my age, Doug. But here we are 43 years later, and it's bigger and better than ever. As we said, a little bit different this year because of COVID safety precautions that we're taking, but a big shout out to Clemmy, especially for being here today and for her dedication to the American Cancer Society. And I assume now that as we do each and every year, we begin our telethon with an invocation.
Yes.
And
correct.
we have a very special guest. Or did I mess that up? I have to stand up, Barbara. I can't sit down. I'm just kidding. But anyway, okay. So tell us where to go. Figuratively, of course.
She doesn't want to be heard. Well,
If I have a direction, I would tell you what to go.
while she's
Gotcha.
deciding that, let me make a
All
mention
right.
comment about Clemmy as well. Clemmy mentioned that we're going to beat cancer. Well, I will clarify that and say we are beating cancer. I looked at some stats this morning that said cancer deaths are down considerably from 1991 to today. So the money you're donating, the time you're donating, all of your efforts are paying off. We are beating cancer little by little, inch by inch, and we're just going to keep on that good fight. Again, this is the 43rd, would be 44, except for last year we had to skip. So
That is right.
so this is 43, and we're all looking forward to the day. We can just get together and have a big old party and have a lot of fun and not have to worry about doing the telethon because we have finally eradicated cancer from our lifetime. So that's what we're hoping you will help us do. And you can do that by calling 570-459-1212, as I get to be the second person to say that on the telethon.
Yeah, and again, we're in two locations, here at the WYLN studios and also at the Wiltsey Center, which is known as the Castle at one time. It was Hazelton High School at 9th and Wyoming Streets in Hazelton.
It's a great
That's
facility.
where all our entertainment is. And are we jumping to Wiltsey now?
I'm not sure. If you're coming down to the telethon at the Wiltsey Center, they are asking that you please mask up for safety's sake and to keep everybody healthy. And again, the Wiltsey Center will have lots of entertainment throughout the day. We'll be going back and forth between us and the phone bank. The phone bank is ringing, which is great. So we'd like you to get all the phones ringing at 459-1212 if you can right now. Very early on, be one of the first people to donate to the telethon for 2021. That is the correct year, right?
Yes.
With the COVID year, I kind of got messed up in my year. So we're in 21 now.
And because of no telethon last year, the The charities are hurting, the Cancer Society being one of them. We need your help. Make that call. Now let's go live to the Wiltsey Center in Hazleton for the official beginning of the American Cancer Society Telethon, 43rd edition.
At this time, ladies and gentlemen, we ask you to, if possible, please stand. And gentlemen, please remove your hats as we honor these United States of America in the singing of our national anthem by Mrs. Allison Leonard.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming. And the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
All right, thank you so much. A great rendition of our national anthem, and we are back and underway again here at the WILN studios, where the phone banks are taking place.
Yes, we have volunteers from Lehigh Valley Hospital, Hazleton, great supporters of everything in the greater Hazleton area, and volunteers from the American Cancer Society. Many of the phone bank volunteers are actually people that are fighting cancer, cancer survivors,
Right.
and we'll be hearing more about their story. But each and every year we also begin the telethon with an invocation. And we have our very good friend and Cancer Society volunteer, Joe Clark, with a very special guest. Joe?
Thank you, Pat. And as you said, we try to start every telethon with an invocation of the Lord's Word, and we have a good friend of the Cancer Society, volunteer, and he never says no when we ask him, and it's Rodney Murphy, pastor of Faith Church. So, Pastor.
Thank you, Joe, and thank you for allowing me once again this year to be part of the American Cancer Society Telethon. This is an incredible opportunity for us to make an impact against cancer. And so we want to open this up with an invocation, and let's just go to God in prayer and ask for his blessing upon this entire weekend. Would you join me? Dear Heavenly Father, we thank you for, Lord, your blessings on our life. Lord, for all these volunteers, Lord, who have set aside their time, set aside their skills, their abilities, their efforts, Lord, to make an impact against cancer, Lord. We are so grateful for what you've done in the years gone by. Lord, how it's already been testified to, how we have made a difference, God, by our giving, by our efforts, by our work, oh God. And we want to continue this until cancer is eradicated. And so we ask for, Lord, your hand of blessing upon us today. Lord, I pray you bless the volunteers and workers. May everything come together, Lord, for your glory. Help, Lord, those that are listening to be givers. I pray for a spirit of generosity to flood the airways, oh God, that many, Lord, will reach deep and give bountifully, Lord. Lord, your word says that we will be blessed by how we give, and we want to be givers because it is so much better to give than receive. And we just ask that, Lord, you will orchestrate today in such a way that we will be able to contribute mightily towards this fight against cancer. Thank you for what you're doing, Lord, in the lives of those who are diagnosed with cancer. I pray that today you will give them hope and reason, Lord, to fight the good fight of faith and to stay steady and to stay strong. And God, we pray for those that have lost loved ones, oh God, today to cancer, that you would just give them peace and joy and help them to know that by them joining us, we are going to continue to beat back cancer. God, for your glory and for your honor, we thank you for this day. May it all go according to your plan. In Jesus' name, amen.
And Pastor, we talked a little bit beforehand. What my theme today in the interviews is hope. Whenever it kind of get down, Mitch Albom's book, the last sentence is, we're in love with hope. And as a spiritual advisor, your own beautiful wife is a survivor of cancer, but you also have to minister to your parish. And the message is always hope.
Sure. Yeah, Joe, the Bible speaks a lot about hope. And I want to read a scripture to you here. I got it for you. It's good. This is the Apostle Paul's writing, and this totally fits with what you're saying. And really, our theme today is hope. It's a prayer by Paul, and it says this: Romans 15:13. He writes, "I pray that God, the source of hope, will fill you completely with joy and peace because you trust in Him. Then you will overflow with confident hope through the power of the Holy Spirit." Joe, when my wife was diagnosed with breast cancer about 7 years ago, our first step was towards God because He is our hope. We knew that even though we had a great support system, we had great doctors at the cancer center, our trust and our hope came first with the Lord. Because, we are made up of body, mind, and spirit. And even when our bodies are stricken with cancer, I feel what Paul is saying here is that we can find joy and peace if we put our confidence in God. And that is where our hope comes from. The Bible says that hope deferred creates a sick stomach. And what it means is people who don't have hope have a hard time overcoming. And so my encouragement to all those that are watching today, to those that are here in the studio, let God be your hope. For us, that was the key. We continue to come back to God in our prayers, in our petitions, in our strength, and our trust was in His healing power. The Word says that Jesus died that we could be healed from our diseases. And so I believe that hope is what the theme should be today. I'm glad you chose that, Joe, because hope is what we need. Hope. I was meeting with a couple this week she just got diagnosed with a terminal illness. And we just sat around the kitchen table, and I referred to hope. And friends, if you're here today, I want to encourage you, if you're listening to my voice, I want to encourage you, have hope in your mind, have hope in your spirit, because that is what is going to bring you and your family through this. Put your confident hope in God, because all things are possible with Him. I've seen it in my own life, with my wife, even with my son, who currently is battling a brain tumor. So keep him in your prayer as well. His name is Nathan, and we're believing for that to be benign coming up in December when we take some more tests. But my hope is in Lord God Almighty, and my hope is for you to find the hope as well that we have found to get us through. So, Joe, thank you for this time, and let me turn it back to you.
Brother, thanks for those words. And as Mitch Albom said, we're in love with hope. Send it back over to Doug and Pat as we proceed with the American Cancer Society Telethon today. Guys?
All right. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you so much for that.
You know what? I don't want to destroy Pastor Murphy's good reputation, but we're neighbors in Hudsondale.
How about that?
And it's always a pleasure. He has such a great faith community out there, and those people at Faith Assembly just do so much good in the community.
They do.
And we're honored to have them. Before you talk about our
Yes.
fashion show, I promised Joe Scarcella at Metallo's Formal Fair in Hazleton
Right.
that we would promote these tuxedos that Doug and I are wearing and all that the male masters of ceremonies will be wearing. Metallo's, Joe's been with us for many years, since day one.
Yeah.
And he himself is a survivor of cancer. He's
Yep.
doing well. I had a great chat with Joe when I was in the store yesterday.
We always do.
To get the, yeah, you have to block off about 25 minutes to shoot the breeze, and that's always a good thing. But we look so good. And I guess if I would have known this, Doug, we could have come in with shorts on today.
Exactly.
And just dressed
we're all
just
covered
dressed
up,
from
we're
the way
fine.
up, right? But anyway, we have a full formal wear on, and thanks to Joe Scarcella. And
Right.
that'll complement the next phase of the telethon.
The next phase of the telethon, we're going to remind you that coming up in the 2 o'clock hour will be our annual Fashion for a Cure event. It's going to be happening at the telethon. Participants are families and friends and children who will wear fashion of choice and walk in memory or in honor of a loved one. And all of these models, just like many of us, have had friends and family impacted by cancer. So this is a heartwarming way of remembering a loved one or honoring someone who's been affected by cancer. So we want you to stay tuned. We want you to be making a note in your calendar on your phone that at 2 o'clock is the Fashion for a Cure. It'll be live right here on the WYLN and the Cancer Telethon. And you can call in and make a donation in honor or in memory of whomever you want. And again, that money goes to the Cancer Society. That's coming up at 2 o'clock, and it's always one of the big hits every year.
Well, and one thing that it amazes me after 4 decades of volunteering for this effort, listening to Pastor Murphy talk about cancer in his family, there's not any of us that can say that we haven't experienced cancer in our family in one way or another. And the big difference between now and 40-some years ago is we got more survivors, we have more success stories, and that means there's more reasons for you to make your contributions to the American Cancer Society. And we've got great volunteers on our telephone bank here at the American Cancer Society Telethon, and they are representatives of Lehigh Valley Hospital, Hazleton, and a cancer volunteer, our very good friend Pat Tomshow. As soon as we equip Mr. Farley to be able to have his voice carried, we'll be talking to, I can't even ask Lisa Marie Halecki from the hospital to introduce the volunteers until we get a microphone over there. So, Doug, I don't know how you drew the short straw and get to stand up for a little bit today, but we've got wonderful people here manning the phones, 459-1212.
I can tell you exactly how that happened. You picked the middle seat.
I gotcha.
So he gets to sit the entire day. We're going to swap out, by the way, one of these points.
Okay.
Not that I don't want to talk to you fine, wonderful people, because I do. This is our phone bank, our phone operators. We got Polly from Lehigh Valley Health Network, and Donna, and Lisa Marie, and of course Pat Tomshow there, who's a survivor and a grandma, which is an awesome thing like that. And you just got off the hook from talking to me. How about that? So you want to make sure they don't talk to me on camera? Call right now. This is the time. 459-1212. Are you? Please don't. Oh, I thought you were saying please don't pick me. I thought we were saying that. So, but anyway, as of right now, we got $5,700, almost $5,800 donated to this year's telethon, which is great. I'm going to come around behind here, and we're going to talk to Lisa Marie a little bit. Every year, you guys come out and help with the telethon, and why is that?
Because all of us have experienced someone and who's had cancer, who has cancer. As a healthcare leader in the community, it's just so important for us to show the community our support, and of course with our cancer center treating patients, it's very important to us as well.
It's important for everybody to try and get involved. Their phone's been busy?
Yes, they have, but not busy enough, Doug. So please call, or don't forget you can do it online as well, which I think is great.
Great too. Again, we want them to stay busy through the entire day, and the way you're going to make that happen is by calling the number on your screen, and make sure that you get your donation. It can be $10 or $20 or $100, whatever you want. It will be great. Again, Donna here. Donna, and your reason for coming in for volunteering to help out today?
I've been working for the Cancer Center since it started with Lehigh Valley, so, yeah.
Because we have to.
Yeah, because we have to. And you need to make my phone ring.
So she wants to stay busy. We want her to be busy. I'm going to walk over here to talk to Pat for a minute. Now, Pat, you're a survivor and a grandma. Which one comes first, grandma or survivor?
She's the survivor.
She's the survivor.
That's right.
Hold that picture up.
And this is my granddaughter and my grandson. And my granddaughter had leukemia when she was 6 years old. This first picture is her with her dad in the hospital, and you can see she's losing her hair. And the second picture was her first Christmas after she started remission from the leukemia. And you can see she's hairless. And her brother she's Mia, her brother is Ryan, and he was a champ through the whole thing. Although it was very tough on him, on her parents, on their grandparents, I speak to that, and on the whole family. So, but she is a special, special girl. Shortly after, I have to show you this.
Oh, yeah.
She and other kids were chosen for the Cleveland Cavaliers fundraiser. And they bought her the dress and the other little girl with her, plus a bunch of other little girls. And it was, they had they escorted the Cleveland Cavaliers. Well, you know, you look short next to them.
Oh, yes.
So you could imagine these teeny tiny 6-year-olds. So, but they raised a lot of money. And oh, by the way, I heard a lot more phones ringing there. So let's ring up these phones. Cancer has affected my life, my husband's life, my sons and daughters' lives, and it affected Mia, her brother, but they are surviving. And it is this summer, this is their 4th of July picture. You can see I have a pair of happy, healthy grandchildren. And it is thanks to people who reached into their pocketbook and got $5 here, $10 here, $50 there. Any way you can help. You can help by donating time, by donating different things, and by donating money. And no family facing cancer has enough money. Believe me. Cancer treatment and all that goes with it. And they can tell you from Lehigh Valley, no matter how much the hospitals work and try to help, and the providers try to help, there is never enough money to cover what goes on. Think about it as saving this little girl's life. And it did save her life. Your donations save lives. That's very personal. And it was very personal to me. So on behalf of all the cancer survivors, all of them, please donate. They need your money. They need your support. And it also gives them hope. And that we need too. Thank you.
Very well. So, Pat, a round of applause for Pat. That was amazing. Great, great stories. And this is really cool. So, if you get a look at these pictures, we always talk about beating cancer, but the bigger part of this is we want to save lives. That's what we're doing here. We're saving lives. So if you make a pledge right now at 459-1212, most of that money you're going to send in here is going to go save lives like this young lady right here. And we want to save more young ladies and middle-aged ladies and old men and whatever. Like, we want to save everybody. So let's save some lives today, folks, and give us a call and make these phones ring right now.
I'm glad you got out of that alive there, Doug, here, when you start describing, okay, we'll jump on to the next move. But you know what? Doug and I and all the other announcers, we could talk until the proverbial cows come home about donating to the American Cancer Society. Nobody tells the story better than the people that are living with it, whose family members are living with it. And they're fighting it, and they're fighting it successfully, in part, fully, because of your efforts in supporting us. So 570-459-1212. Now, this telethon is supported mainly by you folks when you call in on the telephone, but there are many people that make the telethon itself a reality each and every year. We have sponsors that give of their resources financially to make the telethon possible. So let's tell you about some of our clock sponsors here at the American Cancer Society. For this, the 11 o'clock hour on WYLN TV. As soon as we roll the slate, I can tell you who they are: Bob and Janice Maisie and family. Also, the Lehigh Valley Health Network. They sponsor the crawl that you see. Your name will be on there if you make a contribution to us. Service Electric Cablevision, the Hazleton Standard speaker. George and Florence Hayden family, our phone bank sponsor. Also, Leader Services, our tote board sponsor. We have a few bucks on the tote right now. Also, the Kreisel family, they were founders of this telethon, along with the Gans family. Our good friends at WYLN, where Doug and I have alumni hats, WYLN Hazleton. Hinkle's U.S. operation here in Hazleton, S.J. Kowalski Plumbing and Heating. They are your trained comfort specialists. Blaze Alexander Greater Hazleton Dealership sponsoring our entertainment on the telethon. And also CarVision Nissan in the Hazleton area, Fairway Chevrolet Subaru. And we're here on WYLN TV 35, your local network, live over the air and along Service Electric Cablevision in Hazleton, Service Electric in Wilkes-Barre, and Atlantic Broadband, where Doug Farley also has an alumni hat from there. So
Yeah.
you have a lot of alumni hats
I
there,
wish I
buddy.
knew where they were. I can't find them.
And it is the American Cancer Society Telethon, and no, it's not the Huntley-Brinkley report
It's
here,
not.
but you and I haven't sat side by side at an anchor desk in
a long time.
17 years.
In a long time.
It's a lot of fun to be back with you, and again, we're all here for the same reason, folks, and that's to support people with cancer. And obviously, we haven't even touched yet, and it's early in the telethon, but we'll be hearing more about it, the research that is leading to new modalities in treatment and new ways that people are living longer lives when they're diagnosed with cancer, and new ways that you can detect cancer early and, in fact, prevent cancer in many instances from becoming cancer. Colonoscopy comes to the top of your head.
The biggest one is early detection. You know, for some reason, that never dawned on people to start looking for it early.
Right. Yeah, you catch it early, and the survival rate is much greater. And it's all about giving people more years with their children, their grandchildren, and maybe even great-grandchildren.
Great-grandchildren would be great.
459-1212, the number to call. And I believe our next move on the American Cancer Society is we have an interview with Dr. Mike Evans from the Lehigh Valley Health Network that will be playing right now on your Cancer Telethon. Dr. Evans.
Hello, I'm Jane Doherty, co-chair of the 43rd Annual Greater Hazleton American Cancer Society Telethon. And I'm here with Dr. Michael Evans from Lehigh Valley Health Network, Hazleton, who's going to talk to us about some cancer issues today. First, I'd like to say thank you so much to Lehigh Valley for sponsoring our telethon once again this year. We appreciate your support. Dr. Evans, welcome. Thanks for coming. I'm hoping that you'll tell us a little bit about a new treatment that might be on the horizon.
Well, there are many new treatments all the time for cancer, and many of them are becoming available through clinical trials. But I think one very interesting type of treatment that is going to be new to the Lehigh Valley Topper Cancer Institute is what we call cellular therapy. Now, this is something that's evolved over the years. It's generally reserved for people with blood cell cancers and more aggressive types of blood cell cancer that need a transplant. So the program will be what we call autologous stem cell transplants, where somebody receives high doses of chemotherapy followed by stem cell rescue, where they receive their own harvested stem cells after the chemotherapy, and that allows for better treatment of the aggressive lymphoma in most cases, or multiple myeloma. But it also has evolved to involve what we call CAR T therapy, and this is also really kind of a cutting edge therapy that historically has only been available in large academic medical centers. And so when we have patients who need these types of treatments, they've had to go to Philadelphia or New York in order to get it. And now we're very actively in the process of recruiting a stem cell transplant director and developing this program at our facility in Allentown. So that'll be something great for the people of our region.
That's exciting news. Very exciting. And I believe there may be some more exciting news about Lehigh Valley. Is there a new facility in the works?
There is. There's a lot of excitement about it as well. We've been here now, our cancer center in Hazleton, for about 7 years, and we've outgrown our current facility, and so we are in the planning phases for building a new, larger facility that will be over at the Lehigh Valley Hospital Hazleton campus, and it's going to be a great facility. We're going to have expanded ability for seeing patients with more exam rooms, more treatment bays for chemotherapy. But there's going to be some new things as well. We're also going to have radiation oncology at that site. And it'll be run by our same radiation oncology group that we use throughout the Cancer Institute. And we will also have expanded room for clinical trials, expanded room for what we call multidisciplinary clinics, where we bring a team of experts together from surgery, radiation oncology, medical oncology, to meet with patients who have cancers that need that multidisciplinary approach. And so we're going to be able to offer a greater breadth of cancer-related services to the region.
That sounds great. And my last question, Dr. Evans, I know that COVID has impacted all of us in many ways, but how has it impacted cancer patients?
Well, I would say that the two biggest impacts have been right up front, delaying diagnosis. I think because of COVID, people have lapsed on their cancer screening, and so that's had an unfortunate impact in people getting diagnosed later. Frequently, it's at a higher stage where the treatment outcomes are less favorable. On the other end of the spectrum, it also affects our patients who are diagnosed and on treatment. Because being on cancer treatment weakens your immune system, and so all of those patients, in addition to just receiving the standard vaccination, they should receive a third shot to help them develop an adequate immune response, and likely if they'll need a booster as well, but that is still being defined. But very important to get vaccinated, whether you have cancer or not. But particularly if you're a cancer patient, it can be a challenge to develop an appropriate immune response to vaccination, and so getting a third shot is very important.
Thank you, Dr. Evans, for helping our audience understand some of the new treatments out there and the exciting things that are coming to Lehigh Valley. And thank you all for watching our telethon. Remember to make a pledge by calling 570-459-12 or donating online at acsmove.org/Hazleton Telethon.
Take their time and then some background information about what goes on in treatments and things. It's great.
Oh yeah, the availability of services now in the greater Hazleton area has increased dramatically over the last 40 years.
I was going to say, think about 40 years ago.
Yeah.
What was available then with some basic needs and even basic treatments were there. And all this money that they've raised over the last 40 years is brought us to where we are today.
459-1212, these phones, we've got two phones busy, so
okay.
That's pretty good for the morning part of the telethon. It's the only hour of this telethon that we're on in the morning, 459-1212. Let's make the telephones ring early. Again, let your friends and family members know about the telethon. We'll be on the air here on WYLN till 11 o'clock tonight, and then from noon to 5 tomorrow. Doug Farley and I are at the WYLN studios in Hazleton, and also the other part of the telethon, the fun part with the entertainment, etc., is at the Wiltsey Center in Hazleton, where we are going right now.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the Alice C. Wiltsey Performing Arts Center here at the Hazleton Area Middle School, better known as the Castle on the Hill. And we could have not asked for a more beautiful venue to have our entertainment and host our entertainment this year for the American Cancer Society Telethon. I'm Mike Sosar. Crystal Harris is with me. We'll talk to this fine young lady in a second.
Yes.
Crystal, it's so good to be back.
It is good to be back. And again, this is year 43 for the Cancer Society Telethon. Beating Cancer takes you and me So we're all working together to find a cure for cancer, of course. That's why we're here. That's the purpose of this telethon year after year. But we are so grateful to be here, and we are actually on a stage. We do have the stage, so that's amazing. It's a beautiful venue, absolutely.
Yeah, Bright Lights, big city. That's where we're at today. 570-459-1212 is the number, and we're going to get right into the entertainment right now. It is our pleasure to bring to the stage a good friend. She's been here before. Let's say hello to Cindy Gunderman.
Hello, how are you?
I'm sorry. Hi, everybody.
So
Cindy,
glad to have you.
Go ahead, Crystal.
Oh, no,
I'm
that's
sorry.
okay. So glad to have you here. We're both fighting over you.
We don't need that.
So Mike, I know, has a little bit of information about you.
Yeah, Cindy's been singing for 17 years here in the Hazleton area. She's been a part of the Monsters of Rock band. That was around quite a few years ago. And now sings with Autumn Falls Entertainment. Cindy, tell us a little bit about that.
Well, Autumn Falls Entertainment kind of came at a spur of the moment this summer, trying to figure out what I was going to do with my time. And I'm basically a solo vocalist. I can give you over 300 songs at a reasonable price. And, you know, I'm just doing what I love to do. And I'm so grateful to be here with you guys today. My dad did die of cancer, lung cancer, a few years ago. So I do this in memory of him.
That's amazing.
Yes, thank you.
She sings a great Barbara Streisand as well. So,
Mikey's
but we'll see.
favorite.
We'll see. She promised me she would. We'll see that probably tomorrow. All right, Crystal. I guess it's time. Let's bring to the stage.
Absolutely. We're going to let you perform and wow the audience.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, Cindy Gunderman.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I was alone, I was cruising with the wind. I was looking when you pulled me in. I had to leave you like I always did. You knew damn well I'd come again. Now I'm falling like I've never been. My resistance is wearing thin. Somewhere in the distance, like a long-lost friend. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Yeah, yeah. Lord, here I come again. Come again. Been so long since I've seen you go, sweeping around the world. Every look there's an empty space. In the darkness I see your face. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa. When I finally get my hands on you, tell you what I'm gonna do. Lay it down, strip you, girl, make love to you till the morning comes around. I wasn't looking till you pull me in. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Yeah, yeah. Lord, here I come again. Come again. Come again. I said, yeah, yeah, yeah. again when you pull me in. Oh, oh, oh. Yeah, yeah. Lord, here I come again.
Excellent job. Thank you, Cindy.
Thank
that
you.
was amazing.
Cindy
Such-
Gunderman, ladies and gentlemen. Crystal, she's going to be joining us in a little bit as well.
Amazing.
We're going to get set to go back to a pitch at the station, but
Okay.
totally awesome. Thank you so much,
Amazing.
Cindy.
Such a
Cindy
powerful
Gunderman,
voice.
ladies and gentlemen. All right, I guess we're going to get set to throw it back up to the TV station, back up to WYLN.
Yep, absolutely. Keep those phones ringing, 570-459-1212. American Cancer Society Telethon, year 43. If you like this entertainment, there's lots more coming, so keep it here.
Let's take it back to the WYLN studios.
459 1212. We're back.
Yeah, right there at the bottom of your screen like that. Cindy
And
Gunderson, what a singer.
570. Yes.
What a singer, wow.
Yeah, great entertainment.
voice.
Glad to have our friends, Bob Sosar and Crystal Harris at the Wiltsey Center.
Yeah.
At 570-459-1212.
Earlier we were talking about, we had our prayer and invocation and things like that, and I was thinking of they were talking about hope and prayers, and I was thinking about on Facebook, you're on Facebook, you see a lot of people, we need prayers, we need the prayer warriors come out. And that's kind of what we're looking for here, except for looking at donations. We need those of you who would send out prayers on Facebook to help your friends, your neighbors. Do the same thing here with the Cancer Society Telethon and make a donation, whether it's $1 or $5 or $10, whatever you can possibly do. And it kind of acts like that prayer type of situation. If you can equate it, that might be a bit of a stretch, but you know what I'm talking about. We're trying to get the ball rolling here and keep things moving forward so that someday we cannot do the telethon, and we may do a telethon just to celebrate.
And you know what really hurts too? We've had a number of our volunteers since we've been here 2 years ago that we have lost to cancer. So, Mike, this will be for you. This is our very good friend, Colleen Dubitsky, and here she is pictured with her headset on. Colleen, among doing a lot of things for the American Cancer Society over several decades, Colleen, as pictured here, was volunteering at this telethon as a floor director.
Yeah.
For many years, she was our makeup artist and hairstyle artist, and we lost her. And she was always a bright, shiny smile and a good friend, and you always knew your cues when Colleen was on the headset. So we love you and we miss you, Colleen.
Yeah, Colleen was great. I don't know how many times she'd fix ours and put the daffodils on, make sure that we looked right. And
Because, you know, we're sitting here on camera, and sometimes people will say to us afterwards on the street or whatever, they'll say, you know, you guys do such a great job. Well, we're just here as the front. There are so many people behind the scenes, and Colleen was one of them. And we have Doug's going to tell you about Donna.
I have another, and there's Donna Jean George, a longtime volunteer with the Cancer Society, who did so much work behind the scenes. It was incredible. Busy people, always willing to give of their time and their talents, and that's not with the telethon, but the Cancer Society in general, all year long. So it was people like Donna Jean and of course Colleen that keep this Cancer Society going and keep us with the hope that we need that things are going to get better. We're going to eradicate this someday completely. So keep Donna Jean and Colleen in your prayers, and of course all those people who are dealing with cancer right now, whether you know them or not. It is a bit of a struggle, and I think I probably know 10 people right now who are going through some type of cancer treatment, something like that. So we pray for them and wish the best, and we hope you will call and make a donation.
We are here for them. We honor their memories and the memories of so many of our good friends that aren't with us now, and that's another reason why we continue this effort each and every year, 43 years in fact. Luckily, more good news stories than bad news stories.
Yeah.
But the battle against cancer is going to continue. Since Mike Lula, since you're in Zoom mode, I have one more for you. We're going to go to the jewelry that's here in front of us at the desk. We have a beautiful gift once again from our good friends at Antonia's Jewelry. on the Airport Beltway in Hazleton. Tony and Rob Chrisman have donated this great rose pendant, yellow and gold diamond heart pendant. It's an 18-karat white and gold chain. Make it official with the Vanna hand here, or the Let's Make a Deal hand to demonstrate this to you. It has an $850 value, and you are eligible for this, folks, if you make a pledge of $100 or more to the American Cancer Society. So we will know that you're eligible for the pledge, or for the bracelet if your pledge is $100 or more. American Cancer Society, again, so many great businesses in the community that give of their resources to make our telethon such a success. And obviously, Tony and Rob Chrisman, they're two great friends of ours, and we appreciate their support and your opportunity for 100 to win what could be a beautiful, I would say, Valentine's gift, but it's not February.
It's not February.
A beautiful holiday gift, Christmas, Hanukkah, whatever your holiday celebration is.
Right.
You have a chance to win this beautiful pendant. And we have another big pledge that was just called in.
The pledges have been coming in, which has been great, and all amounts. But this one came in from Mary Sturr out of Kingston. She's watching today. She donated $500 to the Cancer Society. So we applaud you and thank you so much for that. And again, 500 makes a big splash. But everything that you can possibly donate goes to the Cancer Society and the cause and all the various. I'm trying to think of the word. All the various things that they do for the people on a day-to-day basis, whether it's rides to treatments and things like that. But it's all very important, and we are so glad that you are able to donate what you possibly can. We know things have been a little different out there over the last year and a half, almost 2 years now, with COVID and things like that. So maybe some people have not been working a whole lot, or maybe you switched jobs and you're just kind of in the middle of things like that. But again, cancer doesn't take a rest, so neither do we.
You hit that nail right on the head, Doug.
Yep.
Cancer did not take a rest during COVID. In fact, we had to put out, when I say we, task forces in the community during COVID had to put out calls, don't stop receiving your regular medical treatment because we're in a lockdown mode.
Right.
Check with your health provider, and you'll be hearing more of these stories throughout the course of this telethon. Cancer certainly didn't take a break from COVID, and neither did the American Cancer Society.
No, they have been
quite
busy.
Honestly, and they continue to do such great work each and every day. When we started this telethon, and when I say we, the American Cancer Society started this telethon 43 years ago, believe it or not, there were times people did not want you to know that they had cancer or somebody in their family had cancer. And it was almost taboo subject, and now it's not at that level anymore because there's so many good news stories that we can tell. And we'll be hearing more from representatives of the Cancer Society itself, and that there's a lot more coming up. So stay with us all weekend. It's raining outside. What else are you going to do?
Yeah, hang out with us.
Stay with us here on TV, 459-1212 in the 570 area code.
Back here at the Alice C. Wiltie Performing Arts Center in the bright lights, it's Mike Sosa. Crystal Harris is with me.
Hello.
Again.
Glad you're joining us for another year of the American Cancer Society Telethon. Thank you to all the audience watching at home.
570-459-1212 is the number. If you like the pitching in between and the phone rooms, it's always a big thing here with the entertainment. And if you like the entertainment you see, please help support the Greater Hazleton unit with the, $1, $2, any amount of money.
Any amount will help, truly. I mean, we say that every year, but it's the honest truth. I mean, every penny counts.
Yeah, 570-459-1212. Cindy Gunderman is back with us for one more number before she goes on her way. And you have a little pitch to make for yourself for tonight, right?
Yes. Well, I am Autumn Falls Entertainment. I'm here to entertain you. So I am hosting a benefit performance this evening at the Historic Lyric in Shendo for a family that lost everything to a fire back in September. So if you're free this evening or looking for something to do, come on out. It's bound to be a full house.
Excellent. And you're an amazing performer, truly.
Thank you. Thank
so
you.
we appreciate you being here and taking
I'm
time out. Obviously,
very grateful to be
very
here.
busy day for you, but again, you do it in memory of your father, so we appreciate
Absolutely.
that. And again, it just goes to show how literally cancer hits every household. It's non-discriminatory. So.
She does it all, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes,
All right, we'll bring
absolutely.
her back to the stage one more time, and for her final number of the morning/afternoon here in the first hour. Once again, let's welcome back Cindy Gunderman.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Good luck.
Thank you.
What you trying to do to my heart? What you trying to do to my heart? You go around telling lies and now you want to compromise. What you trying to do to my heart? You better run, you better hide, you better leave from my side, yeah. What you trying to do to my soul? What you trying to do to my soul? When everything I had was yours and now I'm closing all the doors. What you trying to do to my soul? You better run, you better hide, you better leave from my side, yeah. I love you, oh, I love you so. Can't you see, don't you know? I can stand your alibis, telling lies. Tell me why, yeah. So what are you trying to do to my head? What you trying to do to my head? But now I'm gonna draw that line, 'cause you ain't gonna take my mind. What are you trying to do to my head? You better run, you better hide, you better leave from my side. You better run, you better hide, you better leave from my side. Go away, you leave me alone. I can't stand you no more.
Thank you.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Cindy.
You're
Another
welcome.
excellent performance. We appreciate you being here. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Great job by Cindy, ladies and gentlemen. Remember, more entertainment coming. I mean, we're just getting started here at the Wiltsey Center. So 570-459-1212 is the number you need to call. What a great way to start, though, Cindy. Thank you so much.
We have the Hazleton Area High School Band coming up. Anna Marie School of Dance is coming up later, so you definitely want to stay tuned to the telethon for lots more entertainment. Please make sure you keep the phones in the phone bank ringing. 459-1212, as Mikey said, is the number. We want to keep those volunteers busy getting donations for the American Cancer Society so we can eventually find a cure for cancer.
Yep, getting set for top of the hour now, back up at the studio. Crystal and I will be here for the next couple hours. The entertainment, like I said, is just going to keep on rolling. Please remember that number, 570-459-1212. Let's get set to throw it back to the WYLN studios, and as they get ready for top of the hour.
Once again, great entertainment. Show your support of the great entertainment and the time that they're giving up to be here for the Cancer Society today and the telethon. And donate what you possibly can at 570-459-1212. We have people coming in behind us.
Hey,
I love
this. This is what I love about live TV. We have a visitor
Who's back
here,
here?
and I'll tell
Hi.
you what, sweetheart, here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna move over and you can jump on a stool.
How's
It's
that? We have a third seat.
Like, we can't even see you here, so what I'd like you to do, young lady, is, Pat is moving.
Pat's scooching.
Here, you go. Come on
You
up
sit
here.
on this chair, right
Jump
here.
right up here.
This is called Figure It Out While We Can.
So we
There we
have, I'm gonna do this.
That works.
I guess so, I am.
Wow.
I'm making it up as I go here, Doug.
How's that look, sirs and ladies and gentlemen?
Beautiful.
And
And how are you? Good. I have to run. Can you cover until 3:30 for me?
all you have to do is sit here and talk with me.
You could take your mask off while you're talking too, so we could see your pretty face.
Oh, look at that.
Okay.
What's your name? Aubrey. Aubrey. Let's hear it for Aubrey.
And Aubrey, you have a check for us, and tell us how the $100 was raised. Donated.
The money was donated. We gotta like that. And is that from the Hazelton area football? HAFL football. Let's hear it for that. That's awesome.
Beautiful.
And you guys raised the $7 million, right? Yes. No, you did not. I put words in her mouth. Sorry.
Yeah, Mom thinks she's on the hook for that $7 million now. So, Aubrey, where do you go to school?
Bloomsburg.
Bloomsburg.
Excellent.
Very nice.
I like that.
The Bloomsburg crowd is well represented.
They're
here.
all over the place today.
And
We're moving in.
what do you do with Hazelton area football?
Cheerleading.
Cheerleading is awesome.
That's very good.
That's good.
You want to lead us in a cheer right now? Nah.
Nah.
I will put you on the spot. And Aubrey, what is your last name?
Antigua.
Well, it's nice that you're here, and I guess we'll take a picture, but we want to thank you for the $100.
Yes.
From Hazelton area football. So you look much better in that chair than I do, Aubrey, so I think we're going to keep you there for a while. And let's have a nice round of
Give me a high
applause
five.
for Aubrey.
Good job. Thank you. Aubrey, thank you so much, and thank you to everybody who helped to donate that money for the Football League. We appreciate it very, very much. Go to our top of the hour sponsors. Now we want to thank some more people for helping to bring us this year's telethon. These are the top of the hour sponsors. There we go. We want to thank Bob and Janice Maisie and family. Thank you again. The Lehigh Valley Health Network, our crawl sponsor.
Aubrey.
Also our friends at Service Electric Cablevision. The Hazelton Standard Speaker. George and Florence Hayden family, our phone bank sponsor. We've got Leader Services. They are the tote board sponsors again for this year. Thank you, Leader Services. The Kreisel family, thanks again for your support. Our friends at WYLN 35 every year for the Cancer Society. Henkel U.S. Operations. And we want to thank our friends at S.J. Kowalski Plumbing and Heating and train comfort specialists. Blaze Alexander, Greater Hazelton Dealerships, our entertainment sponsor. CarVision Nissan. And, of course, Fairway Chevy Subaru. And our broadcast is provided right here on WYLN 35 Hazelton. And you're seeing it on Service Electric Cablevision in Hazelton and Service Electric Cable TV and Communications Wilkes-Barre. And, of course, at Atlantic Broadband down in the Berwick and in the Pocono areas. And we do appreciate your sponsorship and your time today, and we hope you're enjoying the show. Even more so, we hope you're going to pick up the phone and make that pledge right now. We've got new people on the phone bank, which we'll introduce for you in just a little while. But right now, that number is 570-459-1212. Pat?
Marlene Clark from Hazelton donated $100, so
Nice.
that makes her eligible for the beautiful Antonia's jewelry pendant, and it is in memory of Neil Clark Sr. and Neil Clark Jr., and so it's $50 each. Thank you, Marlene. Also, Michael and Colleen Beltrami from Hazel Township have donated $100, and that's in honor of our very own Clemmy Yamona, 459-1212. We have a few more sponsors on our clock that
sponsors we want to
recognize.
We want to recognize, as I just basically echo yourself there. We want to thank our friends at Fritzingertown Senior Living Community, Citizen Publishing, also Elite Revenue Solutions, Inc., and Clemmy Yamona in memory of Joe. Those were the 11 to 12 clock sponsors. Now here, catching up for this hour, the noon clock sponsors include Lehigh Tire in memory of Joseph Chernigo, also Nighttime Media, Printmark Group Media Center, LLC, and of course, Antonia's Jewelry and Repair. Our clock sponsors again for the telethon this year. Everything can be sponsored with the telethon. That's what's amazing. So if you're a business or a person out there and you really want to just make a big splash, sponsor something. They're always looking for new sponsors, and they'll create one for you if they have to.
I'm going to look for a sponsor for this seat that I'm in right now.
The Pat Ward chair. There you go.
That should be worth at least 50 to 75
bucks?
75 cents.
Nice.
459-1212, area code 570. Here, Doug, we'll split this.
Give me some of these.
In memory of William Boyle, Beth Major from Drums has contributed $50 to the telethon.
This is in memory of Richard Michal Skitch, brother. Also, this is from Edward and Deborah Mistral and from Drums, and a $200 pledge. Thank you so much for that.
Also, we have Joseph R. Phillips Jr., Joseph and Carol Phillips from Keller's have donated $10 to the telethon.
And out of Hazleton, Teresa Tomaselli donated $50 in memory of the Zanevich family. Thank you for that.
$50 pledge from Alan Hoig and Ida Hoig from, let me check that.
Yep.
It's in memory of Alan Hoig and Ida Hoig. It is a $50 contribution from Mary Teresa and Jim Hoig from Hazleton.
And here's a $100 pledge from Nancy and John Marco out of Hazleton. Thank you for the pledge, and that will, of course, get you into the running for the beautiful pendant right there.
And Monica Lazowski from Cunningham has donated $150, and that is in honor of Dr. Chris Snyder and Dr. Christine Cabell.
One last.
Do the honors.
One last one. And here's a $50 pledge from Dolores Timko out of Hazleton in memory of, there's a bunch of names crossed out there.
All right, in honor of Paul Timko,
and Justine,
memory of Justine Trapjack, Dolores Timko has donated $50 from Hazleton.
Okay, there was some names crossed off there. Just make sure we get that correctly. Thank you again so much for your donations. We appreciate it. The phones are very quiet at the moment. This would be a great time for you to pick up that phone and make a pledge of $10, $20, $50, $100, whatever you can possibly afford. Remember, it goes to the American Cancer Society, which in turn goes back to the communities in which we serve. It's a great cause and one that we're here every year to help support and help raise money for, and we can't do this without you, and so far we've done a great deal with your support, but we can still do more.
And we have another special interview here at the telethon, and we're going to throw things over to our very good friend Joe Clark.
Not quite Joe Clark. That's all right.
I am so sorry, my friend.
That's all right, Pat. Thank you so much.
Welcome.
Hi, everyone. My name is Nino Cimino. I'm a staff partner with the American Cancer Society, and with me today I have Dan Kolonowski. Dan, how are you doing?
I'm doing very well, Nino. How are you today?
I am good. I'm very happy to be talking with you today about Road to Recovery. It is personally one of my favorite programs that we have at the American Cancer Society, and one that I think is vitally important. When someone is going through the struggle of their cancer treatments, it is so important that they get to those treatments, that there really are no barriers. And we know that there are so many people that do struggle to get to those treatments because they cannot drive themselves, especially after going through chemo. It is so tough to just get through the day. So we have a program, Road to Recovery, here, where you can call our 1-800 number and you can schedule rides for yourself. And Dan here is one of our Road to Recovery drivers. And thank you so much, first of all, on behalf of the American Cancer Society for everything that you have done. Dan here has been in a Road to Recovery driver for about 5 years now. And I just want to ask you, why the American Cancer Society, and why did you decide to volunteer?
Well, I was fortunate. I retired about 5 years ago. And at that time, a friend of mine, a coworker, was already a Road to Recovery driver, and he thought that might be something that I would be interested in as well. So I'm a cancer survivor myself. I was diagnosed with skin cancer on 3 separate occasions, and I know that the need is great out there for patients that have been diagnosed. A lot of them are up in years, they're elderly, their families have moved out of the area. They don't have a lot of relation to facilitate getting them to and from treatments. So I know that it's a very valuable service. And it's rewarding for the drivers as well, knowing that we can get them there for their treatment.
Yes, and again, thank you so much for that. It seems to me that being able to do that, to be able to give these rides, seems very fulfilling. And it's something, again, that anyone can sign up, as long as you have a driver's license, of course. You can sign up to help patients every day. And I understand that your wife right now is at the phone bank. Is that correct?
Yep, that's correct. And she's also a Road to Recovery driver. The thing that we like about it is that it's a very flexible program. You can go online, you can sign up for your assignments, schedule it whenever it's convenient for you. So being that I'm retired now, I felt that it's good to be able to give back to the community, and that's one way that we are giving back.
Excellent. And over the past couple of years, Road to Recovery has looked different just because of the pandemic and everything that we're going through as a nation. But we are getting it rolling again, and I am proud to say that Luzerne County is one of the best Road to Recovery programs that we have in the country. I know back in 2018, 2019, right before everything hit, there was thousands of rides given every year from Road to Recovery drivers like yourself. So I do just want to thank you so much on behalf of the American Cancer Society and everyone here. Thank you so much for volunteering, for dedicating your time, and for really spreading the word about Road to Recovery, everything that we're doing at the American Cancer Society, and everything that we're going to be doing in the future. So thank you so much.
You're more than welcome. It's a very fulfilling and rewarding program, so we're happy to be a part of it.
Excellent. And if anyone out there is curious or wants to join, please go to cancer.org or call the, actually, you know what? Call right now, 459-1212. Make a donation, and we really appreciate everything. And Pat, I'm going to throw it back to you.
I'm going to catch it then. Thank you.
All right.
Doug and I are still getting used to this sitting down thing. It's a different experience, but we won't bore you with our world today,
it's
folks.
just what it is.
570-459-1212. Please pick up the phone and call the American Cancer Society. Great entertainment now for you from our very own Hazleton Area High School Band to perform on the Cancer Telethon.
one of those. Why? Because I want the new camera
Oh, yeah.
for various things.
Oh, we're back. Doug and I are,
We're just showing each other.
we're showing
things.
our text messages from our fan
Comparing
clubs.
phones and stuff and just,
Doing all that. Hazelton Area Marching Band on
So
the
good.
on the telethon. Yeah, they're so good, and that's pre-recorded
Mm-hmm.
because of scheduling and COVID and all that stuff. But
Right.
we're lucky that they're here, and we're grateful for their participation in the American Cancer Society telethon.
Right.
They were at the game last night, so
We're playing the championship game too.
right.
Yeah, which is great. It's exciting. So it's nice to get to play on there. They don't. I don't think they realize how cool it is. I'm assuming they did that on the Wilsey stage. Could have been at the high school,
Could have been.
but wherever they did it, it's phenomenal. It's a great auditorium, great sound, and when you get all those instruments together, it just sounds so great. So again, the Hazelton Area Marching Band, thank you for participating in the telethon this year. We appreciate it.
And since everybody's enjoying them so much, Doug and I are going to keep quiet and go back to the Hazelton Area High School Marching Band, the Cougars, if you will, right here on the American. Nope, we're not doing that.
Nope.
Okay.
We're gonna go over.
Joe Clark at the phone bank. Thank you.
This is, as you say many times, this is called live TV. So we're here with the phone bank, and I won't go near you, Mary, I promise you. Mary and I are sacristans at Holy Rosary, and she's a little bit camera shy. Can you take that? Because I'm doing the interview here. So, Mary, I promise you I won't come down that way. Okay. All right, Sarah, right? Hazelton area football.
HAFL Cougars.
Where do you play your games?
Right here in town at the Herman Geis Stadium.
We play at the stadium. So the kids like the artificial surface.
Yes, they do. Big fans of it.
How's the season gone so far?
It was really well. With our A football team, I want to say we lost 3 games out of our season. So it was a very good year. We had 150 kids this year.
That's great. That's great. Got the kids involved, and that's very important. And Aubrey was with you, right? You already had your debut, so we're just going to stick with your mom, okay? But I is one of the cheerleaders. Not mom, right? Oh, not mom. You're the coach. Oh, sorry. But again, live TV. What are you going to do, right? Can you say, American Cancer say, why are you here? Not only to promote your league, but the cause itself.
Yes, absolutely. It's a great cause. We like to come out in memory of Jeff Matthews, as well as we do have family members, Jorge Zamudio, that we like to come out and support and give back where we can.
Yeah, Mary and I know Jeff very well. His mom is another one of our sacristans at Holy Rosary, and that's a great thing. We talk about it through the whole day. Very few families have not been affected by this, and we appreciate you being here. And I'm going to skip down to somebody else who's not on the phone. Thank you very much, Sarah. I just hope I don't trip. Old guys have to watch where they're walking. Jackie, you can take your mask off because otherwise we won't hear you, see your pretty face. What's your involvement with the football? See, you got the Cougar shirt on.
Yes, I've been involved in the league 20-some years. My daughter is 30-some, and she started as a cheerleader at 6 years of age.
And this, of course, supports the Cougars. Unfortunately, they came up a little short last night, but a great season under Coach Bookman.
Yes, but I'm with HAFL.
Right, but that's the feeder program. Again, specifically, Sarah mentioned Jeff Matthews, but specifically, why are you here?
My husband suffered from cancer in 2018.
Is it okay?
Yes, he's in remission now. Thank God.
And as we talked with Pastor Rodney earlier, it's about the hope. Hope. You got hope. What was your reaction when he first came with the news that he had cancer?
It was devastating because we weren't expecting it, and it happened to be an advanced cancer and an aggressive cancer. But thank God, with the help of the doctors, and we got through it.
And hope that, and that's why we're here. We're here, and I just committed the mortal sin of television. I turned my back on the camera. Sorry. That's why we're here. We're here because to help people that maybe we won't come back to the 44th. Well, this is our 43rd. So I don't know where I'm supposed to go. Where am I supposed to go? Be kind because I'm old. Mary, I'm getting closer.
All right, Joe, we're going to bail you out.
Thank you.
All roads ultimately lead to Tresco, if you'd like
Of course.
to know.
I'm starting to sweat, too.
Oh, no. So we're good. Thank you, Joe, for that, and thank you to the Hazelton Area Football League for coming out to help us out today with the manning the phones. We want to keep them busy. Right now there's 2. That makes 3. We'd like to get 1 more and get them all lit up for the first time today. They were great. 459-1212. You show your support for the Cancer Society. Show your support for the Hazelton Area Football League and cancer survivors and people like that all over the place.
There is a lot of activity here.
It is busy.
Again, it's, as we said at the beginning of the program, it's being done in a different format this year. And if you're just joining us, welcome to the 43rd edition of the American Cancer Society Telethon. We're at the WYLN studios this year. We've never done this. Well, 2 years ago we did it from WYLN, but never done it from this part of WYLN. And we also have half of our ensemble, if you will, at the beautiful Wiltsey Center in Hazelton Area Hazelton Area Elementary Middle School. It's known as the Castle in Hazelton at 9th and Wyoming Streets. So there's a lot of activity, and we're asking you once again to call in your support, 459-1212. There you see, again, Joe was just on the air with them, our telephone bank volunteers who are making all of this happen as sponsored by Leaders Services. Our
We're all
good
the way up
friends
to
there.
$8,500 now, which is great.
Yeah, we're doing good for the first hour of the telethon. Actually, we're into this for 90 minutes, give or take. And telethon will be on the air, folks, until 11 o'clock tonight, Saturday, and then from noon to 5 on Sunday. So how about doing us a favor when you make your pledge at 570-459-1212. Call a friend or a family member, remind them the telethon is on the air, and they too should make a pledge. And if you take a look at the American Cancer Society's website, it'll further direct you. And if you'd like to give online, you can do it that way too. So we continue to ask for your support, and we've got a lot of great things going on all weekend long. And kind of a rainy, drab day, so a good day to stay in.
Yeah.
Watch TV, watch your friends, watch your family members do good things in the community. You know what, Mike? I think we'll do one more plug for our beautiful necklace that we have from Antonia's Jewelers and Gifts in Hazelton. And this is donated by our good friends Tony and Rob Chrisman. Antonia's is located along the airport beltway in Hazelton. And for your pledge of $100 or more, you'll have one chance on the necklace. It is a rose, yellow, and white gold diamond heart pendant on an 18-karat white gold chain, and it has an $850 value. $100, ladies and gentlemen, and you are in the drawing for this beautiful necklace. Let me get it away from that lower third there so you can actually see it. It is a beautiful necklace, as I said, rose yellow and white gold with an 18-karat white gold chain, $850 value. Antonia Chrisman and her husband Rob at Antonia's Jewelers on the airport beltway in Hazelton. Great prize. Start your Christmas gift giving early by attempting to win this, your holiday gift giving. And it's for a $100 pledge.
Can't beat that. And what a great gift you could get back from the Cancer Society and from the folks there as well. But what a great gift you are giving to the Cancer Society and the people who are fighting cancer today. We got some stats being thrown at us here. We got almost 2 million people in the U.S. will be diagnosed. That's almost 2 million people will be diagnosed with cancer this year. 85,000 of those cases will be right here in Pennsylvania. So 2 million across the United States, 85,000 in Pennsylvania alone will be diagnosed with cancer this year. So what we're trying to do is get those numbers way, way, way down. And you can do that by making a donation. You notice at the bottom of the screen, there, lower third, you got the Lehigh Valley Health Network crawl. If you want to get your name on that crawl, call and make a pledge, or go online. And I can't make out what that says with the small lettering over there. acsmove.org acs.org/Hazelton Telethon. That is what, we should probably write this down.
That's easy for you to say.
Yes, okay. acsmove.org/Hazelton Telethon, and you can make a donation online as well. And again, it all goes to the Cancer Society, which is fantastic.
I love online stuff, but
Yeah.
right now the easiest and the quickest way to do it, pick up the phone, 570-459-1212.
Right.
Doug and I will be reading more pledges when we get them, and we ask for your continued generosity.
Yeah.
It's almost, to me, an amazing thing that we are in the 43rd year of this telethon, and it seems like just yesterday that this event started as a big polka dance-a-thon in Hazelton, and it has gone through various machinations of development, if you will. But one thing hasn't changed, and that's the mission of the American Cancer Society and the mission of the volunteers and the doctors and the researchers to continue our fight against cancer. That's the only reason we're here, ladies and gentlemen, and we're the only telethon in the world right now that wants to put itself out of business.
Yeah.
And the sooner we can do that, the sooner we can go on living our lives.
Indeed.
And maybe cancer will be a thing of the past. 570-459-1212.
Think of all that what Pat was talking about while you're enjoying this more entertainment from the Hazelton Area High School Marching Band. All right, welcome back, the Hazelton Area High School Marching Band, and we're told that the reason they're not here is they're at the band championships. So we wish them best of luck. Bring home that gold or whatever they get for the band championships, and we wish you luck. And we know you're going to do quite well up there. We thank you for taking time to pre-record some entertainment for us here for this year's telethon. Pat's taking a little bit of break, so Joe Clark is in. Joe, welcome to the big chair, the
Thanks.
sit-down portion of the show.
They just keep pointing me in different directions.
Yeah, that's how we're all going to do it. So
I
just-
wound up here.
Where do we need? So that's all great. There's my friend Chris back there. I haven't seen him for a while. But again, I'll show your appreciation for the Hazelton High School Marching Band. Make a pledge. 459-1212. Of course, it's 570. Everybody at this point knows you have to dial 570 beforehand. But just in case, we say it anyway.
Hazelton area has had a great fall season. The football team, of course, unfortunately lost last night in the district playoff, but the field hockey, the boys and girls soccer, and now the band. And it's been a great fall season for Hazelton area
Terrific.
Cougars.
Yeah, it comes in cycles.
It does.
Comes
And
in
you know,
waves.
having gone through, you keep talking about it, but the last year and a half has been difficult for everybody, especially the kids. But kids are resilient, which is a good thing.
Yeah.
And they've come back with a vengeance, and it's been a very, that carries over into the school. Now, you understand that now.
Yes, I do.
Because-
I do understand that.
Doug has taken a teaching position with Central Columbia High School, and it's a great experience.
It's a very great experience, and I'm enjoying every moment of it so far. The kids are great. I've even gotten used to wearing a mask all day long, and
Yeah.
it's just the way things are right now, and hopefully someday we'll get rid of those too.
41 years, and I'd do it all over again.
Absolutely.
It's a great
I started late, so if people keep telling me they're proud of me or I'm their hero, I'm like, well,
yes. But
give me time.
you will find that kids are resilient. They react better than we adults do.
And and the kids love to help out with this telethon every
Mhm.
year. They like to get involved in it. They raise money for us. They come out and volunteer. It's great.
And wish you success. And I'm sure you'll enjoy your experience with the Blue Jays at Central Columbia.
Yeah. Our girls' soccer team is still in the playoffs. They're playing today, in fact, quarterfinals for the states.
Then that carries over into the school. I'm sure you picked that up in your short tenure.
Yes.
As the extracurricular things are very successful, it carries over into the attitude of the students in the school.
Absolutely. It's great.
So
anyway, we're here at the Cancer Telethon. We also want to mention that you can go to acsmove.org/Hazelton Telethon to make a donation. It's easier for you to pick up your phone and make it that way. You can Venmo or wherever they do these days.
I have no idea.
There's various ways that they could pay on the phone, and I just kind of go, I'll make a note of that and try to figure it out later.
Somehow our bank just changed. It was taken over.
I get it.
And I feel like a dummy because I just have no computer skills at all. And I said to them, you should have pity on us old people because we don't know what we're doing.
I have to get it, and I do get a lot of it. But I think about when we were kids, our parents didn't understand what we were talking about either.
That's true.
And it's all good.
That's a good point.
It's just more technology and things like that. But anyway,
Never thought of that.
Technology is great. In fact, you can use it to make a pledge right now. Use that phone to call us at 459-1212 and make a pledge. And Joe, we have a bunch of pledges here. If you want to take a handful.
Certainly.
Split them up right down the middle.
And again, we realize it's a difficult time for everybody.
It is.
But if you can spare extra $1, $5, because the programs will continue. Nino had talked to Dan about the Road to Recovery. It'll come back. And some of the other programs that are available to cancer patients will be back. And they do cost money. And of course, my theme all day has been hope. Pastor Rodney did a great job with the hope thing. Takes dollars, though, to make that hope a reality. So whatever you can do. We have a $15 pledge from Nicole in memory of Felicia Ignar.
Here's $50 in memory of Paul and Lucy Staber from Linda Smith out of Hazel Township.
$15 in memory of Joe Stancato from Mary Ann Staccato.
And we've got Mary Kalinowski from Hazelton donating $150 in memory of Janetti and the Kalinowski family. Thank you for that, and that qualifies you for a shot at that necklace as well.
A $50 pledge in memory of John and Dorothy Belts from Cheryl Carmody.
$10 from Bill Fry out of Claire's.
That last one was from New Jersey. How about that?
We like Jersey. Thank you.
$200 from the Hazelton Lions Club.
That's exciting.
It just says amount pledged $200.
We like that. The Hazelton Lions Club.
Thank you,
Hazelton.
Lions.
All
Lions
right.
do a great job. Andy Piskel. Good job, Andy.
Yeah, keep them coming. $200 from Liz, Mark, and Kid Magushak out of Hazelton, and that's in memory of Joseph daughter, Doherty, right? Senior, and
John Ohaza.
John Ohaza Jr. So thank you for that very much. And if we missed the names, we apologize. We do the best we can when it's all on the fly like this.
$100 pledge in memory of Patricia Molinaro from Frank and Gwen Ann. Gwen Ann, MMI, thank you, Gwen Ann and Frank, for your pledge.
So as they give these pledges to us, as they can get them to us, we will read them. And of course, you can get them put on the crawl across the bottom of your screen where you can watch them. Just keep scrolling around, courtesy of Lehigh Valley Health Network. We also want to mention coming up at the 2 o'clock hour, we have the Fashion for a Cure segment coming up. And Joe, this is always a lot of fun, the Fashion for a Cure segment. This is where participants are families, friends, and children who will wear fashion of their choice and walk in memory or honor of a loved one. And this is at 2 o'clock, and it's all done to raise money for the Cancer Society. But it's a great time, and you can show your support. It's heartwarming, it's fun, and in some ways it's a lot of excitement as well.
I think I saw Mikey Sosar listed as one of the models. Mikey is handling the talent portion up at Wiltsey, so we're looking forward to see Mikey in his tuxedo, and his wife and daughter will also be on the show.
That's great.
Yeah.
Everybody pitches in some way, shape, or form like that. So we know we have entertainment at the Wiltsey Center. I believe they're having allowing a limited amount of people inside there, but you do have to come masked, so wear your mask inside because we just want to beat cancer. We don't want anybody else getting sick from COVID in the process as well, and we don't need the double whammies going on. So just follow the guidelines, and we appreciate your hard work and efforts on that. Some information is the American Cancer Society answers nearly 1.5 million calls for help every year. 1.5 million calls for help. That's a lot of people looking for information, looking for help at the Cancer Society. And over the years, we've learned much about them. Their programs are fantastic. Road to Recovery, and amongst them, many Look Good, Feel Good.
Right.
It's just fantastic stuff, and they will show you how to get through all this, and they will get you into a support group if you need support. That's what the Cancer Society does. They will steer you in the right direction. They'll help you get the help medically that you might need. They'll steer you to that doctor or that hospital that's going to be able to take care of you. It's all about their connections and what they do for you and behind the scenes. And we can't do this without them, and we can't do the telethon. We can't get the Cancer Society to keep moving forward without you. So make that pledge at 459-1212 and stay with us.
I can see you. You're 43. Beating cancer. Oh, sorry, Crystal.
No, that's okay. I was going to say, beating cancer takes you and me.
You're 43. Beating cancer takes you and me. But here on WILN, back live at the Alice C. Wiltsey Performing Center here at the Castle on the Hill. Mike Sosar, Crystal Harris is with us again. We're pretty much hanging out all afternoon.
It's been fun. A lot of great entertainment to come, and we're joined by some now.
Yes, we are. We have some very special guests who have a presentation for us and also are going to perform. Remember that number, 570-459-12, or donate online at acsmove.org/Hazelton Telethon. That's HAZLETON Telethon, 459-1212. With us this afternoon are the young ladies from the Anna Marie School of Dance.
Absolutely. We're joined by Maisie and Alyssa. They not only have a check presentation, but they are also going to each perform for us. So we're definitely looking forward to that. Again, if you're watching at home, please call the number 459-1212 to make a donation and honor everybody who is here today donating their time for this great cause. And speaking of donating, we'll get to your donation. So you want to tell us a little bit about the check that you brought? Again, $1,000, which is amazing. So thank you so much for that.
Big building, big money.
Yes, big check, big money.
So this is a donation from Anna Marie School of Dance, and it's on behalf of our annual benefit recital.
Okay, excellent. And I believe one is in memory of and one is in honor of. So you want to talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, so my dance is in memory of a close family friend. Her name is Nikki. And yeah, that's who I'm dedicating my dance to today.
Excellent. Thank you so much.
And
Alyssa?
then you.
Excellent. Thank you so much.
All about the reasons, folks. $1,000. How about a round of applause?
Amazing,
That's great
amazing.
stuff.
Thank you guys so much.
ladies.
Thank you, girls. That was unbelievable. Now, I do have a question about the routine because it's been a while since I've taken a dance class, quite several years. How long does it take to prepare a routine?
It takes almost a year to prepare a routine and like get it cleaned. Yeah.
Oh my gosh, crazy. So, and how long have you been dancing?
I've been dancing for 11 years.
I've been dancing for 13 years.
Oh my gosh, crazy. And we're going to get to see them in a moment, so we appreciate you guys being here. Thank you so much.
And just a reminder, folks, Crystal's just not all about the sparkle, okay? She actually did dance. So
long time ago.
all right, so the one that's not going to perform, you're going to take the check and you'll
Absolutely.
be back. And I guess we're going to have our first performer here.
Absolutely.
You want to tell her a
Alyssa's
little bit
gonna-
about the dance?
Alyssa, you want to talk a little bit about your dance before we go?
I'm performing a jazz called Absolutely Me.
Okay, excellent. Well, we look forward to seeing it. So we'll let Alyssa get to it. Thank you so much.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, the Anna Marie School of Dance.
Clear the way, boys. The lady has arrived. All you handsome fellas, please wait for me to the right. Don't keep me waiting. Ooh, thank you for the drink. It's 11:15. I'm not in the mood to think. Mr. Bandleader, let's kick out the jam. Give me something that'll light it up and make my feet go bam, bam, bam. Because Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday aren't possible, you see. But when he gets to Friday, what you get is absolutely me. I said Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday aren't possible for me. But once you get to Friday, what you get is absolutely me. Sweeter than the candy, about to caress my lips. Imagine all the sugar when I start to shake my hips. It's not an illusion. I'm as life as I can be. Instead of all your promises, why don't you show all your charms to me, Mr. Bandleader? This arrangement has to change. Give me something that'll light it up. Won't you let the boogie start to play? Because Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday aren't possible, you see. But when he gets to Friday, what you get is absolutely me. I said Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday aren't possible for me. But once you get to Friday, what you get is absolutely me. All I need is your attention and a 10-carat diamond ring. Because Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday aren't possible, you see. But when he gets to Friday, what you get is absolutely me. I said Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday aren't possible for me. But once you get to Friday, what you get is absolutely me.
Once again, the phone number, ladies and gentlemen, 570-459-1212. We are going to be having more from the Anna Marie School of Dance. Next cut into us,
Absolutely,
Crystal. Yeah.
absolutely. So stay tuned. You don't want to go away. Lots of great entertainment. You just saw the band perform. Anna Marie is here. There's lots of vocalists coming up. Vanessa Vacosa is going to be here, so we look forward to seeing her. So she'll be here momentarily, so make sure you stay tuned.
Yeah, the weather's not that great outside on this Saturday afternoon in Hazleton, so, you know, just order some takeout or take in or dine in. I guess that's what we refer to it as now. And stick with us here on WYL. And once again, the phone number 570-459-12 or donate online at acsmove.org/Hazleton Telethon. Getting set to send it back up live to the WYLN studios.
Hi, everyone, and thank you. My name is Nino, and I am a Senior Development Manager with the American Cancer Society. Why I'm here is very personal for me. In 2017, my mom was diagnosed with stage 4 lung cancer, and I guess, be blunt, it was a shock to the entire family. And quite frankly, I really did not know what the American Cancer Society offered, but one thing that I did find out very quickly on those late nights sitting bedside with my mom in the hospital was that there was a number that I could always call. And that number is 1-800-227-2345. And sitting in that hospital room and thinking about everything that was going through my mind, that was going on with my family and everything that we were dealing with, it was great to know that I could pick up the phone and I could call the American Cancer Society at any time in the night, whether it be 2 in the morning, 4 in the morning, it didn't matter. I knew that I could dial 1-800-227-2345 and I could be connected to someone to just talk about what I'm going through, what my mom was going through, what our family was going through, and for them to answer any questions that I might have had. And that's regarding anything from possible ways to maneuver this diagnosis or to talk about insurance issues. You can really call that number and you talk about anything. And unfortunately, after my mom battled for months, she passed away in August of 2017. Again, it was, some of the hardest time that my family has ever had. But I do believe that, everything kind of happens for a reason, and she has led me here. In 2018, there was an opening at the American Cancer Society, and I jumped right in because I knew that this was more than just a job for me. This was personal at that point. And I was so happy to jump aboard and to kind of spread the awareness of the American Cancer Society and all of the programs that we have to offer. If you were tuning in a little earlier this hour, I spoke with Dan, a Road to Recovery driver, and that is something that at the time of my mom's diagnosis, I didn't even know was an option. And at that time, I was driving my mom about an hour for her treatments. And I spoke to a manager at the American Cancer Society shortly after that, and he told me that there was a Road to Recovery program, and I looked into it, and it was very beneficial. And just knowing that there are those options, that it's not just on me or on my family, we can kind of reach out to the American Cancer Society and see what help that we can get. And that's not the only thing that they offer. The American Cancer Society also has the Hope Lodges, which are reopened down in Philadelphia, which is great. If there is an extended amount of stay that you need, you can call the Hope Lodge, and the American Cancer Society will get you set up there. And again, when families are going through these treatments and through the diagnosis, I hate when you have to think about just getting to your treatments. It's bad enough that going through the treatments, and it's hard enough going through those treatments, but just getting to them should not be something that cancer patients have to worry about. And that's why at the American Cancer Society, we offer those programs such as Road to Recovery, and we have our Hope Lodges where families can stay free of charge. After 2017 and seeing that battle firsthand, I learned what it takes for a cancer patient, for their families and everything, and how strong we had to be for my mom. She was the light of our family, whether it be on Sundays watching football or watching the Yankees and hearing her yell at the TV for those players to do better. I still think everything that I do at the American Cancer Society is in memory of my mom, Karen. And why we do what we do is so future generations don't have to hear the word cancer. I am a new father as of about a year and a half ago, and my goal is for my son Rafi to never have to hear the words cancer later in his life. And I think that is something that we're all striving for. And I do truly believe that will one day happen as long as we continue the fight, we continue to research, and we continue to advocate for early screenings so we can catch this disease early and we can fight it. So on behalf of my family and on behalf of the American Cancer Society, I ask you to please call 570-459-1212 and please make a pledge today. Every cent, every dollar counts. And I know that as we fight as a community, and we come together as a community and as a nation, we can fight this disease, and one day we will eradicate it for future generations. And at this time, I do want to kick it, I guess I'll just keep it going a little bit. Sorry, I was going to kick it back. That's all right. Something else that I'll talk about are some of the events that we have in the area. So we have the Hazleton Telethon, one of my favorite events of the year. But we also have other programs that people can get involved in, such as Coaches versus Cancer, Relay for Life, and Gamers versus Cancer, which is a new program that we have. We have Making Strides Against Breast Cancer. So there are so many ways that you can get involved, whether it be volunteering, donating, or anything else. For now, I would implore you to please call 570-459-1212 and make a pledge today. Thank you for your time and everything else. Thank you.
And welcome back to the 43rd annual Telethon. We are so happy that you're here joining us. We are at the amazing, beautiful Alice C. Wiltsey Center, and it is at the historic castle. So again, beautiful location. It's our first time here, but we are actually on a stage, which is amazing. So it is a true stage for the performers, which is amazing. So we appreciate you being here. Maisie's joining us from the Anna Marie School of Dance. And again, beautiful venue, beautiful place. Not a beautiful day, but we're making the most of it. So we appreciate you tuning in and watching us.
Yeah, I went to high school here. I won't date myself, but I actually performed.
So you
on
got
this
to
stage.
walk these halls.
Yes, I did. You should have seen the photo shoot we had to have beforehand.
Oh, it
folks.
was full on.
We were live at the Oscars. Anyway, let's get to the whole performance thing. Tell them your name one more time.
Maisie,
And you're from,
Anna Marie School of Dance.
and the number you're going to be doing.
I'm going to be doing a modern solo, and it's called Run Boy Run.
All right, let's say hello to Maisie and welcome back to the Anna Marie School of Dance.
Welcome. Thank you.
This world is not meant for you. Run, boy, run. They're trying to catch you. Run, boy, run. Running is a victory. Run, boy, run. Beauty lies behind the hills. Run, boy, run. The sun will be guiding you. Run, boy, run. They're dying to stop you. Run, boy, run. This race is a prophecy. Run, boy, run. Break out from society. Always another day, and you don't have to hide away. You'll be a my boy. But for now, it's time to run. It's time to run. This ride is a journey to run, boy, run. The secret inside of you.
Awesome job. Thank you so much, Maisie. Excellent. Again,
Great
Anna
job,
Marie
Maisie.
School of
Great
Dance.
job.
That was Maisie. And we appreciate Anna Marie being here. We appreciate the donation that they brought. Again, a $1,000 donation to the American Cancer Society. Takes you and me
No,
and
no.
everybody else and the whole community.
No better way to start the entertainment portion here too this afternoon with that $1,000 donation. Like I
Absolutely.
said, big building, big donation.
Absolutely.
Once again, the phone number 570-459-12. Donate online at acsmove.org/Hazleton Telethon.
Absolutely. Please keep those phones ringing. The volunteers in the phone bank, that we want to keep them busy answering those phones and taking those pledges. Every penny, every dollar counts towards this great cause. Again, this is year 43. We want to make sure that we are doing the most that we can to eventually find a cure for cancer, and all of your donations go towards that goal.
More entertainment to come here at the Wiltsey Center. Remember that number, 459-1212. And as we speak of that, we are going to send it back up to the WYLN studios and the phone banks and the interview area.
All right, thank you. The thing about that, Pat, was several years ago, maybe when I was there, I could do those moves.
Yeah, I know you could.
But that was a long time ago.
I remember the time we had to call the ambulance.
I'd be in traction now for about a year and a half, so.
4+ decades of hosting this telethon.
Right.
I never remember getting a phone call from Bermuda.
First time.
So I think what I'm going to do after I get off is I'm going to fly down there to verify this pledge.
And shake their hand.
Yeah, but anyway, we seriously, pardon me, in memory of Jeff Matches, Katie Britton from Hazleton, who is in Bermuda. I don't know if we should say that. Somebody go watch Katie's house for her.
She lives in Bermuda.
She lives in Bermuda.
So we're okay.
Well, okay, Katie. Well, we love you. Stay out of the sun. Make sure you use plenty of sunscreen.
No, you're in Bermuda to get the sun. Just use the sunscreen. There you go.
And it was a $50 pledge, and again, it's in memory of Jeff Matches, and there's another one, too.
Right, same thing, call from Bermuda, Joan Brugger out of Hazelton, another $50 pledge in memory of Jeffrey Matches, and again, from Bermuda. So how are they, they either know that we're on the air or they're watching
That's Jeff is Joan's son, who passed away from esophageal cancer last year.
All right, well.
And was involved with the Hazelton football.
All right, thank you very much, Joe Clark, for your information on that one.
By the way, send Joan and Mike a message that they're sacristans at 9 o'clock mass tomorrow.
Okay, there it is, that's all good. I had a thought and I lost it now, but you go for it.
Well, we're on YouTube. Is what
Oh,
you
that's what
wanted
I
to
was going to say. She's watching it from Bermuda on YouTube. So we're actually seeing on YouTube, and you search for WYLN, or is that correct, boss man? So he's looking at me like, are we are?
How about our clock sponsors, Doug?
Yep.
This hour, Bob and Janice Maisie and family.
Yep, Lehigh Valley Health Network, our crawl sponsor.
They're Service Electric Cablevision.
I thought we were bouncing
Good friends
back and
in
forth.
Hazleton. Yeah, we are.
That's great. Standard Speaker, thanks again for helping us out this year.
George and Florence Hayden family, our phone bank sponsor.
And of course, Leader Services, our tote board sponsor. Right now we're at $8,500.
And the Kreisel family, again, they're founders of this telethon.
And of course, our friends here at WYLN 35, where we are today, where we're coming from anyway.
And Henkel U.S. Operations, big supporters from Valmont.
S.J. Kowalski Plumbing and Heating, and trained comfort specialists.
Blaise Alexander, Greater Hazleton Dealerships, they are the entertainment sponsor.
Been some good entertainment so far. Our thanks to our friends at Car Vision Nissan.
Along with Fairway Chevrolet and Subaru of Hazleton.
And a broadcast provided by WYLN 35. You're seeing this right here on Service Electric Cablevision and Service Electric Cable TV and Communications, as well as Atlantic Broadband, serving the areas surrounding Service Electric's areas, basically. Our 1 o'clock clock sponsors include Cousin Linda Farley, audiologist. We've got Mountain View Orthopedics, Sand Springs Country Club, and Linda Shivo in memory of Shayna Shivo. Thank you for sponsoring our clock for this 1 o'clock hour, and we've done pretty well so far, Pat Ward, but we can do a lot better.
Yeah, looking at the tote board, we're sitting at 8,500. We should have a new total
soon.
Pretty soon, but it is the American Cancer Society Telethon as we begin a new hour here, the 1 o'clock hour on WYLN, and it's our 43rd edition. This is Doug Farley, Pat Ward, hosting with you, and we have a lot going on this hour here at the Cancer Telethon, so stick around with us. Now to our good friend and colleague, as I call him, the Baron of Banks Township, the one and only Joe Clark. Joe.
I guess that's retired Baron now.
Oh,
Baron Emeritus.
Best day of my life is when I walked into that Baron Emeritus, believe me. I'm going to skip you because when I see this name, when the previous group came in, I thought this gentleman was with the football because he's rather large human. And when I see the name, Eric Massage, Bishop Hafey, right?
Yes, sir. He was, yes. 1983 graduate, yes.
Heck of a basketball player.
Thank you very much. That was a long time ago.
Well, I know because I used to coach West Hazleton, and the Hafey West Hazleton battles were legendary. Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome.
I keep.
You're welcome.
For volunteering.
Oh, anytime, please. Thank you very much.
Appreciate it. And I'm going to surmise that Katrina is your wife. Oh, that's why you're here.
Exactly, yes.
He's a high school girl.
Yes, yes.
So Laura made you come.
She asked me to come, yes, of course.
Asked you, she didn't make you.
No, I'm happy to be here. Thank you.
Thank you for your assistance here. We'll talk to Laura, I think, 3 o'clock hour. The ACS and the Hazelton Treatment Center have developed a tremendous relationship, and we'll talk to you about that later.
Sure, thank you.
And thank you for dragging these two.
Absolutely.
Can I do the survivor interview now? Go ahead. I got the microphone, right?
Go for it.
You're in control, Joe.
Well, that's debatable. A couple weeks ago, I called Joyce, and you've been here as long as I have. I think so. Which is a long time. We find out that we have friends in our past that knew each other. The great town of Jeansville.
That's right, Jeansville boys.
Well, yeah, I was one of those. I was a little bit older.
A little bit, just a little.
Joyce, how many years has it been you've been a survivor?
23 years.
Oh, thank goodness. You had, going back 23 years, can you remember what it was like when they said you had cancer?
To be truthful, not completely. I think I was in shock. And it's just your first thought is, what can you do to make it better, to make it go away, and to solve the problem, honestly.
And Laura's involved with this. I guess 23 years ago, the treatments were quite different.
Yeah, the treatments were different, and, thank goodness there are more advanced treatments now, and still more up and coming.
I'm not sure, survivor.
No, she works at the cancer treatment. It's very important, and I understand the difficulty that survivors have, and I appreciate you coming every year. It's important that survivors talk.
It is, because the more people see that there's more of us, the more hope there is, and it's just a great thing. I love to tell people I'm a survivor.
We're happy that you come every year. Laura, I guess that's the thing, to get the word out that it's no longer a death sentence.
That's correct. And, even back then, like you say, it's 23 years, and, the treatments work then. And at that time, we'd always say, too, as long as you have today, there's tomorrow, more hope, and we're still there now, and a lot of advancements and even more to come, So it's great news for people and for survivors, too.
And my theme all day has been hope. There's hope out there.
Yeah, and actually, I'm a 2-time survivor, really. Breast cancer 23 years ago, and then I was diagnosed with uterine cancer. And so that would be like 18 years. And it's just great to be able to say that.
And we're so happy that you come every year. As soon as I called it, there's no hesitation. Joyce and I said, yes, I will be there. Just tell me what time. And we appreciate that, Joyce. And I think the people suffering from cancer need to hear this.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, and it's a great testimony, and we're so thankful for the survivors to do this. It's just like you say, I almost can't remember a lot of it, and yeah, thank goodness. So life moved on, and you're enjoying life, and it's just great news.
I think it was hardest on my mother at the time. And, I just felt like, and my sister, let's do what we can and do everything we can to beat this. But my mom, it really hit her hard.
And your sister's a nurse?
My sister is a nurse for almost 50 years in the ICU, Louise Boyle.
I wonder, Laura, people in the medical field, this is going to sound stupid. That's the story of my life, I guess. Sometimes the medical people know too much. I mean, well, this and that, instead of kind of taking the easy way. Again, not the easy way, but a more
But, when I think of it, there's just a lot of resources, and even with the American Cancer Society, why we're here, great resource. So let's make the phones ring.
Oh, yes. Definitely. Make Eric work, because otherwise I'm going to challenge him one-on-one out on the court. Of course, I understand it's snowing, but maybe we'll have to postpone that, Eric, for for nicer weather?
Absolutely.
Jane?
Joe doesn't know I'm going to sneak in here. And I just heard him talking, so I thought it was the perfect time when he said he's been here a long time. I don't think he realizes he's been here for 25 years. So, Joe, this is a certificate of appreciation to you in recognition of your 25 years of valuable contributions to the Greater Hazelton Telethon. 25 years, Joe. Thank you. I couldn't do it without you. You know that.
Everybody knows the story of why I'm here. It goes back to my brother-in-law, Joe Latier, who thought he was going to be able to volunteer, and he didn't. He died of esophageal cancer. He had two goals: to sit at the Mohegan Sun Arena and watch the Flyers, or the Penguins. Didn't make it. So the three best things about being a teacher are June, July, and August. So I was able to take him for his chemo, and when he realized he wasn't going to get better, he made me promise. So 25 years ago. Thanks. Appreciate it.
Congratulations, Joe.
Yeah.
First time in my life I'm lost for words.
Well, no, and that's well-deserved. 25 years is a long time, but you're a spring chicken in this
I know.
telethon, you know?
You're 43, right?
Whatever the number is, I'm one fewer than that.
Oh.
One less than that.
We appreciate it. I remember when you got your 25th.
Yes.
It's
25 years ago. I heard my fellow Hayfie alumnus say that was a long time ago, 1983. We were at our 10th reunion while you were playing basketball, for God's sake. So don't complain about your age. But Joe, honestly, thanks for all the work. Joe works real hard behind the scenes with the American Cancer Society and many other things in our community. So any accolades to you today are well-deserved. I know you don't like them.
No.
But we're glad that you don't like them, because we're going to keep dishing it on. And we thank you for everything.
You know, my favorite quote is that first Sunday of Lent. Wash your face and comb your hair and so nobody knows you're fasting. I prefer to be out in the hallway, but oh well. What are you going to do?
Fellas being too modest. Arguably one of the best one of the best play-by-play sports announcers ever.
Well, thank you.
That come along the greater Hazelton area. So
Appreciate that.
we are grateful. Joe Clark, ladies and gentlemen,
Yeah,
show your
indeed.
support for Joe.
Thank you, Joe.
459-1212.
All right, and at this point, we're going to head on over to the interview area, I believe, for some more information. Enjoy the telethon.
We are your local network, back live at on WILN here at the Alice C. Wilting Performing Arts Center here at the Hazelton Area Middle School, better known as the Castle on the Hill. Back in the entertainment portion of our telethon here this afternoon, 570-459-1212, or donate online, acsmove.org/Hazelton Telethon. As you can see, Crystal and I have morphed into one more. You see her every day on the news. And let me tell you, this girl does more than you could imagine than just on the air stuff. Julia Wiegand is with us back again. So good to see you.
Oh, good to see you guys too, and I am super glad to be here.
Yes, she is going to be with us for a good chunk of the afternoon. So you won't see all three of us at once. You might see two of us. You might see one of us. I don't know. I might melt from the lighting here. A big building, big show.
And you have a big fashion show coming up.
Yes, we won't discuss that. My jacket is very shiny in case anybody asks. Crystal, we have our next performer with us.
Soloist, a vocalist
Yes.
here with us. Grace Youngcourt is joining us. Grace, do you want to just going to be performing today?
Perfect moment.
Okay, well, we definitely look forward to that. Again, please keep those phones ringing in the phone bank. 459-1212, as Mikey said, is the number. We need to keep those phones ringing. We need to keep those volunteers busy. Again, everybody here is donating to the American Cancer Society, so we appreciate everything that you're doing. If you're watching at home, we're happy to bring you some great entertainment, and we're going to let Grace take it away and perform for us. Back with her in a moment. Thank you, Grace. Good job, Grace Youngcourt. Thank you so much, Grace. That was amazing. Beautiful voice. Thank you so much for being here. And I understand, I know we were talking before your performance, that you also have a donation for the American Cancer Society. So do you want to tell us a little bit about that?
I'm donating $50 for my
Awesome. Thank you so much. And thank you to your grandmother, and thank you again to your family for the donation, and thank you for a wonderful performance. We truly appreciate it. Again, that's what it's all about. The American Cancer Society depends on those pledges and those donations in order to eventually find a cure for cancer.
That's right. So be sure to call the number 570-459-1212 or donate online at acsmove.org/Hazelton Telethon.
So we definitely appreciate you being here. Thank you again so much. And lots of great entertainment coming up. So if you're sitting at home watching, please stay tuned to WYLN. There's lots more great entertainment. We have quite a few more vocalists coming up. So you don't want to go away. As Mikey said earlier, order some food and dine in and watch the TV, watch WYLN. And call in a pledge while you're doing that as well, because the American Cancer Society can use every penny. Again, even if it's just a small amount, every bit counts. So we appreciate your pledges.
That's right. Now we are going to send it back over to WYLN Studios to see what's going on by the phone bank.
All right, we are back here. Some more great entertainment at the Wiltsey Center as we have a split broadcast from 2 locations this year, which is kind of fun, but a little confusing at times. But we're having a good time, and we're raising some money and getting the information out there that needs to be gotten out.
There was no telethon last year, obviously, because of the COVID pandemic. And so, using words that have been used thousands of times out of an abundance of caution, the American Cancer Society has decided to split the venue. So we usually have crowds where the entertainment is, and so this way socially distanced. And I can tell you here at the WYLN studio, unless you're on the air, you got a mask on. So we are practicing all the COVID protocols, and it's an interesting project. But it doesn't matter how we do it, what the format is, where we are. It's all about cancer, and we're telling stories of people with cancer. And unfortunately, we were talking about Joe Clark and his 25 years with the American Cancer Society Telethon, and having worked with Joe in radio, and I said he's one of the best play-by-play men around, and that's true. But we would be remiss if we did not mention that another great play-by-play man we lost this week. His name was Tom Reagan, a very good friend. He lost his battle to cancer. Tom and I worked at WAZL when there were still tubes in the board, and it was a long time ago. And Tom also worked at WILK and WQEQ, and he worked here for a while.
For the Standard Speaker for a little bit,
and then
too.
he concluded his career in the news business at the Standard Speaker, but Tom also did some play-by-play work here at WYLN as well. And so we extend our sincere condolences and thoughts and prayers to the entire Reagan family. And as we used to say, tip of the transmitter to Tom Reagan.
Yeah, great guy, and I've known him and his family for quite a while, daughter Debbie and son Tom, and the grandkids I don't know well, but I know they love Dad, and we'll miss Tom quite a bit, and I'm glad we got to know him at all. That's great.
And again, show your support for everybody that we've talked to this weekend at 570-459-1212. And we're going to go over to Mr. Joe Clark now, who's got a very special guest. Joe?
Thanks, Pat, and thanks for the kind words. And, Tom Reagan was my first broadcast partner at WAZL in 1981. We did the Mount Carmel game, and Tom knew where to stop to eat down at Matucci's in Mount Carmel. So, Tom was a great friend, great 49ers fan. And ironic, Pat, sometimes we talk about things, but his longtime broadcast partner, Sam Esposito, passed away 2 weeks before. So within 2 weeks, you lose Tom and Sammy, and our prayers go out to both families. Tom was a great guy, great sports night. He had more information about sports than you ever want to know. We have with us now extraordinary bingo caller, friend of animals. He runs the Carbon County Animal Shelter, and he and his wife Michelle have been long-time volunteers for the American Cancer Society. Tom Connors, and now he's a cancer survivor. What did you think when they said you had cancer?
Oh, it was crazy. When I got that phone call, It was September 22nd, 2020, that I had cancer. It was like a kick right in the throat. You never expect to get it, and when you do, it's a shock. So.
But being a volunteer, you were aware of what was available to you, and I'm sure you and Michelle chose the proper treatment, and now you're a survivor.
I am a survivor, and that's a great thing, and I'm really honored and proud and thank my Lord. And it's just amazing the amount of great care that I got right here in the region. And I always stress that when I talk to people because we have such good care here. I went to Hazelton Cancer Center and got treated by Dr. Karp. I had 44 radiation treatments. Everybody I dealt with was amazing. And the resources that were available to me, I couldn't ask for anything more. So we've been involved with the Cancer Society for years. I've lost 2 sisters with cancer, and you can be a survivor. You have to be positive, and that's my message to everybody today is to be positive, to reach out, to help whenever you can. We're all in this together. There's not nobody that's touched by cancer. We're all involved. We're all touched by it, but we all have to do our own little part in our own little way. And today's the time to help out financially. If you can give $5, $10, $100, whatever it is, it makes a difference. And if you have cancer, I mean, your whole world is on a standstill, and it's very frightening and it's scary. And when it happens to you, it just doors close and doors open. And the American Cancer Society has always had an open door. And again, the care I got in this area was phenomenal. We don't have to go anywhere. It's here for us, but we have to support the care that we have, and we have to be grateful for it. And I thank the Lord every day for the treatment that I have.
Support group started with your wife, Michelle, but friends and family so important in your fight.
Friends and family are important. Neighbors, it's a community that helps you. It's the people we've met with the American Cancer Society over the 15 years we've been volunteering. Whatever it is, it's just everybody comes together, and I just don't want anybody to ever feel alone. If you have cancer, be positive. I mean, there's help out there, and we're there for you if you need us.
My theme all day has been and will be hope. We have to have hope that this can be defeated.
You have to have hope, and you have to be smart too, especially like I had prostate cancer, and 1 out of 8 men get it. So you have to get tested. You can't be afraid. You have to go and get tested early because that's what's going to make the difference. There's many different treatments out there. You have to do your homework and see what works best for you. And in my case, radiation worked best for me. And I finished up, and I feel great. And I didn't miss a whole 1 day of work throughout my treatments, and just the support I got and the love I got was just tremendous, and it helped me pull through.
Well, thank you, and we appreciate it, and the bingo players appreciate you and your expertise of bingo caller. And just one more thing, if I may, I don't want Donna, and they're telling me to go to entertainment, but I attended 2 funerals yesterday, both of which died of cancer. My good mentor and friend, John Malott, 2.5 weeks he suffered from the aggressive cancer, passed away, was buried yesterday. And Janice Bowman, 2 years ago, Janice was a survivor and an interview. She called me. She wanted to do the interview on TV because she wanted to tell people her story. And luckily, I called her son, Michael, who's a first responder in McAdoo, and said that his mom wasn't doing well. And she passed away on Tuesday, was buried yesterday. And again, condolences go out to the Malott and to the Bowman family. And again, we're losing too many people to this dreaded disease. So please pick up the phone, 570-459-1212. And as Tom said, $1, $5, it's tough times. We understand that. But we also have to continue to provide this for people. And Nino's telling me that we're going to go to entertainment. Thanks, buddy.
Thank you, buddy. God bless you.
Very nice.
All right, and we are back at the 43rd Annual American Cancer Society Telethon. Crystal Harris here with Julia, so I appreciate you coming out, Julia. Thank you so much for being here with us. We did lose Mikey.
We did.
But again, he's getting ready for the fashion show, so we're going to see him in a little bit with Sherry O'Donnell. So we're looking forward to that. That's coming up at 2 o'clock. Always a good time. So we appreciate everybody who's here for that. We're starting to get a little bit of a crowd here too.
That's
so people
right.
are venturing out in the ugly weather.
Yes.
So thank you so much. Again, the American Cancer Society, such a great cause. This is the 43rd year, as we mentioned before, but again, every year we have these telethons in hopes of eventually finding a cure for cancer. So please keep those phones ringing and make those donations. We definitely need that money. In the meantime, we are going to have Abigail sing for us, so we appreciate you being here. This is Abigail Hinkle, and you just want to tell us, number one, what you're going to perform and how long you've been singing.
I'm going to perform Fight Song, and I forget how long I've been.
A couple years, though, so you have some experience doing this. So we look forward, and we're so glad that you're here with us. And again, that's a Katy Perry song, right? Oh my gosh, love the song. Okay, so again, we'll let Abigail get to it, and then we'll talk to you in a minute afterwards. So good luck. Thank you so much.
Back and make an explosion. This is my fight song. Take back my life song. Prove I'm alright song. My power's turned on. Stop it right now, I'll be strong. I'll play my fight
was wonderful. And that was Rachel Platten, not Katy Perry. If Mike Sosar was up here with us, he would have corrected me because he is a DJ.
Yes, we had to look it up
music.
backstage.
But thank you. That was an amazing job. And your sister's coming up pretty soon to perform as well. So the singing and the tout must definitely run in the family. So we appreciate you and your family being here. Again, the American Cancer Society does so much for so many. And now this is the time that they're counting on you. And the telethon is the means to get those donations and pledges to the American Cancer Society to help find a cure.
Yes, so once again, call 570-459-1212 or donate online at acsmove.org/Hazelton Telethon. Now we are going to send it back over to WILN Studios to see what is happening over by the phone banks.
Once again, great entertainment at the Wiltsey Center. Thank you, everybody who's entertaining the crowds and entertaining the folks at home. We appreciate it. Show your support by making a donation, 459-1212, or you can do that online as well at acsmove.org/Hazelton Telethon. Got to mention we're about a half hour away, Pat, from the Fashion for a Cure event, which will take place at in the 2 o'clock hour. And this is for participants, our families, friends, children who will wear a fashion of choice and walk in memory or honor of a loved one. All the models, just like many of us, have had friends or family impacted by cancer. So it's a heartwarming way of remembering a loved one or honoring someone who's been affected by cancer. And of course, while they're having the Fashion for a Cure, you're invited to watch and also call and make a donation. So it's a great load of fun and also serves a great purpose. So the Fashion for Your Cure coming up a little over a half hour from now.
And that's at the Wiltsey Center.
Yeah.
So folks, if you're going to go out and about on this rainy/snowy day in the greater Hazelton area or anywhere in northeastern PA, you can stop by the Wiltsey Center if you want to see the fashion show. It'll promise to be a good cause. And speaking of good causes, we have our volunteers at the phone bank here, the American Cancer Society, and we'll welcome cancer volunteer, our good friend John Beltrami, to the program this afternoon.
Bob.
John, welcome.
Thank you. Thanks. You guys are doing a great job so far. But we got to get the phones to ring.
That's your job now,
Something seems to be wrong here. So we got our people from Blaze Alexander are out to help us out here today. They're all dying to talk to you on the phone. So if you can just call in, 459-1212. I think maybe if I ask Ray, come on, give him a shout out. Let's see.
Yeah, guys, come on. This is for a great cause. We're donating our time because one of our employees, Adriel, his son was five or six. I don't remember the details, but I will find out. He had cancer, and he was down in New Jersey, and it was lymphoma. And I think they cleared it all up, and it's your child. Guys, if you could help with cancer research, I mean, it's a phone call, $5, $4, $1, a Happy Meal. Just make a call. It's 459-1212. We're sitting here donating our time, but we're bored. Make these phones ring.
That sounds like the right thing to do, don't you think? Come on, make the phones ring. We're over here dying. We just want to make sure that we can get some money, add to the tote board here. We're at $11,465 so far. Not so bad for the beginning of the telethon. We are a little delayed this year in our telethon because of the pandemic, but we're here today. Kind of split up, as Pat and Doug have said. We've got some things going on over at the Wiltsey Center, but we're here with answering the phones and with survivors. Joyce, thank you again for coming today. And we just want you to have the phones ring so that we can, get some things going here, add to this tote board. So, Pat, what else? What can we do to plead for these people to make a phone call in here?
Well, you know
There's
what,
one.
John, I was thinking when Tom Connors was here a few minutes ago, cancer survivor, and maybe you better come over here a little bit, or I'm not going to direct. They'll kill me if I direct from
We're
the
good.
desk. But we're good. But Tom, now you're allowed, John. If Barbara
I got
says-
the okay.
If
Gotta
Barbara
ask
says
permission.
you could do it. Tom Connors was talking, and one thing it just struck me. He said, when I was told I had cancer, it's like everything stopped. And everybody's busy for the most part in your day. You have your job, you have your family, all those obligations. You say, I don't have time for this, I don't have time for that. You get annoyed at small things. Then all of a sudden somebody says, a doctor tells you have cancer. Boom.
Hits like
Stops.
just like a brick wall.
Stops.
Yeah, I saw an advertisement recently where a young child said, the worst thing about cancer is being told you have it. And I think that's so true. So, you know, it's not just children, it affects people of all ages, and I'm certain that most people out there that are watching today have either been affected directly or indirectly by it. I mentioned earlier that my father passed away 20 years ago, and he had some other complications, but he started with leukemia. That was his biggest issue. So, you know, those are the kind of things, even when you're told that a loved one has cancer, it affects all of us in such a terrible way. So
And
come on, get
also,
the phones to ring
John,
here.
it doesn't matter if your father died 20 years ago or yesterday. It is. We keep them in our hearts, in our souls, in our prayers, and we have more entertainment before I get fired from the telethon.
We got it. We're getting ready to
459-1212, American Cancer Society Telethon.
We're getting ready to go back over the entertainment, so enjoy the entertainment.
And Julia and I are back. We are at the Alice C. Wiltsey Center and at the historic Castle on the Hill. Again, a beautiful venue, first time here for us. So we're definitely excited about this new opportunity and our beautiful stage.
Most definitely. So earlier we had the one sister, and now we have the other.
Yes, so again, talent in the family. So now we're joined by Madeline Hinkle, so we thank you so much for coming and joining us and the American Cancer Society Telethon. And just want to tell us what you're performing today?
A Million Dreams.
Okay, excellent. And how long have you been singing? Have you been singing for quite a few years also?
Yeah, like 3 or 4.
3 or 4, excellent. Good job. Well, we appreciate you being here. Again, the Cancer Society appreciates you being here, and we appreciate all you watching at home. Please keep those phones ringing. But for right now, we're going to let Madeline perform, so we'll let you take it away. Thanks so much, Madeline.
That's waiting up for me, that I call my own. Through the dark, through the door, through where no one's been before, but it feels like home. They can say it all sounds crazy. They can say I've lost my mind. I don't care if they call me crazy. We can live in a world that we design. 'Cause every night I lie in bed, the brightest colors fill my head. A million dreams are keeping me awake. I think of what the world could be, a vision of the one I see. A million dreams is all it's gonna take. A million dreams for the world we're gonna make. There's a house we can build, every room inside is filled with things from far away. The special things I compile, each one there to make you smile on a rainy day. They can say it all sounds crazy. They can say we lost our mind. I don't
Excellent job. Thank you so much. Madeline Hinkle, everyone. Thank you so much for being here, and thank you for bringing your sister along. And again, a family affair, and we appreciate you donating your time to help the American Cancer Society. It was a beautiful performance, and your sister's was as well. And we definitely appreciate all that you've done for us. So thank you. And again, so much coming up yet. We have Vanessa Vicosa on deck. She's going to perform in a little. And then we can't wait to see Mikey in his fashion show with Sherry O'Donnell.
Yes, but for now, call 570-459-1212 or donate online at acsmove.org/Hazelton Telethon. Right now, we are going to head back over to W Island Studios for an interview.
Lots of fun, lots of entertainment, lots of good times, but also serious business at the Cancer Telethon. And the phones still aren't ringing, folks, so help us out here. We'll read your pledges as soon as we get them at 570-459-1212.
Yep, that's it. We're going to go to an interview right now. We have a lady, Dr. Kristen Long, who is a cancer researcher from Mansfield University, and let's find out what the doctor has to say.
Hello, I'm Jane Doherty, co-chair of the 43rd Annual Greater Hazelton American Cancer Society Telethon. And I'm happy today to have with me Dr. Kristen Long of Mansfield University. She is a cancer researcher focusing particularly on pancreatic cancer. And she and I both serve on the regional board, the Northeast Pennsylvania Board of Advisors of the American Cancer Society. And she's graciously agreed to share a few minutes of her time and tell us about her research. Thank you, Kristen, and welcome to our telethon. I know that you are involved with an ACS program called Research HERS, which is a relatively new program. And for our audience, that's Research HERS, capital HERS, with an emphasis on women researchers. Can you tell us a little bit about researchers?
Yeah, absolutely. Research HERS is an initiative that raises money for women-led cancer research. And despite being 2021, women are still the minority when it comes to serving as well-funded principal investigators for cancer research programs. And this Research HERS program wants to change that. And I first started my work with the American Cancer Society in May of 2020, so right when the pandemic was really starting to hit and make major life changes. And it was really important that we brought the American Cancer Society message home to very rural Tioga County, which is where Mansfield University is. And so specifically with ACS, I started to help to work to raise funds, serve people locally that are facing cancer, and then also promote this need for cancer prevention and early detection, but also really the need for increasing our research HERS, our women-led type of research. And last year, during October, in place of our traditional homecoming week, because everything was obviously disrupted because of the pandemic, my research students and I collaborated with the American Cancer Society to host a showcase of our program, our research program, as part of Mansfield's virtual homecoming week. And Dr. Arnold Baskis of the American Cancer Society was a fabulous addition to this event. And during this event, we discussed our research initiatives here at Mansfield and the importance of Research HERS. And Research HERS is even more important here in rural Tioga County because here some students still grow up without seeing women fill the role of a scientist. And so it's really important to show them that women can be scientists and they can be well-funded and they can be successful. And what's unique about working at the undergraduate level is that we have undergraduate research students who are able to work with us in the lab, and they are able to go out to local high schools and spread their message to even younger students, and getting students involved right away, that knowing, hey, I can do this too. This can be me one day. And it's really important to try to inspire that next generation of students. And so it's been really exciting to be part of the first year as the traditional Research HERS, and now I have two students that are part of the Research HERS Junior Ambassador Program. I have a current senior, Shay Marks, and a junior, Lauren Griffith, and they are currently serving in that capacity. So it's exciting to see them get involved as well.
Yes, thank you. That is very exciting information. And I know that you focus on pancreatic cancer, which is a particularly difficult cancer to treat. Can you tell us what you're working on now?
Yeah, absolutely. My work with pancreatic cancer started when I was a postdoctoral fellow at the University of Pennsylvania, and I was working in a translational research lab, meaning that what we found that worked in the bench in animal models and preclinical models would sometimes make it over to the clinic and make it over to clinical trials. And something that's really tough about pancreatic cancer is that despite the amount of research and the amount of effort that has gone into trying to develop new types of therapies, the overall prognosis for pancreatic cancer is still very grim. It has a very low overall life expectancy for a multitude of reasons. One of those reasons is that you don't have the same type of screening opportunities that you can have for screening for skin cancer or breast cancer, so we don't really have the means of early detection. There's also a very unique tumor microenvironment that is found with pancreatic cancer that renders it resistant to most standard of care therapies. And so we're trying to understand that unique tumor microenvironment of pancreatic cancer. And our goal is that if we can understand what makes it such a challenge for targeting standard of care therapies, then hopefully we can try to kind of reprogram that tumor microenvironment or reprogram our immune system so that it can be more easily detected and by the immune system and ultimately removed and attacked by the immune system. And so again, our idea is trying to find what the secrets are to that unique tumor microenvironment seen in pancreatic cancer so that we can hopefully come up with new therapies or a combination of therapies that will be more successful at treating this horrible disease.
Thank you so much for that information. We appreciate all that you're doing in the field of cancer research, and thanks for taking a few minutes to talk with me today. I want to remind our viewers they can make a pledge by calling 570-459-1212, or you can donate online at acsmove.org/Hazelton Telethon. Thank you, Dr. Long.
Thanks for having me.
Research, most important.
Very much so. And
I
that's
mean,
what a lot of this money goes for.
It goes hand in hand with the care that patients receive from the American Cancer Society. But your donation funds the research, folks, and quite honestly, it's leading toward just so many great strides in the way cancer is treated, the way it's dealt with, and in some instances, you know, people don't have cancer. They're cancer-free for many years, and in fact, for their lifetime. So that's why we need you. The phone, the silence in the studio right now is deafening, as they say.
It is. 459-1212 is the number to call. Check the internet for a Facebook Live over there, and there's lots of information out there for you, and we hope you will make a donation to the Cancer Society. And let's keep hope moving forward and keep getting that cure that's getting closer and closer. Pat, we got hope. We've been trying to read these for a little while now, so if we can rip through these, maybe $25 in memory of Ann Ambruth from Sharon Drumheller of Hazelton.
Angie Marchulack from Claire's called in a $20 pledge.
The Hawes family from Hazel Township called $20 in memory of James Hawes Sr. and Dave Hawes.
Dr. Carl and Kathy Ferner and family, a $100 pledge, and that is from Sugarloaf.
Rich Gallagher and Deborah Hinkle of West Hazelton, $50 pledge.
Suzette Kinda from Hazelton has pledged $100 in memory of Tony and Loretta Udovich.
Right, $100 as well from Veronica Hornick from Wife and Mom out of Beaver Meadows, and this is in memory of John Sr., the husband, John Jr., the son, Ronald, and Hornick as well.
And also Michael Lula, a good friend of ours, in honor of Kathy Tomaszewski, his sister, a pledge of $50. Thank you, Mike. Could wiggle the camera? We
Wiggle
know
the
where you
camera.
are.
Wiggle the camera, Mike.
Oh, Jane, I'm telling you, if you're ever working television when Mike Lula's around, you have to know where he is. But seriously, we thank you for the pledge. And in memory of Karen Semino, Nicole Semino from Taylor has pledged $20.
And Rosalie Adams out of Hazleton in memory of Frank Marino, $25. Thank you all for your pledges. The phones, again, are very, very quiet right now. Never a good thing during a telethon. So let's pick up that phone and make the call. Or if you're not going to call here, you've already made a pledge, call somebody and ask them to make a pledge to the American Cancer Society.
And you know what? Earlier in the program, we said we didn't have a telethon last year. We did.
We did.
It was in February of 2020, right before COVID. It was literally days before things started.
Everything
to shut
started
down.
out, yeah. So the confusion is the fact that we normally have it in February this year, and the fact that it was 6 months later, that's
But
the confusion. So we did have one
No
last
matter
year.
what you think, if you're 18, 19 months without a telethon, you're going to feel the effects of it. So that's why we're here. We got to double up, folks, and ask you to make this the most successful telethon ever. And you can do that right now by calling us at the 43rd Annual American Cancer Society Telethon on WYLN.
Did you just snort? Back here at the Alice C. Wiltie Performing Arts Center, live on WYLN. We are your local network. Remind you to call that phone number if you like what you're seeing here today, whether it's the interviews the gang's doing up at the studio, back up in the phone room, and the things that they're doing up there, telling you all about the reasons and the causes that we are here for this weekend. Or it's the entertainment, and we have some great stuff coming up for you right now. Again, please call that number 570-45912 or donate online at acsmove.org/Hazleton Telethon. And joining us now, she has been a staple since what age?
Oh my gosh, I think I've been doing this for 14 years now.
Is it that long?
Yeah.
Wow. Vanessa Vicoso joins us, and Crystal, you've been here just that long. She was a lot shorter than she is now.
She had surgery. She's growing.
I'm proud of her. She said she got taller than me, but that doesn't take much.
She's real close, real close.
We're almost
Julia, she was
by
way
next
before
year.
you. I mean, we were just talking before we came on the air, and we stopped instantly that Julia's been at this what now? This is what you're well,
This will be
theoretically three, right?
Yeah.
And I've been in a truck way before that, and before I was even put this wonderful face up here for you all every year. And Crystal's like the senior.
We
to
went from like
this.
behind the scenes to in front of the scenes, and now we're in front of the scenes, and now we get to be with the entertainment. It's a lot of fun. But every year it's a different location, different venue it seems. So they keep changing it up, but it's exciting.
Yes, I think they ought to flash our photos as we walked out earlier. It was like the Oscars. All right, enough of our ridiculousness of banter. Let's bring to the stage again another good friend of this telethon and this event alone, and many events all over the Hazleton area, and we'll talk about that a little bit later. She's going to do two of them. When we do two of them, we do two in a row. Once again, how about it for Vanessa Vicoso?
Excellent. Thank you, Vanessa. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
You'll be alright and watch us where we go and help us to be wise in times when we don't know. Let this be our prayer when we lose our way. Lead us to our place, guide us with your grace to a place where we'll be safe. I pray we'll find your light and hold it in our hearts. When stars go out each night, oh, Let this be our prayer. When shadows fill our day, lead us to our place. Guide us with your grace. Give us faith so we'll be saved. Sogniamo mondo senza più violenza, un mondo di giustizia e di speranza, un mondo just like every child, we too find our place. Guide us with your grace. Give us faith so we'll be saved. And la fede iron chains so Santo che ci sono.
Thank you.
Holy night, the stars are brightly shining. It is the night of our dear Savior's birth. Long lay the world in sin and error pining, till he appeared and the soul felt its worth. A thrill of hope, the weary world rejoices, for yonder breaks a new and glorious morn. Fall on your knees, or hear the angel voices on high. Divine, oh, and in His name all oppression shall cease. Sweet hymns of joy in grateful chorus raise we, let all within us praise His holy name. Christ is our Lord, and forever praise we.
Thank you.
Amazing job, Vanessa Vicosa.
Thank
Again,
you.
no stranger to the American Cancer Society Telethon. An amazing, beautiful, powerful voice. I mean, if you're sitting watching at home, please call in for that performance. Again, 459-1212 is the number to make a pledge. Thank you so much,
Thank
Vanessa.
you so
we
much.
appreciate you being here
I'm
each and
honored.
every year and always donating your time to this great cause.
Of course.
So again, that's what the least that everybody watching at home could do is just pick up the phone and dial in a pledge. Everybody here is donating their time for this amazing cause, so please also do your part. Again, a penny, a dollar, whatever amount you can afford, anything is appreciated.
Yes. And right now, we are going to head back over to WILN Studios for the top of the hour.
We're back up. Pat?
We're getting ready for our fashion show, which is live, but it's funny, everybody that walks through the studio here, and we're even getting calls saying how good Doug Farley and Pat Ward look today in their tuxedos.
Compared to yesterday, so yes.
Well, yeah, you had the summer tuxedo
The
on
summer
yesterday
tux on yesterday,
at
yeah.
school,
Yeah,
right?
that's right, yeah.
But anyway, we're giving a promo here to our good friend Joe Scarcella at Metallo's, downtown Hazleton. 50 years in business in downtown Hazleton. I got my tuxedo for the Hayfie prom there in 1973. And Joe is, it's still the same deal. Quality service, excellent product line, and he has dry cleaning in there too. So
Yeah.
you could stop in and drop off your white shirts and things like that you don't want to risk spoiling in the wash. And
Right.
Joe himself is also a cancer survivor. He's a wonderful guy, a great friend of the Cancer Society, a good friend of the Hazleton area. And before I forget to, I just want to do this one. It's a $50 pledge from my good friend Kevin Chapman, and it's in memory of his father, Ace Chapman. So
that.
in the old days, we'd say, "Hey, how you doing, Ace?"
Ace, that was it.
So that's a nice pledge
That
as
is
well.
a nice pledge indeed. We want to remind you that coming up very shortly, we are going to have the Fashion for a Cure segment. That'll be coming up in just a few moments. But right now, we want to go to the top of the hour sponsors, and we want to thank our friends Bob and Janice Maisie and family. Thank you for your support. Also, the Lehigh Valley Health Network, our crawl sponsor. Service Electric Cablevision, couldn't do it without you. Same goes for Standard Speaker. Thanks for your continued support. George and Florence Hayden family are phone bank sponsors, and our tote board sponsor, which is Leader Services. The Kreisel family, founding members of this telethon. WYLN 35, we're founding members as well.
Yes.
Henkel U.S. Operations, thank you for your support this year. S.J. Kowalski Plumbing and Heating and Train Comfort Specialists, thanks for helping us out. Blaze Alexander, Greater Hazelton Dealerships, our entertainment sponsors. And we want to thank our friends at Car Vision Nissan, as well as Fairway Chevy Subarus. Thanks again for helping to sponsor the telethon this year, which is being provided by WYLN 35 here in Hazelton, as seen on our cable affiliates at Service Electric Cablevision, Service Electric Cable TV and Communications, and Atlantic Broadband. Our 2 o'clock sponsors for the clock sponsors are
LGC Truck Parts and Service, also Facets of Dance, Anthony Stacy and Taylor Olean, Panorama Magazine.
And
that's it. That's
There's our
good.
clock
That's the
sponsors
end.
for
Clock
today.
stopwatch.
That's it.
And these are all the fine businesses and folks that provide the seed money and the foundation, if you will, for the American Cancer Society Telethon every year.
It all helps to get us to $11,465, and that tote's going to go up here pretty soon because some money has been coming in. Although the phones are very quiet at the moment, 459-1212. If you would please pick up that phone and make a pledge. We're going to head over for a quick interview right now with our friend Joe Clark. Joe?
Thank you, Doug. And I'm here with a good friend of mine, longtime friend, colleague, whatever else you want to call it. But he's also a cancer survivor, but we're also going to talk a little bit about the spiritual side because it's Deacon Bob Roman. And I still want to call him Mother Grace, but it's
Queen of Heaven Parish now at Our Lady of Grace Church. Thank you.
if you can think back, I can remember when you were diagnosed with the cancer. What was your initial reaction?
My initial reaction was, I can't believe this. Because I felt good. I didn't have a lot of the symptoms. I remember going to Dr. Sirvasan when my score was extremely high. And he wrote over a list of things that I should be saying yes to, and I'm saying no to. So he thought, well, maybe it's just an infection or something on that order. So he gave me some medication, had another blood test taken, and my score was still high. And even as I was going through the process, I just couldn't believe this was happening to me. I had my faith and trust in God that there's a purpose for this and something that God maybe wants me to do in my life right now to deal with the problem that I'm dealing with. I had some biopsies done by the doctor at the Wellness Center, and he told me that I did have cancer, and that was some of the options that I did have. In 2012, we scheduled a radiation treatment that he was going to give me, and on the Friday after Good Friday, originally he scheduled it for Good Friday, and I said, I can't do it on Good Friday, I have a lot of other things to do on that day. So it was scheduled for the following week, and he implanted 110 radiation seeds in my prostate. And till this day, my score, my blood work has shown my prostate to be 0.03.
Well, that's excellent. Yes, it is. Obviously, your faith helped you along a lot. I've been talking about hope. It's part of your dealings, too, how important it is that we can hope to get through this thing.
And, you know, I think if we all kind of acknowledge that in life we have a lot of things that go on that we're not really sure of and why they're going on, but we just have to place our faith and our trust and our hope in Almighty God, that God has that pattern for us. And everything comes out of a positive nature, and God provides for us.
Kind of going to sound, if I could only talk, it's going to sound selfish, but isn't it so refreshing to have that faith?
Oh, there's no doubt. I don't know how I could deal with anything in my life if I didn't have the faith and the trust in God, that there's a purpose for it, whatever's going on in my life. And I know that He'll always walk that journey with me. I know you said that your theme today is hope. My theme in my life is Jesus is my companion on my journey of life. And I know that He's walking with me and helping me through the things that I have to deal with. And when you think about, cancer, It is a terrible disease. It's a life-threatening disease. But I think if we just put that sense of hope into our lives, I think, Joe, a lot will be accomplished.
And I think your message is a good one. You had the issue and you didn't ignore it. You went to the doctor, and I think that's in this time. And we live in a difficult time, and with the pandemic and everything, it's thrown everything upside down. And the statistics say so many people haven't gone to the doctor. I think that's a good message that you could give these people. That don't let take care of it.
I'm the type of person, if I think there's something wrong with me, I want to react to it. It was just like I had no problem taking the flu shot. To me, I looked at it as God must have given somebody the abilities to come up with a treatment to be able to deal with this. And for me, I looked at upon it's either life or death. And I thought, well, I know I'm going to die someday, and I'm looking forward to enjoying eternal happiness, hopefully with God in heaven. But on the other hand, God provides something for us, and that's the treatment.
I know a great Italian philosopher by the name of Lou Pacelli who originated from Tresco, and that's what he said. He said, you have the vaccine here, you don't take it here, then possibility of death. So it's a good message.
I have great faith in our medical system, and I even tell people that I visit at their homes, oftentimes, elderly people don't want to use a walker, they don't want to use a cane, and they all feel embarrassed, and it's almost like a sense of losing my independence. And I always say to them, if God didn't give somebody the ability to make that cane, to make that walker, to make that wheelchair, you wouldn't have it today. It's there for a purpose. Use it.
Guilty as charged. But one last thing, Deacon, give some encouragement to people who might be fighting this, that there's light at the end of the tunnel.
There's always light at the end of the tunnel, and in the Catholic faith, our patron saint for cancer patients is Saint Peregrine. And be assured that every Wednesday at our church, right after we have Mass, we do a novena to Saint Peregrine, and we pray for all those people who we know have or had cancer and those who might be going under treatment right now. I have to say that both the people at the Wellness Center, at the hospital, at the Cancer Center, when I had any blood work I went for, or test, or mammogram, X-rays, or the treatment for the radiation treatment, they were all very, very professional, and I would highly recommend them. They're dedicated, they're concerned about the individuals who they are treating.
Well, brother, thank you for coming and for those good words. And
always a pleasure. Thank you very much.
And heed the deacon's words. Go get checked out, and you can beat this thing. Early detection is so very important.
Another thing, I want to say congratulations on your 25 years of being a volunteer for the Cancer Society. And I remember you introduced me to really how we could be involved with the cancer treatment, because at that time, I think it was your brother or your cousin, brother-in-law from St. Gabriel's, and he was down at Hershey. And I remember when I was working at Bishop Hafey, we used to do drives to collect food because they were staying at the Hope House, I think it was, yes, down in the Hershey area. So you introduced me to the importance of volunteers to cancer. So I thank you for that.
You're very welcome. We were happy with all that you've done for us over the years. So we're going to send it back to Pat and Doug, and they're going to take us on the next journey here to the fashion show.
All right, Joseph, thank you, and thank you, Deacon Roman.
Mm-hmm.
Great words of wisdom. John Beltrami has, as they say in Hazleton, snuck into the shot.
Snuck in.
And we're getting ready for our fashion show. And so in the meantime, we just want to ask you, before you get wrapped up in the fashion show, folks, to pick up the phone and call us at 570-459-1212.
Absolutely. We just need the phones to ring. Right now, they got quiet again. We had a few calls in between here. Thank Deacon Roman for his inspirational words, and I do believe that everything he's saying is absolutely the right thing to do. Get out there and get checked, make sure you're okay, catch it early if there is an issue. But don't panic. I guess that's the answer, is don't get ahead of yourself. So I think excellent inspirational words from him. And in the meantime, if we can just kind of try to get the phones ringing over here. I don't know if we can get a shot of these guys in here. Look how quiet the phones are. We can talk. Brian, you have any friends out there you think you can call in?
Yeah, hey, absolutely. We know times are tough. Whatever you can donate, $1, $2, $3, that's fine. 459-1212, area code 570. Give us a call.
See, that's all it takes. A couple of dollars. Brian, in order to get to him, you're going to have to make the other 3 phones ring first. So challenge is out there. Let's see if we can get a couple of phones ringing here. Ray's at the other end. He's anchoring the other side. He's on the first phone. So anybody who knows Ray from out there at Blaze Alexander, give him a quick call. Let's get a couple of phones ringing here. We got a couple other people here with us from Blaze. Robert, what do you think? Get a couple of friends calling?
Yeah, definitely. Any donation really counts. Family, friends, neighbors, just call 570-459-1212. Anything.
He promises he'll give you a great deal in the next vehicle out there at Blaze. All right? What do you think, Amanda? Can you get some of your friends to call in? Come on.
She's not going to talk, so I'm going to be the ventriloquist for her. But please call. Now it's ringing. I can't do this anymore. Thank you.
He needs to answer the phones. All right. We just need to get the phones ringing a couple more phones ringing here just to bring that tote board up. It won't be long. We'll be putting a new amount up there on the board. It's 570-459-1212. That number's been said about 55,000 times already today, so we're going to give it to you one more time. 459-1212. Let's just get the phones to ring. What do you think, Pat?
I agree. Let's get them ringing, and right now we're going live to the Wiltsey Center at Hazelton Elementary Middle School. The American Cancer Society presents our annual Cancer Fashion Show.
And we are back at the Alice C. Wiltsey Center at the Historic Castle, and we have a treat for everyone in the audience. Again, Sherry O'Donnell is joining us. Sherry is no stranger also to the American Cancer Society Telethon. How many years is it?
Well, we've done Fashion for a Cure for 5 years, but I've been a volunteer helping here for 25 years.
25 years donating her time to the American Cancer Society. What an accomplishment, and we truly appreciate all that you do. The Fashion for a Cure it's not new this year, but it's a fairly newer event to the Telethon, so we are so grateful that it's here. We have a lot of stunning people behind us, ready to model some clothes. So do you want to talk a little bit about that?
Yes. We have the segment called Fashion for a Cure, where families, friends, and their children are modeling fashions from London's Life in the Laurel Mall or a fashion of their choice, and they're doing that in honor of or in memory of someone that has been affected by cancer. And it's a really sweet segment. It's just something personal and wonderful for families and friends to enjoy watching and also donate in memory of or in honor of a loved one. Please call 459-1212 if you'd like to donate, if you know any of these wonderful models, and mention the fashion show. We hope you really enjoy this.
Absolutely. Such a great time. Mm-hmm. Yes. And you also have an interview, I believe, that you want to do.
Yes.
And a donation, so we'll maybe get to that right now.
Okay. All right. Well, let's move forward with our interview and donation. Okay. Thank you, Julia.
Thank you so much.
Crystal.
Appreciate it, Sherry. Thank you so much.
All right. Joey Marshall, would you please come out here? Joey is, again, no stranger to the telethon. For 10 years, Joey has been raising money and making a donation in honor of his mom, Lori Marshall, who's a 17-year cancer survivor. She's going to be participating in our fashion show, and that's a real treat. So Joey has raised $256, and he did that by selling cookies. So do you want to just tell us a little bit about it, Joey?
So I've been selling cookies since kindergarten, every year. This year was a little hard because the bakery that we normally go to shut down because of COVID. So my cousin, Mia's grandmother, Joanne, made the cookies for us this year. They're breast cancer cookies. They're sugar cookies with pink icing.
That's great. And he sold those, and $256 worth he is donating to the American Cancer Society. I'm so proud of him. I mean, to be, a grown young man and so busy and do all this in honor of your mom is really a treat. He's also a member of the Hazelton Cougars basketball team, and he travels all over doing motocross. So he's a really busy guy. 15 years old, and he's an awesome young man. And we want to thank you again, Joey. Please come back again here at the Cancer Telethon, and we appreciate everything you do. Thank you. These are the kind of things that give us hope to keep going and to donate and to keep striving, looking for a cure, resources to help those that are affected with cancer. Again, during this segment, please call 459-1212, mention the fashion show, and also there's a new way to donate this year. You can do it online at acsmove.org/Hazelton Telethon. Now we'd like to get started with our fashion show. For our first model, we would like to call up Olivia Miller. Come on up, Olivia. Olivia looks lovely today. She's no stranger. She's been participating in this show since it began 5 years ago. Olivia, why don't you model your outfit? Come to the side. Olivia is 7, and she's ready for the holiday season in this festive red dress with a sequin top and attached velvet skirt with faux fur white trim. The sweet bow at the waist completes the look. Olivia's ready for any holiday party. Olivia is a student at Holy Family Academy and has been a dance student for almost 5 years. She has a big brother, Robbie, and she is the daughter of Rob and Allison Miller. In fact, up next to join Olivia is her dad, Rob Miller. Come on up, Rob. Rob is a community supporter, and he's the manager of our local Giant store. Rob and his crew are always raising awareness to health and wellness issues in the area. Rob, why don't you take your walk? Rob is complimenting Olivia's dress colors with a red, white, and black plaid button-down, perfect for the fall season. Thanks, Rob and Olivia, for being part of this each year. Olivia and Rob are here walking in honor of Olivia's grandmother, Sally Rabarchik, who is a cancer survivor, and in memory of Mary Gahn, Carl Rabarchik, and Richard Andreas. We want to thank the Miller family and Giant Foods for all the support that they give the community. We appreciate you coming back each year. Thank you. Our next model is Carissa Teekman. Come on up here, Carissa. Beautiful Carissa is a 7th grade student at Gillingham Charter School in Pottsville, where she's a member of the archery team, academic league, and yearbook and drama club. Carissa, why don't you model your outfit? Carissa loves to dance and play the clarinet, which she's quite good at, both of them. Summer is her favorite time of year, and she loves going to the campground, riding her bike, and hanging out with her friends. She loves animals, and this past summer has had the opportunity to interact with the dolphins at Marineland. I bet that was really cool, Carissa. She's modeling a lovely semi-formal dress today with a light pink underlay and classy black lace top. She looks lovely in this party dress. Carissa's walking in honor of her grandfather, Thomas Strauss, who is a cancer survivor. Thank you, Carissa. Again, if you know any of these models or any of these family members, please call 459-1212 and donate and mention the fashion show. You can also donate at acsmove.org/Hazelton Telethon. Next up, we have Lori Marshall. Lori is the mother of the very handsome and generous young man, Joey, we just interviewed. She is a 17-year cancer survivor. She's wearing a trendy black velvet shirt from Democracy. She's rocking it with Can brand jeans and pink and black lace boots. She has always donated her time to the American Cancer Society. She's representing all survivors today with a message to never give up. Lori, we really appreciate all that you do for us. Thank you for being here. Next up is Tegan O'Donnell. Tegan is my daughter. She's been here since the beginning, too. Tegan is a 15-year-old student, sophomore at the Science Academy in Hazelton, and she's been a part of this since she's 3 years old. She's played piano for 9 years. She takes dance in all genres and has just become a student teacher at the dance school this year. She's the youngest of 4 siblings, and she loves spending time with her brother and sister. Tegan is looking cool in these patchwork Hollister jeans and sweater from H&M. Her Doc Martens complete the look, which is trending for the fall season. Tegan is walking in memory of her Aunt Jerry Hilligus and her Uncle Carmen Lombardo, both of who passed away from cancer. Thank you, Tegan. I want to mention that all of these young people with their parents, they're taking of their time to come and give community service. And this is what we want. We want to keep this going. Let these young men and women grow up and continue to serve these organizations. Next we have my sidekick, Miss Selena Karchner. Come on up, Selena. Selena's a dance teacher at All That Dancing Studio. She's 20 years old and she's on the pre-med track at Bloomsburg University. She has danced since she's 3 years old at All That Dancing. She's always elegant in this pink rose gold floor-length dress with a slit in one leg. Isn't she just glowing in this amazing off-the-shoulder gown from London's Life Boutique in the Laurel Mall? Selena's walking in memory of her mother, Susie Karchner, who passed away from cancer in 2019. Your mom, my dear friend Susie, is looking down, Selena, and is very proud of you being here today. Selena is instrumental in planning and operating an annual golf tournament in memory of her mother that she runs with her father. And we want to thank you and your family for all that you do. And we'll be talking to you and your dad later tonight on the telethon regarding that. Thank you, Selena. Next up is sweet little Olivia Shamness. Come on up, Olivia. Olivia looks absolutely beautiful. You ready to model your outfit, Olivia? Go ahead. Olivia is 6 years old and attends Holy Family Academy. She loves dance and takes ballet, tap, and jazz at All That Dancing. She's also a cheerleader, and she truly is a busy girl. She loves her 2 dogs, Sadie and Archie. Olivia is modeling a stunning baby pink semi-formal dress with a tulip petal and glittery skirt. And she is ready to attend any party in this pretty in pink ensemble with her golden ballerina flats. She's walking in memory of her grandmother, Sandra Biamonte, who lost her battle with cancer at a very young age. Thank you, sweet Olivia, for being here. If you know Olivia or any of the other models, please call 459-1212 and mention the fashion show. Next up, we have Kylie Nelson. Come on up, Kylie. Kylie's adorable. She looks great in this cozy beige sweater from Target. Of course, just perfect for the fall season. Go ahead, Kylie. Her cute black embellished flats are adorable with this dress. She is a first grade student at Weatherly Elementary. She has 2 dogs and 2 brothers, so she has a very busy household. She loves to play with her Barbie dolls and her brothers. She is a dancer and takes tap, jazz, and ballet, and she's a Girl Scout. She's walking in memory of her Aunt Titi, Aunt Janet, and in honor of her Uncle Tom. Thank you, Kylie, for coming out again this year and helping us at the fashion show. You look adorable. Mikey, Renee, and Anna Sosa are a family team here at the telethon. They're always willing to help us out. First, we have adorable Anna Rose. Come on up, Anna. Wow, you look awesome. Anna is going to show us her beautiful gown. You want to do your walk, Anna? She's wearing a stunning white gown with satin ribbon trim, accenting the long skirt and sheer dainty jacket. It is simply gorgeous for a wedding or a communion celebration. Anna loves dance and studies tap, jazz, and ballet. She loves Penn State and would love to be a cheerleader one day. Is that right? Okay, she goes to a lot of the games. Anna loves her dog Bailey and her cat Belle, spending time with her Aunt Vicky. Next, we'd like to call Anna's mama, Renee. Come on up, Renee. Renee is wearing a classic dress with black satin skirt and sheer overlay top. It's perfect for any holiday party. Simply beautiful. This fashion that Anna's wearing and her mom Renee comes from London's Life Boutique in the Laurel Mall. If anybody needs any fashions from toddler to teen to tuxedo, please go see London in the Laurel Mall. She has some beautiful fashions. Thank you, Renee. And last but not least is Mikey Sosar, Honest Dad. Come on up, Mikey. Mikey is wearing this classic and classy tuxedo. It's silver with a little bit of glitter in it, which is awesome. And it has a beautiful black trim from London's Life Boutique in the Laurel Mall. Mikey has been announcing at the Telethon for 4 years. So this entire family fashions are from London's Life. And the Sosar family is walking in memory of Rocco Colangelo Jr., Aunt Cleora Yoakum, and Graham Patricia Rinker. We're very appreciative of everything that the Sosar family does. If you know anybody that you'd like to call and donate in from this family, please call 459-1212 and mention the fashion show. Thank you, Sosar family. Next up, we have Taryn Leonard. Again, Taryn is part of a big telethon family. Her grandmother, Aunt Jane, is president of our local chapter, and her mom sang the national anthem this morning, which was beautiful. Taryn is always willing to give her time. Taryn is a 7th grade student at Drums Middle School. She swims at the Freeland Y and dances at Drama in Motion. Taryn plays lacrosse with the Hazelton Hawks and is involved in multiple theater productions throughout the year. I've seen Taryn on stage many times, more recently, High School Musical. Taryn is wearing an American Eagle classic off-white casual but sweet dress, beautiful embroidered flowers with lacy trim. She's rocking the dress with her Converse. What could be cooler than this? Taryn's walking in memory of her great uncle Alan Hoig. Thank you, Taryn. These models are great. I'm so proud of them. Next up is Kendall Pizer. Come on up, Kendall. Kendall was with us previously at the fashion show, and she's back again. I'm thrilled. Kendall, show us your outfit. She looks beautiful in her short sleeve, button-through black dress with white polka dots. Always a classic look for any occasion. You could dress it up or wear it casual. She's finishing the look with her black and white high-top Converse, a totally cool trend this year. Kendall's the daughter of Brandon and Janelle Pizer. She's a 3rd grade student at St. Jerome's Regional School. She's a student at Anna Marie School of Dance and is part of the All-Stars Divas competition team. She plays travel basketball, and today she's walking and modeling in memory of her grandfather, Randolph Pizer, who very recently passed away from cancer. Thank you, Kendall, for being here today. We really appreciate it. And thanks to your family, too. Please, again, if you know Kendall, any of the models, call 459-1212 and mention the fashion show. Again, this year we have a new way for you to donate. You can do it online at acsmove.org/Hazelton Telethon. I just wanted to mention that I'm also wearing a fashion from London's Life Boutique. Come on up, Elijah. And it's a yellow and tan print snakeskin floor-length gown that is both comfortable and classy. I absolutely love the fashion from London's Life, and so I actually purchased it. If you need formal wear from toddler to teen, go see London. Next up, we have Elijah Mulehall. Elijah's new to the telethon, but I don't think Elijah is new to the stage. He's 7 years old and has a big sister named Mila. He's looking super handsome in his beautiful gray sweater, jeans, and awesome brown shoes. He's a student at Drums Elementary and loves all type of sports. He plans on playing flag football this spring. He's played baseball for the last 3 years for Hazel Township Little League, and he's walking here in honor of his Aunt Lori, a survivor who he's here with today, and she modeled here earlier. So Elijah, thank you so much. Give us one more spin, Elijah. A cool spin. Yeah, good job. All right. Okay, let's see if we have anybody else. Kendall. All righty. Next we have Ray from London's Life. Come on up, Ray. Ray's an employee at London's Life in the mall where we got these beautiful fashions from. And she is modeling a floor-length, beautiful lavender skirt with flow on the bottom trim, and it has an embroidered lavender and matching jacket. It's perfect for a wedding or any other formal occasion. Ray can be found at the Laurel Mall, London's Life. We, again, appreciate all of the fashions that she has donated here. And thank you for coming and representing London's Life today, Ray. We appreciate it. Thank you. So I just want to say thank you to all of our models here and all the time that they put forth here helping us out. And we want to mention to call 459-1212 again. I know I keep saying it, but the models have given of their time, and we want to make sure that you call in and mention the fashion show. So again, I want to say thank you. Come on up a little closer here. I'm going to have them come up and take a bow. Walk up. Let's give these models another round of applause. I'm really, really proud of them. Again, thanks to London's Life. Thank you to Mikey, Renee, Anna, Rob, Olivia, little Olivia Shamness, Kendall, Carissa, Kylie, Taryn, Tegan, Selena, Ray, cute little Elijah, and his Aunt Lori. Thank you again. And please stay tuned and donate at 459-1212.
Thank you so much, Sherry, for introducing the
Great fashion show stuff there.
Yeah.
Very
I love that.
That's
So
fun,
They
yeah.
have a great time doing that, too.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah, and it's all in memory and honor of people.
And it's all obviously for the benefit of the American Cancer Society.
Right.
And we're back now. We're live in the WYLN TV studios with Doug Farley, Pat Ward, as we're getting close to the 3 o'clock hour. $12,375 and silence on the telephones.
They got to show your support of the fashion show.
We
That's
have
what that was for.
our friends from Blaze Alexander dealership are here to answer your phone. So let's do that right now. And there's our first call
There's one.
at 459-1212. Make it happen, folks. We need everything that you can possibly donate to us this year.
Absolutely. So far, here's a $100 pledge in memory of Cora Joseph from her husband and her sons. And Michael Joseph is the name on this from Drums, so a $100 pledge. And of course, Pat, the $100 goes in for the necklace.
I will tell you about the necklace in a second, because
Sure.
I have another $100 pledge here. So this is from Ann Pardee of Cunningham in memory of her dad, Calvin Pardee the Fourth.
I should have grabbed another one. Say that name.
Oh, that's a piece of cake, Doug.
Okay.
It's Anthony Rosette. No, it's Anthony Rozeski.
Rozeski.
It's either Rozeski or Rojeski.
Right.
So, Anthony Rojeski. Did you write that down, Brian? You should go back to school to learn how to write. No, I'm just kidding. Anthony, it's Rojeski? Okay, Anthony, we got you straight.
Thank you.
And it's in memory of Mary Rojeski. It is from Sugarloaf. It is a pledge for $50.
That's fantastic. Here's $25 from Michelle Woodring of Drums. Thank you for your pledge.
And we have Carl Reisenweaver from Hazleton has pledged $50 in memory of Tom Reisenweaver.
We've got Steve Park from Andalzia. There. Coming from Alabama.
That's Alabama, yeah.
Oh, we got an Alabama. Thank you so much, Steve Park, Catherine. It's from Andalzia, Alabama, $25 pledge. Thank you for that. That's great.
I would not have been able to help you with that.
That one I thought, wait, and I looked at Alabama, so I'm like, Andalzia. I'll go
Mary,
with that.
Susan, and Jimmy Powell from Freeland, a $25 pledge.
Do the last
And
one,
we
too.
thank you for that. And also, I don't know if I did this one. No, it's from Anne-Marie Pardee. It's a second pledge, $50 in memory of Calvin Pardee the Fourth.
It's good you said second pledge. Don't forget, if you pledge once, it doesn't mean you can't pledge again. You can pledge as often as you want. If you're watching the telethon and you're enjoying things and you decide, they're working hard, trying to raise money to beat this awful disease and affliction, then you can donate today, tomorrow. We're here till noon to 5 tomorrow.
Yep.
Yep, so make your pledge whenever you possibly can, and make sure you call a few friends and remind them that the telethon is on and they should be watching this. It's a lot of fun, but it's also very important. 459-1212 is the number to call, or you can donate online at acsmove.org/Hazelton Telethon.
Okay, and you know what, we were talking about those $100 pledges, so before we get busy and don't give it the plug that it deserves, Mike, we're going to ask you once again to zoom in, if you will, on the beautiful piece of jewelry. Now, ladies and gentlemen, if you're just joining us today on the telethon, if you pledge $100 or more, it entitles you to one chance on this beautiful necklace that is provided by Tony and Rob Chrisman of Antonia's Jewelers. And Antonia's Jewelry is located on the Airport Beltway in Hazelton. It is a rose, yellow, and white gold diamond heart pendant on an 18-karat white gold chain. And the value is $850. I just feel a need to do that.
Do the Vanna thing, yeah.
Is that let's make a deal or the price is right?
Yeah, any of those.
To kind of do that.
You put your hand there to show you the size of it.
And it's $850. It's a beautiful piece of jewelry, again, from local businesses, a local business that always gives back to the community, and we're grateful for Tony and Rob's support. The Chrismans at Antonia's Jewelry. So make sure when you call in your pledge, $100, you will realize that you will be put into the drawing for that beautiful piece of jewelry.
Yeah, and it is fantastic, and well worth your time for the $100 or more. They'll have that drawing at the end of the telethon, I believe, tomorrow. So you get one chance for every $100, and it's a beautiful piece. It'll make a great gift for someone or even for yourself at this point. But we hope that you will take advantage of that. I believe we're going to head over for some more information. We have another special guest interview. Let's head over to John Beltrami.
Thanks, Doug, and Pat as well. We kept keeping a tradition going here. I've got a friend with me who's come up from the Hershey area. She comes up every year. Today she came through the snow and sleet, decided to join us once again at the Cancer Telethon. I'm going to have her tell you a little bit about who she is and what she does, her title. But I got to say that we chatted a little bit before going on air, and with the pandemic and the things that have transpired because of the pandemic, I know that things are tough out there, and people might be a little concerned about making a contribution. We'll take anything you have today. If it's $1 or $2, it's going to help the cause. But this is another way, and Vicky's going to explain to you, this is just another way for you to think about how you can help with this ugly disease so we can end it once and for all. So with all that said, Vicky, I'm going to turn this over to you.
Thank you, John. I'm really excited to be here. It was worth the trip through the snow and sleet to get here. I'm Vicky Hake. I'm the Director of Estate and Gift Planning. And every year, John and I meet here and talk to you about the opportunity that you have to support your local community while making a gift through some sort of estate plan. And that could be through a will, a trust, as a beneficiary of a life insurance policy, or even a beneficiary of your IRA, which is your individual retirement account. The really amazing thing about these gifts is that you're giving after you no longer need those funds, and so you don't have to worry about giving more than you can handle at this point. But if there is something left and you'd like to make a contribution to help end cancer, it's a really meaningful way to do so. A couple of the other benefits of doing that is that you can direct those funds locally. You can direct it for research. Even research, you can be a little bit even more specific and say lung cancer or breast cancer, whatever it is that, you know, touches your heart and is meaningful to you. So those are just some options that you have when you're considering that. And you can also make your gift in honor or memory of someone that you know. A lot of times the reason that we give is because someone we know has been affected by this horrible disease. And so it is meaningful to put their name on your gift. And it's a great way to honor that person through everything that they've been through. Over the last 3 years, estate gifts have become the #1 source of revenue for the American Cancer Society. You know, some of our events have not been able to even happen, or if they do happen, they're on a much different scale, smaller scale. And so luckily for the Cancer Society, estate gifts are still coming in to support our mission, and what a huge impact that they have. Now today, of course, we are interested in getting your cash gifts for the telethon, but this is just an option that you can consider, not today, but the next time that you're updating your plans, just maybe keep it in the back of your mind that maybe you might want to consider making that type of gift. So lots of opportunities and choices today.
Yeah, and I think that you can talk to your attorney or to your financial advisor locally, but Vicki, you probably also have a number they can call if they want to deal with you direct.
Sure. It's 717-461-6962. And of course, the one thing I didn't mention is one of the reasons why people like to make estate gifts and gifts that are considered planned gifts or future gifts is there are some tax advantages. So it's worth calling and speaking to your attorney, your financial advisor. I can give you some information about that as well, but there are some benefits to you that's worth looking into if that's something you're interested in.
Well, thanks, Vicki, again for that. I think, again, today's mission is to try to gain as much as we can on the tote board today. And again, most of these monies are staying local as well as funding research, which is so needed. Again, we keep mentioning it. It's one of the ugliest diseases known to man. But this is another way, and it's something that you really should consider. Talking to both your attorney, your financial advisor, and even your tax people to see if it could be an advantage for you there as well. So, with that said, Vicki,
John, I just want to say one other thing, and that is just want to make sure everyone out there knows we're not suggesting that you disinherit your children or your grandchildren. Please don't think that's what we're saying. Please take care of your family first, but if there is something you'd like to keep local and give towards cancer, it's just an opportunity. So I like to make sure people know that.
I'm glad you covered that, because we don't want anybody saying that we took their children out of the will. But by all means, the Cancer Society in general is just a great organization. It's helping to fight this disease. So, I just think it's another way for someone who's just concerned about where things are today, with both financially as well as this pandemic is still with us. Think about those people that have been told that they have this ugly disease, and they're alone. Throughout this pandemic, they've been kind of left alone without having the people to come visit them and to support them. I know that most people are supported in other ways, but it's been different. So this is just one more way for you to consider the Cancer Society and to help with that cause. So with that said, I think we're going to go back to Doug and to Pat Ward. Thanks, Vicki.
Thank you, John.
Okay, folks, thank you. Always good advice for planning the future.
Always.
In your particular financial situation. 459-1212, area code 570, to make those phones ring for the American Cancer Society. Hard to believe we're coming up on the conclusion of our fourth hour already.
Yeah.
And we haven't posted a new tote. We're at $12,375, and obviously that is going to go up. So we have more entertainment from the Wiltsey Center in Hazleton at the Cancer Telethon. Stay with us.
It's going to be good.
Thank you to the Hazleton Cancer Society for having me. I'm truly honored to be here. Please keep your pledges coming in. 570-459-1212. Again, that's 570-459-1212. Thank you so much.
Never knew I could run away without ever leaving on 2 feet on the ground. Never knew I could up and cut these losses, 'cause I'm still bearing these crosses just for you. But there's trouble in paradise, always trouble
So I promise I won't play nice. No, I won't play nice. No, I won't play nice. I will be your hero. I will be your hero. I will be the one who shows you love stronger than fear. Oh, I will be a soldier, fight for you and hold you. Whatever you need, you know I'll be your hero, hero. Never knew I could make it on my own. Thought I needed help to face a great unknown. Suddenly I am standing at a crossroad. Give up here or just head off-road. So I walked, but there's trouble in paradise. So much trouble in paradise. So I promise I won't play nice. No, I won't play nice. No, I won't play nice. I will be your hero. I will be your hero. I will be the one who shows your love stronger than Pharaoh. I will be a soldier, fight for you and hold you. Whatever you need, you know I'll be your hero, hero. I just wanna say this, 'cause I'm running out of patience. Feeling like I'm always waiting for the right time to be alive. And this world is kinda scary, and I feel like no one's caring. I wish somebody prepared me for the truth in all these lies. Oh, when we were young, they told us sometimes the monsters come, but I saw none, yeah, I saw none, until I grew up and learned the truth was, we are the monsters, we are the monsters, we are the monsters. And we're scary as hell. We are the monsters. We are the monsters. We are the monsters. And we're scary as hell. Oh, 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 oh. Ooh. We all got a weakness, and this world can leave you speechless. I need something to believe in to keep all the dark out. And my thoughts are really heavy. Yeah, I'm feeling really heavy. And I find myself forgetting what our lives are about. Oh, when we were young, they told us sometimes the monsters come, but I saw none,
Yeah, I saw none until I grew up and learned the truth was we are the monsters. We are the monsters. We are the monsters, and we're scary as hell. We are the monsters. We are the monsters. We are the monsters, and we're scary as hell. Oh, 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 we are the monsters. We are the monsters. We are the monsters, and we're scary as hell. We are the monsters. We are the monsters. We are the monsters.
Welcome back. Great entertainment. We do so much appreciate their hard work and their talents in helping to support the Cancer Society, and we hope that you will do the same thing by showing your support for that great entertainment by calling 459-1212. Pat Ward has had to vacate the desk for a little while, which means Joe Clark gets to come in and we get to hang out and talk and be paisans and all that stuff and have a great time.
Well, you know, the gates at Hudsondale close at 3 o'clock, so if he doesn't get in, he's
gotta get
done.
out.
He's done.
That's good.
Before we get to the couple pledges,
Sure.
John Beltrami's over at the phone bank. I'd like to give Blaze Alexander a shout out. They contribute almost anything that's going on in the greater Hazleton area. You can be assured that Blaze Alexander is behind it. Guys and girls, thank you for all you do for the greater Hazleton area, and thank you for your stint here. You guys are working overtime. So thank you. Appreciate
4 hours
it.
today.
Yeah, okay. Tell them to get, it's snowing out, so maybe they can call you about four-wheel drives.
Yes, I'm not even worried about cars. Call. Look, there's 4 of us donating our time, sitting here watching these phones. And they're like,
They're nice phones,
they're
but
very nice phones. It's got a bunch of buttons, but it's not doing anything. Phones are made to ring, and people should be on the other side, so call.
459-1212. It's easy, right? 459-1212, area code 570. Look, he's doing it now. Come on, let's get these phones ringing.
if that works, that'll be great. Well, while you're there, make a pledge.
But again, thank you to Blaze Alexander. You guys are tremendous within the community.
Absolutely. Yeah, they do great work, and we appreciate that. We've got some folks that did some call in some pledges. We've got a $150 pledge here from Ray.
That's Ray.
From Ray?
Sloppy, yeah, that's fine.
Right? I can't read the last name. What is it? Merrill. All right. It's a great signature, by the way. It's a little more legible. Just kidding. So Ray Merrill, thank you so much in honor of Kim Heller, John Wynn, and Ron Giannetti. And thank you for that $150 pledge. By the way, you're in the running for the necklace now.
That'll look good as you go out to sell a car. Have that necklace. That's great. This is $25 pledge in memory of Albert Kislin and her parents, and that's from Mary Ann Kislin, $25.
All right. Here's a $20 pledge from Kathy Tomaszewski out of McAdoo, and this is in memory of Adele and Joseph Lula. Relation, Mr. Lula? All right. Give us the camera shake there so we know where. There's Mike Lula. The camera moved.
And a $25 pledge in honor of Clemmy and Mona from John Laskowski and his wife, Chris. Thank you.
Clemmy was here earlier to start the telethon and has gone back to relax a little bit. But I know she's watching and enjoying the show. She's been with this telethon from the very beginning.
Absolutely. 43 years.
How much would you like to do?
And it's just, 43 years, you think back, I'm sure if you would talk with her about, and I talked a little bit about the advances that were made over the years, I'm sure she could tell you, it seems like a losing fight, but we've made progress.
Yeah.
Nino and Jamie are coming on a little bit later, and they, of course, work it, every day they work with it, and they can elaborate on some of the advances that have been made in the last couple months. There is progress being made, but there's a long way to go. I keep referring to the interview I had with Joanne Yanuzzi when I first started with the Cancer Society. And she said, there are at least 100 causes of cancer. It's like the common cold. And they're viruses, and they attack, and they change. And it's a very difficult process. And even in the short time that I've been here, the advances have really been outstanding. But again, it takes that tote board to go up.
It does. I go back to earlier when I talked a little bit about the advances being made, that from the early 90s to today, the amount of survivors has just grown enormously. And that's what we want. We want survivors. What we really want is for nobody to be diagnosed with this ever again. And that's what we're trying to get done today, and we need your help to do that at 459-1212. You can also make a pledge online at ACS Move. That's acsmove.org/Hazelton Telethon. So you go on that and fill out the forms, and you can make a pledge to the Hazelton Cancer Society today. And if you're watching us on YouTube, you can watch us anywhere in the world. So we've had Bermuda so far. We had Alabama. We're waiting for the calls from Japan to come in, and wherever else we can get.
Yes. John has a pledge there.
John's coming
I
over
have
with
a
some fresh
special
pledge.
pledge for
Read it.
you.
Go ahead.
No, it's for you to read because it came in because of you.
$100 from, in honor of, I don't know why they would do that, Peter Steer. Peter's mother, Mary, donated $500 early in the show. So Peter, even though the Yankees are terrible, thank you for your pledge.
You had to get that plug in.
Of course,
had to.
Go Phillies.
Well, that's nice. We had a viewer from Connecticut calling for you, Joe, so congratulations one more time
thank
on
you
your
so
25 years here.
And Peter, thank you.
Yeah.
That's
Come
really
on,
great.
let's try to get the phones ringing, though. That's what we're here for. Ray just put out a plug out there to say if you can give us a call, we sure would appreciate it. I got Brian on this end again. He's the number 4 seed. He doesn't get to answer the phone until all 4 phones ring, so. what do you think,
Brian, did your phone ring yet?
No, not number 4.
Did you check to make sure there's a dial tone?
There is a dial.
Oh, okay, good. Remember a couple years ago, Jane, the number 7 and 8 on the line weren't connected.
We checked it. We did check it.
So
But I think
everybody runs for that phone.
he's got some friends in the fire department maybe that might call him. What do you think, Brian?
Well, you never know. We have Foundation 58 that does some beautiful work, in memory of our past chief, Chief Malay. And, hey, you never know. I know they do some beautiful work, so it's like trickle-down effect,
There's the challenge. We'll see if we can get you guys to call in from Foundation 58. Any members out there that are firefighters, maybe we can help out a little bit. So anything, even if it's just a few dollars, it'll help us out tremendously today. We moved the tote board a little bit, like we said, but we got to get it moving a little bit further. It's starting to get late in the day. The number is easy to remember. We say it a million times, 570-459-1212. So what do you think, Robert? Any of my other friends out there you think might be able to call in?
Yeah, I made a Facebook post for my close friends and family because I'm originally from Shamokin, so I'm reaching out a little further than the Hazelton area here, so hopefully they call in, make a pledge.
That sounds great. So as friends in Shamokin, let's see if we can make the phones ring. What do you think? 459-1212.
And one of the things I want to point out is, and correct me if I'm wrong, Joe, about this, but a portion of the money that gets donated does go to a larger pool to help others in the area. So it doesn't matter where you live and you're watching this, whether it's on the WYLN or on YouTube, you're going to help the fight against cancer. And my friends down in Columbia County, you can call in to the Cancer Society and make a pledge. That would be great. So let's call out to the people in Berwick. Some great friends down there, even down in South Center Township, in New Media, places like that. People in the Poconos, feel free to give us a call and make that pledge and donation right now. The number is on your screen. And again, I'll bring it up, ACS Move, as in move out of the way, acsmove.org. I say move out of the way, that means cancer. Move out of the way. We're done with you. acsmove.org/Hazelton Telethon. You can make a pledge that way as well.
That banquet that honored Clemmy, what was Clemmy's final words? she was going to punch cancer or something. Yeah. It's Clemmy, when she got that award, and somebody referred to it earlier, I think Pat did, the end of her speech said, "I'm going to punch cancer right in the face."
I think she has several times.
Yeah.
That'd be nice to do. I mean, this year's, our slogan 43, beat cancer, takes you and me.
Yes.
Again, that's what we're trying to do, is just put this ugly, ugly disease behind us. As we said earlier, there's been a lot of advancements, I think, in treating cancer and all the different types of cancer, and early detection is a big deal. So,
I talked about my brother-in-law before. He's the reason I got into this. When he was diagnosed with esophageal cancer, the cure rate was 17%. It's now 67%.
Wow.
That's progress.
That's major.
It's not where we like it to be, but that's, in 25 years, it's a great. And Tim Martin from Freeland, Mayor of Freeland, he died of the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
So we're getting there, but
everyone's been touched. If it hasn't been directly,
Without
it's
a
been
doubt.
indirectly.
Yeah.
So again, please, anything you can donate, if you can just give us a few more minutes of your time and call in. These phones are starting to ring. So at this point, we're going to go back to entertainment.
Back here at the Alice C. Wiltzing Performing Arts Center here in the Hazleton area middle school, the Castle on the Hill, as most of you know it. And joining us now is our good friend Philip Kaufman. Philip, welcome.
Oh, thank you for welcoming me. I mean, feeling in this tux, I guess I should just call myself Bond, because that's how I feel right now. But for you folks out there, you can all be a great support here while we're here on the stage, 570-459-1212. But more importantly right now, we got a friend here with us as well.
We do, and it's Emma Gilbert. Emma, you want to say hi to everybody?
Hello.
Emma is going to sing for us this afternoon. Emma, tell us your age and who your vocal teacher is.
I am 10 years old, and my vocal teacher is Angela Vito Cunningham.
And the song you're going to sing for us this afternoon.
I choose.
I choose. Well, there you go, Philip. 459-1212 is the number. Donate online at acmove.org/Hazleton Telethon. Please welcome to our fine stage here at the Wiltzing Center, along with Philip. And again, thank you to him for joining us. Please welcome Emma Gilbert, ladies and gentlemen.
All of my life, I thought I was right, looking for something new. Stuck in my ways, like old-fashioned days, but all the roads led me to you. The house that you live in don't make it a home, but feeling lonely don't mean you're alone. People in life, they will come and they'll leave, but if I had a choice, I know where I would be. Through the lows and the highs, I will stay by your side. There's no need for goodbyes. Now I'm seeing the light when the sky turns to gray, and there is nothing to say at the end of the day. I choose you. Now I found the strength to make a change and look at the magic I found. No matter the name or where you came from, 'cause no one figured out. House that you live in don't make it a home, but feeling lonely don't mean you're alone. People in life, they will come and they'll leave, but if I had a there's no need for goodbyes. Now I'm seeing the light. When the sky turns to blue, I'll stay by your side. There's no need for goodbyes. Now I'm seeing the light. When the sky turns to gray and there's nothing to say, at the end of the day, I choose you. Oh, I choose you. I choose you.
All right, Emma. Let's give it up, folks. That was awesome. Well done.
Great job, Emma.
Take a bow.
Remember the number once again, ladies and gentlemen, 570-459-12. Again, 1212. Donate online at acsmove.org/Hazelton Telethon.
All right, and we're going to take it back to WYLN. We're going to go for an interview, so hit us on back to WYLN.
All right, some great entertainment. Show your support of that entertainment by making a phone call and making a pledge. 459-1212 is the number call. We've got our friends here manning the phones, waiting for your phone call to take your pledge. There were some people on the phone just a moment ago, but then everybody is kind of hung up again, so we can keep that going. You don't have to wait for us to shut up before you call. You can call
Absolutely.
right now. We want you to do that, so please do that. We've got some great people to thank for helping to bring you this telethon. Our top of the hour sponsors include Bob and Janice Maisie and family. Thanks again. And we also, again, Bob and Janice Maisie and family. There we go. Lehigh Valley Health Network, that is our crawl sponsor. That's the thing going across the bottom of your screen. Thank you, Lehigh Valley. Service Electric Cablevision, couldn't do this telethon without you. Thank you. Also, our friends at Standard Speaker, thank you for your continued support. George and Florence Hayden and family, they are the phone bank sponsor again this year. And the tote board sponsor is our friends at Leader Services, back again. We want to thank our founding fathers, the Kreisel family. We want to say our thank you to our friends at WYLN 35 as well for their continued support. The Henkel U.S. operations. We also say thanks to S.J. Kowalski Plumbing and Heating and Trained Comfort Specialists for your continued support. Blaze Alexander, Greater Hazelton Dealerships, our entertainment sponsors. Thank you. Also, shout out to our friends at Car Vision Nissan. And also Fairway Chevrolet Subaru. And again, broadcast provided by WYLN 35 in Hazelton on cable companies such as Service Electric Cablevision and Service Electric Cable TV and Communications, as well as Atlantic Broadband. Telephone and modem service is provided by Service Electric Cablevision. Thank you. And our 3 o'clock clock sponsors include TJ Walton Fuel Services Company, Mayflower Order of Eastern Star, chapter number 107, the Cancer Treatment Center at Hazelton, and George, Sandra, and Maria Pishko. Thank you for being our clock sponsors during this 3 o'clock hour. Joe, very quiet in here.
It is.
But some good information is getting out there for people. And I know they're watching. I think the Penn State game should be about over.
It should be about over.
So
but again, the purpose of the telethon, yes, is to raise money, but it's also to educate. There's so much information is being given to you today concerning cancer and services and so forth. So it's not just a money-raising proposition, it's educational as well. As you were doing the top of the hour, I thought maybe you guys, for 4 o'clock, maybe you can hum while we're saying that, because, maybe music behind it would be a little,
it's an idea.
I can't get used to sitting.
It's a little different, isn't it?
It is, it's
Yeah.
different. Oh, well.
It is what it is.
It is.
Real quick, we've got a couple of
Oh, yeah, and you gave them to me, right?
pledges.
In honor of Brian Wartella, from Will and Lynn Antolik, $25. And Brian himself donated $25 to the cause. Thank you, guys.
Thank you guys very much. And $25 times 100 people is a lot of money.
Yes.
It's going to do a lot of good for the fight against cancer and the American Cancer Society. So if it's $25, if that's what you can afford, please phone us and make that pledge. Or if it's 20, or if it's 10, it all adds up. Whatever you can possibly afford. We're going to head over to the interview area with Nino, and he's got another special guest.
No,
we're not. Oh, we haven't, I'm sorry, we're going to go
Dr.
to,
Weiss.
we're going to go to Dr. Weiss. I got confused. Dr. Bob Weiss, he is a cancer researcher at Cornell University. Very interesting, so pay attention to this, please.
Afternoon, I'm Jane Doherty, one of the co-chairs of the 43rd Annual Greater Hazleton Telethon, and I'm very happy today to have with me Dr. Bob Weiss, who is from Cornell University, and he does some cancer research, some very interesting things I would like him to tell you about. Bob and I know each other because we work together with the regional board of the American Cancer Society, and I asked him if he would be willing to speak about some of the things that he does. Welcome, Bob. Thanks for coming.
Thanks, Jan. It's really terrific to be here talking with you today. And I'd like to start by just commenting on how important the American Cancer Society has been to me and in my research career. So when I was training as a cancer biologist, as a postdoctoral fellow, I benefited from a postdoctoral fellowship from the American Cancer Society. And then when I moved to Cornell and started my own laboratory, I had a small research grant as well to launch my research program at Cornell that was supported by the American Cancer Society. And on the research front, one important thing that American Cancer Society does is really support early stage investigators, scientists who are training to become cancer researchers or at the early stage of their independent career. And that's a really important key juncture for those individuals. And so this funding really has a big impact on cancer research and people that conduct it.
Okay. And what is it exactly that you are working on, Bob?
Yeah, so I study fundamental mechanisms in cancer cells. And one of the key areas we study is an area that we refer to as genome stability. So the genome is the DNA content within a cell, and it serves as the instruction manual for a cell. It tells the cell how to perform its various functions. And in the process of cancer arising, that instruction manual, the genome, gets altered. And those alterations ultimately disrupt the way the cell functions and cause it to grow in an uncontrolled way. So we investigate mechanisms that cells use to protect the genome, to protect that instruction manual, to prevent those alterations from arising and keeping cells in their normal state. So these mechanisms are really important to preventing cancer, but they also are important for the treatment of cancer. So many of the common therapies that we use clinically to treat cancer act by causing damage to the DNA. So these same mechanisms that function to protect the DNA also have a really big impact on how cancer cells respond to these DNA damaging therapies. And so we study both the origins of cancer and how cancers respond to therapy.
How long have you been doing this, Bob?
Yeah, so I've been at Cornell almost 20 years now, and my training in cancer research actually started 10 years before that. In my graduate studies, I started doing cancer research, continued as a postdoctoral fellow, and then have been at Cornell now 20 years pursuing this. It's a big challenge, and cancer is a very complex disease, and it's actually not one disease, it's thousands of diseases, different types of cancer and different molecular origins of cancer. We've, as a research community, have had successes for certain cancers, and others remain big challenges, and that's why we continue to work very hard on this problem.
Absolutely. Thank you. I learned a lot there today, Bob. One of the benefits of COVID, if you can call it a benefit of COVID, has been that we can communicate with people that we otherwise wouldn't even know. And I wouldn't have met Bob if it wasn't for our Zoom meetings that we have for the ACS. And it was a wonderful opportunity for him to tell us about his research. Thank you so much. And I remind our audience, you can make a pledge by calling 570-459-1212. Or you can donate online at acsmove.org/Hazleton Telethon.
Now that again is great information and information you can take to heart. Thank you to Dr. Bob Weiss for that information, and thank you, Jane, for conducting that interview for us. 459-1212 is the number to call, and you can show your support of everything that's happening on this telethon today and tomorrow as well, which we're back on the air from noon until 5, by calling that number and making a pledge right now. For every $100 pledge you get your name in to win a great pendant. And other than that, there's just the reason to donate is because you're doing good. You're keeping people alive. What we want to do right now is go back to some more entertainment for you, but while you're watching this, keep making the phones ring, 459-1212.
All right, folks, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, if you are just joining us or if you've been with us the whole day, we are at the Alice C. Wilsey Center here at the Castle on the Hill in Hazleton for WYLN and the ACS Telethon. We're going to be talking about a lot of things, but you guys got to be calling in. You've got to call 570-459-1212. It is me and Mikey on the stage right now, and we're going to be rocking the night away, but our first person rocking with us right now, could you introduce yourself for us?
My name is Julia Keller, and my singing teacher is Angela.
Oh, all right. And
Julia's got it going on. Julia, how old are you?
I am 10 years old.
Very cool. What song are you going to be singing for us this time?
Wondering by Olivia Rodrigo.
She is very excited, ladies and gentlemen. This is truly her first public performance, and she has no nerves. I'd totally be crapping myself right now, but she's not, so it's all good. Remember again, 570-459-1212, the phone number. If you're going to donate online, it's acsmove.org/Hazleton Telethon. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage our next performer of the afternoon. Say hello to Julia Keller.
Every single time I have to choose. Swore that it felt right, but change the past. Be a little braver than I have. Bet against the odds. Would I still be lost? Even if I woke up in my dreams, would there still be something I'm missing? If I had everything, would it mean anything to me? Would it be enough? Would I still be wondering?
Very nice, Julia, very nice. All right, ladies and gentlemen, if you like what you see so far entertainment-wise, we're about, I guess, a little over 4 hours into it, right?
Yeah, a little bit, yeah.
Lots more to come. We have the two of us coming up, acoustic duo. We have the Anna Marie School of Dance. We have the students from All That Dance and Sherry O'Donnell's students coming up in later on as the afternoon progresses. So much more to come. Again, as Sherry was saying during the fashion show, if you like what you're seeing here, whether it's us here, over here at the Wiltsey, or up the street at the television station with the interviews of the survivors and just the general goings-on in there, please call our phone number, 570-459-1212.
Or you can donate online at acsmove.org/Hazleton Telethon. And with that, we want to thank one last time Julia. Thank you so much for singing for us. And we're going to take it back to WYLN. Back to you guys.
Okay, we're back here at the tote board, and as you can see, the phones rang a little bit while we were away at entertainment. We have a new total, $16,651. The phones did ring while we were away with entertainment, but they went silent again. So hopefully we can get a few callers to call in. The number again, 570-459-1212. You know, we were talking earlier, Joe and Doug, we were talking a little bit about the research and that gets done, and we don't really realize how many researchers there are locally that Jane's been interviewing, people that are really working on trying to get cancer behind us. So again, if we can get the phones ringing, we'd love to see us get a few more phone calls in. We got one. Let's try to get a few more calls here. You know, ACS has funded 49 Nobel Prize winners. I don't know if you knew that, but you know, the Cancer Society is a worthy cause to take care of an ugly, ugly disease. So Tamifaxine, which reduces the risk of second or first-time breast cancer, was developed by ACA's researchers. Again, some of those researchers right here in our own area. So, you know, again, to try to help support the cause. As you can see, the totals behind us here, $16,651. It's getting to be pretty late in the day, 3:30ish, and you know, we still need these phones to ring in order for us to accomplish what we need to. So, again, if we can just, there we go. That's what, music to our ears.
Yes.
Maybe just get these phones ringing a little bit. There's 4 of them here. We got 2 going. We need 2 more going here. So if you can give us a call, 570-459-1212. We ready to go there? So we're going to go to an interview. I guess Nino's over there, and we'll pass it over to him.
Thank you, John. I'm here with Laura Sitch. She is the site manager for the Cancer Treatment Center at Hazleton. She is a very dear volunteer to me because she's one of the first volunteers I met here in Hazleton outside of Jane and the committee. Laura, thank you for joining us.
Absolutely. Nice to be here.
So I wanted to talk a little bit about the Cancer Treatment Center. You were giving me a little bit of history about it just a few minutes ago, but can you tell the audience, please, about the Cancer Treatment Center?
Sure. The Cancer Treatment Center in Hazleton started in 1986, so it's 35 years. We were on 780 North Church Street for many years. In October of 2012, we moved to the new site, which is at 1701 East Broad Street. That's where I met you. And in 2014, we partnered with the ACS at that location, and we had some functions and things like that together, and we still do today, and I'm glad to be a part of it.
Yes, one of those functions that we have is a survivor picnic, which started in 2015. It's one of my favorite events for a couple of reasons. One, it was one of the first things I did with the American Cancer Society. And the first time I was there, you get big tents, all this food, there was some entertainment, and a cotton candy machine, which was especially great. Can you speak on that, the picnic, a little bit?
Oh, sure. What a great event. Like you say, we did that several years from 2015 all the way up until last year. We weren't able to do it, obviously, because of the pandemic. And it is just a wonderful event. It's a great way to honor the survivors, provide hope for people, and just a great day out. Like you say, it's a lot of fun. We're hoping to get back to that again in the upcoming year, but we'll see what the conditions allow.
Absolutely. And Laura is not the only one that works there, of course, so thank you to everyone else at the Cancer Treatment Center at Hazleton. Not only do they work there, but they are great volunteers for the American Cancer Society. Anytime we ask them for any help with any event, such as the telethon, I know Laura's at the committee meetings very often, they always come through for us, and they've been a great supporter of the American Cancer Society. So on behalf of ACS, thank you to everyone at the Cancer Treatment Center at Hazleton. Moving forward, I did want to talk a little bit kind of about your history and why you got into the field, if you don't mind speaking on that.
Sure. So my history is that I started in the X-ray program and moved into the radiation program, and was basically doing my education and looking for a job, and who would know, it would turn out like this. It's certainly more than a job. It's more than even a career. It's something that really touches you to help people that need that help, and to see the advancements through the years is just amazing. So that is something that we all can have hope in, that we have a lot of survivors. We seem to have more and more survivors, and we look forward to even more things coming up, which is why we do this telethon. We need more research and more education.
Definitely, and I think that's something that we have in common, because we always talk about choosing your careers. Well, sometimes the career chooses you, and I think that we have that in common. It's not maybe what we always thought about doing, but we've both been touched by this, and we both kind of move forward and do what we can to help. So once again, on behalf of everyone here at the telethon, on behalf of the American Cancer Society, thank you for everything that you do for cancer patients. I know that, we work together not only on the survivor picnic and everything else, but Road to Recovery. I know we're in constant contact with that. So thank you for everything that you and your team do. And I know that cancer patients around Hazleton are so thankful to have something like that, and to have great support from your team and the Cancer Treatment Center at Hazleton. So thank you so much.
Absolutely. It's an honor. Thank you.
Thank you. And now I'm going to kick it back to Joe and Doug.
Interesting story, Doug, of how the American Cancer Society and Laura's place got involved. There's a Chamber of Commerce mixer, and walking around, and I said, you guys have any room for an office? Because at that time, we didn't have a space in Hazleton. They said, sure. So once this pandemic's over, the American Cancer Society Information Office will be back open at the Hazleton Cancer Treatment Center on East Broad Street. And as Nino said, Laura's been such a great partner with the American Cancer Society for the last couple of years, and we appreciate the relationship that we have with her and with the entire staff up there. Staff is tremendous, it really is. And one more thing that John was talking about is these researchers. These postdoctoral people make peanuts. They work probably 7 days a week, 16 hours a day, looking for that one little thing that'll open the key to the door. And you talk about Bryce Harper making $30 million a year to play baseball. And these guys are probably making $30,000 a year, working hours, doing research, and boy, we owe them a great deal of gratitude for the work that they do.
Yeah, we certainly do. And I think on top of that, this tote board, even though it seems like it's just a few numbers up there, and our numbers may not seem to matter, but they do. I mean, it's helping to cover some of those salaries and some of the things that go on. So it's really important. And again, as we said before, without research, we wouldn't have the kind of success rates that we have today. You read before 17% up to 67%.
Right.
And it's that early detection that doctors are trying to obtain. Some facts here from 1999 to 2009. Cancer deaths dropped by 27%. So what we're doing does matter. It's a few dollars. I know it's tough times, so the pandemic surely didn't make things easier for people, but even a few dollars, if we can just get the phones to ring, 459-1212, just trying to get some more dollars in here to cover some of those salaries. So it would be helpful.
And some of the, you have a couple pledges there, John?
I do. Here's a few more for you.
Go ahead, read
Go
them.
ahead, read them.
Okay, let's see. I'm going to need my glasses
Oh.
for these.
Oh, no, here we go.
So we have a Mandy. Oh, I'm going to probably butcher this one, but Masmoliano from Anna Fonataro. A huge pledge from my viewpoint, $250. So
Wow.
thank you very much. Anna Fonataro, thank you. We have, in memory of Robert Warren, it would be her dad, Carmine Swerble, another big pledge, $200. Thank you very much, Carmine. Appreciate that very much.
And she's usually here every year at the telethon making that donation. She's loyal every year, so thank you, Carmine, for the continued pledge. I have a pledge for $25 from Julie D'Angelo of Hazel Township, and a $100 pledge in memory of Edward Yalito from Joan Yalito in Rockland, Sugarloaf, PA.
It's great. Here's some more pledges. And again, the $200 and $250 make a great big splash. Very much appreciated, but so are the $25 and the $50 and the $10 pledges as well. $50 right here from Angela and Angelo and Linda DiLorenzo of Hazel Township. Thank you for that pledge. And $25 from Sharon and Kelly Drumheller of Hazelton in honor of Mr. 25 years here, Joe Clark.
Thank you, my
That's good.
nieces. Thank you so much.
It's all appreciated, very much so.
And if for a pledge of $100, your name could go into the punch bowl. At the end of the night, we'll choose a winner. And I do my best Vanna White impression of this. Pledge of $100 entitles the donor to one chance on a necklace provided by Tony and Rob Crispin of Antonio's Jewelry. A rose, yellow, and white gold diamond heart pendant on an 18-karat white gold chain. The value is $850, so for $100, you got your shot at this. Would make a good Christmas present.
And that's a great incentive for the $100 pledges. And again, take advantage of that. You could win that by the end of the telethon, which will be tomorrow night at 5 o'clock. For right now, though, we are going to be heading back for some more great entertainment. So while you're watching this, make the phones ring at 570-459-1212.
All right, we are back. 43rd annual telethon. Lots of excitement going on. Again, Beating Cancer Takes You and Me is the theme for this year's telethon. And again, it literally does take all of us working together to eventually find a cure for cancer that has impacted so many people's lives and still continues to impact so many people's lives. So we appreciate the pledges that are coming into the phone bank. 459-1212 is the number. Please call. You can also donate online, as Mike and Phil have mentioned before. But in the meantime, Phil, we still have lots of great entertainment coming up here.
That is right, we do. We have the two of us right here. If you guys please introduce yourself.
Well, I'm Joe Sweet, and this is my wife, Dot Sweet. We've been playing together for 20 years, and we've been married for 37 years.
That is definitely a happy marriage.
All right. Well, looking forward, we're going to have a couple songs by you guys. So why don't we kick it off, allow them to just get into it. So let's hear the first song. All right. Good luck,
Thank you
guys.
so much. Appreciate you being here. Thanks.
First one by Neil Young, who celebrated his birthday yesterday, 76.
Come a little bit closer, hear what I have to say. Just like children sleeping, we can dream the night away. There's a full moon rising, let's go dancing in the light. We know where the music's playing, let's go out and feel the night. Because because I'm still in love with you. I want to see you dance again, because I'm still in love with you. On this harvest moon. When we were strangers, I watched you from afar. When we were lovers, I loved you with all my heart. But now it's getting late, and the moon is climbing high. I want to celebrate, see it shining in your eyes. Because I'm still in love with you. I want to see you dance again, because I'm still in love with you. On this harvest moon. Because I'm still in love with you. I want to see you dance again, because I'm still in love with you. On this harvest moon.
Awesome job,
Thank
the two
you.
of us. Woo!
All right. All right, folks. Well, thank you so much. That was amazing to hear.
Thank you for having us. Great cause.
Yeah, absolutely. And speaking of that, can you just tell us about, you're here at the ACS Telethon, how it feels to you to be here playing for the ACS Telethon and what that means to you?
Well, it's wonderful. I mean, we lost Dot's mom to cancer many, many years ago, and our brother-in-law 2 years ago. So it's dedicated to Betty Matavy and Joe McDonald, actually. So it hits home a little bit with us, too, like it does with a lot of other people, too. So it's just good to be part of it, and you're doing something for the cause.
All right, folks. That number is 570-459-1212. And you can also visit acsmove.org/Hazelton Telethon. Make sure you donate. This is a great cause. It's going to great people, supporting great people. So we're going to toss it back real quick, back to WILN, and then we'll be back here for more.
Okay, some more great entertainment, but we are back. As you can see from the tote board behind me, we've crashed through the $17,000 mark. We're at $17,771. We got the phones semi-ringing. We've only had 1 or 2 calls while we were waiting, so what do you say? Well, let's try to get the phones ringing. It's what we need to do. It's the monies that we need to cover that research we talked about, and the numbers that we need to get some of our programs locally going once again. So the number 570-459-1212. Again, not looking for the biggest of numbers and donations. Every donation counts. Every donation will add to the tote board here. So what do you say? Let's try to get the phones ringing. We have one going here. Ray, want to reach out?
Yeah, she has neater handwriting, so sometimes I hand them off. But guys, we have 4 phones here, and we're using 1. I mean, come on, where is the love? We need donations to get the research going. We need donations to help people. We need donations to kick cancer. So
Good save.
So no beeps in this one. So make a call. If we get calls to fill up all 4, Brian won't be bored. So make the calls. Dial in. Any amount helps. It is 570-459-1212.
So well said, Ray. I'm going to put you on next year and get you a shirt and a tie here and get you up here. But he's right. I mean, all we need to do is try to get the phones ringing again. Don't feel like any amount is too little. We appreciate anything that we can get. Adding to this total is very important to us. It's 570-459-1212. I'll send it back over to you.
And maybe we can tell you the reason why we're here, reasons why we are here. I don't know if you can, Michael, if you can get pictures of the camera on these 2 photographs. Colleen Dubitsky did almost every job possible. I remember the first time I met Colleen, she was powdering Pat Ward's head so it wouldn't shine in the TV lights. But she did everything. She did the hairstyles. At meetings, something has to be done. Colleen's, I'll do it. And she would run and do it. Unfortunately, she lost her battle with cancer, second battle. And I mean, she was so important to this cause. And if nothing else, $5 in honor of Colleen for all the work she did over the years for the Cancer Society, and same thing with Donna Jean.
Yeah, Donna Jean, George here. We didn't see her a lot because she was usually in the back room doing all the finances and keeping the books and things like that, but she was a phenomenal volunteer with the Cancer Society, and it's people like Donna Jean and Colleen that make this telethon happen each and every year. So while you're watching us and those of us on the phone banks, there's a whole team of people from WYLN and the American Cancer Society behind the scenes, keeping us on track, or trying to anyway, or just making things happen, such as Donna Jean. And when we lose them, it leaves a big empty hole for all of us, and it's a sad, sad thing. And we also, Tom Reagan is another fine gentleman who used to help us with the telethon for many, many years, and a great sportscaster, writer, and stuff. And we lost him this week as well.
Used to do the cheerleading contest. Tom was the MC for that. I don't know how he got that. Maybe because he was a 49er fan.
Maybe.
But as I said, Tom was my first partner back in 1981. The first game we did was Hazleton versus Mount Carmel at the Silver Bowl after a meal at Matucci's. Tom knew all the good places to eat.
Oh, yeah.
And then, of course, he went on to QEQ with his buddy Sam. And as I mentioned earlier, Sam passed away 2 weeks ago. They were inseparable. They were good buddies. And they worked well together. And it's kind of ironic that they would both enter the pearly gates within a very close time. But again, if you need a reason, I mean, Tom Reagan, he did so much work in even at the end when it was with the standard speaker, he was here for you. And again, call $1 for Tom in memory of Tom Reagan or Colleen or Donna Jean. That's why we're here. Many times I think, I'm getting old, maybe I should step back. And then somebody I know close to me, my sister 5 years ago, I was ready to go 20 years. I said, 20 years is enough. Well, 5 years ago, my sister contracted cancer and passed away. So I'm stuck for life.
That's okay.
So-
We appreciate your hard work and your efforts, and we appreciate everybody's hard work and efforts at home as well to do whatever they possibly can.
Absolutely.
That's good.
Absolutely.
All right, we're going to head over back to some more entertainment, so stay with us.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Alice C. Wilsey Center. We are joined once again by the two of us who are going to continue playing for us today. And don't forget, 570-459-1212. Crystal.
And there's some great performances still to come, so make sure you stay tuned. But for right now, we are going to enjoy the performances that are here. So do you want to tell us about the 2 songs that you're performing quickly?
Sure. We're going to do a song by Elvis. Everyone knows Elvis. And then our second song is from our favorite group called Blackmore's Night. It's called Dandelion Wine. And on our live stream, this has become a favorite of the Saturday Night Crew. Has great words to it. So I think anybody that is dealing with cancer can relate to to the words.
Absolutely. So very sentimental song, a very sentimental meaning. And again, thank you both for being here and taking part in the telethon. We do truly appreciate it. And for those of you watching at home, please continue to dial those phones and enjoy the entertainment in the meantime with the two of us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Wise men say only fools rush in, but I can't help falling in love with you. Shall I stay? Would it be a sin if I can't help falling in love with you? Like a river flows surely to the sea, darling, so it goes. Some things are meant to be. Take my hand, take my whole life too. If I can't help falling in love with you, like a river flows surely to the sea, darling, so it goes. Some things are meant to be. Take my hand, take my whole life too. If I can't help falling in love with you, for I can't help falling in love with you.
Thank you.
Where has the time gone? It seems to fly so fast. One moment you're having fun, the next it's come to pass. Days turn into yesteryear, old friends find their own way, until the moment you leave, I wish that you would stay. So here's to you, all our friends, surely we will meet again. Don't stay away too long this time. We'll raise a glass, maybe two, and we'll be thinking of you until our paths cross again, maybe next time. Let's laugh at the memories and talk all afternoon. Let's remember the moments that leave us all too soon. We'll smile at the pictures still lingering in our own minds. When you're reminiscing, then all you need is time. So here's to you, all our friends, surely we will meet again. stay away too long this time. We'll raise a glass, maybe two, and we'll be thinking of you until our paths cross again, maybe next time. Trace a faded photograph, a scrapbook's lonely charm, pressed flowers and dreams we had, a fingerprint on time, the first moment we ever met. When your eyes met mine, I remember the summers of dandelion wine. So here's to you, all our friends, surely we will meet again. Don't stay away too long this time. We'll raise a glass, maybe two, and we'll be thinking of you until our paths cross again, maybe next time. So here's to you, all our friends, surely we will meet again. Don't stay away too long this time. We'll raise a glass, maybe two, and we'll be thinking of you until our paths cross again, maybe next time. Maybe next time. Call 570-459-1212 and donate to this great cause. Thank you.
Thank you.
And a little pitch in between. Thank you so
Yeah,
much. We
thank you so
appreciate it.
Let's raise a glass to that song right there. Thank you. All right, folks, call 570-459-1212 or visit acsmove.org/Hazleton Telethon. We're going to be heading back, but we'll be back here. Don't worry, we're not going anywhere. We're going to be here for a while.
Lots still coming up, so stay tuned. Absolutely, and we appreciate you being here. Thank you
for having us. Thank you.
Absolutely. Again, cancer has touched so many people's lives, ours all included. So again, please keep those phones ringing over at the phone bank, but we are going to send it back to the studio over to WYLN, so make sure you keep them busy and stay tuned.
We're back at the phone bank here at WYLN Studios. Joe Clark, and I'm joined with joined by John Beltrami.
You certainly can talk.
And it's the 4 o'clock hour. If you haven't made those phones ring yet, 570-459-1212. And we'll proceed from here with our top of the hour. This hour is brought to you by Bob and Janice Weiss and family. Lehigh Valley Health Network, the Crawl sponsor. Service Electric Cablevision. The Standard Speaker. George and Florence Hayden family, the phone bank sponsor. Leader Services, the tote board sponsor. The Kreisel family. WYLN 35 Hazleton. Henkel U.S. Operations. S.J. Kowalski Plumbing and Heating, the train comfort specialists. Blaze Alexander Greater Hazleton Dealerships, the entertainment sponsor. CarVision Nissan. Fairway Chevy Subaru. WYLN 35. The broadcast is being provided by WYLN 35 Service Electric, Atlantic Broadband, and Service Electric Cable. The telephone and modem service provided by Service Electric. This hour's clock sponsors Janie Montgomery Scott, Lagana Wealth Advisor Group, Ann C. and Anne Marie Pardee, in memory of Calvin Pardee IV, Antonia Jewelry and Repair, and Bonomo Carpet and Flooring. And we thank all those sponsors so many of them, John, year after year. A lot of them have been here for 43 years, sponsoring this telethon, which started as a polkathon many, many years, 43 years ago with the Kreisels and the Gans and Clemmy Yamona. And we're still here, and we'll be here until cancer is defeated.
Absolutely. And for those just joining us, helping and congratulating Joe. Joe's been with us for 25 years.
I was 12 when I started.
Seems like yesterday, and he was 12 when he started. But there's a lot of volunteers that have been here for a long, long time. We mentioned Clemmy Yamona a number of times. She's been here from the beginning, 43 years. So if you think about that, just a dedication of 43 years to this cancer telethon, which is one of only, I think, 2 in the country. So
something like that.
The Cancer Society, we try to raise money, and most of it, a lot of it stays local to do our programs, as we've been talking about. Some of it's going to research, and we've talked about the advancements that we've made there in research because of the dollars that are collected. So please, if you can, any donation is acceptable. Don't feel like you need to send in a huge donation. A $5 or $10 donation is plenty for us. So if you can just make the phones ring, that number is 570-459-1212.
And speaking of years, Jane, how many years have you been involved?
I won't say.
Oh, okay.
More than you.
I know, and a lot of the work falls on Jane's shoulders, and we appreciate the effort. And I'd like to give a shout out to WYLN and their crew. This is not easy what's going on today. 2 different venues, some communication problems early on, but we're getting through. Hopefully, we're not making too much fools of ourselves, but they do a great job, and kudos to them. And we're going to throw it over to Mr. Nino, but as Clemmy calls him, Nico Semino. Nico?
Thank you, Joe. So, we have a new crew here. We have rotated the old crew out. I was just about to say they have not had a phone call yet, so this is great timing for myself. So here we have Katrina, Laura, Sarah, and Stacy. And if you have been tuning in, you have learned more about Laura. I did interview her before, and I learned more than I knew about the Cancer Treatment Center at Hazleton, so that was very good. They've been with us for 35 years, helping the community the entire time. They also do Survivor Picnic. They do great work there. They have a great team, and they're always dedicated to volunteering for the American Cancer Society. We have a total of 17,771, which I think is about to be bumped up with this phone call here, so that is excellent. And we do this for so many different reasons, but one major reason, something that's very close to my heart now, that I've become a father in the last 2 years. Parents of 15,700 kids will hear the words, "Your child has cancer," this year. Those are some of the worst words that a parent can ever hear. But the good news is that there are ways to prevent some of these cancers. One way that I've learned over the past couple of years is for children to get the HPV vaccine. And you can get the HPV vaccine anywhere from 11 and 12 years old on. And that can prevent up to 7 different cancers. So one vaccine can prevent cancer. And I just want to repeat that one more time. One HPV vaccine can prevent 7 cancers. And that's something that once my son is old enough that I will be doing, just so I know for a fact that we can prevent those 7 cancers with him. So once again, over 15,000 parents will hear your child has cancer, and the HPV vaccine, which is tested and safe, can prevent 7 cancers. So as we move forward, we want to hear these phones ring so we can learn more research, do more research, and we can figure out other vaccines that can prevent more cancers. That is our goal, to eradicate cancer completely. And with your donations, with the support from the community, and support from great volunteers such as these, we know that that is possible. So please dial 570-459-1212 and donate today. I want to hear those phone lines ring. They are ready. They're here waiting. They have not answered the phones yet, so I'm very excited to hear them answer the phones. I can't wait. Now, I was told not to interview a couple people, so I'm going to move back over here a little bit. And Laura, I know I talked to you earlier today, but I did want to ask you, as far as volunteering, I know you work for the Cancer Treatment Center, but volunteering for the American Cancer Society is a little different. Can you speak on the volunteering aspect of that?
Oh, sure. So, when you see what we get to see and what we learn about, I mean, it's just an easy thing to do. I mean, to know that you're helping out people who need help. And it's just so encouraging. And, we see the survivors here and they do the interviews and you think, wow, I'm just so glad to be a part of that. And it's just a nice thing to do. It's very rewarding for ourselves as well.
Absolutely. Volunteering, as I try to get Stacy's name here. Call Stacy, please. Volunteering is very fulfilling, and we need all the volunteers that we can get. None of this is possible without volunteers. So please call 1-800-227-2345 if you want to volunteer. We have many different opportunities for you. Everyone in this building is a volunteer. And for now, I have to throw it back to entertainment. I'll talk about more volunteering when we get back. Thank you.
For every soul from every war across the seas on our shore, for every fold
All right, that was fantastic.
Very nice, very nice.
Folks, we had a little bit of a different start this time. This is Jewel Greco. Jewel, can you tell us a little bit about, everything that you're doing and just what this means to you to be here and to be doing this performance for ACS?
Well, first of all, I want to thank you, and I also want to thank Fabergé from Fabergé Follies for inviting me as well. It's a ministry that started about 2 years ago, and through all of our sorrows and healing from those sorrows, we find hope in something to hold on to. So in praying and having hope, I opened this ministry to open hearts to hope. And in every difficult struggle, through my struggles, is that through dance, you're able to express and you're able to heal through whatever you're going through.
Absolutely.
And if that's not a reason, ladies and gentlemen, for you right now to pick up that phone and dial our number for 570-45912. What a message. How about a round of applause for Joel as well?
Thank you.
I think that kind of sets the tone here as we roll into the supper hour, Phil.
Yeah, absolutely. And so we're going to take it back to our friends at WYLN. Thank you so much. All right.
We are back at 10th and Thompson Streets in Hazleton. In case you did not know, that's where the WYLN studios are. We're next to Coryell Little League Stadium. If you haven't called, 570-459-1212. The tote board's kind of slowed down in the last hour and a half or so, so make those phones ring. You're about to see an interview with Michael Joseph. Michael coached Hazleton area basketball for many years. He, Nino, and Jamie got involved with this Coaches versus Cancer. And every year, Hazleton area was the largest raiser of money in Coaches versus Cancer. Michael's mom passed away recently from cancer, and he's still working with Coaches versus Cancer. And you're about to see an interview with Jamie Kane, Nino's big brother, and Michael Joseph on Coaches versus Cancer.
Jamie Kane here with the American Cancer Society. Got another special guest, Coaches versus Cancer committee person and former Hazleton area high school basketball coach and Coaches versus Cancer legend for Northeastern Pennsylvania, Mike Joseph. Welcome to the telethon.
Thanks, man. How are you, Jamie? It's great to be here.
Yeah, great to have you again. I feel like deja vu all over again. We had some conversations like this during the pandemic. How are things going with you?
We're really good. We're somewhat back to normal in school. I would say 90% of our school district is back in person. There's another 10% that, decided to stay virtual still, at least for the first semester. So, it's good to have the students in front of you, because I was doing last year for the second half of the year, I had some students in front of me, and then I was sitting in like this at my computer talking to the students that were at home. So it was kind of a weird dynamic. I felt like every day I was doing a podcast, a history podcast is what I felt like I was doing every day. But it's definitely good to be back in the building. I think, the morale is picked up because of that. And, I'm selfish in that my son is a senior, and I wanted him to have somewhat of a normal senior year. And so far he's been able to do that. He's been leading the cheering sections at the football games, and he's having a good start to his senior year.
That's awesome. I'm glad to hear that there's some back to normal happening across the area. So we mentioned Coaches versus Cancer in the American Cancer Society. How did you first get involved with the American Cancer Society and Coaches versus Cancer?
I kind of was intrigued by, the beginnings of it. I think everybody, I'm not necessarily intrigued. I think everybody was taken by, you go back to March 1993 with, Jim Valvano only had a few months to live. He's up on that stage. He had to be helped up there, and he gives that speech. And, I think, a huge part of our population in the United States could kind of recite part of that speech that he gave, because, it's lived on, it has a legacy. And I think at that point in time, I followed his career as a coach. He was a coach at Bucknell for 3 years back in the mid 70s, and I played there in the late 80s. So, it's a connection, and, he had such an incredible story of how he fought it. And, I wasn't a head coach at that time. I was an assistant coach. And, as Coaches versus Cancer got bigger and bigger over the course of the next decade, then my career evolved into me being a head coach. I knew as soon as that happened, I wanted my teams to jump on board in some way, shape, or form. And that's how it kind of came to be back in the winter of 2006, my first year as head coach at Hazleton area. We did something very small, but it was a start.
Yeah, and that the Jimmy V speech, to your point, like I watch it still many times. Probably recited it. If you put us on the spot here, we probably both could. Yeah. But it's been so monumental. But I guess that fraternity and that group of committed coaches that have just, you look at some of our National Coaches Council, legends in the game, but they've been engaged in this process, in this program for 20, 30 years. And now us in Northeastern Pennsylvania, our second decade will be up here not too long in participating. So, Suits and Sneakers is such a big part of that, as that'll be coming up in January of this year. But last year we weren't in person. We didn't have the game. So you had great success, one of the best in the entire country. So how did you pivot last year? What did you do that raised so much money last year for Coaches versus Cancer and Suits and Sneakers?
It was interesting in a lot of different ways. I'm not coaching anymore. It wasn't necessarily my choice, but that's a story for another time. But I still wanted to be part of it. And, my mom passed away in January from lung cancer. And, it was right around that time where I still wanted to do something, and they were trying to figure out, how it would be. And, doing it virtually became an opportunity. The administration has always been great in my school district with allowing me to get the message out there to our teachers, our staff, the students, the community, to be part of our Coaches versus Cancer. That's why we raised, $40,000+ over the course of the last decade plus. So they still went along with, me being able to be in charge of the Coaches versus Cancer initiative for us. And, it was a large part, I think it was, my family really, getting the message out there, putting it out there on social media, putting the link out there available for people. And, the fact that we raised over $5,000 in a year like that, where we're never able to be in front of one another. I missed, it's such a neat thing to see everybody wearing the t-shirts. I missed that part of it in our community. We'd have them at the games, we'd have a day at school. I did miss that, but, I was so proud that the community kind of connected with me and my family and what we were going through after losing our mom. And I think a large part of it, was kind of built upon that. And it was different, no doubt about it, in so many ways. But I was really proud of our community for staying strong and donating the way that they did and contributing, over $5,000 to the cause.
It was amazing. It was amazing to watch. I know we would share text messages like, can you believe this? Can you believe that? Yeah. And we just watched the number grow and grow. And, such a great job again on that. And I kind of guess that gets into my next question here, which is, whether it was Suits and Sneakers or Coaches versus Cancer back in the day when we did Relay for Life, or now with the Telethon, Hazleton has always been such a great supporter of the American Cancer Society and such a great community in so many ways. So what is so special about Hazleton? What makes it work so well that maybe in other areas it doesn't?
I think it's, we have great roots here. I think, I know so many people growing up, families that, they're just good pillars of society, people that are willing to do whatever, they need to help somebody when they might be down. I can't tell you how much money I raised for our program when we plan trips and stuff. You stand in front of Walmart and collect $1,000 in 3 hours because people are just, they want to help, the kids. And in a situation like this, they want to help people that are in need. We had a day today. We had a dress down day today, the entire school district, because one of our schools, West Hazelton Elementary Middle School, has lost 3 staff members over the course of the last year from cancer. So we did a dress down day today. Everybody donated money to wear jeans to school, and all of that money is going to be donated to the telethon on Saturday. So it's a great community. You know, I guess every community from time to time will get, you know, knocked down for, you know, what maybe the outside people perceive it to be. But, you know, I lived here for the first 27 years of my life, or 29 years of my life. Then I moved out to Las Vegas and experienced kind of a real transient kind of place where there wasn't a whole lot of roots that people kind of, you know, grew. And I decided to move back here, me and my wife, to raise our family so they could be around their family members, their grandparents, and have a chance to grow up in a small town that has this kind of feel to it. So I think that's in large part, you know, great roots here. People always willing to step up and help, whether it's small businesses or people just throwing $1 into an envelope to try and help somebody, you know, get through a tough period of time.
Yeah, and we're definitely glad you made that decision. So thanks again. And kind of on that last point, you know, there might be someone at home watching and they're like, well, I only have $10 I can contribute, or I only have $20 I can contribute. And does that really matter? And I know you know this because, you know, no one walks through with that huge check and says, here's $1 million, you know, go fight cancer. But if you want to speak to that a little bit and tell that person, yeah, your $10 matters, your $20 matters, whatever you could give matters.
Yeah, you know, as a basketball coach, you know, I didn't invent this saying, but it's somebody a lot smarter and a lot better coach than me talked about, you know, little things kind of develop into big things and make good things happen. And, you know, nickels turn into quarters, turn into dollars, turn into $10. And, you know, we have another thing coming up. And the unfortunate thing is that we, you know, as Coach Martelli, you know, hope someday we don't have to raise any more money because it's gone.
Right,
but
exactly.
We still do. And on Wednesday, tomorrow, we have another dress down day because there's a 7-year-old girl from our school district that's fighting a very difficult form of cancer right now. And we're trying to raise some money for her and her family to deal with some of the expenses. And it's just, you know, every little bit helps. You know, there's so many of these organizations that, you know, from not just what the American Cancer Society does, but offshoots of it, like Coaches versus Cancer and so many other things. I know our volleyball team did a great thing this year. They raised, I believe, over $4,000 that they donate for cancer. She does a tremendous job with that, and another sport. So every little bit helps. And, you know, the technology and the research and development that's needed to try and figure this out, unfortunately, it's a very expensive proposition to try and defeat this thing. And every little bit, you know, any amount is going to be helpful. And, you know, this Saturday, you know, today, I guess, as this is being recorded, you know, anybody out there that thinks that it's not going to help, you know, it will help. And hopefully someday, like I said, what Coach Martelli hopes that we're not going to have to raise money someday because cancer is cured. Interesting story with Coach Martelli and Coaches versus Cancer. Former coach of Hazelton, Bruce Ladd, was diagnosed with kidney cancer a few years ago. And his son played at St. Joseph's University and kind of got a connection, got through to Coach Martelli. Coach Martelli got him hooked up with somebody down in Philadelphia at one of the hospitals there. And great end of story. He's doing great. He's cancer free. And it's just that connection, that fraternity that you spoke about of coaches that are part of this and willing to help others in their time of need. It's a neat thing that's developed over the years, no doubt about it.
And speaking of, before I let you go, there's one thing I have to ask you about, and it kind of relates to all that. We're talking about the fraternity. It talks about, you know, Coaches versus Cancer and its impact, you know, overall. But we just had a golf tournament in northeastern Pennsylvania, and a Coach Martelli protege, ESPN's Joe Lunardi, I understand, played in your foursome. So our last question to you, who's the better golfer, Joe Lunardi or Mike Joseph?
He is absolutely better. Now, he had a funny thing. I mean, It's been a great week. This week it's been in the 60s, and most of that week when the tournament was ended up being in the 60s, but it was about 48 degrees that day. And like on the 16th hole, it was like sleet, like sideways sleet coming down at us. And he goes, you know, when Andrew called me to play in this tournament, I thought he said Scranton. I didn't know I was going to Scotland to play because of the weather that was going on that day. But he was great. It was just like, you know, there was 4 of us. It was just like another friend of ours playing in our foursome with me, Andrew, and Spencer from Tunkhannock, Spencer Lunger, and Andrew Kettle, and Joel Lenardi and myself was the foursome. And we had a great day. This is the kind of guy he is. You know, he's this big TV personality. And I'm a very average golfer, but I made about a 60-foot putt for birdie. And I turned around and he gave me a huge bear hug to celebrate it. And awesome. We had a great time. He gave a great talk that night at the dinner, and he was so accessible to people wanting to take pictures and stuff. It was great to have him there. And it was a first golf tournament was a tremendous success, as I expected. Andrew, anything that he does usually turns out pretty darn good.
Well, we're looking forward to, you know, planning next year, and hopefully not in the middle of any rainstorms, snowstorms. So maybe a little bit earlier in the calendar year. But always great to talk to you. I always love these opportunities to catch up and hear about all the great things you're doing and share with the community, you know, the impact that you have and continue to have. So thanks again for joining us. Thanks again for all you do for the American Cancer Society and Coaches versus Cancer. We'll definitely be talking soon. So thanks again.
We are back at the Alice C. Wiltie Performing Arts Center here at the Hazleton Area Middle School, better known again as the Castle on the Hill. Back with entertainment, but quickly want to remind you, if you like what you're seeing and you've seen so far this afternoon as we continue on to the evening and the supper hour, please dial our number at 570-459-1212 or donate online at acsmove.org/Hazleton Telethon. Philip is back with me as well. Hello,
Always
Philip.
good to be back.
I noticed something a little different about you every time.
Yeah, I don't know what it
I'm
is.
not
I
sure
mean,
what's going on.
it's been a good day.
You look great.
Yeah,
you look
thank
great.
you. Thank you so much.
With us now, ladies and gentlemen, is no stranger to the Telethon, and it's been how many years now, Ms. Fab?
100.
Wow, you look great for 100. Under all these hot lights, we've been standing here for so long. Fabergé is with us, with her students from Fabergé Follies. Tell us a little bit about what you have for us this year.
Really, it has been 33 years, so time is really moving. Right now, you're going to see a beautiful patriotic number because we're all here to fight cancer, and it is so the American way that we take care of each other, fight for causes that matter, and certainly the cancer research matters a lot. So these are the beautiful Fabergé girls here to present their patriotic production.
All right, as Ms. Fab said, once again, the students of Fabergé Follies.
This is a great country, so let's shout it clear and loud. Take a look in your history book, and you'll see why we should be proud. Hats off to America, the home of the free and the brave. If this is flag waving, can you think of a better flag to wave? nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We're back at Wildland Studios, and the telethon wasn't the same until this young lady walked in. And everybody got all excited because Amanda's back. How many years you've been here, Amanda? Amanda was a survivor of childhood cancer, and she was always Don Pacenza's good luck charm every time. She would stand up here, and the phones would ring. Now, Waylon is going to get the phones to ring, right? How old is Waylon, Amanda?
He's 3 months old today.
And he's a very good boy. I haven't made him cry once, which is a miracle.
Not yet.
Sean, it's been has to be a great thing to be a parent, and just what Amanda had gone through in her life, just to married now, have his child. It's got to be a great thing.
Absolutely. This is probably my 7th or 8th year here with Amanda. We come every year. She always volunteers a lot of her time. She helps out the entire day most of the time, every single year that we've been here, but today a little different. We both had to work and having a little guy, so but it's a blessing to have this little guy in our life. It's been quite the years coming that we've been working for this, so we're happy he's here with us today, and he'll carry on the tradition long after this as well. So.
Well, he has no choice. You know that. You didn't know that. Because when you start dating Amanda, you didn't realize that part of dating Amanda was being at the AC.
That's right.
How many years? Do you have any idea how many years you've been coming here?
This is my 23rd year.
23.
Yes.
23 out of 40.
23.
And you were diagnosed early on with childhood cancer?
12 years old, I was diagnosed with non-Hodgkin's lymphoma.
And that had to be a devastating...
Yes, it was tough, but we had lots of help. We had lots of help from the Cancer Society. They helped my family out a lot, and with things you won't even think of, gas money to get to the appointments, just support, and that's why we come every year to give back.
And you certainly do give back. You do have a legitimate excuse of not staying the rest of the night. Do you have anything to say, Waylon?
Waylon said that he's not allowed to eat until all 4 of those phones get ringing, so he's getting really hungry, so we'd appreciate if we can get all 4 phones going.
Did you hear that? Poor Waylon is starving here. Get those phones ringing, right? He's very precious, and I, as you said, that you struggled, and you finally, yeah, I know. I'm boring, I know. What can I tell you? But God bless you, and as I said, when you walked in, the place just lit up.
Thank you. Thank you for having us.
Yeah, thank you guys.
Well, thank you for coming.
Say thank you.
Guess what? You're committed, buddy, for the rest of your life.
Yes.
See you next year.
Well, hopefully it won't be too many more years we can say
hopefully.
This thing, all right? In your lifetime, buddy.
Yes.
Okay? So Waylon's getting upset, so I guess it's time to, wherever we're going, I guess we're going back to John and Nino in the, are we going? Okay, John, take it up.
You got it, Joe. Listen, I don't understand. After the chicken dance, after Amanda being back, the baby's here hungry, and none of the phones are ringing. We got to get them ringing here. 459-1212. I hear Waylon over there. He sounds like he's a little hungry. So please, make a donation. The smallest amount will help. Make a donation and call in 570-459-1212. Here's a few I'll read off. In memory of Donald Tosh. Patrick Tosh from Wilkes-Barre, a $50 pledge. Thank you.
There we go.
Susan Huron and the Huron family in memory of John Huron. That's a $250 pledge. Thank you very, very much. We have Elsie Morley in memory of Brother Joseph Sabo, a $20 pledge. Thank you. Brian Payne called in with a $50 pledge for Marie Payne. Thank you. And we'll do one more here. We have Michelle and Joseph Scuba in memory of Patricia Snyder. That's a $20 pledge. Thank you all very much. At this point, we're going to go back to entertainment.
All right, and welcome back to the Alice C. Wilsey Center. We are joined again by the Fabergé Follies. We're going to let them continue. Once again, just to keep in mind, that number is
570-459-1212, or donate online at acsmove.org/Hazelton Telethon. Keep it coming, keep it coming. That's what we need this afternoon.
all right, and we're going to pop backstage and let these girls continue to dance. Everybody enjoy.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back the Fabergé Follies.
We got it together, didn't we? We've definitely got our thing together, don't we, baby? Isn't that nice? We've got it together, baby. My first, my last, my everything, and the answer to all my dreams. You're my sun, my moon, my guiding star, my kind of wonderful. That's what you are. I know there's only one like you. There's no way they could have made two. You're all I'm living for. Your love I'll keep forevermore. You're the first, the last, my everything.
Yeah.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, the Fabergé Follies. Good stuff.
Big round
good
of
stuff.
applause.
Thank you, Miss Fab. After 33 years is a long time, folks. A long time she's been with us. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. It's always my pleasure. Thank you.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, the Fabergé Follies.
All right, and we're going to send it back to WYLN.
Okay, some more great entertainment we just saw. And we're back here now at WILN Studio. Maybe we can thank a few people.
Yeah, so we are here hours and hours and hours and hours doing this with volunteers, and those volunteers, believe it or not, actually have to eat to sustain their energy. And we have great partners and great volunteers that help us every year delivering food to us to keep these great volunteers fed. So I just want to thank a couple of those restaurants. First, we have Third Base Hoagies, which I found out today is a staple of Hazelton, and it was delicious. I did have that for lunch, so thank you, Third Base Hoagies. Bonanza, Frankie's, and Jimmy's. Thank you all so much for donating the food, for keeping us all fed and keeping us going throughout the night. Thank you all so much.
We got a couple of people who come in from out of town, and I'd like to thank Fairfield as well. They've generously donated 3 rooms for our sound people tonight. So again, a shout out to Fairfield, and thank you very much for that donation.
It's amazing. There's so much that happens behind the scenes. We see the tote board throughout the day, but there is so much that happens behind the scenes, in-kind donations every single year for the past 43 years. So we always like to shout out those companies, those restaurants, because again, without the support of the community, none of this is possible. And speaking of the tote board, we do have an update. We are now at $19,206. So we are up and we're moving along. Really happy to see that number growing, but we want to see it grow even more. And in order for that to grow, we need these phones to ring. So please dial 570-459-1212 so we can make that $19,206 go up, up, up. We want it as high as we can get it tonight. So please dial 570-459-1212.
Yeah, be the first to try to break it through that $20,000 mark. It'll be a landmark for us for this evening, and a good way to our, hopefully, a great total for this telethon. So thanks very much. You may want to talk a little bit, too, about some of the upcoming events, Nino, that are going on.
Yeah, so we saw Mike Joseph earlier, an interview with Jamie Kane, and Mike Joseph is part of our Coaches versus Cancer program, does a great job every year for more than a decade at this point. And last year, he went online and he created a team, Chorus Crew, and they were able to raise over $5,000 last year, and that is during the pandemic. So it's just amazing that no matter what's happening around the world, that the Hazleton community can come together in the fight against cancer. So thank you, Mike Joseph. Thank you, everyone at Hazleton. Thank you, Chorus Crew, for all of the work that you have done. And I actually just saw Mike the other week at a Coaches versus Cancer golf tournament, the inaugural Coaches versus Cancer golf tournament, I should say, in Northeast Pennsylvania. And Mike Joseph got to golf with Andrew Kettle, the chair of Coaches versus Cancer in Northeast PA, and Joe Lenardi, and that was a great event. They ended up raising over $55,000 for the American Cancer Society. It was a very fun event, so thank you to all the volunteers that put that together, the committee, everyone else at Glen Oak Country Club. Thank you all so much. And we're looking forward to another great year this year. In 2022, Suits and Sneakers Week is the last week of January, and we are hoping to get all the coaches in Division II on board and wearing their sneakers with their suits, raising awareness and raising money for the American Cancer Society through Coaches versus Cancer. So really looking forward to that. I will say that Northeast Pennsylvania is one of, if not the strongest high school-based program. We don't have a Division I college here, like many other areas do. So we rely on the high schools in the area. And year after year, we have the top schools in the nation. I'm talking schools raising $40,000, $15,000, and it blows my mind every single year, because it's like, how can it get any better than this? And somehow, year after year, these schools come together and do a better and better job. So really looking forward to the Coaches versus Cancer program and Suits and Sneakers this year. And hopefully growing the program even more than we ever have before. So if you are a coach, if you know a coach, please tell them about Coaches versus Cancer. We'd love to have every school in the area on board, competing nationally for fundraising dollars to see which school can really come out on top. It's a fun way to compete outside of actual basketball. So again, if you know a coach, if you are a coach, please reach out to me, Nino Cimino, at nino.cimino@cancer.org, and I will set you up for Suits and Sneakers. It is a great program, and we look forward to it every single year.
Yeah, it's great. And I think coming back home here to the Hazleton area and hearing that our coaches that are involved have helped to make that donation as good as it's been is a great thing. It's a great tribute to this area. And again, even our total right now at $19,206, it's great that our community's behind us, and we appreciate every dollar of it. So again, we've talked about research and how important it is. We've talked about early detection. Doctors today are saying the earlier we catch this ugly disease, any part of it, the better off a client will be. So we're anxious to see if we can find a cure for this ugly disease in all aspects of it. Anyone who has that early diagnosis, I know it's the worst thing to hear is the words, "you have cancer." I went through it myself at one point, and I was very lucky. I didn't really know I had cancer until after they had taken a nodule out of my lung. So in that aspect, I thought I was lucky. And beyond that, they took part of it out, and it's gone. And so I just got clearance this year from the doctors that were treating me and saying you don't need to come back. And that's a great thing to hear. So, you know, we talked to survivors today, and we also talked about those that are no longer with us. And it's a tribute to those who aren't no longer with us. That's why we do this. But at the same token, we should focus and concentrate our efforts on the survivors, and the fact that cancer is being beaten. And one of the ways to beat it is by calling in 459-1212. Again, any contribution that you can make to us, we would appreciate it. We've got 2 phones working right now, and if we can get 2 more working, I think some people have said they'll do some crazy things on air. So if we can just try to get a couple more phones ringing here, Nino, I think we'd be in good shape.
Yeah, absolutely. And you mentioned that early detection. It is vitally important that you continue to get screened for cancers, because the earlier you detect it, the easier it is to fight off. We need to find out that how to treat it, but when to treat it. And it is so important that we don't stop going to our doctors, that we don't stop getting screened. Over the last couple of years, that has declined. But we are really urging people to get back to the doctors. I know traditionally, especially a lot of men, they do not like going to the doctors. You know, I'm tough, but please, if you have not been to the doctor, especially if you're over the age of 40, get colonoscopy, because if you detect it early, you have such a better chance of fighting it and beating it. And we are hoping to hit 80% detection cancer screenings over the next couple of years, because it is just vitally important to get screened as early as possible.
Yeah, it absolutely is. And I think for those who have the unfortunate news that the doctor can say, unfortunately, we found something, but we found it early, which is good news. I just throw out the advice to say, don't get ahead of yourself. Don't panic. Joe mentioned some statistics earlier today. You know, we've had some portions of cancer that have gone from 17% survival rate to 67% rate in a short period of time. So, I mean, with the advancements that are being made through research and development, I think that, there's really no reason to panic. So, I know it's easier said than done, but by all means, we've come a long way in the cancer fight.
Absolutely. Since 1991, cancer deaths have dropped by 27%. And that is not only because of research, but it also is from learning that the earlier that we can detect cancer, the better chance we have of beating it. So once again, please go to your doctors, get screened. If you feel that something is wrong with your body, don't let doctors tell you no. Please, I urge you to continue to push for it. I met a breast cancer survivor earlier this year, and she had to fight for her diagnosis because she knew something was wrong with her body, and the doctor told her there was nothing wrong. She continued to fight because you know your body better than anybody else. So please, if you feel that something is wrong, you keep battling, because you can beat it, and you will beat it. And through the donations, through the help of everyone here, we're now at $19,206, and that is a testament to this community. And I hope to see that number move forward and higher. And now I'm going to kick it over to entertainment.
And we are back at the Alice E. Wiltsey Performing Arts Center. As you can see, we have more dancers for you in this segment. She is back. She is in a different outfit. She'll be in a different outfit later because we have a long night ahead of us. Miss Sherry O'Donnell is back with us. Thank you for a awesome Fashion for a Cure show. How about a round of applause for Sherry? That everybody's in the house and everybody at home as well. Big success there.
Thank you. We had a great Fashion for a Cure show at 2 o'clock. And now the dance studio students are going to do a little production number to Dynamite by BTS, because we had a theme last year of boy bands, girl bands. And we kind of just wanted to do this all together and go around to different venues and causes in the area and do some community service. So here we are again with my girls, and we'll be presenting a little routine to Dynamite.
Phil, once again, there's something different about you in this segment.
I don't know what it is. I don't know. But you know what I do know is that you can call 570-459-1212 or visit acsmove.org/Hazelton Telethon. And you can donate while you watch this marvelous group dance on this stage. You can donate, call in, please. It's a great cause. We're fighting to find a cure for cancer. And why don't we just let the ladies take it away?
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, here they are, the students from All That Dancing and their instructor, Sherry O'Donnell.
Cause I'm in the stars tonight, so watch me bring the fire, set the night light. Shoes on, get up in the morning, cup of milk, let's rock and roll. Kink out, kick the drum, rolling on like a rolling stone. Sing song when I'm walking home, jump up to the top of the brown. Ding dong, call me on my phone, nice tea and I'll get my ping pong. This is getting heavy, can't hear the bass, boom, I'm ready. Life is sweet as honey, yeah, this beach chain like money. This go overload, I'm into that, I'm good to go, I'm down, you know I go. Hey, so let's go. Cause I'm in the stars tonight, so watch me bring the fire, set the night light. Hey, shining through the city with a little funky soul. So I'ma light it up like dynamite. Whoa, bring a friend, join the crowd, whoever wanna come along. Word up, talk, just move right up the wall. Daylight, sky's the light, so we dance to the break of dawn. Ladies and gentlemen, I got the medicine, so you should keep your eyes on the ball. This is getting heavy, can you hear the bass? Boom, I'm ready. Levies, feelings, honey, yeah, this big chain like money. And this go overload, I'm into that, I'm good to go, I'm down, you know I glow. And let's go. Cause I'm in the stars tonight, so watch me bring the fire, set the night light. Hey, shining through the city with a little funky soul. So I'ma light it up like dynamite. Whoa, life is dynamite. Life is dynamite. Shining through the city with a little funky soul. So I'ma light it up like dynamite. Whoa, light it up like dynamite. Light it up like dynamite. Cause I'm in stars tonight, so watch me bring the fire, set the night alight. Shining through the city with a little fucking soul. So I'ma light it up like dynamite. This is stars tonight, so watch me bring the fire, set the night alight. Shining through the city with a little fucking soul. So I'ma light it up like
Great job, girls, great job. I know her.
Well done, well done.
Great job, great job.
Another round of applause, folks.
We have a check presentation, right, Sherry?
Yes, we do.
Okay, girls, come on. You're going to help me out with this, right? Yeah. Okay. The students and teachers of All That Dancing are presenting a check for $200. The little girls want to help me out, so we're going to present a check to the American Cancer Society for $200 from
All That Dancing!
All right.
They're all excited. $200. Thank you so
Thank
much,
you so
Sherry.
much. Absolutely.
Thank you so much.
Every penny counts, folks, and this is amazing, raising this money and putting it towards a good cause. So, folks, if you're out there, just like these ladies have raised $200 for us, call in 570-459-1212. You can call in, make a donation. You can visit the site, acsmove.org/Hazleton Telethon, and you can make a difference. You can help fight to find a cure for cancer.
And we are getting set to throw it back to the phone room and interview area. Once again, 570-459-1212. Back up to the WYLN studios.
We're back at WYLN Studios, starting the 5 o'clock hour, 459-1212 with 570 in front of that, sorry. Make your donation. The tote board is slowly growing. We have a long way to go, but make that call. This is the 5 o'clock hour. We have a special treat for the 5 o'clock hour callers. Anybody who calls in with a pledge of $50 and would like a free ticket to what I understand is a very outstanding light show can do so. Just when you talk to the operator, just say you're interested if you donate $50 in the light show. We have Pat Kennelly, who is the general manager of the Sugarloaf Golf Club. And Patrick, can you explain a little bit about what your light show is all about?
Sure, Joe. Yeah. First of all, thank you for having us. We appreciate the opportunity. But last year was our first season, and we decided it would be good to do something festive for the community while the course is closed. Obviously, our season wraps up around Thanksgiving, so we decided to build a Christmas light show, and we worked on it for most of the year, and it came together very nice. We were pleased. I think most people that attended enjoyed. It was a lot of fun for the kids and adults alike. So we were pretty proud of what we accomplished, and for this year, we made it bigger and better, and I think it'll be even more fun. So we're happy to donate a pass for anyone that donates in this hour.
And Pat's going to be with us for the hour, so we'll be talking to him on and off for the hour, trying to convince his daughter to join us on set. And I guess, Aaron, do I get fired for not doing top of the hour?
Yes.
Oh, good. Well, okay, we'll see. Pat will take over.
I got it.
Top of the hour, if we're ready for it, I finally, realized I messed up. Okay. Bob and Janice Maisie and family. Lehigh Valley Health Network is the crawl sponsor for the telethon. Service Electric Cablevision, the standard speaker, and thank you for your support. George and Florence Hayden and family, the phone bank sponsor. Leader Services, the tote board sponsor. Kreisel family, one of the originators of this telethon, WYLN TV 35 in Hazleton. Henkel, U.S. Operations. S.J. Kowalski, Plumbing and Heating, and the Train Comfort Specialists. Blaze Alexander, Greater Hazleton Dealerships, the entertainment sponsor. And CarVision Nissan. Fairway, Chevy, Subaru. And WYLN broadcast provider, along with Service Electric Cable, the Atlantic Broadcast, and Service Electric. And the telephone and modem service provided by Service Electric. The phone sponsors are Roman Mason Foundation, Camersville Fuel Services, McNeilis Insurance Agency, and the Sugarloaf Golf Course. And we have our general manager sitting right next to me. And again, Patrick, we'll come back to you. Nino has some tasks that he has to perform there.
Thank you, Joe. So we have a new crew here answering phones, and they have not answered a phone yet, so please get those phones ringing, 570-459-1212. At the table, we have the Hazleton Elks, and here with the Hazleton Elks, we have Maria Pedriani. As she told me, a very Irish name, and someone named Nino Semino, I know all about the Irish descent. So Maria, thank you for joining us today.
It's my pleasure. I've been involved with this telethon for many, many years, and I look forward to continuing it.
Well, thank you so much for your dedication to the American Cancer Society and for supporting the community the way you do with the Hazleton Elks. So we were talking a little bit before, and I was hoping that you'd be able to kind of shed some light on your story and kind of why you're here.
Okay. I'm here because I always believed in cancer research. But when I was, 59 years old, just waltzing through life, never sick a day in my life, I ended up within 3 days of like high fevers and chills. I thought I had the flu. I ended up having Hodgkin's lymphoma. I had cancer from my ankles, I get emotional, to my jaw. I was stage 4. I was scared out of my mind. I thought, I just couldn't even believe it. But because of all of you, because of all of your donations, I was able to get new drugs. You have to believe in cancer research, and you have to know that because of you, I got to live longer. I'm now going to be 71 years old. That's a lie, I am 71. But, I was afraid I wouldn't get to grow old. My grandchildren, I'm very engaged with them. And I went through chemo, I lost all my hair, but I got new drugs, and here I am today. I don't even take an aspirin, I take vitamins. I'm very, very healthy. It's over 13 years, and you have to believe in the cause. Cancer is a devastating, terrible thing, and it just doesn't seem to want to go away. But so many of my friends have lived long, long lives because of cancer research. And please, everyone, you give everybody an opportunity to grow old or live longer with this horrible disease. So please, don't think that your donations don't count. Call 570-459-1212.
Thank you so much for sharing that.
Nino, I don't mean to interrupt. It seems like I'm always interrupting, but
That's okay.
I'm old, so I can do that. As you were talking to Maria, and Maria, again, that's a great story, and we appreciate you coming back every year.
Well, I'm glad to be here. Thank you.
Pat whispered in my ear that he's a cancer survivor.
And Maria, that was inspiring. But 2 years ago, I was diagnosed with esophageal cancer. Same experience. Stops everything you have. Fear for your future, and I had amazing treatment, and it's because of events like this that was possible. I know
Absolutely.
when we first started to look into, the numbers and the things you do when a health crisis comes up, it's extremely frightening. And the diagnosis I had was pretty grim. But what we found out in the last 10 years, there's been a lot of changes in the treatment outcomes and the mode of action that they treat you with. And I've had great results so far. I'm 2.5 years from diagnosis and 2 years from surgery, chemo as well. So, I thank everyone that donates for whatever help it may have provided me and you as well, Maria.
Absolutely. I mean, cancer research is just, the things they are doing, it's just really amazing. A lot of people don't even lose their hair anymore, which is a great thing. I can't tell you, I've had a cancer touched my family again last year. And unfortunately, I lost my brother-in-law to cancer only because of COVID. He could not get treatments. So you have to know how important they are and how important, I can't stress that enough, that the research is. So please, everyone, don't think it doesn't matter. Call 570-459-1212, please. Let these phones ring.
It's something that we've been asking survivors all day. When you got the news, what was your reaction?
Well,
you have a young daughter.
Yes, I have.
Still trying to
I had
convince
an
her to come up.
8-year-old daughter and an 11-year-old son at the time. Yeah, that's a pretty hard thing to describe, Joe. I mean, it stops you in your tracks. I mean, everything you've planned for your future changes, and your mindset goes to pretty dark places. But for me, I was a young man, and it was pretty shocking. But my personal only feelings were, how do we beat this? I got to roll up my sleeves and get to it. And, I was treating within 8 days of diagnosis, which was incredible. And that kind of helped because there wasn't a long wait. Luckily, it all happened before COVID. So, we still got to see doctors pretty quickly, and I had some great people in my corner. But it changes everything immediately.
It's funny because your family, the Sugarloaf Golf Course, has been sponsoring the greens fees for I don't know how many years. I said I'm here a long time, and every year I've been here, the Sugarloaf Golf Course has been involved. So it's kind of ironic in a sense that they're strong supporters, and then it turns out that their son ends up with cancer. It's almost not fair. But
Cancer is definitely not
scary
fair.
thing.
There's no question about that.
Yes.
Okay, no more interruptions.
That's okay. I thank you for interrupting with that, because I think it just goes to show, I mean, look at me. To my left, there's a survivor, and to my right, there's a survivor. And that is because of the research that was done, and that research cannot be done without your donations. So please, once again, 570-459-1212. Let's get these phones ringing. Let's get these donations in, because we just heard about new drugs from two different people. Cancer does not discriminate, man or woman. It does not matter. These new drugs help, and the only way that we're going to develop the new drugs is through research. And that research cannot be done without donations from this community. So please, once again, 570-459-1212, and now we're going to kick it back to entertainment.
All right, folks, and welcome back to the Alice C. Wilsey Center here for the ACS Telethon. We are joined once again by Fabergé Follies for their final performance of today. So, folks, 570-459-1212. While you're watching this performance, donate. You can donate online, acsmove.org/Hazleton Telethon. And before we get started, why don't you just tell us a little bit about this performance?
I'd be glad to. Well, the beautiful all-American Fabergé girls will combine talents with Warrior Banner Ministry to remind us all that when times are most bleak, you can always pray your way out.
All right, folks, sit back and enjoy.
I know the trouble's all around, and your heart is filled with doubt. Just call on the Lord and you pray your way out. You've got to 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 pray your way out. This is the day that the Lord has made. Let us rejoice and be glad. For He alone is wonderful. He alone is marvelous. Let us rejoice and be glad. Enter His gates with thanksgiving. Enter into His courts with praise. Unto Him and bless His holy name. Let us rejoice and be glad. This is the day. This is the day that the Lord has made. Let us rejoice and be glad. For He alone is wonderful. He alone is marvelous. Let us rejoice. Rejoice. Let us rejoice. 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 Let us rejoice. Rejoice, rejoice. Let us rejoice. Let us rejoice. Let us rejoice. And I love to praise His name. You'll find that life is still worthwhile if you're you'll find that life is still worthwhile.
worthwhile if you just smile.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, give it up once again for the Fabergé Follies. And remember, that number to dial is 570-459-1212, acsmove.org/Hazleton Telethon. Visit online to donate, and we're going to throw it back to WYLN.
Here in the WYLN studios and preparing ourselves for a visitor who came to see us today. It's a gentleman, Dan Kimbrough from Kingston, who's part of the Board of Advisors. Jamie Kane is going to help us with that interview. So go ahead, Jamie.
Hey, everyone. Welcome to my friend, Dan Kimbrough. Thanks for joining us from the short ride down from Kingston. Dan, actually, he is my staff partner. Well, I'm his staff partner, I should say, with the Cancer Society and the Board of Advisors. But Dan, you're our chair for our Board of Advisors. And we started this, and Jane Doherty is actually our secretary, but we started this in March of 2020. So what was that like?
It was a little crazy. Not being able to be in the same room and actually meet with the other board members and go through things was a little hard. Coming in as a board chair, not really being a part of ACS before that, and doing it all over Zoom was very interesting, and it was a little rough. But I think it worked that because of the fact that we were on Zoom, it made it a little easier for everyone to sort of be a little more attentive. We knew that money was going to be low because we were going into a pandemic and everyone was being hurt. So we was able to focus a little more, but it made it easier for the region to come together as well, because not everyone was driving, well, we're meeting in Binghamton, or we're meeting here, or we're meeting here. Everyone could sort of be there, so that helped out a little bit.
Yeah, and I think it was actually pretty smart of someone. I'm being a little conceited there. But, talk a little bit about your background, because as the organization has tried to transition into more of a digital-first organization, your background has been totally helpful in that process.
Yeah, so I run a small media production company and teach at Misericordia, so I teach audio-video production, a lot of social media work and things in digital. So as we were looking to make this transition and being able to still hold, not telethons, but give out information online, still have fundraisers and events, it was easy for me to say, hey, I can handle this, I can edit this piece, I can make sure that this works for the live stream, and so that it played into my expertise. And so it was pandemic was terrible, but for those looking to switch to digital, for us, it actually worked out pretty well. We were still able to raise money, and it felt good to be able to lend my services to that.
Yeah, and since we've been working together for almost 2 years now, engaging the community where they are. That's like your mantra. That's what you want to do. You're always pushing us like, what more could we do? But why is it important, particularly to bring a voice to everyone to the table? Why is that so important to you?
I think one of the things that when we look at, especially what American Cancer Society is doing, or really any healthcare organization, often when we think about how we're going to help people, we assume often people can come to us. If they need help, they'll reach out to us, and we have to realize that sometimes that's a hard step for people to take. But also when we look at diversity and marginalized groups, there's just a trust barrier there. A large organization who's supposed to be helping, there may have been things that have happened in America's past, regardless of whoever you are, where there's a trust issue. And so being able to meet people where they are, but also looking at not just how we help, well, not who we help, but also how we're helping individuals. Some groups may need things done differently. There may be higher rates of cancer, so this type of cancer with different groups. And so this sort of blanketed approach of let's do this and we'll hit everyone doesn't always work. And switching into digital first almost makes it a little easier to sort of start pinpointing places where we can start doing help. And then as we open back up, we've built some trust online. Let's get out into the community and do a little more and build that trust that way. And then hopefully we can actually really hit everyone and not just sort of be throwing things at the wall and hoping that folks fall under that umbrella.
Yeah, and when you think about even the core projects, what we do at the American Cancer Society, research, we always talk about cancer research. And this year, one of the exciting things that we started as an organization is a diversity and research program. So we're bringing more of those bright minds, but giving them more a seat at the table.
which is a big thing. When we look at healthcare and looking at different groups, it helps if the person who's in the operating room or in the triage room, wherever in that scale of wherever you're going to meet someone with healthcare, if there's someone there who looks like you and someone who understands where you've come from, maybe who understands your background, and we don't see a lot of that in healthcare. And so with this diversity in research, it'll be great because we're looking at really trying to make sure that we're diversifying who's doing the research so that all voices are at that table, so that if there are gaps that have been missed in the past, those can be filled in, but also that we have a lot more people, again, who, when you come to ACS, you are represented. You see someone who looks like you, so you really know that you have a home here and that we're trying to help you, specifically you, not just a broad overview.
Yeah, and when you think of that, kind of just pivoting back to, so we've been in this process for, since March of 2020 or a little bit before then, but with the board like transitioning into 2022, other ways we continue to just try and get more people involved in the cause. We have a pretty robust board of advisors, 20 or 25 members who've never actually been in a room together. But, just give us a little bit of a picture into next year. What do you think that's going to look like? Do you think it's going to be what it was, what it has been the last 2 years, or somewhere in the middle?
I think it's going to be somewhere in the middle. The board hopefully we'll get all of us together at some point in time where we can actually meet one another, but we're also looking at new ways of how do we engage the community. And so instead of taking the approach of let's do these bigger events, how do we maintain throughout the year so that ACS and what we do and our goals are top of mind year round, but also that we're raising awareness. And so it's not always just the big ask of when the ACS comes calling, well, they want a check from me. No, we just want to let you know that we're here are the services that we offer. If you know someone you need to refer, bring them along. And if there is a check you'd like to give, we will still take that. But we really do want to just raise awareness so that you don't think of us just in October or other specific times a year. You're thinking about ACS year round so that if someone needs help, you don't forget that we're there.
Yeah, and when you think about that, and especially some of the work we do around, coalition building and different organizations that we partner with, the American Society as a convener is becoming a very important role where we're unique as a trusted health partner that we could bring in other organizations and we could sit down and we could talk about, what's going on with colorectal cancer, what's going on with transportation, some of these big issues, but then not necessarily do it ourselves, but bring more people to that.
Well, and I think that's going to be the wave going forward, is that no one suffers from just cancer or just dementia or just transportation issues. Usually it's intersectionality. It works as well as what people are dealing with. And so if there are transportation issues, all right, well, we know that we need to get people here to hear who do we speak to, and that ACS is big enough that we can pick up the phone and make those phone calls and hopefully help get people where they need to go, the help they need. Maybe it's nutrition that we need to be talking about, that it's not just one thing. There are multiple things that affect a person and sort of what they're going through. And so that if we can help put touch points on all of those things, you're helping the whole person as well.
Yeah, and in order to do that work, obviously we need the phones to ring. It does sound a little bit quiet over there, so hopefully those phones will get ringing pretty soon. But just really quick on that, you started to touch on this a little bit, but when we think about risks to public health, right? So we're talking about, issues of cancer, but when you look at risk factors for heart disease, diabetes, a lot of it does come down to physical activity and nutrition and eating better. And I think that's one thing as an organization, again, maybe collectively with some partners, we need to do better on, right? Getting that message out.
Well, yeah, and I think, like you said, moving around more, eating healthier, I think those are the things that most health organizations that are this large that are looking at a specific disease are really pinpointed on that disease, but there's so many preventative measures that can go into that they may not stop cancer from happening, but they can lower risk or they can help enhance life in other ways. And so that, yeah, we should be looking at if, there are local food banks or farms in your area, how can your local ACS work with them to make sure that you're getting some healthy food as well? Not just the 5K to help raise money, but what are the things that you can be doing to get up and getting around, pointing you to area parks, fitness organizations. So again, helping the whole person so that you have a better life overall.
Yeah, and again, not to really make this about us, but one of the things we do with partners with Denver Chamber of Commerce, I chair a nonprofit council, you chair a diversity, equity, inclusion council, and there's so much we could do collectively as organizations together as that groups, but we know sitting at the table with heart, Alzheimer's, like we're doing those things. So that's so important for the community to know. We have a united front. I want to thank you for coming down on the short ride. We are going to send it back over to the phone bank, but thanks again. Any last message?
No, thank you guys, and let's start bringing the phone rings.
Let's get those phones ringing.
All right, thank you, Jamie and Dan. That was excellent. And we're back here with Maria Pedriani, as she told me the Italian queen, and I told her I'm the Italian prince. So I understand that the Hazleton Elks have done a lot of great work over the year, and you have a check presentation?
Yes, I do. Usually, up at the lodge, we have a pink night where we raise money for cancer, and it's been very, very successful. Because of COVID, we did not do this year, but we were able to raise $1,000 that we'd like to present.
Excellent. Thank you so much. $1,000 from the Hazleton Elks. And thank you all so much for all of your hard work, not only this year, but throughout the years. I know that you have been a great supporter of the American Cancer Society and the Hazleton Telethon for years. So thank you all so much. And I do want to also mention that if you call right now and you pledge $50, that you can get a pass to Light the Night at Sugarloaf. And here to speak a little bit more about that.
Actually, we have to go to a tape. We'll get back to.
Oh, okay. That's my bad. I'm trying to get you on there. I want to talk to you. Alrighty, and to the tape.
The tape is from Eric McGahey of the American Cancer Society, and let's look.
I am Jane Doherty, co-chair of the 43rd Annual Greater Hazleton Telethon, and I'm here with a friend of mine, an ACS staff member, Eric, and I'm going to ask Eric to introduce himself first. Good afternoon, Eric.
Good afternoon, Jane. My name is Eric McGahey. I'm with the American Cancer Society, and I'm thrilled to be here and be part of the Hazleton Telethon once again.
And Eric, what is your position with the ACS?
I am a director within the PANY area, so I have responsibilities through a good part of Pennsylvania as well as some of New York, and absolutely, and including Hazleton.
Okay. And as you know, you've been here several times, our telethon not only raises money for the ACS, but it also serves as an important educational tool where we inform the public about new things happening with cancer research or cancer treatment. We work with second graders to educate them about things they can do to prevent cancer. And of course, the money that we raise, people say, well, where does that go? So would you tell us a little bit about the services that our money helps to provide?
Sure. The money that the Hazleton Telethon raises and that comes from the Hazleton community makes a lot of difference to a lot of folks. Some of it absolutely stays local and is involved in helping your neighbors, the folks who live in the Hazleton areas. They get needs as they move forward, saying a family member, a loved one, a friend has had a cancer diagnosis, and as they're looking for information, the American Cancer Society provides that information to them. It provides services. It provides resources to them. We're able to provide all different types of things. So most of the time, the number one thing people call for is information. So we have a 1-800 number, 1-800-227-2345, which is the direct line of the American Cancer Society. It is answered live 24/7, 365 by someone who's going to help walk you through what your needs are, walk you through what happens. Oftentimes when people have a cancer diagnosis, the doctor will tell them they have cancer, and the next 5 or 10 minutes they continue on to share information, but most people don't process that. I know of myself and other people who've gone through that process. You don't process the information at that time and place. We also have a website which is available 24/7, 365 as well, which is www.cancer.org, which is a robust resource for people. So the money that's raised at the telethon helps to support both of those things, which help all of our neighbors, help all the people around the Hazleton area, help people throughout the area and farther. Also, it gets involved with helping our folks get to treatments as we look at bringing back our Road to Recovery program, which should be coming back very shortly in 2022 to help people get to treatments once again. The other options that come through that is our Hope Lodge. We have a wonderful opportunity. We sit in a unique position in the Hazleton area where we have people who can benefit and go to Philadelphia, who can go to New York City, who can go to different locations where Hope Lodge is and where their treatments are happening, and they have an opportunity to stay for somewhere for free because of the funds raised here at the telethon to help our neighbors as they undergo treatments and processes. And then countless different things that we do in terms of other services and programs. Research is an absolutely amazing piece of what we do, and most people aren't aware. We funded a lot of. We are the second largest funder of research behind the United States government. But one of the things that's very neat for us in particular is that we get to work with researchers who are outside the organization, but as well as researchers who are inside the organization. ACS does have some intramural researchers that we fund who focus on a lot of things that we look for. And I'm also proud to say, in almost any article that gets cited anywhere, people are looking to cite resources and facts. They're coming in and saying, in the American Cancer Society facts and figures, in the American Cancer Society's documents and their publications, here's what we have. And that's a big part of what we do and where the money from this amazing event goes to.
And I just became aware of something a few weeks ago. There's a brand new mobile app for the Reach to Recovery program.
There is. The Reach to Recovery is a great program. It's a nice way to give people who are currently going through a breast cancer diagnosis an opportunity to connect to someone who is a survivor of breast cancer, who's walked a mile in their shoes, so to speak, and at least been a survivor for at least 1 year. But they have the opportunity to connect to those folks and have a mobile app that helps them say, like, is this normal when this is happening? Is this, as I'm going through this treatment, I knew I was going to lose my hair. I didn't realize I was going to lose my eyebrows or my eyelashes or anything else that might happen. And realizing that their skin's changing, that it affects their palate and everything else. And it's neat to see how these resources and the connections that people get to make through this kind of resources change lives and help people as they're going through the treatments. And I will tell you so many different times when someone says, like, I'm a newly diagnosed cancer patient, they talk to somebody and they're like, I'm a 10-year survivor, a 15, a 20, or 25-year survivor. You can see the light go on in their eyes, like, I'm not the first to go through this. And especially when it comes to things medical, the last thing you want to do is be the one where the doctors say, we don't know what to do. The very nice thing is that we have so many resources and we have so much access to so many different resources and people that we have a lot to share.
Thank you, Eric, for giving your time and explaining some of the programs and services that our money will help to fund. I'd like to remind our pledging public that our number to call in for donations is 570-459-1212. You can also donate online at acsmove.org/Hazelton Telethon.
Thank you, and we are back. And with us here right now, we have Pat Kennelly and his daughter, Grace. So thank you both for joining us once again. And I just want to mention one more time that if you call right now and pledge $50, that you will get one pass to Light the Night at Sugarloaf. And I wanted to talk a little bit about Light the Night. I'm not too familiar with it, but it sounds really awesome. So can you just, well, pardon the pun, but shed some light on it?
Absolutely, no problem. Light the Night is a walk-through Christmas display. We have about a 30-minute walk through the paths on the golf course. They're all paved. We have a pretty professional light display. That's it's one of the best I've seen, and we expand every year. We have natural fire pits and s'mores, and bar and restaurant are open as well. So there's a little bit for everyone. We have. We've done some of these, my family and I have done some of these before, and a lot of them are drive-through. You don't get out of the car and you head home. And ours, you can spend the night, warm up by the fire, see the show. You can go through as many times as you'd like, and it's a pretty good display. So most people really enjoyed it last year.
That sounds really awesome. And Grace, can I ask what your favorite is?
The food.
The food, not the lights.
Definitely the food.
Do you have a favorite display?
Yeah, for this year, my favorite display has to be the ocean display.
Ooh, that's the new one.
John, do you have any questions?
The new ocean display.
Patrick, when does it begin?
It starts next Thursday,
Okay.
November 18th, 5 to 10 o'clock at night.
Okay. It's another good reason to get the phones ringing and get your tickets. $50, get you one pass. So that would be great. It's a good thing to do next week. What's the best food? I think Grace is stealing the show over here.
Absolutely.
I asked her what the best food is. She said everything. Boy, you're a good salesperson, huh?
Absolutely, and that number is 570-459-1212. Just a $50 pledge will get you a pass to Light the Night at Sugarloaf, which apparently has delicious food along with a great light show. So I'm excited. I want to definitely check that out, and you should definitely want to as well. So please call 570-459-1212.
Think maybe Grace can make a pitch to get the phones ringing? Tell them to ring. Ask me. Please
Get the phones ringing.
That's the best we had all day.
Yeah.
All right, Grace, you want to stick around? Maybe we can get those phones ringing. But Pat, thanks, and again to your family that they've been supportive of this Cancer Society Telethon for many, many years.
It's our pleasure.
Nino?
Yes, and I am here with Barbara, and I just wanted to. Oh,
there you go.
Off the look,
Grace is
saved by the
working.
bell. Saved by the bell. Lenny, hi.
more.
How are you? How are you today? Good. And how long have you been with the Elks?
I've been with the Elks about 34 years.
34 years. And in that time, you've supported the American Cancer Society and the Hazleton Telethon the entire way?
All the time. My mother, Margaret Mary Palermo Gibson, 34 years ago, died of colon cancer. And fortunately, though, my wife, Mary Ellen Farley Gibson, she's a cancer survivor. She's cancer-free now for about 2.5 years, and I know what it does to the human body. I saw it, and please, keep them ringing.
All right, and as the phones keep ringing, I keep moving. Oh, no. Well, yeah. So that is excellent news, that she is a survivor and she is now cancer-free. And I think that just goes to show the different advancements that we've made in treatments from 34 years ago to today.
Exactly, because I know what my mother went through, and that's horrible. It's just horrible. I mean, but my wife, thank God, survived it.
Absolutely, and we are very blessed to hear that. And thank you so much for coming out today, supporting the American Cancer Society for decades. We really appreciate all of your efforts and all of the efforts of the Elks as well. And you know what? That worked so well the first time. I think we need it one more time.
Get those phones ringing.
Absolutely. 570-459-1212. Please get those phones ringing. A $50 pledge gets one pass to Light the Night at Sugarloaf. And again, we are all really looking forward to that.
Maybe we can read a few donations that came in the meantime. From the Dance Factory 2, thank you very much for a $100 pledge in memory of Deborah Bianco. Joe?
Mark Urcanon, a $100 pledge. Mark is calling in from Collingswood, New Jersey. Mark, thank you.
We've got a $20 pledge from Bob and Wendy Naprava, Hazel Township, in memory of Mark. I'm going to butcher this, but I think it's Kerwich.
Kerwich, yep. In memory of Pat and Mom from Bonita Godfrey, Goodfrey, $25 pledge. Thank you, Bonita.
Francis Machuela, calling in for Martha Pedri and Albert Machuela, a $20 pledge. Thank you.
And $100 in memory of Joseph Rosado Sr. and Dennis Rosado from Maria Sterling. Maria, thank you very much for that pledge.
A pledge from Anthony Colucci from Bella Stever in memory of Betty Colucci. That's a $25 pledge. Thank you.
A $50 pledge in honor of Amanda O'Donnell and her son Waylon. $50 from Lorraine Rimo. Lorraine, thank you. And Amanda just lit the place up when she came. And a $20 pledge, again, in honor of Amanda O'Donnell from Bob and Wendy Naprava. Thank you.
And thank you all for those donations. We do have an update on the tote board. We are now at $23,021. One day I will be able to read 5-digit numbers. $23,021, and we're getting that moving up. Keeps going up, 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 and that's what we want to see all night long. So thank you to everyone that has donated so far, and we look forward to hearing those phones ringing even more. Once again, 570-59... That's my phone number. 459-1212. It's been a long day, but we're going to keep it going.
Yes.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Alice C. Wilsey Center. We are joined by a new guest today who's going to be performing for us.
Mackenzie O'Donnell, no stranger again to this event. That seems to be my phrase for the weekend. And you're 28 now?
I'm 28.
I feel so old.
I'm so sorry.
How many years actually is this?
My 25th year, probably since I was 3. I've been here.
And I was
Every year.
actually taller than you then. So it's a yearly thing. She is just a joy when she comes to town. We usually can't be serious like this when we're together. We have to be right now. But she just brings joy to the entire event every year. So she just pre-recorded for tomorrow, and everybody just stopped. So, it's just one of those things. Remember that number, 570-459-1212, or donate online at acsmove.org/Hazelton Telethon. So without further ado, we said we would take over the entire broadcast, so this is the beginning of it. Please welcome back to the stage, say hello to our good friend, Mrs. Mackenzie O'Donnell.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you.
Little Harry Styles right there, right? You just went to see him.
Yes, it was one of the greatest concerts I've ever seen in my whole life.
Her and her sister Tegan were telling me about it a little bit earlier, plus I've seen the pictures on Facebook. You were in the watermelon pit, right?
In the watermelon pit, right up at front, as close as you can get to the stage.
There you have
It
it.
was the best.
Mackenzie O'Donnell once again, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, folks, and remember that number is 570-459-1212 or acsmove.org/Hazelton Telethon. We're going to throw it back to WYLN, and then we're going to come back for more from Mackenzie.
We're back at 10th and Thompson Streets at the YLN Studios next to Coryell Little League Field. And we're here with the American Cancer Society Telethon, the 43rd. And hopefully soon will be our last as we find a cure for this ugly disease. We have one of the offerings besides the light show at Sugarloaf Golf. If you pledge $100 or more, entitles you to one chance on this beautiful necklace that Grace is holding here. It's provided by Tony and Rob Chrisman of Antonia's Jewelry. A rose, yellow, and white gold diamond heart pendant on an 18-karat white gold chain. Its value is $850. But for a $100 pledge, you get a chance at winning this at the end of the night. And wouldn't that be a nice Christmas present for your girlfriend or mother or something? I think John has some pledges he can read here.
Yeah, there's been a few pledges that did come in from Bill and Mary Schumacher in memory of Mary Lou Camelot. $100 pledge. Thanks, Bill and Mary. This is one near and dear to our heart in this hour. It's Patrick Kennelly. It's Kennelly. It's Judy Kennelly in honor of Patrick Kennelly, who's with us tonight. $500 pledge. So thank you very much, Judy, and for everything you do for us. Another from Adam Moisey Hoover from Sugarloaf in honor of Patrick. And thank you very much for that $25 pledge. Irene Kashak called in a pledge for $25. Thank you. Rick Lubeck?
No, that's the operator. Oh, yeah, Rick Lubeck.
Rick Lubeck from Hazel Township, a $25 pledge in memory of Mary Ann Lubeck. And finally, another one from Diane Delavella, I think it is, from Wilmington, Delaware. So thanks very much for the call, a $20 pledge. Thank you very, very much.
That YouTube thing, whatever it is working.
We're accessible everywhere.
We had a call from Bermuda.
Yeah, there you go.
So, I'd like to introduce you to Mr. Jamie Kane. Not quite sure what your job is, sir.
Me either some days. No, I'm not Nino Samino, but I am willing to give a cell phone number out if anyone wants that. I am the Associate Director of Development for the American Cancer Society in Pennsylvania and New York, specifically. So I do know what I am. Yeah.
Jamie and I have been together for a long time. We talk Notre Dame football off the air, but since Patrick's sitting here, we can't say too much.
Yeah.
Yet. But great job again. And two, the phone calls in your honor, that should make you feel good.
It does. I do appreciate it. Yeah.
Again, if you're tuning in late, Pat is a cancer survivor, and he and Maria had a very nice back and forth as to their situations, and it's very important. We talk about, Jamie, all day long. The survivors are so important to this whole program because they're the ones that make it work.
They're the heart and soul, and they're the actual visualization of what we're trying to accomplish, right? So it's great that they're always entwined and incorporated into the events because it is, at the end of the day, what it's all about. Because since this telethon has started, and we talked about this so many times, there weren't survivors to actually find to come on because unfortunately it was literally not happening. Now there are, and every year there's more and more and more in a positive sense of that. So we love to feature them, hear their stories, bring them on to talk about their story and what they went through. In my family, it's the same. I had some that unfortunately, like my dad, lost their battle, and then I have others like my uncle who's had his prostate cancer surgery in 2008. It's been doing great ever since. But that's the progress we made in that time. And I've told this story before in this telethon where my grandfather had the same disease my uncle had, and he passed away from the treatment. And that was in the late 80s. My uncle was diagnosed in 2008. A robot took it out. That was science fiction to my grandfather. It's science fact. And those are the strides that we're making every day, and we just need to continue to do that.
Yeah, when you talk about survivors, the first Relay for Life at Harmon Guy Stadium, there were 10 survivors in the march. The last time we had, I think we had almost 200.
Yeah.
So that's the point. Maria is a good example. Patrick, and all the people so far today. It's just, you guys are the heart and soul of this whole thing. And I understand a lot of survivors don't like to come out and talk about it. That's why when you whispered to me, I wasn't sure. And you can't, because some people just don't like to talk about it. But Maria, you know how important.
Absolutely. And
Give her the mic.
your life stops when you hear it. You're so scared. But I think one of the most important things to tell too is so many people that I know myself, and I know myself, I lead such an active life. We don't just survive, we thrive, and that's due to all the research that we've done. So that's a great thing. So please, please everyone call 570-459-1212.
Yeah, the phones have kind of gotten quiet here, so we should try to get them ringing again. Again, that number, 570-459-1212. You know, there's 16.9 million cancer survivors in the United States, and I said it before. You know, I think one of the commercials I've seen recently on television was a young child saying, the worst thing about cancer is knowing you have it. And I think that's what you guys are expressing. But what I think is the right answer, and Maria, I think it echoes your words, is don't get ahead of yourself. Don't panic. You know, there's a lot of research that has been done. It continues to be done. We have individuals in this area that have been great at the research that is coming out. Local people, local doctors that are finding a lot of the cures and things that are going on are because of their efforts.
I think that sometimes is a misperception that this research happens in a back room somewhere and you don't see. But, you know, one of the things that's great about Pennsylvania is we're a research-rich state. You know, in the northeast of the United States, that's true too. So there's a lot of great research that's happening all across the board. I do want to get back, John, to one thing you said, though. If you are diagnosed and you're not knowing what to do, you know, that's why when this telethon shuts down, and hopefully we raise as much money as we possibly can, but on Monday, someone's going to have a question. You know, and it might be 3 o'clock in the morning, and guess what? Someone at the American Cancer Society is going to answer that phone call and help with some of those issues that they might be thinking about. I don't know what to do next. And we've run through this situation so many times. You're diagnosed with a cancer like prostate, there's so many different treatment options you may have, and there's so many things that come with that.
It's true. And
So
it's
talking that through with someone, like we have that service, makes it so much more valuable.
Absolutely. And the number that you're calling today to make that small donation we're asking for is the same number you can call all year long and get the help that you need if that is what you need. We're answering 1.4, the Cancer Society in total is answering about 1.4 million calls for help in each year. So it's a tremendous amount of people that are afflicted and unfortunately have to go through this, but as we said before, don't get ahead of yourself. Just get to your doctor. Early detection is one of the biggest things today. And with early detection, I think in the research combination, we're seeing a lot of survivors, as we've mentioned, and that's what the goal is to see if we can continue to have more survivors. So, got some more facts up here too. More than, go ahead, Jamie.
I can't
Okay.
see it either.
More than 75% of the American Cancer Society resources goes to patient research services. 25% goes to management and general expenses. ACH has the Better Business Bureau, a Weiss Giving Charity Seal for responsible spending as well. So again, those numbers, 75% goes to that. So again, I think if you can make the phones ring, we appreciate it. 570-459-1212. So,
And Aaron's doing a dance over there. So I guess our stretch is over, so we're going to take it to the entertainment.
And we're back, ladies and gentlemen. Call 570-459-1212 or visit online at acsmove.org/Hazleton Telethon. We are here at the Alice C. Wilsey Center, and we are joined once again by Mackenzie O'Donnell, who's going to take us away with another song. Yes. So, why don't we sit back, relax, and enjoy.
Thanks, Bill. Stop you in the corner. Swear you hit me like a vision. I wasn't expecting. But who am I to tell fate where it's supposed to go with it? Don't you blink, you might miss it. Yeah, we got a right to just love it and leave it. You find it, you keep it, 'cause it ain't every day we get the chance to say, oh, this is how it starts. Lightning strikes the heart. It goes off like a gun, brighter than the sun. Oh, stars falling from the sky, shining how we want, brighter than the sun. I never seen it, I found this love, I'm gonna keep it. You better believe I'm gonna treat it better than anything I've ever had. It's just so darn beautiful, read it. It's signed and delivered, let's seal it. Yeah, we go together like peanuts and payday, like Marley and reggae. And it ain't every day we get the chance to say, oh, this is how it starts. Lightning strikes the heart, it goes off like a gun, brighter than the sun. Oh, and we could be the stars, falling from the sky, shining how we want, brighter than the sun. Everything is like a whiteout, 'cause we should shine down, even when the lights out. Oh, I still see you glow. Got my head up in the rafters, got my happy ever after. Never felt this way before, ain't felt this way before. Oh, this is how it starts. Lightning strikes the heart, goes off like a gun, brighter than the sun. Oh, and we could be the stars, falling from the sky, shining how we want, brighter than the sun. Oh, and we could be the stars, falling from the sky, shining how we want, brighter than the sun. Oh, we could be the stars, falling from the sky, shining how we want, brighter than the sun, brighter than the sun, brighter than the sun, brighter than the sun.
All right, give it up once again for Mackenzie O'Donnell, who's been here for a while and been singing for us, and it's been great to see you. It's good to
Yes,
see you.
great to see you too.
Yeah. All right, folks. We're going to get back to WYLN because it's going to be the top of the hour. Don't forget, you got to call 570-459-1212 or visit acsmove.org/Hazelton Telethon. One last big round of applause for Mackenzie, please, everybody.
Thank you so much, and thank you for having me.
All right. Take it back to WYLN for top of the hour.
We're back at the YLN Studios, the 43rd Annual American Cancer Society Telethon, 6 o'clock hour here from 10th and Thompson Street. So far, we have $23,021. Let's see if we can get that up a little bit. And let's see who our sponsors are for this hour. Bob and Janice Weiss and family. Lehigh Valley Health Network crawl sponsor. Service Electric Cablevision. The Standard Speaker. George and Florence Hayden family, the phone bank sponsor. Leader Services, the tote board sponsor. The Kreisel family, WYLN 35 in Hazelton. And Henkel U.S. Operations. S.J. Kowalski, Plumbing and Heating, Train Comfort Specialist. Blaze Alexander, Greater Hazelton Dealership Entertainment sponsor. CarVision Nissan. Fairway Chevy Subaru. And of course, broadcast is provided by WYLN 35 in Hazelton, Service Electric, Atlantic Broadband, and Service Electric. The telephone and modem service has been provided by Service Electric, and we thank all those people. The clock sponsors, Metallo's Formal Wear and Dry Cleaning, Progress Magazine, the YMPA, Edgewood Sand Springs Golf Course. And we thank all those people for their sponsorship during this 43rd. I'm joined next by Jamie Kane. He has so many titles, I can't remember all of them, but he's one of the bosses of the American Cancer Society. And you and Nino have a tremendous amount of work, and Jamie was in New York earlier today, so it's a challenging profession.
It is, but, we're both in it, actually, not speaking for him, but, we have the family connection and the personal reason why we do this. I was in there was a bunch of long haul truckers that actually got together in Bainbridge, New York, and raised $18,000 for the fight against cancer. So was able to be with them this morning. I'm happy to be back here. Joe, I'm looking at you and I at the table here. I hope we're not like the two guys from the Muppets. I'm thinking about that. But
The guy sitting up in the balcony. Which one do you want to be?
Waldorf or Statler? You could pick. I'll let you pick.
I'm the old guy, so whoever is older.
But I'm noticing those phones are really quiet. So what can we do to get them moving?
I don't know. We need Grace Kennelly back. She got them ringing last hour as she hollered at the people to make the phones ring. So Unico is on the phones. Let's get them working. They look like they're bored to death. Mr. DeMelfi, I hate to tell you, but that phone hasn't rung all day.
Let's make it happen.
Yep. You heard the man.
There you go.
There we go. Got one. We got 3 to go. Let's make Mr. DeMelfi work for a change on this end of the phone bank and get this thing running. Oh, yeah, okay. It's been a long day, Bill. We are here again. We want to not come back, right? 43 years. The Kreisels, the Gantz family, Clemmy. We didn't think we'd be here for 43 years, but we are, and we'll stay here until the bitter end. We're here because of some people who have given their life. We talk about Colleen all day long, Colleen Dubitsky. She's been involved. She was involved with this for I don't know how many years. She started as the makeup artist. I kiddingly always say she's the one that used to dub Pat Ward's head that it didn't shine in the TV lights. She did everything. I can remember sitting at meetings at First Presbyterian Church, and when Jane would say, "I need this," Colleen would say, "I do it. I'll do it. I'll do it." And unfortunately, she lost her battle with cancer, her second battle. And Donna Dean George, you never saw her because she was in the accounting room back there doing all the hard work. As Jade and I say, we don't do numbers, but Donna Jean did, and those people are unsung heroes. You don't see them, but they work from the beginning to the end of this telethon, and without them, Jane and I would be stuck because we don't do numbers.
And Joe, when you think about it, you see Joe, you see Pat, you see others, very visual. You see our phone bank folks and the fine folks at Unico are here wanting to answer your call right now. But you don't see all the folks behind the scenes all the time. And, even the folks that are like helping set up and helping break down afterwards. And, they have better things to do on a weekend. They do. We all do, right? But they're here because they believe in the cause and they believe in the mission. And, reward them by making the phones ring.
Yeah, I'm always so happy to see Bill Snyder. Bill's an attorney, and he gives up his Saturday to be here. Does such a great job as the floor director. And Bill, and I'm always happy to see you. And are we going?
All right.
Okay. Jeff Bonomo and his group, Ostrich Hat, up at the Wilsey Center, and we're going to send it right there now.
Broken like me, maybe that makes me a fool. I like that you're lonely like me. I can be lonely with you. I met you late night at a party, some trust fund babies, Brooklyn loft, by the bathrooms. You said let's talk, but my confidence is wearing off. These are my people, these are my friends. She grabbed my face and that's when she said, I like that you're broken like me. follow you through the dark, can't get enough. You're the medicine in the pain, the tattoo inside my brain, and baby, you know it's obvious. I'm a sucker for you. You say the word and I'll go anywhere blindly. I'm a sucker for you. Any road you take, you know that you'll find me. I'm a sucker for all the subliminal things no one knows about you, about you. And you're making the typical me, break my typical rule. It's true, I'm a sucker for you. I've been dancing on top of cars, I'm stumbling out of bars. I follow you through the dark, ain't get enough. You're the medicine in the pain, the tattoo inside my brain, and baby, you know it's obvious. I'm a sucker for you. Just say the word and I'll go anywhere blindly. I'm a sucker for you. Any road you take, you know that you'll find me. I'm a sucker for all the subliminal things no one knows about you, about you. And you're making the typical me, break my typical rule. It's true, I'm a sucker for you.
And welcome back to the phone room. We have a new group here with us today. Our friends at Unico are answering the phones. They're a little quiet right now, and I think they want to be working. So 459-1212, let's give them something to do, please. Elena, Unico, talk to me a little bit about what Unico is, and you have a check for us, right?
I was going right for the check.
Oh, you can go right for the check. That's good, too.
So we do have a $500 check. We have one that you can actually cash. This is just for show. So what does Unico do? We're a charity in Hazleton. All the money that we raise goes directly to people in need in the Hazleton area. We're an Italian-based, community organization. Danny's been a member a lot longer than I have. How long have you been a member?
I believe 13 years, 14 years.
I'm probably about maybe 5. And Sherry's with us a few years now. So we do the big Italian festival in the fall, and that raises the majority of the money that we raise. But then we do smaller fundraisers throughout the year, and we do scholarships. We do, like I said, if people are in need, whatever, people can come to us and tell us, if they have a need, and if we have funds available, we'll be happy to help.
Yeah, and I'm very familiar with Unico groups. They support the American Cancer Society across the country. So it's great to have this local chapter so involved. So you want to put a plea out there to your fellow Unicans, any folks in the community, just to give us a call, get you some work here?
I think you just did.
459-1212. I'm going to step over here to Josh and Gianna because we have more donations. The money's coming in. So Gianna, you have some presentations to make for us.
Yes, I have a $500 donation from my grandparents, Janice and Bob Maisie, in honor of Clemmy Yamona and in memory of husband Joe Yamona, daughter Mary Lee Yamona, and her great-grandson. And then I have another check for $500, again from my grandparents, Janice and Bob Maisie, in memory of Aunt Eleanor and Uncle Vince Osachi, cousins Denise and Stephen Martinkovich, and Aunt Betty Jan Scans. A special blessings for family and friends who are cancer survivors.
Thank you so much, Gianna. That was awesome. Thank you for those donations. Josh, I understand you have some for us, too.
Yeah. All right. I have a $1,000 donation from my grandparents, Janice and Bob Maisie. It's in memory of our great grandparents, Joseph and Irene Gans, who are missed dearly by our grandparents, Janice and Bob Maisie, our mom and dad, Jen and Adam, and my brothers, Jacob and Braden.
Thank you again so much for those donations. Thank you so much for, the next generation here helping us out. So thanks again for all of those. I think we're third generation. The third generation helping us here. And it really is, when it comes down to it, Bill, it's family and friends and community, right? And, without the Maisie family, the Gans family, and so many others, this telethon would not exist. Clemmy and so many other, and Jane and so many other great volunteers. Our Unico friends are dying to answer the phone. They love to talk. They want to please, 459-1212. I am going to turn it over, I think, to three of my favorite people on this earth. So Joe Clark has two special guests, and Joe, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Jamie, and you got it right. Two of my favorite people in the world, and it's through the American Cancer Society that I met these people. I talk about our first interview, Joanne, back, and Jane surprised me today. I realized this is my 25th telethon. So 25 years ago, I walked into 15th Street, where the office was, and met with you. I said, I want to volunteer because my brother-in-law promised him, although he lost his battle. And the first thing he said is that there are at least 100 causes of cancer, and that stuck in my mind. But that was the beginning of the relationship with Joanne and Joe. I mean, they give so much back to the community. Joe served as mayor, as councilman, doing civic partnership right now. And Joanne, of course, was a volunteer. Then she worked on the cancer staff. Then she's back to being a volunteer. And they mean so much to me and to this whole program. And let me tell you that the phone bank transition hasn't been the same since you gave it up. So just so you know. That's always difficult. And he always took charge, though. So you guys, how are we doing here?
Well, I think we're doing well. We're trying to cope with everything comes our way and trying to help other people as well.
That's been your life story. And I don't know if I should call you coach because you started midget football. We had a midget football team in here earlier today. And as I said, so much you love this community and even this organization. You're so vital. You served as president. What does the ACS mean to you?
Mean to me? It means a lot to me because of it affected our family, and it affected my wife, who is my hero. I think this is her third survival of cancer. When we were married about 1 month, she was diagnosed with cancer, and we had to make some pretty strong decisions for our future life. Because of it, it was on her womb, and we decided to have the hysterectomy be done and lose the chance of having children, but turned out to be fine because we got two beautiful children we adopted. Mm-hmm. And all this while that we were doing this, Joanne was fighting off cancer, raised our kids, got cancer again with the breast cancer, and kids went off, got grandchildren, and Joanne got cancer again. But she's good. She's a fighter. She's my hero.
Yeah, I think she's a few people's hero. You look terrific. If that counts.
It helps a lot.
I know it's so hard. We talk about Charles and Tina. You met them. You saw them outside. Yeah, they're going through a tough time right now. All day long, starting with Pastor Rodney this morning. And I've said this so many times, hope. That's what we're all about, hope. We hope that we don't come back again next year because it's a cure. And that's not reality. But it's a hope that someday it will be.
Well, every year there are more and more research being done to cure certain types of cancer. So that helps push everybody further with hope.
There's an interesting last hour. Pat Kennelly, young man who's now the general manager of Sugarloaf Golf, and they're doing the donation for the light show that they have down there. And Maria Pedriani was on the board. She was answering phones with the Elks, and they struck up a conversation. I didn't realize that Pat Kennelly is a cancer survivor. A young man with his beautiful daughter got the phones ringing because she hollered at everybody, ring these phones, and they did. But they had such an interesting conversation back and forth about the research and about the fact there is hope.
Yes, there is hope, and we're proud to say that we helped in it because when she first got cancer, it was a death sentence. You don't say that, and the C word they used to call it, and they'd hide it. And eventually, through the years, it changed. But we did change that death sentence. We've got that. It's not a death sentence. There's cures out there that can help you, and we just haven't wiped it off the face of the earth yet. But that's going to happen. That's going to happen.
Little steps, baby steps. I know people watching we tell the same stories every year, but you have a dear friend who benefited from research.
Yes, we did. I went to a staff conference when I was on staff, and we were shown a video by a cancer survivor, and that she had received a drug called Gleevec, and the seed money apparently came from the American Cancer Society. And I was so excited, but when I got home a few years later, our closest friend developed cancer of that type, and he was given Gleevec, and he became a cancer survivor for many, many years. And I felt so proud that I was doing something to help someone personally.
You know, and I mentioned to Tom Brokaw, everybody knows who Tom Brokaw was. His book is called Life Interrupted. And we talk about treatment. Now, he was diagnosed, he was at the Mayo Clinic, which is the best place you can be. They started his treatment, and all of a sudden, took a step backwards because the cancer had changed because of the chemo. So he had to go back through the whole process, and now he is still doing well. My point is, and something that goes back to your first conversation with me 25 years ago, there's so many causes, and as soon as you start treatment, it could affect, you know, my son, the biologist, talks about viruses mutating and attacking each other and things such as that. So, you know, hopefully, not only do these people contribute their time and energy and support, and they are, I guess, faces of the Cancer Society in the Hazleton area, they also came with donations. This is a $100 donation from the Hazleton class of 1956, and they say that's your class.
Yes. We recently had a reunion, and it was our final reunion. I'm chair of the reunion, and Sylvia Molino and Phil Greco and Wilma Ruggiero are a part of it. And we had it, and we ended up with some money, and we decided to give it to several charities throughout. And of course, the first one on the list was mine, the Cancer Society, and they're donating in honor of all our members, $100.
Well, thank you, and I think your influence is pretty dominant there, buddy. You know, this one is in memory of Tom Sotak from Joe and Joanne, brother-in-law, $25, and another $25 from Joe and Joanne and Monica, your sister.
Yes, Monica was diagnosed a year ago in June with brain cancer, and she has successfully gone through surgery, and they say it's all under control. She's fine. She has a nodule on her lung that they're working on now, but she's very brave because she's out there all by herself. But she's undergoing all the treatment that they request.
And by herself, and we talk all day long about the support. You know, the support group is so important.
I could not do it without the support of everyone, especially Joe, because I drive him a little crazy.
No, I don't believe that.
A little bit. But sometimes the treatment can be bad, and it'll put you down.
It does. It does. Well, we probably exceeded our time limit, but who cares? I don't listen to anybody anyhow. So, again, I appreciate you guys. I treasure your friendship through the ACS, and let's hope it's around for a while.
I hope so.
Well, thank you. I do it because of people like you. We're going back to Jeff Bonomo and his group Ostrich Hat at the Wilsey Center up on 9th and Wyoming Street, otherwise known as the Castle. Take it away, Jeff.
Be careful shoes and her pants, and we dance on the floor in the round. So take my strong advice, just remember to always think twice. Think twice. So my baby, we danced to 3, then she looked at me. She showed a photo of a baby crying, his eyes looked like mine. And we dance on the floor in the round. People always told me, be careful what you do. Don't go around breaking young girls' hearts. She came stood right by me with the smell of sweet perfume. This happened much too soon, and she called me to her room. Hey, Billie Jean is not my lover. She's just a girl who claims that I am the one. But the kid is not my son. She says I am the one, but the kid is not my son. Come on now.
It is my pleasure tonight to present the Joseph S. Gans Award for Outstanding Service to the Telethon. And we're presenting it this year to Unico of Hazleton. Unico is an Italian-American service organization. Their motto is service above self, and we certainly see that in our community. The letters stand for unity, neighborliness, integrity, charity, and opportunity. I'm a librarian, so I look these things up, you know. And the word unico, as it would be pronounced in Italian, means unique. And we are so pleased to present this award to this group who does so much for our community, not only for the American Cancer Society, but they do seasonal events for children. The city of Hazleton just had their Halloween party. I know that Unico was there. They're always there for the Christmas party and the Easter party. They're a big help at the local food distributions. They contribute generously to St. Joseph's Center, Helping Hands. They present youth scholarships. They are truly most deserving of this award. And accepting it on behalf of Unico tonight is Dan DeMelfi. Dan, this award says, celebrating a world with more birthdays, the Joseph S. Gans Senior Award for dedication to the American Cancer Society Greater Hazleton Unit Telethon, November 2021, presented to Unico of Hazleton.
Yay! Bravo!
Thank you very much. Dan, would you like to?
Yes, on behalf of all my Unico brothers and sisters, I want to thank the American Cancer Society for the great work that you do. Just hearing the people in one of the segments that I know that I was not aware have been stricken with cancer and are alive and thriving today because of the great work that your organization does. So although it's an honor, a big honor to accept this award, it's more of an honor to be part of helping what you guys do, because boy, it's such a great thing to do for your fellow man. So thank you. And hey, all my friends out there, call. We want to get these phones ringing. We want to make a record amount of money tonight. So let's see. I have friends. See that? Okay. Thank you very much, Jane. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Unico.
And Unico is such a great partner with the American Cancer Society, whether it's nationwide, regionally, locally. So we're always so grateful to have you folks, volunteer your time to help us. But 459-1212, we need those phones to ring. I'm also going to be joined by another guest here. I'm going to ask Ricardo to step in. Ricardo, you might remember. Yeah, come on in. Ricardo is a fixture with Telethon. So yeah, there you go. Now I'm over your shoulder. But Ricardo, you usually have a message that you want to bring from the community or to the community. So tell us what you're here for today.
Well, first of all, I would like to thank everybody for showing up and doing everything. Excuse me. Everybody that is here is doing it for free, no charge. They ain't gonna pay, but they're here to support a great cause. My wife is a cancer survivor, so please, these folks that are here, they're not wasting their time. They're giving their time for free for a great cause to help and fight this bad disease. I'm here also to present a check on behalf of the corporation from J. Zapata. I like to always give back to the community. I know I wasn't born here. I'm not from here, but I live here as a part of a community that I am already now. I'm here to support the great cause. Is that good? $2? Is that $2?
No, it's not $2.
What is it, $200?
$200 there.
Wow. Hold this for me. Can you change it for me?
I can.
Thank you. Where's my assistant? Is she gone?
I'll be your assistant.
Okay.
Okay, no 200.
No. I think my community deserves better. So let me rip off the old check.
Rip up the old.
Yeah, old check, $200, come on. I love this community so much. I'm not gonna give you $200, no. We're gonna make it a $500. Where is the marker at? $500 donation, please. People, come on, support your community. Support your community. $500 on behalf of J. Zapata Corporation. It's called giving back to the community that once never knew who was Zapata, and now I'm very thankful for you, all of you guys eating our food, and we appreciate your business. What do we have to do in return? Give back to my community. There you go. Still missing the dot on the 00, $500. Lose 5 pesos, $5. Well, this is a great thing for everybody. Come and do, please. It doesn't take you that long. Just grab the phone, unlock your phone, 1, 2, 3, pop, you're out, and make a phone call and support your community. This is a great cause. We have to fight it all together. Oh, that was me, right? There you go, people. Please keep ringing, keep calling, and support your community. Not only $500 that we are donating. I'm giving 10 gift cards, $10 a pot, $10 each one. Now, if you donate $11, you get a $10 gift card from J. Zapata Corporation. So you're not losing money. You're tasting our food, and you also donating. So please, I want to hear the phone ringing. Please, call, at least to say hello. We got a call right now. Look at these beautiful faces there waiting for your call. Call them up right now, please. So once again, if you match my $10, you get a gift card. If you go above, thank you so much. No, just keep calling right now. They're waiting for your phone call. Anybody calling? Oh my God. Oh, like tacos. There you go. So please, give the best to your community. We deserve the best, and we are the best.
All right, so 570-459-1212 is how we get those phones ringing. Our Unico friends have been here. Quite honestly, they want to be busier, so we got to get those phones ringing. It is important, as Ricardo mentioned, that we support the community. Ricardo's going to come here and join me. You know, he brings the energy. I bring more of that NPR voice. But thank you so much for joining us. And why is it so important that we support the community?
Because we are one. The community is built on, no matter where you came from, what do you look like? You live here under a big umbrella that is called Hazelton. There you go, people. Please keep calling. Under the big umbrella that's called Hazelton. As a community, you got to support your community. You got to help us to fight this bad disease. Oh, you got it. Oh, you see? Please, people, keep calling. Please, we appreciate it.
Yeah, and sometimes we think, I have $5 to give or $10 to give, and doesn't matter. And I say this almost every year, but it does matter. Those $5 donations, the $10 donation, the $100 donation, that's how we get to the total we get to. So right now, that's $25,000. Jane will tell you, no one came through yet with a $25,000 check, right? We're waiting. And if that happens, that's great. Because, we could end a little earlier tonight.
There you go.
That's how we get to
Come on,
$25,000.
keep ringing, people. Keep calling, please. Did you do it in Spanish already?
No. So why don't you speak a little bit to our Spanish community?
Hola, muy buenas noches, comunidad de Hazleton, compañeros, compatriotas o no compatriotas. Tenemos el mismo idioma, todos somos seres humanos y esta enfermedad no ve lenguaje, idioma, color o raza, es muy mala. Y estamos haciendo ahora, en este momento, una colección, una donación para la Sociedad de Cáncer Americana, para que usted, por favor, pueda donar lo que usted pueda de su bolsillo, ya que esta enfermedad puede atacar a alguien de su familia o incluso a uno mismo. Por favor, únase a esta pelea que es contra el cáncer, no tenga miedo, solo haga una llamada, tomamos tarjetas, ellos están dispuestos, si no yo aquí estoy dispuesto para tomar las llamadas en español. Les agradecemos mucho si ustedes llaman para ayudar a pelear contra esta enfermedad. Vamos a pelearla juntos porque somos una comunidad. No importa dónde vivamos, pero una comunidad es una y siempre seremos una. Gracias y que pasen muy buenas noches. Pueden llamar también al teléfono 570 459-1212. Otra vez, 570-459-1212. Muchas gracias, esperamos por su maravillosa donación y que lo mínimo que sea, pero que sea de corazón. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias, and thank you so much for that message. And hopefully we get our phones ringing here. We did see some movement at the phone bank here with our Unico friends, but they really want to answer your phone call. So whatever you want to talk about when you get that, they just want a donation, honestly. So 459-1212. Anything else, Ricardo, you want to say?
It's a beautiful day in Hazleton. We just want people to come together and fight this thing up all together. My wife is a survivor, and now I have two beautiful daughters that I want to keep this disease away from them. So I want to make sure everybody's also, as a father, parent, grandfather, you're doing your thing. Help us to fight this bad diseases, As a husband of a woman that survived, this is not very easy, but it's fightable. She fought it, and she gave me two beautiful daughters. So I think everybody needs a second chance, and we are here to help, to fight, to give others a second chance. I know I got my chance in other ways, but cancer survivors need another chance. So please help us and give us a call. Whatever you want to donate from the bottom of your heart, we take anything you donate. Please just give us a call right now. 570-459-1212. Thank you so much, and please keep ringing, keep calling people.
Yeah. So it's so important, as we talked about, many times on a telethon. Monday, the lights will be off, the studio will be dark, and, the telethon will be over for another year. But there's going to be someone that's, from the community, from Hazleton, that's diagnosed. They're going to call this same number, 459-1212, and they're going to get 24/7 service from the American Cancer Society. You're going to get local resources. They're going to get that connection line. And that's why these folks here from Unico are donating their time to answer the phones today. That's why Ricardo's here with a generous donation, trying to get the community involved as much as possible. But in order to do that, the first step is the phone ringing. So down the end there, we want to hear 459-1212. Let's get those phones ringing.
570-459-1212. Por favor, donen. Muchas gracias.
Pause for it.
Anything to add?
Yes. I'm going to need one of your Zapata things. We have a $100 donation here.
There you go.
Right there, really? Right there.
Can I have that donation, please?
Yep. Wow. Is that person on the phone? Thank you so much for your donation. In the basket? Gift cards? Oh, no, I'm sorry, my bad. Right here.
Okay.
Tell them to go to the Laurel Mall.
Okay.
So yeah, $100 donation.
Thank you. Thank you so much. $100, beautiful. I know you got to work hard to earn the money, but it's really nice.
That's from Ben and Nancy Tranglich. That's from our friends Ben and Nancy Tranglich, the $100 donation. They're Unico members as well, so we appreciate that. Benny always steps to the plate for us, so we appreciate it.
Fantastic. All right. So, Ricardo, thanks again. 459-1212. What's the number again in Spanish?
570-459-1212. Por favor, hagan la donación para pelear contra esta cosa. Gracias.
Thank you, Ricardo.
Adiós, amigo.
We're going to send it over to my friend Joe Clark.
Thanks, Jamie. And Ricardo hopefully got those phones ringing. We're going to switch now to an interview from one of the American Cancer Society Action Network volunteers, Marma Posvar. And we're going to take you to that interview right now.
I am Jane Doherty. I am co-chair of the 43rd Annual Greater Hazleton Telethon. And with me today is Marina Posvar, and she is going to tell us about the American Cancer Society's Cancer Action Network. Hi, Marina.
Hi.
Would you tell us a little bit about what ACS CAN is?
Sure. Well, most people know about the American Cancer Society, and the American Cancer Society Cancer Action Network, or ACS CAN, as we like to call it for short, is the nonprofit, nonpartisan advocacy affiliate of the ACS.
Okay. And how long have you been involved with ACS CAN?
Well, probably since 2006. It started with me volunteering with ACS in 2003, and that's where I learned about ACS CAN, and realizing that a lot of the decisions about cancer are not made in the doctor's office, that they're often made in your state legislature, Congress, and in the White House. So what ACS CAN does, it allows me and people like me to have a voice for cancer patients and their families. Honestly, for me, the reason I'm involved with ACS CAN, I will say that I am a 2-time cancer survivor. I was diagnosed actually when my boys were 3 and 5 years old, and still never get over it. And then again 5 years later. So it's really an honor to be able to give back and to help other people. My involvement with ACS CAN is I want to improve the quality of life for those who are diagnosed and ensure that everyone has access to care. And I want to prevent others from getting the disease. And ACS CAN, it's actually a $10 membership a year, and they make it very easy to reach out to your elected officials and on specific issues all related to cancer. For instance, right now in Pennsylvania, Senate Bill 225, we are trying to get passed first through the Senate and then the House. And it's actually establishes minimum approval duration to expedite prior authorization and step therapy or fail first protocols. So basically right now, patients in Pennsylvania may wait weeks or months to get the insurance approval for the tests or the treatment that has been recommended to them. You know, and as you know, cancer patients cannot wait. And then the breast and cervical cancer prevention program is a national program. What it does is we're actually asking for more funding for that. And what it does is it is able to give the uninsured or underinsured women mammograms and pap tests and diagnostic testing following. And you know, it's a pretty powerful, important program for people, you know, because obviously if you're not being screened early, then it's a problem.
Mm-hmm. One of the things that ACS CAN does is hold an annual lobby days in Pennsylvania. And I've been part of it in 2 ways, as I'm sure you have as well. When we were able to, we were in person in Harrisburg. And this past year, we did a virtual lobby days. And we were asking our local legislators to support and even to co-sponsor the bill that you were talking about for step therapies and prior authorizations.
That is correct. and we're still working on that, trying to get that passed. It's an important bill. But yes, we did meet virtually, and in September, all of the leads, there's a congressional district lead under ACS CAN, so all the leads from, I'm the current Pennsylvania state lead ambassador, but all of us leads met with our congressmen and senators in DC virtually as well. So
Excellent.
always asking for more funding for cancer research, always.
It's so important. And if you don't mind, would you share a little bit of your cancer journey with us?
Well, I did slightly. I said I was diagnosed with breast cancer when my children were 3 and 5. And it was an aggressive form. And I went through chemo, radiation, was afraid to have a mastectomy at that time. But 5 years later, I got it on the other side. The good news is it was another primary because it was the other breast. And so at that time, I had a double mastectomy and reconstructive surgery. But everybody has their story. I mean, it's very difficult on my family, as you can imagine. In fact, when my kids were 3 and 5, it was, frankly, I was devastated, to be alive for them. I just, did everything in my power. I didn't want to leave them alone. And then 5 years later, when I got it, I was a single mom. So it was just even more intense.
Well, we're happy that you are here to tell us your story after about 10 years of survivor. We wish you many, many more years of survivorship. And I thank you for telling your story today. And I thank you for the information about ACS CAN.
Well, thank you for the opportunity.
And I'd like to remind our viewers they can make a pledge by calling 570-459-1212, or you can donate online at acsmove.org/Hazelton Telethon.
We're back at the YLN Studios. Great entertainment there from the Wilsey Center. 43rd Annual American Cancer Society Telethon. We're at 25,391. Good, but not good enough. Let's keep those phones ringing. Unico's almost done, and they don't look like they even worked that hard. So let's make them sweat a little bit, answer some phones, make those phones ring. Jamie and I are going to read some pledges that have been received over the last hour. I have a $50 pledge in memory of Raymond Kowalski Sr. from Nancy Kowalski. Nancy, thank you.
Diane Delavella, a $20 donation. This came in from Wilmington, Delaware.
We have a $200 pledge from the Elite Dance Company. Thank you very much.
Got a $20 pledge from Mr. and Mrs. John Payne in honor of Thomas Cluck and Dad from Diamond Avenue in Hazelton.
$50 pledge in memory of Michael Garber from Joanne Garber. $50 Weatherly.
All right, we got a $10 donation in honor of Pop Pop and Pop from Brian Rigoti in Hazelton.
We have a $25 gift pledge from Burpee Kondesh. Nobody in Tresco knows him by Robert, but it's Burpee. Burpee donated $25. Thanks, Burp.
I hope that's true. We'll take your word for that. So $25 comes in from Robert Starak in memory of Judy Starak, and that's from Beaver Meadows, Pennsylvania.
$50 donation from Allison Barletta, outgoing councilwoman. Thank you, Allison.
Here we go with a $50 donation from Father, in memory of Father Bob Barone from the Reverend McHugh in West Hazelton.
Father Connell was a classmate of mine, and Father Barone was a scripture expert. Yeah, Father Connell. A $100 pledge from Hazel Auto Parts. Thank you again.
And then in memory of Father John Burke Sr., Jamie Burke with a $100 pledge from Drums, checking in. And Joe, we turned into a trio.
A trio. So Jamie Jr. joined us. Right?
I'm back. Let's not do that to the poor guy.
Yeah, I mean, you came from New York. You didn't get a break. I've been here since 10. I didn't get a break. The young one on the block comes in with a cup of coffee. Yeah?
Well, here's maybe what we could do. If we get the 4 phones ringing, maybe Nino could sing us some Frank Sinatra. What do you think?
There you go.
New York, New York.
Did you hear that?
New York. Are you agreeing to this? All right.
All right.
And
I can-
Mr. DeMelfi will rate you because he's.
Oh, there you go. So we'll do a duet.
I do a
of me
great
and
love and marriage rendition, so.
There we go. We'll do anything to get those phones. I still think we should bring Grace Kennelly back.
That's what it's-
She was the most successful at getting these phones ringing. Nino, you want to do something on that necklace there?
Yeah, absolutely. So if you pledge right now, $100 or more, you are entitled to one chance at winning this beautiful necklace provided by Tony and Rob Chrisman of Antonia's Jewelry. This is rose yellow and white gold heart pendant on an 18-karat white gold chain, and the value is $850. So for just a $100 pledge, you can have a chance to win this beautiful necklace. Again, provided by Antonia's Jewelry. Thank you so much to them for this wonderful donation. And we want to hear those phones ring because someone will win this beautiful necklace. That is rose yellow, white gold diamond heart pendant on 18-karat white gold chain, valued at $850.
Make a great Christmas present. Some people ask why we're still here after 43 years, and we have. Mike, I don't know where you want
Yeah,
to.
we're good.
Okay. Two ladies who spent much of their life donating their time to the American Cancer Society. Colleen, and I know Pat's going to be upset with me, but she always, I picture her powdering Pat Ward's head so it wouldn't shine in the lights. But Colleen did everything. Whatever was needed, she did it. Tragically lost her battle with second battle with cancer. And Donna Jean, we talk about the people in the background. Not only like Mike Lula on the camera. You don't see Mike, but he's hobbling around here worse than I am. And young man back there on camera 3. People behind the scenes. And Donna Jean was behind the scenes. The other Donna Jean from finances on the other end of this phone call. But they worked diligently together along with Michael Doherty to do the financial end of this. And it's a thankless task, and we miss both of them. That's why we're here. They're part of the family. I talked to Joanne and Joe Yanuzzi. It's family. It's that's the only way I can explain it. We're here for each other, in modern parlance. We got your back. And these two young ladies went through a struggle, but the ACS was there for them, and that's why we do this. Hopefully, we keep saying it every year. 43rd, we'll probably be back for 44, but someday, I hope in my lifetime, that we can say, we don't have to have a telethon this year. Hooray! And Bill could spend Saturday night with his wife and kids. That would be that great. We would all be cherished that moment, and hopefully. But we can't do it unless those things ring. Make them ring, 570-459-1212. Let's get them ringing. Let's get this total up. Let's beat this. As Clemmy said, let's punch cancer in the face.
It deserves to be punched in the face, actually, for our personal battles that we've all had, and this is how we do that. But it's again, those individual donations that matter, that make that all up. And when you think about it, it's a Saturday night, and here we are, and a lot of the folks will be coming back tomorrow. There's better things to do on a weekend, and there may not better things to do, but there's other things you could do. There's spending time with your family, your kids. These volunteers are dedicating their time. They're here. They're giving up their Saturday. Let's honor them by making that donation in their honor. Whether it's $10, whether it's $25, we know it all adds up at the end of the day to the totals we see, like $25,391, which we are right now.
And
Exactly.
People who are, I'm sorry, I
No,
keep
it's
stepping
okay.
on all day
Hey.
long.
He's the young guy, so we could do
Yeah,
I took a break. It's all right.
let the old guy talk. I couldn't do this because my computer skills are 0. But if you don't want to call, you can donate online. It's acsmove.org/Hazleton Telethon. And you can view us on youtube.com/WYLN. We've got calls from Bermuda. Thank you, Mike and Joni Bruger. We've got calls from Connecticut. Peter Sturr, thank you, Peter. Yankees still don't play well.
I second that.
I didn't sign up for that.
And so you can catch us on YouTube, and you can call in 570-459-1212. Hopefully that's someone from Upper Slobovia calling to make a donation.
And again, our friends from Unico are here. Unico is very much a local organization and a national organization. And my friends, Andre Domino, Chris D'Amadio, Frank DeFrank, get on YouTube, make a donation in honor of your fellow Unicans. There you go. We're on call too. Nino, get the vocals warmed up, because if 3 and 4 ring, then it's
Love
New
and
York
marriage.
time.
Yeah.
Or love and marriage.
Has phone number 4 rung yet?
Not today.
No. Okay, let's get number 4 going here. We got 1 and 2. We need 3 and 4. Mr. DeMelfi has not exercised his golden tones yet on that phone. Oh, you did? Oh, okay. $100.
All right.
Well,
Look at
see,
that.
how about the next one be 200?
Yeah.
Oh. Okay, maybe you can do a little Sinatra.
I did a Facebook Live for people to call in, so we'll see what happens.
Oh, appreciate that.
There you go. Thank you so much.
Renowned music teacher. Maybe you and Nino can get together and, Well, we need your help.
We
okay?
need 2 more phones to ring to have.
Yeah.
There you go.
Covered through drink minimum?
Yeah.
If those 2 phones ring, then Mr. DeMelfi and Nino are going to entertain you. But,
I will do my best. But until then, please visit cancer.org. If you ever have any questions concerning a diagnosis or anything that, any questions that you might have surrounding cancer, please visit cancer.org. We at the American Cancer Society get 135 million people per year visiting that website, where there is a wealth of information, regardless of what cancer diagnosis you may have or what questions you may have. The answers are there at cancer.org.
And something new with cancer.org this year is, the last couple of years actually, is the chat function. So we talk about being accessible 24/7, right? So you could log on to cancer.org. If you have a question that you can't find on a website, you could live chat with someone 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a week. So if you're cutting your Thanksgiving turkey, you have a question, you log online, you go to cancer.org, you could live chat with someone, you could call them, and the beauty of the services that we provide is someone answers that. A live person answers that, not just
Yeah, it is not just a bot or anything like that. And I think that's really important moving in, through the 21st century. A lot of people don't like talking on the phone. Yeah, I'd rather text to get my food order rather than calling the pizza place. So I think that the way that we're moving, we are moving towards digital first, and sometimes it is easier just to text a sentence rather than actually saying it, especially if you are very emotional at the time. But just know that when you do that, it is a live person on the other end. It isn't just some bot, as if you're calling some other place. So once again, cancer.org, we have that chat function, and any and all questions that you may have can be answered on there. And for now, please get those lines ringing, 570-459-1212.
And another adjustment we made when you talk about being a digital first organization, our friend, Dan Kimbrough was here earlier, and he helped us, so much as a volunteer. There's a Reach to Recovery app now for those folks that are, undergoing a breast cancer diagnosis that is able to connect you with the services and the resources that you need. There's an American Cancer Society app, that's very helpful for us that, are doing work in the field. Nino and I use it all the time. Joe will teach you how to do the text and all that kind of stuff. Well, actually, I should say this correctly. Nino will teach you how to do all of those aspects of it. But you have to do that. When you think about it, one of the things, Dan, when I was talking to him earlier, our chair for Northeastern Pennsylvania, when we were in the middle of the pandemic, we couldn't do events. And we were in the events business as an organization and trying to figure out how to do that. Now we're able to get back now where we were able to do some live events. And, we had to pivot a lot, Nino, as you know. We had to figure out how to actually create content, how to put it out so people could see it. But here we are. We have a 2-day telethon today and tomorrow. And in order to make this the success that we know it can be, we need the phones to ring. And Nino is going to sing for us if all 4 phones ring. And that actually does not expire, that challenge. So we'll make the executive decision, Joe.
Yeah. One of the things that, and now you go interrupting.
Yeah.
I'll learn my lesson.
No, you're good.
So the pandemic has turned everything upside down.
Yeah.
And you're hearing these reports on news and commercials that people have ignored their checkups and things like that because of the pandemic. Can you speak a little bit to how important?
Yeah, so we have a whole initiative. Again, I talked about the American Cancer Society as a convener as well, working with some of our community partners, our health system partners, many of which sponsor this telethon. But the return to screening, unfortunately, a lot of folks during the pandemic, there was treatment that was, or not necessarily treatment, but diagnostic tests that were delayed. And now we're trying to get folks back to having their mammography, getting their PSA test, getting those tests that we know catch cancer early. Colonoscopy is another great example. We know that these tests catch cancer quicker, and when it's caught quicker, it's easier to treat. And that's what we're trying to do. So we want, talk to your doctor if you have been one of those folks that unfortunately had to delay some of that, and find what best resource you could do moving forward. And I think, Joe, we're going to turn it back for some housekeeping business here.
Well, we got a minute or so, but
All right.
tomorrow afternoon at 2 o'clock, the survivor interviews with Margie Bilecki. It took 4 years for me to convince Margie to do this. And again, cancer patients, they're survivors, but you don't want to put them under pressure. So finally she agreed. Her story is one that is very pertinent today. Margie, on a regular visit to the doctor, they found cancer. If she hadn't gone to the regular visit, God only knows what would have happened. Last year, after she appeared on the Telethon, she works part-time at Giant Market. 3 of her customers came in and said, because of your interview, I went to see my doctor. So that's what it's all about. And the pandemic has thrown everything upside down, and we encourage you to make sure that you take care of yourself first. If you're due for an exam, go get it, okay?
And those stories matter so much, Joe.
Yeah.
They really do. And, part of this, and Jane, preps us so well in some of this.
Yes.
But getting awareness out about everything American Cancer Society does, because there's so many stories like that happen all the time.
Mhm.
And we need to make sure that folks know, like, go get your diagnostic test,
Right.
talk to your doctor. Those kind of things are how we are actually going to move against this disease.
Exactly. Okay. I'm trying to read and think at the same time. Okay, all right. Yeah, top of the hour. Okay, thanks, Bill. I'm a little slow, Well.
All right, so live TV, folks.
Live
We're going to
TV.
go right to top of the hour pretty soon. Joe's going to tee that up, and we'll get rolling with that.
But again, there we go. Bob and Janice Moisey and family. Lehigh Valley Health Network is the crawl sponsor for today and tomorrow. Service Electric Cablevision. The Standard Speaker, thank you for your support. George and Florence Hayden family, the phone bank sponsor. Leader Services, the tote board sponsor. The Kreisel family, the originators of this polka thing.
you so much.
WYLN 35, Hazleton. Henkel U.S. Operations. S.J. Kowalski Plumbing and Heating, trained comfort specialists. Blaze Alexander, Greater Hazleton Dealerships, the entertainment sponsor for this telethon. Car Vision Nissan. Fairway Chevy Subaru. And broadcast is provided by WYLN 35 Hazleton, Service Electric, Cablevision, Atlantic Broadband, and Service Electric. Telephone and modem service provided by Service Electric, Cablevision. And again, without those people, and here come the sponsors, the Laurel Senior Living Community, Ricardo Santos, J. Zapata Mexican Food, Schumacher Engineering, and Bernie and Rosalie Rudiger. They help defray some of the costs of the telethon, and we appreciate their efforts. And as I said, Jamie, been here a while, and it seems like those sponsors are every year saying they come back and they help, and it's a good thing.
They are, and it's not just the sponsors, and we're so grateful to all of them, but it's the volunteers. It's, all the folks that are involved in this. It's year after year, and then, you see with the Moiseys earlier, it's generational.
Generational,
It becomes
for sure.
generational. But we don't want it to be the next generation and the next generation. That's why we're trying so hard, to really make significant progress against this disease.
And again, you guys are aware of it because it's your daily life. But we talk about progress that has been made, just even recently. Just last week, there was a story on prostate cancer. Constant research, and I'm sure you guys know what's in the pipeline.
Yeah, and when you think about that, some types of cancer, again, cancer isn't just one disease, as you know, it's a multitude of diseases. And, one of the things that's interesting is, we have to do better on some others that we've noticed. So, like, for instance, we've made progress against breast cancer, we made progress against prostate cancer, but then we know there's others like lung and pancreatic that are creeping up. on the side we don't want them to creep up on in terms of, cases. And we want to make sure that we test that, find that earlier, and then find better treatments for it. So you're seeing more emphasis on those kind of things. And those are the things that are in the pipeline. And our scientists are working hard on this every day. Our partners in science are working hard on this every day. But without the donations to fuel that research, we're not going to get to where we need to get to, especially when you think about, we talked about how screening was impacted. You know what else was impacted? Research.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
You couldn't go into the labs. You couldn't do the things that you were doing. And, we have to get back to that and back to what we're trying to do. And, unfortunately, that takes money to do, right? We got to restart a lot of things. And, that's why these donations are so important to what we're trying to do.
And I think, too, that not to get political, but I think the federal government in its disbursement of research dollars, the American Cancer Society has kind of moved down the totem pole a little bit as far as the monies that are being provided for research.
Well, yeah, the federal government would be number one. Follow behind them would be the American Cancer Society in terms of dollars spent. And, we have to, continue to fuel that fight. What's unique about our program is we fund those, young investigators that might not yet qualify for a National Institutes of Health grant or a National Cancer Institute grant, but we give them their start. And that's worked so well over the years, where so many Nobel Prize winners have, so many of our researchers come on to win a Nobel Prize in Science. In fact, Jane is telling me, I believe that's 49. My eyes still work, Joe, which is good.
Well, it's good because I thought I was in an eye test before because I couldn't see anything that was on the previous page. I'm glad you flipped it to 49 Nobel Prize winners, and that's important. It really is.
And, one of the things, we talked about the impacts of the pandemic. I'm going to bring Nino back in for a second. He and I were talking earlier. We were looking at some numbers for 2019. We have the AstraZeneca Hope Lodge in Philadelphia. And you think about that, Nino, and you think it's in Philadelphia. What does that matter to Hazleton? What does it matter to Hazleton? What does it matter to Northeast Pennsylvania?
It matters a lot more than even a few years ago than I would have thought. So down in Philadelphia, I believe it is a third of all patients that visit the Hope Lodge down there are from this area. So we're talking hundreds of patients, thousands of patients from Northeast Pennsylvania, the Hazleton area. And so when you are donating, when you're calling 459-1212 and you're making that pledge, the money is going back to your community. People in your community are getting the help that they need because of the donations that you are providing. So please, 570-459 1212. I'm trying not to say my phone number again.
And Joe, when you think about it, and we've gone to Philadelphia, whether it's for a concert, to see the Phillies, to see, Notre Dame, whoever may be playing in that area, good teams usually.
Yeah.
So when you do that, think about the cost of a hotel room in downtown Philadelphia.
Absolutely.
Right?
Yeah.
And multiply that by a week staying there. And this is a service that we provide for free. And it's right, centrally located to a lot of the top treatment centers in Philadelphia. And in the New York part of my life where I work with New York State and upstate, in Rochester, it's the same deal. The area that we serve, half of the patients are served by the Rochester Hope Lodge, a significant number by the Manhattan Hope Lodge. And these are services, if you live in those areas, you don't qualify because you don't have the need. It's the folks that travel there that have that need.
And I'm glad you brought up how expensive hotels are in Philadelphia. Because they are outrageous in Philadelphia. And for a $100 donation, you are helping a family stay at Hope Lodge for a night. And that really adds up. And a $100 pledge today will not only help a family stay at one of our Hope Lodges for a night, but it also entitles the donor to a chance to win this beautiful necklace provided by Tony and Rob Chrisman of Antonia's Jewelry. It's a rose and yellow, white, gold, diamond heart pendant on an 18-karat white gold chain that's valued at $850. So for a $100 pledge, you have a chance to win this beautiful necklace, and you will help a family stay at Hope Lodge for a night. So you're doing so much with your donations. It's really vital that these families get the help that they need. Again, it is so expensive to stay at a hotel, especially near a large city. So yes, Philadelphia, but everywhere else across the country, it is expensive to house a family for a week because these aren't a day treatments. They're staying at Hope Lodge because they have to be there for a week or longer. So these donations are vitally important to help families, local families, as we've talked about. A third of AstraZeneca Hope Lodge patients are from this area in northeastern Pennsylvania.
And we will be back to talk to our phone bank, but right now we're going to go up to the Wilsey Center and the entertainment.
Year 43, Beating Cancer takes you and me. Good evening once again. We are back live at the Alice C. Wiltsey Performing Arts Center here in the Hazleton Middle School, better known to most of you as the Castle on the Hill. Mike Sosa back with you. Want to remind you quickly before we get back into things, keep dialing the number 570-459-1212, or if you wish to donate online, that's acsmove.org/Hazleton Telethon. And I've been saying it to a lot of our performers this afternoon. We have someone, again, who is not a stranger to our telethon we put on every year. Shannon Marciata joins us right now. Good to see you, right? As like we say to everyone.
It's good to be back. It's good to be helping out again. And I love this benefit. I do. I love it. It does so much good for so many people.
Yeah, Shannon has been, how many years is it now?
Since I'm a kid.
We don't want to say how old you are.
Yeah,
we'll leave
we
that
won't.
go. We won't leave that
We
go.
won't.
Shannon's going to bring us some original music with her set. She's going to do 2 in a row. Tell us a little bit about what you're going to do for us.
The first one, I didn't write. It's my favorite Martina McBride song. I believe the writer based it off of a poem that was put together from Mother Teresa, but it's called Anyway. And then the second one is a song inspired by my sister and my dear friend called Glitter. So that one is homemade.
Awesome. All right, ladies and gentlemen, once again, remember that number, 570-459-1212. We are far from done with entertainment this evening. A good 2 hours left here, so if you like what you see, please call again, 570-459-1212. Let's welcome back our good friend, Shannon Marciata.
Thanks.
You can spend your whole life building something for nothing. One storm can come and blow it all away. Build it anyway. You can chase a dream that seems so out of reach, and you know it might not ever come your way. Dream it anyway. God is great, but sometimes life ain't good. When I pray, it doesn't always turn out like I think it should. But I do it anyway. I do it anyway. This world's gone crazy, and it's hard to believe that tomorrow will be better than today. Believe it anyway. You can love someone with all your heart for all the right reasons, and in a moment they can choose to walk away. Love them anyway. God is great, but sometimes life ain't good. When I pray, it doesn't always turn out like I think it should. But I do it anyway. I do it anyway. This is my verse. You can pour your soul out singing a song you believe in.
tomorrow they'll forget you ever sang. Sing it anyway. Yeah, sing it anyway. I sing, I'm dreaming, and I do it anyway. Yeah, I do it anyway. I'll do it anyway.
All right.
Seattle, ladies and gentlemen, great job, Shannon.
Thank you.
I know I say this like every year, but the music is so uplifting when you bring it to us, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
Once again, like I said before, if you like what you're seeing, you're home, it's cold, it's a little windy outside. I think time is up as far as our summer and our Indian summer, as they say, is gone on its way. Sit back, relax with a coffee, a tea, with your special someone, and check out what we have to offer here entertainment-wise the next 2 hours and right up until 11 p.m. this evening. Remember that number, 570-459-1212. Let's get set. We'll take it back to the phone rooms in the interview area up at the WYLN studios. We're staying here. Also, if you want to donate online, it's acsmove.org/Hazelton Telethon, and they're telling me you're going to do another.
Yep.
All right. You want to tell us a little quickly bit about that?
This next song is called Glitter. It's a homemade song inspired by my sister and my friend Emily and a lot of other people I know in my life. And it's about everyone just kind of flipping their mindset and realizing how amazing and sparkly they can be.
There you go. Uplifting, as I said. Once again, Shannon Marciata.
Smile, smile like you're on camera. Smile, stay a while, stay close, 'cause you need to survive. Nothing's easy like it should be. Nothing's gleaming, nothing's dreamy. Every day keeps on spinning, movie, film, reel, left repeating. You're going crazy. But all our life we waited just to find you. You're magical. This whole time you never realized you've been a special sparkle in every smile. You let fly, catches diamonds in our eyes. The glitter is you. You let it shine. The glitter is you. You go dazzle bright. Just like that, that groove is back. What a wonderful world you're making new and shiny. It's a fact, you smooth operator. All the whack is lost with perfect timing. Who needs outside fixes with someone like you here to call a friend? Don't need fairy tales or riches. There's something bigger here and so unplanned. But all our life we waited just to find you. You're magical. This whole time you never realized you've been a special sparkle is you, you, the dazzling bright. Something's dreamy like it should be. Something's sparkling, something's gleaming. This messed up world keeps spinning, but it's like heaven with you in it. And all our life we waited just to find you, you're magical. This whole time you never realized you've been a special sparkle in every smile. You live fly, catches diamonds in her eyes. The glitter is you, you, let it shine. The glitter is you, you, the dazzling bright.
Shannon Marciata, ladies and gentlemen. Shannon, thank you so much. It's been so good to see you and hang with you for a little while.
Thank you.
You had mentioned to me, I know, you had mentioned to me too that it's just been a while since you got out and you were able to play. I guess
Yeah.
we've all been in that position. So once again, Shannon Marciata, again, remind you before we send it back up the street, if you're going to donate online, it's acsmove.org/Hazelton Telethon. And of course, the magic phone number 570-459-1212. Shannon, thank you again. And we will send it back now, for sure, to the interview room and the phone room back up at the WILN studios.
We're back at the phone bank here at the 43rd Annual American Cancer Society Telethon. We're at 29,766. We're getting there, not quite where we want to be, but let's keep those phones ringing. The phone bank, I have a lot in common with this group. I was once them. How's that? Kevin Buchanan, Bloomsburg Huskies. Can you hear that public address voice?
Hi, Joe.
Oh, come on, you know, no Husky stuff?
No, I'm all Husky hats.
This is Kevin Buchanan, not only a teacher in the Hazelton Area School District, he's here every year with the HAEA, Hazelton Area Education Association, but he is the voice of Bloomsburg sports. Go ahead, take it. That's good. I'll move right down to Kathy. How about that? Kathy, what school you work in?
I actually float among most of the schools.
Floater. How many years have you been doing this?
This is my 19th year.
Well, let me tell you, 30 and out is great. So you only have 11 to go.
I don't think so.
Why the Hazelton Area Education Association every year, I know Randy has a lot to do with that. I don't know if she's behind me or not, but she does have a lot to do with it. But the teachers are involved with the Cancer Society. Can you tell me why?
Well, I think you'd be hard-pressed to find somebody in the area who hasn't been touched by cancer. It's really important that we raise as much money as we can to try and fight this disease. And that's why we want to see everybody answering phones.
Even Joanne, even though she's a retired worker for ACS, we want her phone to ring because we also want Nino to sing. See, that's the deal. If the 4 phones ring, Nino does New York, New York.
I think it's love or marriage, Joe. Just
love and marriage.
Love and marriage. Love and marriage.
Switched it up.
Yeah, there you go. We need
One more. We got one more. Come on, come on.
I'm nervous.
So I already talked to Joanne, but I'm lost for friends. I don't have any more friends.
Well, we're here.
They're all on the phone.
If you need us.
So what do we say? Keep have the phones ring. As you said with the interview, Joanne was a volunteer, and she was a worker, and she was a volunteer, and she's still coming, helping out, doing some of the heavy lifting with some of the big donations. So we got to get this done.
True, and I meant to mention in our interview that with all the volunteers that the American Cancer Society had in Greater Hazelton, they were so supportive. And now I'd like to see them make some donations also because I know they want to do it.
One of the things that we've got to do, we got to get the younger people involved. You know, I think it's true in all society that the next generation, whatever what we call them now, don't have that sense of community involvement like we did. I blame it on the nuns.
I had them too for 12 years.
Sister Margaret Joseph sits here every day of my life. She was about 4'10" and about 90 pounds, and we were all deathly afraid of her. And she had a crooked finger. And when I taught Latin, I used to make fun, Kevin, of the nun with the crooked finger. And guess what happened? I got a crooked finger. But they instilled in us the community, and I think that's what we need to do again.
I agree, because we had such a good institution raising us, giving us moral values, and we tried to pass them on to our children, and hopefully they will in turn do it for their children, and it will make all this come together even more so.
And these three people here, educators of the young people, you have a tremendous responsibility. I'm glad that I retired in 1999, because things today, and we haven't been able to talk to Cindy, but things today, Cindy, make it so much more difficult.
Definitely, definitely. There's just such a diversity of the population, different rules, different regulations through the school district, through the state coming down. But we all bond together. We do our best to help every individual student that comes through our doors.
And then you throw in this crazy thing called COVID. How difficult was it teaching virtually?
It was very difficult, keeping the attention. It was difficult, more difficult, I think, for the students to actually be attentive to us with everything going on in the back of their house. TV, radios, whatever was, everything's there to distract them. So it was definitely difficult. It was a very difficult year for us.
And I think the year out of school, and teachers do a great job. And I'm prejudiced. Yes, I am. I'm prejudiced. There's so much pressure on you to create the next generation. And I applaud you for going into the profession. Keep it going. And
Guys like you, Joe, that got us into this. You, Fran Libanati,
Oh,
Dr. Mazzolini, a lot of guys old school that brought us into this profession.
Fran Libanati.
We thank you very much
Well,
for instilling on us.
appreciate it. Libby was the best. I have a question for these. Is it part of the ACS dress code that you have a beard?
It is. It
Oh.
is actually official now, and actually the same color suit.
Okay.
Yeah. So we just make it easier now.
Okay.
Joe, let's talk
I'm
about
done.
the youth though for a second, because thanks to you, and Jane and Mike, Nino and I have had a chance, with some other community leaders to present to junior leadership.
Yep.
And we got to see the best of what the youth of the community has to offer. And, the future is bright when it comes to that. When you see the projects that they develop, when you see the, curriculum that's taught by our great teachers here in the district and elsewhere as well. But when you see the transformation into that leadership that you helped instill all those years, and Mike and others, it's amazing to see. And it always recharged us, to have an opportunity to present to them in person and talk to them and, instill some wisdom, instill some knowledge, but challenge and also see what they're able to do.
Well, Jane and I and Michael always said to the adults, if you're worried about the future, come to a junior leadership meeting.
Absolutely.
And you walk out of there knowing it's going to be okay. You guys with that lollipop moment, I still use it. The kids really, in fact, I did it at the Job Corps, and they really bought into it, and it's, you're right, it's a challenge, but we have to do it.
Yeah. And they rise up to it, as we know. You give them
I
that
agree.
opportunity, they're going to answer the call, right?
I agree.
So we have some pledges to read. Do you want to
We do.
us off?
You gave me all the hard ones, right?
Of course I did.
Harry, Jennifer, and Annie Avillion, $20 from Partysville, Hazel Township.
You want to keep going? Let's just keep that there.
Oh.
Yeah. There.
Ben and Nancy Tranguch, $100. Thanks, Ben and Nancy, from Hazel Township. And Mary and Ellen Marola Timko, $50.
All right. And I got a couple $50 here in memory of Gary Huff from Ron Seaman in Hazel Township. $50 in honor of Mom Lucy Dutz from Rob Dutz and drums. We have $50 from Agnes Sotek, $50 pledge from drums. And then in memory of D. Marie Skolsky, Ted Skolsky, and Ted Skolsky, we have Leona and Bob Skolsky from Hazelton with a $40 pledge. Nino, I think you have a couple.
Yes, I do. We have a $10 pledge from Joe Phillips in honor of Jay Zapata right over here. Thank you very much, Joe. Ted and Maria Bonin, $25 pledge. Thank you so much for that. Kevin Urcanon right over here. A $100 pledge in memory of Bernie Reno and James DeMara. Thank you so much, Kevin.
I have a couple more here from our friends Gary and Whitney Perna. William Morgan, a $25 donation from checking in from McAdoo.
McAdoo.
And I have a very special one here. $25 from Gary and Whitney Perna, again, from McAdoo, in honor of 25 years of Joe Clark.
So, thank you, Gary.
Thank you from Gary and Whitney.
So that means I can't pick on him for a while now.
Not today, anyway. But you can pick on Nino and I anytime you want.
Kevin's on the phone, but one of the pledge that he made, Jim DeMara, Jim died of cancer a few years ago. Jim was an outstanding elementary teacher in the district and one of the leaders of the Hazelton Area Education Association. And, I mean, you don't set out to do it, but, you know, the impact that you have. Sister Margaret Joseph, again, always said, people are always watching. People are always watching. So you as American Cancer Society guys, if somebody, they're watching you do good. Mm-hmm. And maybe they'll do good. That's part of, whatever.
I think a little bit more about that impact, whether it's teachers, whether it's coaches. When my experience, I was a senior in high school and my dad was diagnosed. And, when I heard of cancer, it was my grandfather who unfortunately passed away from treatment and Jimmy V. So everyone I knew who had cancer passed away. So I was, scared to death. Didn't know what to expect. It was one of those tough family conversations you have. I've been diagnosed with cancer, and we all could relate to that. But, I think about my soccer coach, Jerry Heisted, and the impact he had on me through that process, the team rallying around. Then when I went to college, my professors, my teachers, players, coaches, that camaraderie. You feel you're not in it alone because you have those people that are checking in on you. They're making sure everything's okay. But the role that our educators and our, and our administrators and our coaches play in the lives of their kids that they teach and coach is immense. And those relationships last forever.
Absolutely. And his grandmother is the reason that I turned out to be at least a half-decent teacher. So we're going to go to entertainment, and stay tuned. We'll be back here at the phone room. While we're at entertainment, please keep the phones ringing. We got to get that total up. So up to the Wilsey Center.
We are back again in the entertainment portion here at the Alice C. Wiltsey Performing Arts Center. Mike Sosa with you, and Julia Wiegand joins us again. Hello, Jules. How are you?
Oh, not too bad.
Yes,
Finally fed.
We're back again, and want to quickly remind you before we introduce our next act, 570-459-1212 is the number to call. We're going, and we're going strong here. We're holding. Also, if you would like to donate online, it is acsmove.org/Hazelton Telethon. Again, as I've said all day, these next two performers are no strangers. Mario, you've been coming here since you're like, what, 6?
Not quite that young, but it's been a long time. It's been a lot of times.
Yeah. And Alyssa has joined in the fun, I guess in the last maybe 3 or 4 years, right? So they are going to do 2 back-to-backs. It's Mario and Alyssa. And Mario, you want to tell us what you guys are going to do?
Yeah. First, we're going to play Let My Love Open the Door by Pete Townsend, and then 8 Days a Week by the Beatles.
Always a Beatles song with this group, and you got to love it. That's the way to go on a Saturday night, on a telethon Saturday night. All right, it is time. Let's bring Alyssa and Mario to the stage. No strangers. And we'll check back. Enjoy the music, folks.
Retreating, and you can't seem to get enough. Let my love open the door. Let my love open the door. Let my love open the door to your heart, to your heart. When everything feels all over, everyone seems unkind, I'll bring you a four-leaf clover, take a worry off of your mind. Let my love open the door, let my love open the door, let my love open the door to your heart, to your heart. I have the only keys to your heart that can stop you from falling apart. Try today, you'll find this way. Come on, give me the chance to say, let my love open the door. It's all I'm living for. Release yourself from misery. Only one thing gonna set you free, and that's my love. My love. When tragedy befalls you, don't let it drag you down. Love will be your shield. You're so lucky I'm around. Let my love open the door. Let my love open the door. Let my love open the door to your heart, to your heart, to your heart, to your heart. Thank you. 1, 2, 3, 4. Ooh, I need your love, babe. Guess you know it's true. Hope you need my love, babe, just like I need you. Hold me, love me, hold me, love me. I ain't got nothing but love, babe. 8 days a week, love you every day, girl. Always on my mind. One thing I can say, girl, I love you all the time. Hold me, love me, hold me, love me. I ain't got nothing but love, babe. 8 days a week, 8 days a week, I love you. 8 days a week is not enough to show I care. Love you every day, girl, always on my mind. One thing I can say, girl, I love you all the time. Hold me, love me, hold me, love me. I ain't got nothing but love, babe. 8 days a week, 8 days a week, I love you. 8 days a week is not enough to show I care. Ooh, I need your love, babe. Guess you know it's true. Hope you need my love, babe, just like I need you. Hold me, love me, hold me, love me. I ain't got nothing but love, babe. 8 days a week, 8 days a week, 8 days a week.
Great job, Mario and Alyssa.
Thank you.
Again, friends of the Telethon, glad to have you guys. It's actually great to see you guys. Thank you so much. Great performance. Once again, we are here until 9 o'clock at the World Sea. It's just been a great day, and it's still not over yet. I want to remind you, Again, if you want to donate online, it's acsmove.org/Hazelton Telethon. And Julia, tell them what the magic phone number is.
That number to call is 570-459-1212, or you could donate online at acsmove.org/Hazelton Telethon. We will be back with this dynamic duo in a little bit, but first we are going to send it right back over to W. Weiland Studios.
We're back at the Weiland Studios, 10th and Thompson Streets in Hazleton for the 43rd annual American Cancer Society Telethon. Our total is $29,766. It's been kind of stagnant. Maybe our number changer is out for supper, but whatever. Keep those phones ringing. We got to get those numbers up. And we're going to read some of the pledges that have come in over the last couple of minutes as you were enjoying the entertainment. So, Nico, can we start with you?
Absolutely. Jim and Mary Beth Joseph and family pledged $100 in honor of Doris Joseph. Thank you so much. Anthony DeLuca, $25 pledge in memory of Teresa DeLuca. Thank you so much, Anthony. And the last one I have here, Alice M. Hoffman, in memory of all loved ones, $25 pledge. Thank you so much, Alice.
Thanks, Nino. We got the Kolbush family in memory, a $25 pledge from John and Carol Kolbush from McAdoo. A $25 pledge from David Duxta, I think I'm saying that correct, Joe, from wife Amelia and daughter Alyssa. And that, again, is from Keelers, Pennsylvania. Claire's. That's why we have Joe next to me. $5 pledge, Kinsley, Kennedy, Lincoln, and McKinley Scuba, Hazel Township. And then a $25 pledge, and I think if this is who it's in honor of, Joanne, Mike Wood, from Anne Marie Gimby, from Hazleton. And if that is the Mike Wood, I think it is.
Explain who that is.
Mike was our executive director for many years when I started, and Joanne's first boss, not her best boss, because that would be me. But no one was Joanne's boss, Joanne, right? We did the best we can. But Mike was an amazing mentor and friend, and if it's a different Mike Wood, I'm sure he was an amazing person as well. But.
And by the way, Perna just cut your mic because you mispronounced his hometown, so just...
We rehearsed that. No.
We have we have a $100 pledge in memory of Mike Payne, $25 pledge in memory of Richard Casarda from Ruth Casarda in my hometown of Trisco, in memory of Edward Lally from Flory McNeilis, and Flory also is a cancer survivor and a great supporter of our system here. In memory of the Paisley family from Flo Paisley, that's a $20 pledge. Flory's pledge was $100, by the way. And $50 from Paul and Doria Kamishak. And $100, Allison and Chris Urechko, former mayor of Cunningham. Thank you very much for that $100 pledge. So, here we are. What time is it? It's 7:45. Lost track of time and day and everything else. That happens when you get old, by the way, so just be prepared.
Not talking to you.
Not me.
We're trying to get the phones to ring. Talk about dead silence. Let's get those phones to ring. We're still waiting on Nino's serenade, so we can't do that. We had 3, we just didn't get the 4th. So seriously, we need you to help. We need you to help get us over. There we go. Get us over the hump.
Joe,
here.
I have an idea.
What's that?
So if we get those other, well, actually, it's just
there we are.
Joanne
There's
now
3.
that needs. So we're missing the kickoff of the Notre Dame game.
Yes, we are.
So I think it's only fair Nino helps us out and sings the Notre Dame fight song if the 4 phones ring. I think that's fair, Joe. Do you think that's fair?
Absolutely.
All right.
If I ever watch a Notre Dame football game, I might, but...
All right, cut his mic. We're done.
Nope.
All right, we are going to a video interview right now, a very special interview with one of our community partners and a physician. So we're going to go to that video right now.
Yeah, we've learned so much about pediatric cancer and how to treat and cure the many different types of cancers children can get. through research both in the laboratory and clinical trials that a lot of children have participated in. The most common types of cancer are leukemia, lymphoma, Hodgkin's disease, neuroblastoma, Wilms tumor, and of course brain tumors, quite a few different types of brain tumors we see. The most important breakthroughs we've had over the last 5 to 10 years is in targeted therapies. Targeted therapies are when you create either engineered antibodies or small molecules that are specific to those cancer cells and cause less damage to normal cells. Well, children do quite well with their treatments, cancer, radiation, and surgery. They're very resilient. They heal quickly. They recover quickly from chemotherapy. Over 80% of children with cancer are expected to be cured of their disease. Our chemotherapy regimens are designed to prevent as much as possible any late effects because they're children that are going to have a long life ahead of them. So we want to minimize any kind of long-term effects. So they all do quite well, and most of them recover without any sign that they ever had cancer or any organ damage. There are some things that we will screen for after they're done with treatment. So we do need to continue to follow them over their lifetimes basically, but they all do well. If your child is having prolonged pain that's unexplained or recurring fevers or any kind of swollen lymph nodes, my recommendation would be to first, check with the child's primary care physician. You can also use our symptom checker, Pete's Partner, which you can find online. And then refer to our children's hospital, Lehigh Valley Riley Children's Hospital in Allentown, where we have a great children's cancer center. We have a wonderful children's emergency room and children's express care that can also provide acute diagnosis and care. Fortunately, cancer in children is rare, and the cancers they get are quite different than adult cancers.
Oh, we're back. Oh, I didn't learn to count, Bill, that's the problem. If you do it in Latin, I can understand it. We're back, and should mention that that interview was with Dr. Hegstrom. He's a pediatric oncologist with Lehigh Valley, and so fortunate to have one in our area, so that I'm sure the information was extremely important. And you have a...
Yeah, just a quick correction, I guess is the best way to say it. But we did get a caller back in, and that Mike Wood is a cancer survivor, Mike Wood. So it's a different Mike Wood, but Mike is out there fighting, and we want to, wish him well in his battle. And that donation was made in his honor, so we wanted to mention that quick.
And donation from McAdoo, but it's in honor of Francine Harmonowski from Katie, Jenna, and Mia. Francine was a young girl, and I think she was 10 or 11. Died of cancer. And her dad, who just recently passed away, went to the cemetery every day to visit her grave. And these would be her nieces, Katie, Jenna, and Mia Harmonowski. $25 from McAdoo. Thank you, Michael, for your girls' donation.
And we've gotten a little quiet in the phone room, so we need 459-1212 so this young man here could sing.
Warming up the vocals as you speak. So.
All right. So you got a plug?
I do. And I apologize if I'm messing names up. I'm not the best with names. But Marianne Stur and family, a $50 pledge, $150. Oh, I'm sorry. I can't read names or numbers, apparently. A $150 pledge.
I know that.
In honor of Joe Clark, hello from Connecticut. You're doing a great job. And this is my favorite part. Go Yankees.
Wow, we'll take that.
I'm sorry if I messed the name up.
Well, no. Marianne Stur. Her husband, Peter, called in $100 earlier in the day. And their mom is my friend, good friend, Mary, who donated $500 earlier in the day. And I appreciate that from Waterford, Connecticut. But from one losing fan to another, wait till next year.
Yeah.
Again, Marianne, Peter the fourth, and thank you so much. Appreciate it.
That's well. And as a Boston sports fan, I can't relate to wait till next year.
I miss Maddie. Peter the fourth and Maddie. Thank you.
There you go. All right. So Nino, we got quiet.
Yes, we need to get these phones ringing. Now I'm antsy to sing. Now I think I want to do it. But
He will
with
sing
these-
the song of your choice now.
Well.
You may have to provide the words.
Yeah.
But
570-459-1212. Please give us a ring here. We want all of these lines lit up. And if you are not able to call, if you want to go online, please donate online at acsmove.org/Hazelton Telethon. We have these wonderful teachers up here taking your calls, and they all want to talk on the phone to you, so please give them a call. Once again, 570-459-1212. And I don't know if you guys know this, but I was a substitute teacher for a long time. I wanted to be a full-time teacher, but 2012 wasn't a great year for getting a job as a full-time teacher. So I substitute taught for about 5 years, which was an amazing experience. I had so many great friendships with colleagues and met so many great students. And I know I spoke about my mom earlier, but I was actually substitute teaching when I got the phone call that my mom was diagnosed with cancer, which obviously was probably the hardest phone call I've had. And the support that those teachers showed me as just a substitute teacher, they opened their arms wide open. They supported me. They helped my family. They sent food to my family. So, you know, on behalf of my family, I want to thank all the teachers out there who do that for their community. It really touched me. And I learned that I was part of the community. Kind of before that, I felt a little like an outsider as a substitute teacher. But that day really showed me that I had the respect of them, and they respected me as a person. So I just want to send a shout out to Riverside School District. Thank you so much for everything that you did for me professionally and kind of while my family was going through that. So I just wanted to share that little story just because it shows that teachers care. They really, really do. And, you know, I respect teachers so much because I don't think they always get the respect that they deserve. And they are some of the most generous and supportive people that you'll ever meet. So.
And this last year, my daughter's a teacher in the Springford School District down by Philadelphia. What these people went through the last year and a half, I can't imagine. Doug Farley was here earlier. Doug is the teacher now. He's been in media for a long time. He's now teaching communications at Central Columbia. And he said he never worked so hard in his life, which was very good. But the last year, I know my daughter, she went as a reading specialist, went through so much, and these people teaching virtually in a pandemic, I can't imagine them doing it. And they did it, and did it with smiles. And as you said, they're caring people. They really are.
You know, and that reminds me of someone we saw earlier in the day on the video chat he and I did, but, you know, Coach Mike Joseph, formerly of Hazelton area, and, you know, Nino and I got a call in the middle of the pandemic last year, and it was around the start of Suits and Sneakers week, where we typically would have our, you know, Suits and Sneakers Coaches versus Cancer games, all of those kind of things, and he literally, like, what could I do?
Yep.
And, you know, explain to him how the website works, how to, you know, do some video creation, some content creation, and he wanted to do it. And unfortunately, you know, losing his mother, it was personal to him. He wanted to do as much as he can. And this guy worked his tail off, every connection he could. And, you know, again, $5 donations, $25 donations, but top 10 in the country.
Yep.
Which is amazing. And we had another coach, Coach Keller from Scranton Prep, who was also top 10 in the country, but pivoting, right? Figuring out how to, you know, get the message out there to folks, you know, in platforms maybe they're not super comfortable with, learning that and then figuring out, and again, the community responded, right?
Absolutely. It was amazing to see what Mike did. Chorus Crew really came together, and again, they raised over $5,000 in the midst of everything that was going on. So it was truly amazing to see his supporters come out for him and his family, and to see what he did for the American Cancer Society and for his community. It was so special, and we're really looking forward to another great year with Coaches versus Cancer and getting Mike Joseph involved again, and he's very much looking forward to it. I alluded to this earlier, but I did speak to him at our inaugural CBC Northeast PA golf tournament, and he was excited. He couldn't wait to get started up. So we're really looking forward to getting that rolling again, getting all the coaches on board. And we have the teachers here. So kind of speaking about the students, whenever students, you give them an idea and they'll run with it. And they do such a great job. It's so great to see how each school handles suits and sneakers and Coaches versus Cancer differently, but they're all amazing. And the support that the students show, that their parents show, the teachers, the faculty, the entire community really rallies around these high schools and does a great job.
So I tried to put him on the spot, and I asked him who's the better golfer, ESPN's Joel Lenardi or Coach Joseph, and he wouldn't answer me. So you were there. Who's the better golfer?
Well, I'm going to have to go with the hometown guy, right?
That's right. That's the only right answer.
Well, let me tell you, his game is pickleball. He is a phenomenal pickleball player because he's so intense. And, he has just admitted to the Hazleton Area Sports Hall of Fame, and he could have gone in as a civic, because we have a category of civic because of his work with Coaches versus Cancer. And he did a great job in his acceptance speech, and I know his heart is in this Coaches versus Cancer.
And speaking of that golf tournament, if you pledge $100 or more, you have a chance to win a pack of golf passes donated by Edgewood, by Sand Springs Golf Course, and Sand Springs Country Club. 2 lucky winners are chosen, but you have to donate right now. So in the next, now. Donate now, and you will have a chance to win greens fees and all of that. And those are beautiful courses.
Can I give a heads up to a shout out to John Shima and Rick Hengens of Edgewood and Sand Springs. Very generous to all causes, but especially to the American Cancer Society. We had the Sugarloaf Golf Club here earlier. Just a community that is caring and whatever you ask. I called Rick and he said, whatever you want. So I went down and he gave me a ton of passes. So thanks to John and Rick and Sand Springs and Edgewood for your contribution. Coming up on the 8 o'clock hour, I'm a little tired. It's been a long day. We got some 3 hours to go, and I want to see that thing change before.
All right.
So we're about ready to go back up to the Wilsey Center for the Performing Arts and some more entertainment up to the Wilsey.
And welcome back over to this side of 9th Street, where we have Mario and Alyssa waiting to perform their final song for the night for everyone watching out there. What song will that be?
We're going to play the song Love and Mercy by Brian Wilson.
All right, awesome. Now, everyone watching, also remember to call 570-459-1212 or visit acsmove.org/Hazleton Telethon. Make your donations. That's what it's all about, this battle against cancer and finding a cure. So, take it away.
I was sitting in a crummy movie with my hand on my chin. All the violence matter, 'cause seems like we never win. Love and mercy is what you need tonight. So love and mercy to you and your friends tonight. I was lying in my room when the news came on TV. There's a lot of people out there hurting and it really scared me. Love and mercy is what you need tonight. So love and mercy to you and your friends tonight. I was standing in a bar and watching all the people there. you need tonight. So love and mercy to you and your friends tonight. Love and mercy is what you need tonight. So love and mercy to you and your friends tonight.
Mario and Alyssa, that was fantastic. Thank you so much for performing. And also, there will be 2 numbers, correct? 2 numbers back to back. Those will be playing tomorrow on Sunday. So be sure to call 570-459-1212 or donate online at acsmove.org/Hazelton Telethon. Call tonight, call tomorrow. You can actually call this number at any point in time to make a donation. Small, large, any little bit helps. So it is almost the top of the hour. So we're going to send it right back over to WYLN Studios.
We're back at the YLN Studios for the start of our 8 o'clock hour. And our hourly sponsors and miracle workers, Bob and Janice Maisie and family. Lehigh Valley Health Network, the Crawl sponsor. Service Electric Cablevision. Standard Speaker. George and Florence Hayden family, and who is the phone bank sponsor. Leader Services, the tote board sponsor. Kreisel family. WILN 35 Hazelton. Henkel U.S. Operations. S.J. Kowalski Plumbing and Heating and Trained Comfort Specialists. Blaze Alexander Greater Hazelton Dealerships, the entertainment sponsor. CarVision Nissan. Fairway Chevy Subaru. Broadcast is provided by WYLN 35 Hazelton, Service Electric Cablevision, Atlantic Broadband, and Service Electric Cable. The telephone and modem service is provided by Service Electric Cablevision. So here we are, the 8th hour. Also, our sponsors are Don and Randy Pachentz and Sons, in memory of John and Mabel Pachentz and Edward and Helen Allen. First Presbyterian Church, Monica Barletta, in memory of Fred Barletta. Linda Shivo, in memory of Attorney Pasco Shivo, our clock sponsors for the 8 o'clock hour.
All right, Joe, we talked a lot about coaching. You're going to be my pronunciation coach here.
Oh,
in case I mess any of these pledges up, and if we do, we apologize and we'll correct it. $25 in memory of Eugene Patanovich, from Gene Patanovich from Hazelton.
Yep.
So far, so good?
So good,
All
right on the money.
All right, 10 for 10.
See you in church
5
tomorrow,
stars.
Gene.
All right. $25 from Cecilia Koslop from Oneida. That's what I thought it said. That was
Next
more
to Shepton.
Next to Shepton. $25 donation. $100 from, in honor of our own Clemmy Yamona from Michael Salon, Hazel Township. $100 pledge here from Barbara Ancharski.
Yes.
Polish ones I could do.
Okay, all right.
From Frank Ancharski from St. John's, Pennsylvania. Thanks again for that $100 pledge. And then Harry and Rose Segilia, as corrected by my co-chair, by Richard Segilia from Hazelton.
Hazelton E's are hard G's, unlike Lackawanna County where it's soft G. See, we in Hazelton are guttural, so it comes more through.
But you do have to say Scranton like it hurts. So you got
There's no T in Scranton.
There's some there is. Nino, what do you have?
I do have one more pledge here. Joe and Anne Marie Shelby, $30 pledge from Hazel Township. Thank you so much.
So we continue, and hasn't changed. I guess the number changer is still out for supper, so we'll true to that. But seriously, we got to get those numbers up. The phone's got to ring. Erin's the only one who's on the phone. The other 3 ladies make their phones ring. They volunteer, and they've been here all day, so make their day by calling and making a pledge. It can be $1, $2, $5. We understand it's a difficult time. COVID has turned everything upside down, including finances, but anything you could spare. You never know, it sounds like almost unreal, but you guys deal with it on a daily basis. But you might, what are those postdoc person? They might be this close to turning the key to one of the cancers.
Yeah.
And I've knowledge of the fact in the past, somebody's doing research and all of a sudden the dollars go cold and the research stops.
We, and I think she'll be interviewed on a telethon at some point, but, on our board of advisors, I mentioned is Dr. Kristen Long, who's a cancer researcher at Mansfield University up there in Tioga County. And, Dr. Long has told us on numerous occasions when COVID happened, the lab room was literally locked. And some of the experiments that they were doing, they had to restart. They literally had to throw them out. I think, what we worry about most in a case like this is the progress that was made is lost. Because we talked for how many years that we've been doing this, 25, talked about that progress, and we wanted to see that continue. And that's why, continuing to fuel this fight by making those $5 donation, $10 donation, $25 donation, $100 donations is really what matters.
And if you make a $100 donation, you are entitled to a chance to win this beautiful necklace right here. Let me raise that up a little bit. That is a rose, a yellow, and white gold diamond heart pendant on an 18-karat white gold chain that's valued at $850, provided by Tony and Rob Chrisman of Antonia's Jewelry. Thank you so much for that donation. And once again, if you pledge $100 or more at any time during the telethon, you are entitled to a chance to win that.
Now's the time.
Now is the time. What better time than now?
And I see we have a new phone bank. We'll introduce them in a little bit.
If I could get up, I would go over there. But
Yeah. Well, maybe we'll have the young lad. We'll have the
is
young
that my
lad
cue?
get up. Yeah,
I think so.
That's your cue. Joe the Third.
Go ahead, Nino.
Go ahead. Oh, all right. So
it really was a cue.
But we do need those phones to ring, 459-1212. Nino's going to introduce us to our phone bank and some of those great people. Again, live TV, folks. You got to see the work in action here. But, Nino, who do we have over there?
All right, we have some very dedicated volunteers that I've been working with all day. Aaron, Randy, Donna, and Stacy. Now, you might have seen them a little earlier today. Aaron has been floor directing. Randy's been floor directing. Donna's been in accounting and getting all that going, getting the ticker all squared away. And Stacy, you've been all over the place doing it all. She was even once almost an assistant for our friend Jay Zapata. And that was quite the adventure.
And when they walked in, Nino, they said more than anything in the world, they wanted to see all four phones ring, because our challenge show is if all four phones are ringing, then Nino will sing, I think it was a song of your choice now, right?
I think we're at that point.
Yes, we are. So if all four songs ring, all four phones ring, I will apparently sing a song of your choice, but it has to be on this phone right here. So only if you're lucky number 4, then you get to name a song.
And by the way, it has only rung once since 11 o'clock this morning.
So no one wants to hear me sing?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Okay. Let's get those phone lines lit up, 570-459-1212. And if for some reason you can't make a phone call and you'd rather go online, acsmove.org/Hazelton Telethon to make a donation online. This is the first year that we're doing that. As we mentioned, we're moving to a digital-first organization, and we know that a lot of people would rather just go online and make a few clicks, enter a few numbers, rather than calling someone. At least that might be my generation. The millennials would rather type than talk.
I think that was in our direction.
I think so.
He was doing that. But on that note, I'll actually bring some information here. And we also have the YouTube stream. So if you're not in the Hazelton area or you're not able to connect, YouTube.com/WYLN. I think I said that right. That's how the kids say it, correct? All right.
Yeah.
So we're all good.
The YouTubes, for sure. All right, I haven't heard these phones ring yet, so maybe we got to stop telling people that I'll sing, and maybe then they'll light up.
Whatever it takes.
Whatever it takes.
I think we need Gracie back.
For now, let's learn a little bit about our phone bank volunteers. Stacy, I'm going to start with you because you are closest to me. How long have you been volunteering at the telethon?
26 years.
26 years. So you beat out Joe. We're celebrating Joe for 25. You're at 26. So let's celebrate her. Can everyone have a round of applause? 26 years, dedicated volunteer. Thank you so much, Stacy, for all of that. Let's move right down. I want to know how long everyone's been volunteering. Donna?
I did a period of about 8 years, then a break, and then now 12.
All right, so we got 20 years. So right here, 46 years, if my math is correct, of volunteering. And let's move right down the line.
We're not really sure the exact amount of years, but it's definitely 20.
So an infinite amount of years, I think.
Well, she's been doing it for over 25 years, so me too.
So we have almost 100 years of volunteering at this phone bank. That is truly amazing, and it really shows how dedicated this community is in the fight against cancer and how much they support the American Cancer Society. That is truly amazing. I honestly had no idea about that, so I'm really glad I asked you guys that question.
A point, Randy's little girl, who will be here tomorrow, she's our Vanna White. She's been coming here since she was born. How old is Sydney now, 16? 15. So she's had 15 years, and she used to make every meeting, too.
That's amazing. That really is.
With her stickers on everybody's agendas and things like that. But Sydney, she's coming tomorrow. She and Joe Marshall, who's been here a while, and she'll be changing the numbers. And so the Chapin family and Randy's mom, Barbara Sugarman, was here. She was here earlier? Many years, too. So thank you.
Yes, thank you all for your dedication. And I think it just goes to show that this is generational, just like we saw earlier. This is really, it means so much to all of us and to all of you that we do get our entire families involved. I know a joke kind of around the American Cancer Society is that our families are voluntold rather than they volunteer. My wife has helped in so many different ways, and trust me, I will get my son to also help. Maybe he'll be Mr. Vanna White one day. I'm not sure, but we'll see about that. But yes, thank you all so much for all of your years and all of your dedication to the cause. I really can't thank you enough on behalf of the American Cancer Society. Thank you.
All right, and we're going to head back over to the Wilsey Center for some more fantastic entertainment. All right,
here we go.
Sorry, guys. All right, and soon we have a very, very special entertainer coming up. And of course, not yet, but very soon, and you should stay tuned for that. We've been talking a lot about Colleen. I met Colleen a few years ago when I started with the American Cancer Society, and the joy that she brought to this group when she was floor directing was unlike anything I've seen. We loved having her behind the scenes, and we miss her very much. And coming up very soon, her daughter is going to be singing, which is very special for everyone here. And we thank her so much for doing that. And again, it's a generational thing where we are very involved generationally, and we like to get our families involved. So thank you so much for that. And we really miss you, Colleen, and we're doing this for you. So thank you so much.
That's why we're here. You know, Jane and I talk about it all the time. We keep coming back. She won't tell us how many years she's been doing it, but it's well beyond my 25. She was always here. We keep coming back because of Donna Jean and because of Colleen and our family members. You know, I would hope in my lifetime that we find a cure. And again, you know, Joanne and I, as I said, I got involved here, and that's the first thing she said to me. There are over 100 causes of cancer. And it's a difficult process, but I hope as I'm playing the back nine, that somewhere in that back nine, we get a real breakthrough. And it's an insidious disease that affects not only the patient, but the families. And thank God, and let's give a cheer for the caregivers, because oftentimes the caregivers are forgotten, and it's so difficult on them, the strain on them, and they just step forward all the time. And so all the caregivers out there salute you because you do a great job. So.
Joe, if I may, really quick, I know that your tote board is finally going to change, which is fantastic. But I do want to say a second, and I know she loves to stay behind the scenes, and I'm looking directly at her. But we talk. Clemmy has been so instrumental in this telethon and all the volunteers. But Jane, from the bottom of my heart and Nino's heart, we just want to thank you, for all the time that you put in. And this is not, we set up the telethon, we have a meeting before and a meeting after. It's a year-round job, for lack of a better word, as a volunteer. It's a full-time job, and you put your heart and soul into it every day. And I know your phone is constantly ringing, and you're always, able and accessible to the community for anything. You bring that to our attention, true staff volunteer partnership, and we thank you so much. I know you're staying there behind the scenes, but we just want to take a second to really thank you for all that effort that you put in. And Mike, as that voluntold, who actually always comes around as well.
Yeah, we cannot forget about Mike, because he really does some heavy lifting behind the scenes. Anything that Jane asks him to do, he does it with a smile on his face, and it's amazing. As you might have seen me fumbling around with numbers and on the stage here, we do have an update on the tote board. So we are now at $32,911. So let's keep that number moving up. I want to see 40s and 50s and 60s and 70s and the rest.
And the rest. Oh, well, we're tired. What's with entertainment?
We gotta.
We'll get there eventually, but until then, let me warm up the vocal cords here. But the phones aren't ringing, so I'm not going to be doing anything until then. Let's get these phones ringing. 570-459-1212. And I was going to take a moment to kind of indulge a little bit. This is the first night in a long time that I'm away from my family, and I read my son books every night, and he's going to bed right now, so I just want to say goodnight, Rafi. I love you, and I look forward to seeing you when I get home. I'll peek in the room. So
That's all. I have also a very important update for Joe Clark. I want to just say really quick. 7-0 Irish with a Jack Cohn touchdown, so I just want to make sure, for those watching maybe at home, Notre Dame is beating Virginia 7-0, Joe, with a Jack Cohn.
Right. Very good.
So.
Excellent stuff.
Need to keep Joe informed of what's happening. So,
big fan.
Well, you talk about situations. I was sitting out there in the little break that I had this afternoon. Joyce Boyle's sister, Louise. We found out that we know each other from a long time, going back to Janesville back in the 60s. And I talk to our Irish heritage. We were Oak Clark when we came here, and they dropped the O apostrophe. That's why I don't have an E on the end of my name, as Father Brian does at Holy Rosary. And my grandmother, who I never met, she died in 1939, during the Notre Dame games. Of course, it was on radio. She paced the whole game. I think she averaged about 5 rosaries per game. She wouldn't sit down and listen, but every once in a while, she'd stick her head in the room. How they doing? How they doing? If they were leading, she might sit for a couple of minutes, but as soon as they got behind, there's the rosary beads going again, back and forth. So grandmother Alice McCann Clark, that's where I got my Notre Dame love of. And of course, we had no choice. Grandma said, you cheer for Notre Dame.
yeah, and when I was at my church parish in Jessup, and our Monsignor, 4 o'clock mass was great if Notre Dame was playing, because it's the quickest mass. As a little kid, it was the quickest mass you'll ever have. We have a couple of your pledges that we want to read, Joe.
Let's see, Jim and Corrine Stone, $25. And Jerry Guscott Jr., in memory of Beverly Guscott, $20. Thank you, Jerry.
That's backfired on me this time, because I usually screen the pledges, so I know I can pronounce them. Roseanne Galbiati from Lisa Sisak,
Yep.
From Drums, and that's $25 donation. Joan and George Sweeter, $25 donation coming in from Hazelton. Joanne Zanell, am I correct?
I think so.
Our friends down in Freeland, in memory of Eugene Zanell Sr., and that's another $25 donation.
And those donations are vital, because every 20 seconds, someone will hear the words, "You have cancer." And that's what we're trying to stop. We are eradicating cancer, and it's one pledge, one donation at a time will get us to our goal of eliminating cancer. It doesn't matter if it's $1, $10, $100, every dollar counts in the fight against cancer. So please, let's get those phone lines going, 570-459-1212. Oh, there we go.
Yep.
Uh,
Short-lived.
That's all right. We'll get them next time.
You know, and that number, 459-1212, 570, sorry. As you call that Monday, somebody will answer. If you got a question or an issue, you can call that number starting Monday morning, and it'll ring in the cancer office, and you will get an answer to your question.
24/7, 365 days per year, someone will answer your call. And no matter what time of day it is, no matter what day it is, if you have a question pertaining to cancer, about a diagnosis, please give that number a call, 570-459-1212, and you will be connected with a real-life person, which really means the world. I know, again, kind of sitting bedside by my mom in the hospital room at 2 in the morning, just with a million thoughts on my mind and not really knowing what's ahead. I did know that I could call the American Cancer Society's NCIC just to talk to someone, even if I'm just asking menial questions that I might even know the answer to already, just to hear someone's voice to kind of to calm me down a little bit at 2 in the morning when family is asleep and the rest. It is so important. And what else is important is getting screened early. If you get screened early, we have a better chance of beating cancer. And if treated early, there's a 90% 5-year survival rate for cancers of breast, colon, prostate, skin, and cervix. So once again, we got to get screened early, get the mammograms, get a colonoscopy. The earlier you catch it, the easier it is to beat it.
One of the things I want to mention, Nino, we haven't touched on yet, we mentioned the Hope Lodge down in Philadelphia, but a significant change that's happened in this past year, we talk about COVID and all these different things that happened. You know, at the top, we had a change at the American Cancer Society. Our CEO for many years, Gary Reedy, announced he was retiring. And for the first time ever, the organization is led not only by a cancer researcher herself, but the first female CEO that we've ever had in our history, Dr. Knudsen, who's actually based out of Philadelphia. So she's very present. Hopefully at a future telethon, we'll have her here. But her focus, as you know, it's serving, how can we better serve patients? How can we speed up the research process? And she's so focused, having spent so many years as a cancer center director and in clinical research, she knows, she's seen the challenges. And I think with her leadership, you're really going to see things speed up. And it's just great, you know, for the organization I've been along to for 23 years to see, you know, we do have finally Dr. Knudsen as our first female CEO, which I'm very excited about. But more importantly, too, she's going to be so accessible, and she's in Philadelphia and will be through the area. We will see her very present, but she's already made major changes in the organization in her short tenure, and we're very excited to see what she brings with that mind of a cancer researcher to leading our organization.
I was about to say the same thing. I think having that leadership and that different perspective of being a cancer researcher herself, it kind of changes the way the organization from the top is looking at everything. And I think it is for the better because she has been in the trenches before. She knows what it's like to do that research and how vital those donations are to that research. So we're very happy to have her on board. Again, the first female CEO that we've had at the American Cancer Society. I think that in itself is showing progress for the organization and all that we're about. So I guess welcome. This is your first Hazleton Telethon. It's our 43rd, well, not my 43rd, but Hazleton's 43rd Telethon. So once again, 570-459-1212 to get those donations rolling so we can fund those cancer researchers. We have funded 49 Nobel Prize winners in the past, and we want to make that number 50. We can't do that unless we get more donations.
And on that note, one of the things, you know, we started last year a program called Research Hers, which is to get more female cancer researchers in the field to begin with. Those 49 have all been men. And the challenge now with the Research Hers program is to get the first female American Cancer Society funded cancer researcher who goes on to win a Nobel Prize too. So it's something the organization is really excited about, you know, trying to connect with. You know, Dr. Long, I mentioned from Mansfield, who's part of our board of advisors. You know, she is one of those folks who's been a researcher as ambassador for us. And I think exciting news, rather than me talking, is we're about to go to exciting entertainment, again, with Colleen's daughter with a very special tribute.
Yep, so let's throw it to entertainment.
We are back at the Alice C. Wiltie Performing Arts Center here at the Castle on the Hill. Once again, good evening. Mike Sosar, Julia Wiegand is back with me.
Yes,
Hello.
just a little
How are you?
farther than
I
usual.
did not see you at first. I got scared. I'm like, oh no. Remember that number, 570-459-1212. Also, if you wish to donate online, it's acmove.org/Hazelton Telethon. Okay, we have our final performers up here for the evening. They will be with us a few times here within the hour. Please welcome to the stage Megan Dubitsky and friend. I wanted to wear my sunglasses and they would not let me. I don't get it. We called him Mr. Cognito. So it's just, of course, Megan, before we get into the performance, I'd like to just touch on your mother. Over 25-year contributor, volunteer, floor director. I've had the great opportunity to work with her for many years, even when I was still in the truck. Of course, just recently, lost her battle. So just wanted to get some quick thoughts on your mother, Colleen.
Well, she was wonderful, and she really dedicated herself to the telethon each year. I was running around here since I was this big, but she really thought it was a good cause, and even before she was diagnosed, she was a volunteer. So.
Yeah, I remember last telethon in 2019, I looked in front of me when I went up to the phone room, and there she was in front of me, and I'm like, weren't you just floor directing? She couldn't yell at me, of course, like the rest of them do, and she did, but it was all in good fun. So, again, Colleen, great person, 25 years, and we thank her for that, and we've been acknowledging it all weekend, and we'll continue, so.
Thank you.
We're going to bring it to the performance end of it right now. You want to tell us about your number you're going to do this time around?
Our first number is going to be E-Ah.
Awesome. Let's again welcome, and don't forget the phone number, 570-459-1212 if you see what you like. We're winding down here now. Please welcome to the telethon, Megan Dubitsky and friend.
As everything in life comes together now, I need your mind. And everything is light. I remember now, I see you rise. And all the lonely things seem to wanna change. I'll sleep on it tonight. Something's going on. We don't even understand. So how can this be wrong? So in love with you. How could I ever be untrue? And I'm with you, with everything I do. God, I love you. I love you.
Great job, you two. Now remember to call that number 570-459-1212, or you could donate online at acsmove.org/Hazelton Telethon. We will be right back with the two of you, but first we are going to be heading over back to the studio.
All right, we're back. I am not Joe Clark, but I'm in the Joe Clark seat here at the table. But welcome back, 459-1212. We're at 32911 on the big board. Joe wants to see that up to 40, and what Joe Clark wants, Joe Clark gets. So let's get those phones ringing, 459-1212. We're joined by Sherry O'Donnell, the rose in between the two thorns.
That's right.
I'll take it. All right, that's great. Thank you. I'm honored to be here. This organization is near and dear to my heart. I've been involved for many, many years, and I had a great day at the Wilty today, feeling all that positive energy with the entertainment and donations coming in. And it's great to be here on this end. I'm enjoying it, and I'm in training kind of, so help me out.
And we're happy to have you here.
Thank you.
You did a great job with the fashion shows you do every year.
Thank you.
And we look forward to that every year. So thank you for everything that you do for the Telethon and for the American Cancer Society throughout the year. I know we had an ice cream social over the summer, and,
Yes.
and you brought some dancers there, and that was awesome to see. So thank you for that.
You're welcome. I enjoy bringing my dancers out to venues to support all different causes in the area. And of course, this is like number one. So teaching those kids, bringing them up, because they need to be sitting in these seats one day. And if we don't show them, who's going to show them how to volunteer and be a part of these organizations? They're our future.
Yeah.
So.
And if I may, we had a little bit of a sidebar conversation before we went back on air, and you were doing your homework, getting to know some of the organization's information, and that's again why we do this. It's not only to raise money; it's to raise awareness about what the Cancer Society does in the community.
Right.
But you said to me, like, "Wow, I didn't even know."
I
you're-
didn't know
Right.
any of this, and I don't know that a lot of people out there know the many resources that are available. I mean, this is things that you think people may know, but they don't. I didn't know that there were free rides to treatments provided by Road to Recovery, and that Greater Hazelton has 2 cars, one of which was donated by the Rotary Club, and more than 15 volunteer drivers. Like, amazing. Like, all of this works. It's just like a well-oiled machine, and it works. Do you find you ever have trouble with volunteers? And if somebody wants to volunteer, are you accepting new volunteers?
Yeah, we're always accepting new volunteers. So let me put that out there right now. If you want to volunteer, you can call 570-459-1212 on Monday, and you can get into contact with someone.
Actually, Nino will give his personal cell phone number for that.
Yeah,
If you want to volunteer.
that is also
That's,
true.
Okay.
A running joke we have here. But to that point, and also like meeting the volunteer where they are and what they want to do. And I think as an organization, we've evolved. So there's opportunities like if you want to do something, or you even want to get creative and like, hey, I want to do a fundraiser, help me. That's where Nino's there, and that's why I'm there to help you through that. Or if you want to, volunteer for Road to Recovery, if you want to cook dinner
Right.
for Hope Lodge, those things exist.
Yeah, I just had a friend contact me, I hope you're watching, Jill, and say, I'm looking to volunteer somewhere in an organization in this community. I can't seem to find anybody that will, like, either because of the pandemic, some type of limitations that won't. She does do some things, but wants to do more. So I'm definitely going to call her, and if you're watching, here's your opportunity. And I'm going to, send her in this direction. I think that's great. Also, I didn't realize that the Cancer Resource Center was located on Broad Street, and it's staffed entirely by volunteers. And you call the same number, 459-1212, for help. Tell me a little bit about the Cancer Resource Center. Is there people there in the day? How does that work?
Yep, that's at the Cancer Treatment Center, Hazelton. We do have a small room there, and we do have volunteers working there when they are available. So usually during the day, with the pandemic, it's been a lot harder because we don't want to have too many people going in and out of the Cancer Treatment Center. We want to keep them as safe as possible. But prior to that, we had volunteers there almost every day. There's pamphlets in there, any information that you need. And Laura has been so great, so generous with the location and everything and giving us space there. They've been partnering with the American Cancer Society for 35 years, which I learned today. So again, as we talked about, this is as much educational as it is about fundraising. And the Cancer Treatment Center at Hazelton has been so great to us, and it's been a great partnership that we've had for 35 years, and Laura is a big reason for that. So shout out to her. I interviewed her earlier today, and that was awesome. And yeah, so even if you just have any questions and maybe you can't get to the Cancer Treatment Center, once again, 570-459-1212. You can call that number anytime, and you will be connected with someone to help you get the information that you need.
Thanks, Nino. Is that the same as the 24/7 live helpline?
That is.
Okay.
So this local number connects you to that the NCIC, National Cancer Information Center, and that is available 24/7, 365. So no matter what time of day, no matter what day of the year, you can call that number and you will be connected to a real person, and that's the best part about it.
That is the best part. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I just thought we'd get all of that out there, so.
Yeah, and I think, again, that's the reason why we do these, right? It's not just to raise the dollars, which is important. We're not quite at Joe Clark's mandated $40,000, so folks, please ring those phones. But, you know, we're getting there, and those donations fuel this stuff. They fuel the resources. They really do, and we need them. And, you know, this time more than ever, we talked about that a lot so far today, but you know, COVID, like many organizations, has had a tremendous impact on us negatively in a lot of ways as an organization, and we need the help this year. We need to make sure the great progress we made over all the years of this telethon isn't stopped, isn't shortcut, you know, and those donations matter, and I see we're getting a lot of movement here. Sherry, I'll educate you on a challenge we have going.
Okay.
If all 4 of those phones ring, the young man to your right, the other thorn on the side of you, will sing a song of your choice, which is still the challenge. So we're really close to getting all 4 phones to ring, but 459.
At the same time?
At the same time.
It has to be the same time.
That's a good clarifier.
Please call 459-1212. Again, raising funds, raising awareness. It's not just one-sided. It's just a whole big machine that needs to work all together. And like you said, it doesn't stop with the pandemic. It might slow down, but there's still things happening. Cancer doesn't stop, and so neither do we.
Yeah, I mean, I've said this a few times already, but Jane and I have been on lots of calls with Dr. Long, who's on our board of advisors. She's a cancer researcher in Mansfield, in Pennsylvania, and she told us when COVID happened, you know, her lab shut down. You know, so all that progress could be lost. Those experiments need to restart. And she's investigating a very important cancer, pancreatic cancer, you know, lung cancer, another one of these. We made so much great progress. We just don't want it to stop. And the way it does not stop is if those phones keep ringing.
Right.
And again, 570-459-1212. I'll turn it over to the thorn on the right to give the other way that you can donate if you did not want to donate by calling the phone. Mr. Millennial?
Yes. So if you'd rather type in a donation than say one, I guess, you can go to acsmove.org/Hazelton Telethon. You can donate online as well. So we have multiple ways to donate. So really, there is no excuse. Let's get those phone lines ringing. Let's get those keyboards clicking, and let's get the donations rolling in.
Sounds great. And this telethon is live stream on YouTube, WYLN TV 35. If you want to call aunts, uncles, tell them, hey, tune in and make a donation, or just give them a number. Don't let it stop in your household. Spread the word throughout your family, even if they are out of town or not in the immediate area. Tell them they can call anyway. 570-459-1212. I actually have a little presentation here.
Yeah. All right.
I'll be representing the employees and owners and person that runs Four Blooms, Susie O'Donnell Scarcella. She and Lori Van Hoeklen had a wonderful server there. Linda Bowman, her name was, 55 years old. She was just bright and shiny and a fabulous server and loved by everyone. And she was a server there until February of 2019. And then she and her family, she is a mother of 3 daughters, she and her husband and daughters moved to Florida. And she was diagnosed right after that with colon cancer. I'm going to say right before the pandemic hit, very beginning of March, was what I talked to Susie about and what she told me. and by May 9th, she had passed away. She had one surgery, and it was very quick. And so the people at Four Blooms had a celebration of life for Linda and her friends and family, along with friends from Sand Springs. Everybody came together and collected. Again, she was the beloved wife of her husband Dave and mother of 3 daughters and had 1 grandchild. So this donation is in memory of Linda Bowman, and it's $500. And I want to thank Lori Van Hoeklen and Susie O'Donnell-Scarcella for organizing this. And Linda, this is in your memory, $500.
And thank you to everyone at Four Blooms for that donation. We really appreciate it. Every dollar counts. Every single dollar counts. So don't think that it has to be a $500 donation or a $1,000 donation. It could be $1, $5. Every dollar counts. And that $500 donation, that would be good for a family to stay at Hope Lodge for a full week, which is amazing. $100 will allow a family to stay at Hope Lodge for a night for free. And we know how expensive hotels can be, especially around the city. So donations just like that one will help families in our area. 1/3 of all Hope Lodge visitors are from the northeastern Pennsylvania area.
And if I may, on that note of survivorship, again, pivoting this year and doing some things with interviews and then doing some things live, we were able to get some new folks to tell their stories, to share their stories as survivors. So in a second here, we're going to queue up a video. We had mentioned a few times, I serve with Jane on the Northeast Pennsylvania Board of Advisors, and there's a member there, Brian McQuestion. Brian is a cancer survivor. He's an endurance athlete. He's a personal friend. We played soccer together for many years as well. But you're going to hear from Brian now on his cancer story and his cancer journey.
Wow. Well, that's going to be an inspiration. I'm looking forward to hearing from him.
Hi, Jamie Keane here with the American Cancer Society. I'm joined by a special guest and good friend, Brian McQuestion. Brian is a longtime American Cancer Society supporter, cancer survivor, great advocate for the cause. Brian, thanks for joining us here today.
Yeah, absolutely, Jamie. Thanks for having me.
Yeah. So why don't you tell us a little bit about your cancer journey, your cancer story?
Yeah, sure. Again, Brian McQuestion. I am a cancer survivor. I was diagnosed with Ewing sarcoma 18 years ago, last month. Underwent 7 months of chemotherapy. Ewing sarcoma is a pediatric bone cancer. I wound up having it in the soft tissue of my foot, which makes it a little more uncommon. But thankfully, I was able to, get it caught, diagnosed, and went through chemotherapy and put it in the rearview mirror.
Awesome. Glad to hear you're doing much better than that experience. So when you were looking for organizations to partner with, collaborate with, why the American Cancer Society? What stuck out to you about our organization?
Yeah, absolutely. The American Cancer Society is a phenomenal organization just from the perspective of education, advocacy, research, and services. There's a lot of tremendous services provided to cancer patients and their families. The Hope Lodge, Road to Recovery, along with research, which is absolutely critical in the mission to fight cancer.
Yeah, thanks for sharing a little bit about that and a little bit why and the mission of the organization, which we all care about so deeply. On that note, you're involved in many different ways with the Cancer Society. So why don't you talk about a couple of them?
Yeah, one of the things I'm involved with currently is the Northeast PA Board of Advisors, and really it's a group of people impacted by cancer, either directly, indirectly, looking to make change in the fight against cancer. And that could be anything from fundraising, creating awareness about the Cancer Society and its programs, and really just spreading the word that there are resources out there. Cancer is not an end all be all. Work together, and hopefully, again, people have the opportunity to put in the rearview mirror as well.
Yeah, awesome. So at the Cancer Telethon, we talk a lot about the different aspects of the American Cancer Society, different things that we do. One of the things we don't hear enough about maybe is American Cancer Society endurance events, determination, or an event that you're very involved in, PA Hope Ride. So why don't you talk to us a little bit about what PA Hope Ride is?
Yeah, the PA Hope Ride is down in Lancaster. It's an endurance bicycle event. That does not mean you need to be a professional athlete. There's options ranging from 15 miles through 100 miles, but it's again a great opportunity to get out there on the bike, raise awareness for the American Cancer Society, raise funds for the American Cancer Society, which are critical, to continue to provide research and services to cancer patients and their families. But again, just get together, collaborate in a healthy lifestyle while promoting the ACS and creating awareness about this terrible disease. Hopefully, one day we can eradicate this disease, but until then, we need to keep on fighting.
Awesome, Brian. Thanks for sharing a little bit about what you do and how you've been involved, and definitely some information about PA Hope Ride that people might not know about. So thanks again for joining us, and welcome to have you. All right, we're back in the phone room. We have 32911 on the big board. Still trying to get to Joe Clark's $40,000 for those listening at home. 570-459-1212. Really quick, you heard there from Brian McQuestion, who I said is one of our volunteers. He participates in what we have it's called Determination. It's our endurance events. Sometimes they're marathons, sometimes there's bike events. One thing that was interesting, in addition to Brian, a local volunteer that has participated in Telethon before and someone that's known to a lot in the community, is Russ Keeler. Russ Keeler also this past year participated as an endurance volunteer, and you know what he did? Nino knows what he did, but sure, you might not know what he did.
I don't know.
He literally raised money, thousands of dollars of money, to climb Mount Kilimanjaro as an endurance athlete.
Yep.
So Russ accomplished that. Russ has been to the home of Relay for Life in Tacoma, Washington. He's done endurance events all over. But those are the kind of opportunities where I talk about meeting the volunteers where they are and what they want to do. Yeah. Russ really got into those endurance events, and we have a path for folks that want to participate in that way. So it's pretty cool.
Yeah, there are so many different ways to participate within the American Cancer Society, and that was one of the most amazing stories. There was a group of volunteers that raised money to go to Mount Kilimanjaro and climb it, and seeing his journey and how hard he worked throughout the year, not only fundraising, but preparing to climb a mountain. It was truly amazing to see. So shout out to Russ Keeler. He's been a dedicated volunteer for many years. And he's still doing it. So,
and I did ask him why, and he said because it was there, which is, if you talk to anyone to climb the mountain, that's what they will tell you. So, 459-1212. We still have the Nino Samino challenge, which is all 4 phones ringing. Nino will sing a song of your choice. Nino, we also have the necklace, if you want to talk about that really quick, too.
Yeah, we have a beautiful necklace here provided by Tony and Rob Chrisman of Antonia's Jewelry. So if you pledge $100 or more, you will have a chance to win this beautiful necklace, once again, provided by Tony and Rob Chrisman of Antonia's Jewelry. This is a rose, yellow, and white gold diamond heart pendant on an 18-karat white gold chain. The value is $850, but for just a $100 pledge, you can have the chance to win this beautiful necklace. And let's hope that's a chance right there.
That's awesome. Good stuff.
Yeah, so you were double duty today. So there was a fashion show, and I think we have some news on that.
We do. We have some great news. The best news that we've had in the 5 years of the fashion show's history. The fashion show was called Fashion for a Cure, and we raised $4,286 today. All volunteer models, families, friends, moms, dads, nephews, brothers, survivors, people who have lost somebody. They came out and they wore their fashions, and we spoke a little bit about them, and we asked for their families and friends to donate. We said, if you like this segment, if you like what you see from these people, please call and donate. And I'm just almost in tears looking at this total of $4,286. So I want to thank all of those models and thank everybody for donating.
Amazing job, amazing job. And speaking of some great volunteers and some amazing entertainment, we're going to pitch it back over to entertainment here for our second presentation.
We are back here at the Wilty Center for the Performing Arts. We have our final slot of entertainment here for you right now, going back to back with their songs. Tell us about the songs.
First song we're going to do is called Gonna Leave You, and the second one is called Lost Art of Keeping a Secret.
And remember that number again, 570-459-1212. This is our last cut back to the entertainment area. So if you've been watching the better part of the day or you've been watching into the evening, we still have about 2 hours left, general telethon time. But we are done here in entertainment after Megan and friends' last 2 numbers of the evening. Again, 570-459-1212 or donate online at acsmove.org/Hazelton Telethon. We bring them back one more time. Please welcome Megan Dubitsky and friend.
Way by the phone, laid alone. He can't help you, but I know I could. Freeze too long, you know this is wrong. Everything scars the skin, push it in, break it off. I'm gonna leave you. Gave it a start. I stomped on your heart. This is the end. No more pictures. We ain't friends. Waiting in my room. There's blood in my spoon. I'm out of your hot chair. I'm out of your room. I'm gonna leave you. Gonna leave you. Gonna leave you. Gonna leave you. Freeze too long. You know this is wrong. Everything scars the skin. Push it in, break it off. I'm gonna leave you. I'm gonna leave you. Gonna leave you. Gonna leave, don't need you. I got a secret I cannot say. Blame all the movement to give it away. You've got something I understand. Holding it tightly, God on command. Leap of faith, do you doubt? Or could you win out, just cut you out? Whatever you do, don't tell anyone. Whatever you do, don't tell anyone. Leap of faith, do you doubt? Look for reflections in your face. Whatever you
Don't tell anyone, whatever you do. Don't tell anyone, whatever you do. Don't tell anyone, whatever you do. Don't tell. I think you already know just how far I've gone not to say. You know the truth isn't gone, and I'm taking this off to my grave. Whatever you do, don't tell anyone. Whatever you do, don't tell anyone. Whatever you do, don't tell anyone. Whatever you do, don't tell.
Great job, guys. You guys performed fantastic. And you also pre-recorded a few segments, so those will be running tomorrow on Sunday, November 14th. And if they haven't called yet tonight, they can always call tomorrow, and heck, you can call anytime you want, 570-459-1212, or you could donate online at acsmove.org/Hazelton Telethon.
Once again, a big thank you to all the entertainment today. What a day. What more can you ask for? With the venue, for starters, the Alice C. Wiltie Performing Arts Center here at the Castle on the Hill, the Hazelton Area Middle School. You know, there's so many people we have to thank, so we're quickly going to run down the list before we throw it back up to WIL. And of course, the Wiltie Board for allowing us to come in and use this venue. I mean, you couldn't ask for anything better. It is the creme de la creme of our area when it comes to the performing arts. Also to Barry J.S., the rep from the board who helped us get in here, get everything together, help us put the whole entire broadcast together. You couldn't ask for any more.
And next up on the list, we've got Dave and Adam, our sound guy and our lighting guy, because look what they've done all day and look what they'll continue to do tomorrow. I mean, the setup was absolutely fantastic, and we couldn't have asked for better.
And who could forget our floor directors, Virginia Chotla, who's been ever and starts the day off forever. Also, Beverly Brobst, who joins us always in the evening. You couldn't ask for a better bunch of ladies to run the show.
And also, we've got school district security we want to give a shout out to, because without you guys, we wouldn't have been able to man the fort here over at the Wiltie Center. So thank you so much for everything that you've done. And also our camera guys, which aside from myself off and on when I haven't been on the stage, and Phil when he also was on and off the stage, we've also got Ryan back there who's been running the show, cameras and everything. And we've also got Ethan, who was here earlier, and he was also running one of the main cameras. So thank you to our WILN crew.
And who could forget our directors up at the station, Michelle Jarosky, who's been a directing mainstay at this event for every year since I can remember, and Gary Perna, who we both really don't like a whole lot, but we'll give him his props. He knows we love him. You know, and of course our co-host, Julia, Crystal Smithnowski, and Philip Kaufman, again, who you heard Julia say is between Julia and Phil and Ryan, this whole thing would not have happened as well. So we can't thank both of them enough for co-hosting with us. And of course, Julia, thank you so much. It's always so much fun to get together and do this with you.
Oh yeah, and thank you. I feel like we're always closing off the night ever since I've started hosting for the Telethon.
Right. It's always great fun. So there it is, ladies and gentlemen. We close it off in the entertainment portion for this evening. We'll catch you with the pre-recorded stuff tomorrow. Remember the number, 570-459-12. Julia, the website.
Website is acsmove.org/Hazelton Telethon. If you haven't donated yet, why not? You might as well. It'll take 2 seconds. Donate small, donate large. Every little bit will help. So be sure to call the number as well, 570-459-1212. If we haven't hammered that number into your brain enough, there you have it.
That's it. $1, $5, $10, $25, whatever you have. 570-459-1212. Again, for everyone here at the Wilty Center, cast, crew, staff, Julia, myself, thank you so much for taking the time and being with us all day. Just so much fun to be here with you all. It's almost a celebration for those who had fought the battle, those who are currently fighting the battle. This is the reason we're here every year. I think I've said this many times over the year. There is not one of you out there who has not had an experience with someone in your family, a friend, a close associate, someone you work with that has fought the battle and lost, or is currently fighting the battle, or has won the battle. So again, the phone number, 570-459-1212. Joel's, the website.
Donate online at acsmove.org/Hazelton Telethon. That is it over here at the Wilty Center for the Performing Arts for myself and Mikey over here. And again, thank you so much for performing. Right now, we are going to head back for the final time over to WYLN Studios.
Good night, everybody.
Night.
All right, we are back in the very, very quiet phone room. 570-459-1212, 32911 on the big board. Still trying to get to Joe Clark's $40,000. Want to just do a really quick shout out before we get to top of the hour here. Want a special thanks to Mike and Julia and Beverly and Lisa and the crew over at the Wilty Center. It's a great entertainment that we've had all day. So, thank you for those folks for all the work that they did. And Sherry, it's top of the hour.
All right, top of the hour. We have Bob and Janice Maisie and family that are our sponsors for the top of the hour. Lehigh Valley Health Network, Crawl sponsor. Service Electric Cablevision. Standard Speaker. George and Florence Hayden family, phone bank sponsor. Leader Services, tote board sponsor. The Kreisel family. WYLN TV 35. Henkel U.S. Operations, S.J. Kowalski Plumbing and Heating, Train Comfort Specialists, Blaze Alexander, Greater Hazelton Dealerships, Entertainment Sponsor, CarVision Nissan, Fairway Chevy Subaru, Broadcast provided by WYLN, Hazelton TV 35, Service Electric, Atlanta Broadband, Service Electric Cablevision. Telephone and modem service provided by Service Electric Cablevision. The 9 o'clock to 10 o'clock sponsors, clock sponsors, is that correct? Clock
Correct.
Sponsors, Unico National, Hazelton Chapter, H&R Block, Sugarloaf Soap, and Mountaintop Offices. Joe and Joanne Yanuzzi and family, in memory of Joe Yanuzzi Jr. And the Tresco Hosey.
All right. Thanks, Sherry, for sharing some of that. We have a couple of pledges we're going to read really quick. One, we've mentioned this. Nino's mentioned this several times. Sherry, you've mentioned this. But we are streaming on youtube.com/WYLN. And we have Pittsburgh checking in with a donation of $25. Marina Postfar from all the way from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. So the Yins have spoken.
The Yins have spoken. It's representing Pittsburgh. Thank you. We also have a $25 donation from Steve Johnson of German, PA, in memory of Joseph Navarra. And thank you so much, Steve, for that $25 donation. And we also have a $100 donation from Frank Molinaro and family in memory of Patricia Molinaro of West Hazelton. Thank you so much for that $100 donation, Frank Molinaro and family.
Yeah, thank you. And if you're just tuning in, 570-459-1212. And there's also a new way of donating. You can do it online. And do you want to tell everybody what that is?
Yes, that is acsmove.org/Hazelton Telethon. So get those keyboards clicking.
Sounds great.
All right. We are in the twilight hours coming out. Joe Clark's giving me the hook. Wow.
Whoa.
So we're going to transition out. Joe Clark's going to move in here with some special friends.
Hi there. Again.
We're still on TV.
I'm a radio person, so I can turn my back. We're gonna kick you out.
All right.
Sure.
Okay. The brothers Karshner can sit.
Nice to see you, honey.
Chaz.
Did you hear the good news about the show?
Pardon?
Good.
570-459-1212. Let's get those phone lines ringing.
Don't be upset, Aaron. I messed up your thing, but we have a kind of a special group of people here. Two guys on the end are former students of mine. I coached them both in basketball, and we got to know them by the young guy on the outside there, Charlie Karshner. He was diagnosed with cancer at the age of 5, survived. Went to MMI, became a baseball player, and now, what are you doing?
Now I'm a graduate from Penn State University, and I'm a quality engineer at PFN.
PFN, that's the guys that advertise on TV all the time.
They are the TV, the billboards. That's where I work.
And so, and what? They're a sponsor. They're a sponsor. How about that? You're also big with Thon. You still involved with that at all?
Yeah, I still go to Thon. The only one that I've missed was the only one that they didn't have live in person for people to show up to, and that was due to COVID. So we'll be back on it this year, and we're really excited about that.
Through 5 years old when you're diagnosed, obviously for the family, and I'll get to your dad in a second, it had to be devastating. How long did it take you to recover?
Yeah, I was so young at the time that I don't think it affected me as much as it affected everybody around me. So the love, support, and care that everybody provided was what got me through and standing here to this day. So I couldn't be more blessed to have a loving family and community around me. So thank you, everybody who's been a part of our journey so far.
And your family has been really hit hard with cancer. Your dad is, I used to call him Charlie, but they don't call him Charlie anymore. You had the luck of having cancer as well?
Yes, sir. In 2018, I was officially diagnosed with prostate cancer. Having 1 in 3 men, realistically, no one understands that. However, someone's got to get tapped, and it happened to be me. We've been a family of faith throughout our journey. We've never relented. We've always looked towards not only hope, but our friends, family, and support groups around us that we support, and furthermore, accept the love that they share, that my realization to be cancer-free at this point in my life is now 3.5 years.
That's great. Getting back to your son, how devastating, as you and your wife must have been, with a 5-year-old being diagnosed with cancer. Can you recall those days?
Absolutely. We had just watched the towers go down the month prior, and that was tragic, as we all know. So on October 19th, my wife called frantically. I happened to be working, running a business, working at Hazelton Pumps at that time, and providing support for our family, for benefits, and I just kind of liked the place. But going to school at Penn State happened to be my sanctuary. I'm a lifelong student, so I appreciate being around folks and all of that. So I kind of thought, oh, this is remiss. Here we go. She's frantically out of control on the phone. And she says, you got to get up and you got to get on your feet. I don't care what time you went to sleep. I don't care if you have a test today. Just get moving. I says, well, what in the world is going on? Well, she said, Charlie's blood work came back, and Dr. Sparich at the time, great guy, he said to just get in the car and go to Hershey. So at that point, we started our journey. Incredibly, the folks down there, I mean, you don't know what you're getting into, but I really felt that with all the overwhelming emotions and the things that you don't expect, that you find a way to get your control. And at that point, I just said to the doctor, I says, please don't hold the cards close to your vest. Let us know what's going on here. Well, they knew within an hour that Charlie was diagnosed with acute lymphoblastic leukemia. We were given a choice. They include everyone down there within the thought process, the children foremost, and we decided to go away from the contemporary into the more aggressive therapies, and praise God, all of that worked out, for us. I mean, there was ups and downs, and of course, there's anyone that's going through their journey. We're always open in our hearts, as you are, to share and speak wisdom that's been taught to us. Please don't relent to having the gremlins, someone said to me one time, take place of everything that you expect in your family to be your most happiest future that can be, because you are worth it. And everyone here that I'm looking at is a great tribute to this part that we stand here proudly to speak to you.
And seeing him now, so successful, played baseball,
basketball,
thon.
Golfer.
Oh.
Very good golfer.
Yeah.
Bicycle.
And he raises a lot of money on the other side of, oh, that's good. We got a phone call coming in. Keep it coming, folks.
But you must, looking at it, you must have such relief in your heart.
Yes, yeah. It takes a while to humble yourself to things you find, most people find, and you also look at life a different way. And there's a lot of folks that embrace that, and he has taken that to the next level in his generation to give back. And for us, that is probably the most successful thing a parent can wish for, and to watch not only your children, but everyone around us overcome this word cancer.
And thanks, Jess. Moving down to young man I coached, I coached you too, but this guy was tough. I didn't realize how big you are until you hugged me out in the hall. You're a big dude.
Not back when I was in school.
I guess I'm turning my back on the camera, but a couple years ago, came across the fact that your wife, suffering from cancer, and had a tough time.
Yeah, she did. She had a long fight. 2012, she had a lung removed, and then about 4 or 5 years later, it metastasized back in her body and got into her spine, and was a hard fight for about 3 more years, and then we lost her in 2019. And right after this all happened, I decided, and my daughter decided, to memorialize her life. And so I talked to my family. They all agreed to get involved with us, and we now have a golf tournament we run yearly to raise money for cancer. And I was always somebody that supported it, but now I'm involved full stream into trying to get as much money as we can to stop this beast that happens to everybody.
Our founder, Clemmy, when she got an award a couple of months ago, said she wanted to punch cancer in the face.
That's about what you got to do if you want to try to beat it,
This young lady, for how many years you came with Sherry as a dancer in tribute to your mom, and now helping your dad with this foundation. It's got to be tough.
Yeah, it's the most difficult thing you could ever go through.
Thank God you have a strong family. I'm amazed, I'm a man of faith, but I'm amazed at your faith. I mean, to think that you and your son and your wife, and yet you're still positive, and still praising God for what He has given you.
Amen.
Yep. So your tournament did pretty well.
Yes, we did. We ran last 3 years. First year, we had a smaller donation because the tournament was just getting started, and then we had COVID last year. And actually, everybody you see here is all a part of running the tournament, along with many other friends. New people, faces come up, it's just overwhelming. People can't make it, and then you have another 4 or 5 foursomes, 20 people want to be involved with us.
It's really grown.
So, yeah, we've grown from 9 foursomes to 28 at this point, and that's substantial. In August, it's always, the tournament we run is always the weekend before Labor Day. So everybody out there, we're putting out on Facebook, the 27th this year is when we run our tournament, and we take donations anytime throughout the year, but right now we want you to call in here to that 570-459-1212 and support us. I mean, this is all, don't wait for cancer to hit your family. Beat it before it gets there. So if you can donate and help with that, it'll help everybody that comes across this.
Sherry, I know you're involved with this group. Have any questions or comments?
I just remember the first year Craig was doing this, and of course, my husband and we got friends to golf. We just wanted to get it started. And it just, snowballed to this year where my husband said, Sherry, it was filled. It was great to see.
Mm-hmm.
But that's a testament to you and your family. And all of you, you just gravitate, people gravitate towards you because of the attitude that you have that we spoke about here. And of course, Susie was a good friend of mine. And I love her daughter like she's my own, and I'm good friends with this whole family. And so it's very meaningful to a lot of people in the area. This family has a great presence in this area, and we're very grateful for the donation.
And, Karshner Brothers, we buried one of your former teachers yesterday, Mr. Malott.
Yes, sir.
And he died of cancer, 2.5 weeks from diagnosis to his death. He's 87 years old, other conditions. But he stood for West Hazelton. So, Wildcat Nation, here you go. In honor of this great family, honor of John Malott. And I don't know if you remember his technique when the basketball players, of course, you probably didn't see it. This is in tribute to John Malott. Standing ovation. Selena, this is going to blow everybody's mind. Check is?
On behalf of the Karshner Cancer Foundation, we would like to donate $8,700.
Susie's Angels, folks.
Susie's Angels.
You're all a part of us.
Yep.
So come on aboard and let's have the Angels keep going.
Keep going. 570-459-1212. Wildcats, let's hear from you. Get these phones ringing, man. Blue and gold forever. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Are we out? Are we still?
Yeah, they're still on, but we're going to
Unless you stay and
violate
we'll all
every
leave.
rule. You want to take over?
Yeah, you guys, I'll go. You guys did great. All right, we'll talk to you soon this week. Thanks. A little tissue here.
Jamie, it's all yours.
Thank you.
Wow, that was an emotional time. $8,000, incredible.
Yeah.
Incredible, an incredible family.
Powerful stories, more than one, serious stuff and emotional. And it just brings you back to the time when they were all going through it, and it just was like you were in another world, and I can imagine how everybody feels when they're going through this. So that's why call in and donate, 570-459-1212. Again, thank you to the Karshner family for everything that they do, and keep up that great attitude. They are definitely an inspiration for all of us.
Yeah, incredible moment. Joe, we'll give you a minute to get back into it. 459-1212, 570-459-1212. 32911, obviously, with some of the developments, we will see that total go up. If you make a $100 donation, Sherry, if you'll help me be my assistant here, my Vanna White, a pledge of $100 or more entitles the donor, excuse me, to one chance on a necklace, if I could speak.
Wow.
I would start that over. How about that?
Go ahead.
Pledge of $100 or more entitles the donor to one chance on a necklace provided by Tony and Rob Chrisman. Antonio's jewelry, a rose and yellow white gold diamond heart pendant, an 18-karat white gold chain, lovingly here displayed by Sherry, value of $850. So a $100 donation right now, anytime through the telethon, gives you a chance to win this wonderful necklace right here.
Yeah, so your donation, it's not only a donation, but it's also a chance for you to win the necklace.
And as Nino Samino has stated many times, a $100 donation, that is also a night at Hope Lodge for a cancer patient and their families. And I see he's sneaking over towards us right now. But
I'm going to step out.
Yeah.
I still have to collect myself. That was.
Do you want me to?
Very emotional.
Want me to take this?
Nino, you can have my seat.
There you go.
I go and see if I can regroup.
All right. So we'll do a couple pledges really quick. $50 donate or $50 pledge from Jim Barr of Hazleton. We thank you for that. $25 pledge from Mary Frask of Hazleton. In memory of loved ones from Patricia Karshner, $50 pledge, again, the Karshner family, so impactful. $20 from, in memory of Vincent Malath, from Mary Louise Malath, again, of Hazleton. So again, those $50 donations, those $25 donations, that's how we get to the big number you see there. And we need that to continue. The phones have gone quiet here. We have a new group of volunteers. I see Miss Jane is one of those volunteers in there. So we need these phones to ring. We're at that point of the evening. We do have a second day to this, but we want to raise as much in this day as we possibly can.
I have one if I can get through it.
Yeah.
$90 from the West Hazleton class of 1990. Alan Sandrock and family. Wow. Alan, thank you. That's blue and gold, Wildcat Nation.
So West Hazleton answering the call. Check in 570-459-1212. Nino's going to rejoin us here at the dais. The Sherry is still continues to be the rose between the two thorns, at least for a little bit longer. But that was quite a moment at the telethon. You know, a very emotional moment. You know, and when you think of the impact that these families have on our communities, right, and what they're able to do, and give back after cancer has tried to take or has taken so much from them, and finding all the ways they can to really fight the disease.
Right. Yeah, that's a special family. I mean, there's many special families out there, but I am just in awe of their positive attitude. And we thank them again, and we thank all of you. Please call in 570-459-1212. We want to raise the total for tonight. Now, tomorrow, we mentioned there was a second day. Are the hours shorter tomorrow for the telethon?
Yes, from 12 p.m. to 5 p.m. We will be on air, taking your calls, reading your pledges, doing check presentations, just like the one we did tonight.
And showing some talent. That was required.
And showing some talent,
Yes.
Absolutely. Can't forget the entertainment. Never forget the entertainers. They're
also volunteers.
They are also volunteers.
Yeah. And when I saw those young people there today, dancing and singing and, friends coming and, playing instruments, and I just am saying, wait a second, these are people that are volunteering. They're taking time out of their day, and they're giving. They're not really getting anything for it. They're giving. They're getting the satisfaction of performing, knowing that they're doing something good, and everybody working together, and the energy there felt really good today.
And they're fighting back, as Joe Clark had mentioned, that our inspiration, Clemmy, has said, punch cancer in the face. They find their ways to punch cancer in the face and continue to do that. I want to talk about the youth for a second. Nino and I became, friendly, connected when we were both, doing some work with the Scranton Wilkes-Barre Rail Riders, got to know him. At the time, he was going through his personal story with his mom and experiencing some of that. And I remember when Nino came on staff, the first thing he said was, I want to engage the youth. I was a teacher. I'm also a gamer. And at that point, I was like, what's a gamer? Is that Frogger? To me, as, a child of the 80s, it's Frogger and Pac-Man. But now gaming has become this whole industry. And, you've worked at the national level to get us to a place where we're talking about an initiative called Gamers versus Cancer. So just give a little bit about what that is and what we're trying to do there to engage, again, where volunteers are, meeting where they are, in a medium they want.
Yeah, so we've recently, over the past couple of years, started Gamers versus Cancer, which is something near and dear to my heart. Growing up, I played a lot of video games living in Damascus, Pennsylvania, which is literally in the middle of nowhere. So spent a lot of time playing video games with my family as well. My father and my uncle, everyone in my family has been playing video games since the Frogger days. So something that brought my family closer together. And there's been a stigma against that, video games. And the community just wants to show that video games can be used for a force of good. And we've raised thousands of dollars through online streaming and playing video games. So while it can be looked at as a waste of time, the gaming community is trying to show that we can be a force for good and that gaming can be a very positive thing in a young person's life. Even while going through everything that my family went through, video games were something that I could just turn to and take my mind off of everything just for a little bit, if I could. So while there might be a stigma around them, they can really be used for good. And I'm kind of choking up now because just thinking back to playing games with my family.
It was finding that community, trying to pitch in here and help you out a little bit. But
Yeah.
it's finding that
I
community
appreciate it.
and that's exactly what it is. And like using that platform, which we talk about, right? Is it dance? Is it sports? Is it gaming? Like we all have aspects of our life that we can turn into something positive. That community that we have, build out that community and do something great, like raising funds for the Cancer Society, other charities as well. But yeah, it's been a great aspect for us to kind of grow into a new area, understand what gaming is.
I never thought of it as a team, the way you're making it sound. It became a team.
And Nino is so passionate about it, help me understand like what it's meant to him. Because sometimes you do think it's, I don't see my kid, they're playing video games, but they're connecting. They're actually forming a community in that way. And, and they're a force for good. And when you look at, now companies have been founded around this entity. It's become a business. But there's also folks that are in it that are giving back too. And I do see, Nino, I see the board's changed.
Yes. Well, thanks to, again, this generous donation of $8,700 and more, we are now up to $42,361. Can I get a round of applause from the phone bank? Thank you. Awesome. Well, we hit Joe Clark's goal earlier than I thought of $40,000, but Joe, I think it's time to make a new goal. I think it's time to make a $50,000 goal.
$50,000 for Joe Clark and all of our volunteers. Joe, more good news, 21-0. Just started the third quarter. For those keeping up on Notre Dame, go Irish. Hey, if you want to make a donation in honor of West Hazelton, McAdoo, your community, someone that you found, it's a great way, again, to kind of personalize that. 570-459-1212. I see our heart over there is on the phone. Miss Jane taking a call right now, but there's 3 callers that are open to take your call right this minute. 570-459-1212. And Nino, if you are the generation that prefers to make that online donation, how do you do that?
Yes, if you're watching on youtube.com/WYLN, you can go to acsmove.org/Hazelton Telethon to make a donation today. And if you are a millennial out there and you do play video games, you can always contact cancer.org or you can call 459-1212 anytime after Monday, and they'll connect you to someone who can help you start a fundraiser through playing video games, kind of bringing it full circle back to that. But again, we are up to $42,361, and I think someone's about to hand me some pledges.
All right, as we're waiting for those to come in, again, 570-459-1212. 459-1212 is the number to make that donation. We do have all 4 phones are available right now for your phone call. And we have wonderful volunteers, again, spending their Saturday night. They could be doing other things, but they're here to answer your phone call. So please, put them to work, give them some things to do. They want to talk to you. They want to help you with that donation to process that. Nino, are you turning those over?
I was going to.
Right.
Sorry.
All right. Oh, I know my mentor here, Mr. Clark, to help me with some of these pronunciations. So Sherry can help me.
I could help
But Sonny Bindus.
Sonny Bindus.
In honor, Mr. and Mr. Richard Smith.
Yeah.
$50.
Perfect.
Susan Karshner, in memory of Susan Karshner again. And this was made by a $50 pledge by Sharon Hessnen. Thank you. Checking in from Hazelton. Joe and Kathy Gasper, a $50 pledge in memory of Nancy Hauser. And that's also from Hazelton. So a couple more donations, pledges that have just come in. Again, these folks are a little quiet over here. I'm looking at them. They want to answer your phone. They want to hear Nino sing, which is still our challenge. All 4 phones ring. Nino will sing a song of your choice. This could be a group effort. We could all join in if you want us to do that. Just name the song and we'll try and accommodate you. So Sherry, we're getting towards the tail end of this evening.
Yes.
We still have lots more coming up.
Okay.
But what needs to happen?
You need to call 570-459-1212. Now's the time. Yeah, if you waited all day and you say, well, I don't know if I want to make a donation now and how much can I give? Give what you can. It can be $10, $15, $25, or if you've been waiting to donate, this is the time because you get to see the total at the end and you get to know what you're giving it for and know that you're doing so much good for so many people. And you've seen examples of those people here. You've seen families. And we want you to help with the resources and the research. I was actually looking here earlier and talking to you about this. More than 75% of the American Cancer Society resources goes to patient services and research. And I asked Jamie what is the area, and he said it's northeastern PA. And a lot of people that do donate want to know, where's my money going? Is it staying local? Well, it's in northeastern Pennsylvania.
And we mentioned this a few times already, but, you say Hope Lodge, and someone may say to you, well, that's in Philadelphia. But a third of all the patients that stay there are from our area and our community. Then they're the folks, as we talked about multiple times, those are the folks that, again, when you think Nino, $150, maybe $100, if it's a budget hotel, but probably $150 or more for a hotel in Center City, Philadelphia. You multiply that by a week, and these are the patients that we're helping. They don't have to stay. They don't have to pay to stay at Hope Lodge. And the other thing is we have a partnership. If it's not in the Philadelphia area, we have a partnership with Extended Stay America, where we're able to offer low and discounted rates if there isn't a Hope Lodge in that area. But we have Hope Lodges in Manhattan, we have Hope Lodges in Philadelphia, we have Hope Lodge in Rochester, many places across the country, and folks from our area stay at them. They do.
That's amazing. Again, if somebody wants information on this, they call the number for the American Cancer Society. If somebody says, hey, I have to go to Philadelphia to visit, one of my family members, and how do they go about it? They call.
They call 1-800-ACS-2345, or they log on to cancer.org. And again, they could do that live chat, and they'll get connected with that resource and just say, I need some lodging assistance, and someone will be able to help you with that. And, an important point, I forget who made it earlier, but they were talking about the role of the caregiver in this. And Hope Lodge is not just for the patient. Sometimes the patient might be staying in the hospital, but the caregiver does not have a place to stay.
Right.
The caregiver can stay at Hope Lodge. And I just think that's an important point. So when you think about that, and so many of the folks that we've interacted with have actually been caregivers that stay there. And you look at some of the other things. We talked about 49, Nobel Prize winners, and that's a number. Well, what does that mean? That means in that given year, 49 individuals that are American Cancer Society funded researchers were recognized as the best and brightest for their project in that year. And when you think of all the breakthroughs we've had in cancer research, it's amazing. And the progress that we made, and we talked about this a little bit already, but with COVID and the impact that's had, the risk is some of that research was interrupted. It was stopped. We know that for fact. We need to get back to funding at the levels that we were in order to really make a difference in this disease. And we know our leadership, whether it's our board of directors, whether it's Dr. Knudsen, our CEO, who is a cancer researcher, the commitment is there, and we are going to do that. But to fuel that commitment, we need to fuel that board. And every donation matters. And I think that we cannot state that enough. You know, we would love for someone to walk in with a $42,000 check. We just had an $8,000 check walked in. It's all of those cumulative that adds up to these big numbers. And we multiply that about all the fundraising events we do across the year. That's where we get to where we're going. But your donation matters. That $5 that you could give, that $10 that you could give, $100 if you're able to give that. That all adds up to that big number, and we need all of them.
It does, and when you donate and we get numbers like this, it goes toward research. And I'm reading and learning, again, all evening, and it's very exciting to hear the American Cancer Society dedicates more money to research than any other cancer group in the U.S., and Pennsylvania has received $25 million in grant money to date for research. So again, this organization does give the most money to research, and research to find a cure, research to further, treatment of patients. Is that right?
It is, and it's not just the number, because numbers are numbers, right? But it's what the number actually means. And when you look at, we're funding, again, the best and brightest research that's out there. And we're second only to the federal government. Only the federal government spends more on cancer research than we do. And we're a nonprofit organization. But our model and our strategy has been to engage that young investigator, or that investigator that does not yet have the experience to qualify for a National Cancer Institute grant or a National Institutes of Health grant. So we fund them first, and that model has worked so well for us. And then those researchers start their lab, and then they go on to get additional funding for National Cancer Institute, National Institutes of Health, other organizations, and then their programs and their ideas come to fruition. And it's been so exciting to see how that process has worked. And we only started this research program in the middle 40s. So it is still relatively young in many respects, but it has proven to be a great way to do that. Many other organizations, cancer organizations, other organizations have followed that model of doing that and making sure those dollars are going to the brightest and the best. And the folks that pick those are the brightest minds in the country that are looking at those grants and saying, yes, this one should be funded, this one should be funded. It's a very competitive process. And we've seen it time and time work again. And, it's something I'm passionate about because, again, sometimes we think about research as this thing that happens in a room. Mm-hmm. But the impact of the research is on the person. And the persons live in our community. And if you think of a drug like Gleevec, if you know anyone who's taken a drug like Gleevec, tamoxifen, some of these others, they were American Cancer Society funded researchers that founded those drugs. Wow. And they live in our community, those folks that have benefited from that treatment. And it's just so important to continue to tell that story, to talk about Hope Lodge, to educate. And also we're trying to do it to Telethon. And again, our phones are really quiet. And maybe you're sitting there and you're thinking, I want Jane to answer my phone call. Jane's right there. So if you want Jane to answer your phone call, she will take your phone call. But 570-459-1212. Nino.
And you spoke a lot about the research. That research has really shown in the last 30 years, cancer death rates are down 27% over the last 30 years. That's 27% more cancer survivors. That's millions of people that get to spend the holidays with their family every year now. That's millions of people who get to go out for breakfast with their loved ones. That's millions of people that get to watch their children grow older as well. So the results are there. We just need help to continue to fund that research so we can continue to discover new drugs, so we can drop that cancer death rate even further.
Right. It seems like a slow process, and I guess it is. But, when you look at the big picture, when the research started in the 40s and all of that, really, it isn't. It's no longer a death sentence all the time because of the new drugs.
In the new treatments, and as we've evolved, and I've shared a story before, my grandfather was diagnosed in 1989 with prostate cancer, and the treatment was actually what, unfortunately, cost his life. It was very tough on him. He couldn't handle it. He wasn't able to survive that battle. My uncle, his son was diagnosed in 2008, A robot literally took out his cancer. He's been cancer-free ever since. To my grandfather, that would have been science fiction if you told him that. Yes. And now it's science fact. And when you think about how we're understanding cancer as a disease and really truly understanding, a lot of our research has gone into fully understanding what it means to have cancer and what it looks like. And now we have designated treatments that are tailored to that type of cancer, to that person. That was game changer when those kind of things started to happen with this immunotherapy and some other things. You were seeing amazing strides that have been made. Again, COVID hit, we were doing great. A lot of things took a back seat. Unfortunately, research stopped. We know that. Unfortunately, folks that were getting getting diagnosed early, getting their tests, that was paused because other things and that they had to worry about, and obviously with COVID. We need to get back to that. That needs to happen. We need to see more people getting their routine screenings. We need to see more people investing again in that research so that restarts at the levels we want it to. We want to see our Hope Lodges open up across the country. We want to see Road to Recovery open up across the country. In order to do that, the fight needs to be fueled, and that's the $5 to $10 to $25. All of that matters. And if you think it doesn't, we're here to tell you it does. And if you're skeptical about it, please, your $5 will matter, your $10 will matter. We want to see that happen. We're at 3 phones active. One more phone to the Nino Samino challenge. We want to see Randy pick up that phone so Nino could do his song and his dance for us. There we go. It'll happen again. 570-459-1212. Nino.
Yes, and if you can't give, that's okay too. Spread awareness, get screened. I think we really need to get back to getting screened so we can detect cancers earlier, and that gives you a better chance of defeating cancer. I think that's something that over the past 2 years that we've seen, the cancer screenings have gone down. There's no denying that. But now's the time to start to get back to it. Go to your doctors. Do not wait. Do not hesitate. If you feel something is wrong, but even before that, get your colonoscopies, get your mammograms, and just try to get that detected early if it's there. The earlier you detect it, the easier it is to defeat. We don't want to hear anyone getting cancer, but I think stage 1 is much better than hearing stage 4. So if you can get it detected early enough, you can defeat it. And with the support of all your doctors and your family, it is much easier to defeat the earlier you find it.
And please, if you know your body better than anyone, and if you feel like something is wrong, go to your doctor, ask what could be done, tell them what's going on, and they'll be able to help you. But we need to get back to those days where we're able to do that, or we're going to lose that progress. And that was what research, that's what early detection, that's what your treatment was also delayed in a lot of cases. So we need to get back to where we were to continue to move forward. And we're seeing movement on the phones. We're at 42,361. Again, close at day 1. Nino, what did you learn so far today?
I learned a lot. I learned that we have some volunteers here that have been here for generations, I will say, to start. But at one point, our phone bank had 100 years worth of volunteering, which is just truly amazing. To know that these volunteers come back year after year because they truly believe in this, they believe in the community, and they believe in raising funds to not only fund research, but to also help with patient services as well. So it really, it was kind of off the cuff when I asked everyone how many years they've been volunteering, but I really am glad that I did ask because it was eye-opening. I don't think I've met anyone at this telethon that said, well, I was there 1 year and I left. Because once you volunteer here once, you're here for a while. I'm sure there might have been one, but, once again, thank you to every volunteer that has been behind the scenes, that has been on the phone bank. The hosts earlier, Doug, Pat, John, Joe is floating around still. And something else I learned today, that it was early in the day. We had Reverend Rodney Murphy here to do an invocation. And something that he said that I think still will ring true forever is that it's better to give than to receive. So if you pick up that phone right now, 570-459-1212, give $5. It feels good. It really does. And you know that you are funding all the patient services that we have, the research that we have. It is vitally important.
And Joe Clark Jr. here and Joe Clark III is happy to see the original Joe Clark return to the
I
deck.
was having a very nice conversation back there with Mary from the United Way. And that Aaron said I was needed here. $1,000 donation from Service Electric Cablevision. That's Tim Tretley.
Wow.
These phones would not be here without Cable Electric. So Tim, not only do you help us out with everything else, but the donation as well. So thank you very much. It's people like Tim and these companies that make this thing go. So thanks, Tim. $1,000. Wow.
It truly is an army, right? It really is an army when you think about all the individual efforts that's done, all the different clubs, organizations. It really is all of that. Nino, I think you're about to say something.
I just wanted to kind of touch on Service Electric Cablevision. I just want to shout them out again because they really do. Without them, we wouldn't be able to be answering these phones at all. And I know that I've worked with them over the past few years with this Cancer Telethon, and they are, more than willing to come out at any time to hook up the phones and to help us get all of that set up. And on top of all that, now they are donating $1,000. So once again, thank you to Service Electric Cablevision for that donation in honor of all of the Cancer Telethon volunteers.
Yeah, it's almost like Hillary Clinton. It takes a village to raise a child.
Right.
It takes a village to defeat this disease.
It does, and everyone in their own way that they're able to, right? And how they can participate and want to participate in their time and talents and treasure.
People are watching us. Just remember that.
Mm-hmm.
We're trying to do what we can to eliminate this very dreadful disease. We can do it together. It's amazing, we can do it together. We can do it as individual as well. Let's do it, huh? Let's get these phones. It's late. Probably your third college football game of the day.
The best one, but third.
Well,
yeah.
but we won't.
For being honest.
Yeah, right. So let's make them ring. I mean, we can do this. You talk about the programs, Road to Recovery. I know some of those drivers, and they want to do it anonymously. They don't want any credit for it. But that's a task, taking a patient down the Fox Chase or something like that. It's amazing. They're willing to do that. Those programs look good, feel better. I guess that's still in operation, or will be when COVID's gone. And these beauticians, offering free wigs to people who are going through chemo. That's what it's all about. Mm-hmm. The world's kind of a mess. I don't think I get any arguments there. But it's things like this that make you feel good. And let's just spread the wealth. Here we are. Look at us. We're contributing time and to a cause that is ugly. Clubby's right. Just punch it in the face. There's so many people suffer for it. I still can't recover from that interview.
No.
It's what a family, and we can help them. We can support them. We can support each other. Be nice. Monsignor Katzenbaugh, he's 95 years old. He's in residence at Transfiguration. He comes to Holy Rosary every other weekend. He's 95 and still does a full weekend of masses. And during the COVID, he always, calm down, be nice, be friendly to each other. This will pass and everybody will be okay. So Monsignor, that one's for you.
Be nice. Joe and I talk a lot of trash sometimes about Penn State and Notre Dame. So I just want to mention something on a positive note. This summer, both programs, whether you are a fan of either or neither, we have a program called Coaches versus Cancer, which, obviously we were well aware of here in Hazleton with Coach Joseph and so many efforts at Hazleton. But it's also national collegiate coaches that have been so instrumental in that. When I think of Notre Dame and Mike Bray and what he's done with his golf tournament, how much, thousands and millions of dollars he's raised for the organization. And then we have Coach Shrewsbury at Penn State, who's in his first year. And I was fortunate to be with him at their golf tournament in the summer. And again, a personal connection to the disease. He's in it for the right reason, and I think you're going to see him, adding his voice. Coach Capel at Pittsburgh, you're seeing these folks lend their voices, constantly in their way, and that's the theme, like how they're able to use their voice, how they're able to use their energy, their time, their talents to really fight the cause. So if Penn State and Notre Dame can come together, and the Yankees and the Red Sox can come together to fight cancer, you can too. So let's do that. 570-459-1212.
We have a couple of donations here. And speaking of a familiar name, we have a donation in honor of Lorraine Trainer by Kathy and Tim Trentley, another $100. Again, very generous family. Thank you again, Kathy and Tim. And with a $100 donation, you get a chance to win this lovely necklace. Is that correct, Nino?
That is correct. This necklace, donated by Antonio's Jewelry, is valued at $850, and for just a $100 pledge, you will have a chance to win this fine piece of jewelry. And this is going until the end of Telethon tomorrow, so we will draw a winner towards the end, probably around 4 or 5 o'clock tomorrow. So any $100 donation or more, just like the Trendleys did, they could be
Thank
entered
you.
to win this beautiful necklace.
And we have another donation in memory of Joseph Paytas, I hope I'm saying that right, Paytas, from his daughters, and this is from Lillian Gallagher. I know Lillian. I hope I'm saying that right, Lillian. And again, this is in memory of Joseph Paytas from his daughters. So thank you very much. We appreciate everything that you're giving. $30 donation is fantastic. You're putting money towards our big total on the board, and that's what we need. So keep calling, 570-459-1212.
And, every year we have a why. Each one of us has a why. And if we can just highlight, two of our local whys, Donna Jean George, who was one of our behind the scenes volunteers, for many years. Unfortunately, we lost Donna Jean.
Colleen?
Yes, Colleen as well. They both meant so much to this telethon, and they poured their heart and soul into it every single year. And they help get us to our 43rd year. And here we are. So once again, Colleen, Donna Jean,
As
we miss
Joe
you,
would
and
say,
thank you so much.
they're watching, right?
They are, absolutely. So let's get those phones ringing, 570-459-1212.
Nino, I go sending on a mission. Why don't we go? Our phone bank is not yet busy. We want that phone to ring, but why don't you go over and talk to some of those folks? Yeah. Randy's up. So we'll talk a little bit to our phone bank, but again, 570-459-1212. We are at 42,361, but still have some work to go here.
Yeah, so it seems as though they're a little hesitant to talk to me. I don't know if that's because of me or a microphone, but we have lovely volunteers here who I've talked to most of them, but I do want to talk to you, Jane. Of course, you know I do. Jane is vital to this telethon. She does so much work behind the scenes. I can't even explain it. But I don't know all of the history. Now, you don't have to tell us what year or how long, but can you kind of speak on those first couple years and what kept you going with the telethon?
I'll tell you a fun fact about our very first telethon. Not many people know this. Not many people are around to remember it, and I was not here for the very first one. But our first telethon 43 years ago was held at Genetti's, and our first donation was brought in by a skydiver, the late Don Kellner, who parachuted into the parking lot at Genetti's with our first donation. I think that's a fascinating story.
That is an amazing story.
And that was just the beginning of our telethon. I have been around for quite a while, and I guess I'll put in a plug for one of my other volunteer passions, because that's how it happened. Leadership Hazelton was asking, Pat Korb was our executive director at the time, and they were asking for volunteers for the Cancer Telethon. And she asked me, would I come? And I said, well, sure, I'll do that, no problem. Couple of hours on a Saturday, and believe it or not, my first job at the telethon was checking the weather conditions. We had some, shall we say, maybe a little over anxious staff members who kept track of everything. And I actually had to go outside every hour and look at the weather and write it down on a little chart. And that was one of my jobs. I did a few other little things that year, but mostly I was in charge of keeping track of the weather. I think we used to try to track what kind of pledges we got based on what the weather was at the time and so forth. So, as we were all saying today, we hoped that people would be home watching TV because it was raining and snowing today, and it was a good day to stay in and watch TV. So that's actually how I started. And then you get to do more and more things, and at least the weather job left me. I don't keep track of the weather, but pretty much everything else you just add a little bit every year, and suddenly here we are. But it is my honor and my privilege to do what I do, and sometimes these last couple of weeks were a little bit rough getting ready for this COVID telethon. And I didn't sleep very well for the last couple of weeks, and my husband probably got the brunt of my frustrations more than he should have. But he's over in the accounting room anyway. He's here just as much as I am. But it is, as I said, my honor to be here because it's all about the cause. It's why we do what we do. We do it for people like our dear friend Colleen. And I was just telling the ladies here, here's another story. One of the things that Colleen did was she was responsible for plugging in these phones.
Mm-hmm.
So on Friday afternoon, Service Electric sends Jimmy, he's the best tech ever, Jimmy, and he hooks up all these modems and connections and whatever, and then we have to plug in these phones. And it's not really it isn't just a matter of plugging that jack into the phone. And Colleen always did that. And she even did it last year when she was very sick, right before COVID, when we had our 42nd telethon. And she was on the floor down here plugging all these things in. So Friday we get here, my husband and I thought, oh dear, oh dear. I don't know how this is going to go. We unpacked the phones, and Michael literally just got down here and started plugging all these things in. And I thought to myself, okay, Colleen, I need your help now, Colleen. And we picked up all these phones, and every single one of them worked the very first time when we plugged them in. So I very much appreciate Colleen looking down on us that day. But as I said, I just do it because we need to do it, because Clemmy says we have to punch cancer in the face, and that's what I want to do. Many of my family are probably watching now. You know, I come from a big family. I have lots and lots of nieces and nephews, and I want them to grow up in a world where there isn't any cancer. I want them to not know what the word cancer means, and that's why we do what we do here, Nino. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Those were awesome stories first. And I've learned from driving to Hazleton a lot for these meetings that this is its own weather system. So for you to keep track of that, that's quite the task. And once again, thank you for everything that you do, not only for the Telethon, the American Cancer Society, but the community as a whole in Hazleton. I know you take a lot on, and you do it with a smile on your face. So I know not only I, but everyone really appreciates all of your efforts. And maybe you'll jump out of an airplane and present a check one day. Who knows?
Now. Those were before the days I had to sign contracts. Now that I have to sign contracts, no jumping out of airplanes. We'll do that from the ground.
And we keep talking about punching cancer in the face, and I just can't get the image of Jackie Gleason out of my head just going, pow, right in the kisser, just to cancer. Just
I think we're missing a marketing opportunity here. T-shirts with Clemmy punching cancer in the face. I think that's what we need to do.
No, that's a fundraiser.
All right. Well, we have two challenges. We have the Joe Clark challenge to get to $50,000. We still have a little bit to go there.
Yeah, but I'm confident we will get there. But in order to do that, we need these phones to ring. 570-459-1212. Talk to one of these awesome volunteers. Pledge anything that you can, $1, $5. Every dollar counts.
And you notice how quick, Sherry, he jumped in there, because the second challenge is the Nino Samino challenge, which if all 4 phones ring at the same time, Nino will sing a song that you choose live on the air here. So we definitely want to see both of those things met. So what do you think?
I think I'm ready. I have a song idea. So I need all these phones to ring, 570-459-1212.
Sherry did such a great job with top of the hour last time. Guess what? It's top of the hour.
It is?
It is.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
All right, I'll do it again. We are here at the top of the hour, and our sponsors are Bob and Janice Maisie and family. Lehigh Valley Health Network, crawl sponsor. Service Electric Cablevision. Standard Speaker. George and Florence Hayden family, our phone bank sponsor. Leader Services, tote board sponsor. The Kreisel family. WYLN Hazleton, TV 35. Henkel U.S. Operations. S.J. Kowalski Plumbing and Heating, and Train Comfort Specialists. Blaze Alexander, Greater Hazleton Dealership, entertainment sponsor. CarVision Nissan. Fairway Chevy Subaru. Broadcast provided by WYLN Hazleton TV 35, Service Electric Cablevision, Atlantic Broadband, and Service Electric. Telephone and modem service provided by Service Electric. Thank you. Printmark Group Media Center, LLC. Joe Clark, in memory of Ann and John Ambrush. Antonia Jewelry and Repair. Michael and Jane Doherty. Those are our 10 to 11 o'clock clock sponsors. Again, thank you so much for all of you. It wouldn't be possible to do this without you.
Real quick update. John know where Joe Clark is. Joe Clark Jr. and Joe Clark III are trying our best here to work with Sherry. But it is 28-0 Irish as we're getting into the third quarter, into the fourth quarter against Virginia. And we have some new faces actually at the down the line there. And I just want to say hi to Lisa Hoey, who is, we talk about behind the scenes. She's on staff with us. Lisa and I have worked together for many, many years. And I see Tom, who's one of those volunteers that we talked about. They're answering your phones. But guess what, guys? They're not busy. They want to be busy. Lisa wants to be busy. Jane wants to be busy. Ring those phones, 570-459-1212. Nino, help. Let's get those phones ringing.
I'm doing my best. 570-459-1212. Let's get those phones ringing. A little confused as to why they're not ringing.
One of the reasons, we're really close to the Joe Clark Challenge.
Oh, didn't even see the tote board yet. We are only, well, I'm not even going to try to do the math. We're at 49,526. Yeah. So close to Joe Clark's second goal of the night of $50,000. So let's get those phones ringing, 570-459-1212. We only have less than $500 until that $50,000 mark.
We definitely can do it.
Oh, we absolutely can do it.
We have time.
I mean, there's no excuse. It's just a phone. Or if you don't want to talk on the phone, which I know some younger people don't, you can go online and donate at acsmove.org/Hazleton Telethon.
And we're also streaming at youtube.com/WYLN.
Yes. And we know that, we know that, but we had a donation from Bermuda today. And I don't think they get WYLN on cable there, so they must have been watching on YouTube. So thank you for that donation. We've had donations from Pittsburgh and a lot of other places.
German.
Delaware, Connecticut. So it's been good so far, but it could be better. So please call 570-459-1212.
And again, if all 4 phones ring, you will hear the velvet tones of Nino Samino singing the song of your choice. You know,
really this one up.
or make a donation so he doesn't.
Yes, that might
We will
be even
take it
smarter. Yeah.
Well, Nino, you were talking about everybody coming back year after year, and there is a special energy about the people that were around here. I'm volunteering, I don't even know how many years I got involved with when Randy Pachens was doing with Clemmy, doing the entertainment script. And, I mean, my kids were babies, so it had to be 25 years ago or more. And it was hard for me to get away and sit and look through the script. But I did it, and then I just kept coming back and coming back. And if you're looking for somewhere to volunteer, this is such a special group. And it's more like a family. And you will come back every year. I mean, sure, we're all busy. Everybody is busy. But we find time to do this. And I think you would really love to be a part of this. So please, don't hesitate to become a volunteer. And donate or call 570-459-1212.
And as Nino mentioned before, not everyone has the ability to make a donation, but again, any donation, adds to that total. But if you don't, there's other ways to give your time and talent and treasure. So that phone number, 570-459-1212, when this telethon is over, call it. Find out other ways to volunteer. Talk to Nino, talk to Lisa, talk to me. We'll be happy. We're always looking for volunteers to, give their time and their talent and their treasure in the way they can. So we want to see that happen.
Terrific.
Yeah, and whether that's volunteering to do data entry, we look for volunteers for that. We look for volunteers to do road to recovery. There's so many different ways, and over the years we have found that meeting you where you are is really beneficial for everyone. So whatever works best for you, if you call 570-459-1212 after this telethon is over, that will connect you to someone who can connect you to our local staff or our local volunteers that will help you get set up. And it is such a fulfilling thing, volunteering. And, while we would love for you to volunteer for the American Cancer Society, I think volunteering for any organization, giving back to your community, it is just such a fulfilling and rewarding thing, which might be a little selfish, but at the same time, you are giving back to your community, which is always great.
Yeah, and the need is there, whatever you could do,
Always.
and however you could do. So Sherry,
Yes.
what did you learn today?
I learned about so many of the services. I learned that you're on live TV and you have to keep talking. But I'm learning from two of the best, really. And I think learning is also me asking questions and then telling you what I'm asking, like about all of the services and everything that we can do, and maybe raising awareness to the opportunity to volunteer. So it's like a never-ending thing. I feel like I did learn a lot today, and I really appreciate it.
Thanks for sharing. If you're referring to the two thorns
Yeah, you
in
too.
between you, we have to thank Joe Clark for teaching us how to do this, right? So, as we
Joe
have Joe
is the
Clark Jr.
senior.
and Joe Clark III here, as we've been dubbed by Gary Perna, who you'll hear tomorrow.
Right.
They're really quiet. Lisa, look at Lisa. Lisa wants to answer the phone. Tom wants to answer the phone. We got to get these phones ringing.
Please call. We're in the last hour here, and there's still time. And we know you're home, relaxing. Pick up the phone, get on the computer, make a donation. We'd appreciate it.
So, Sherry, say someone is saying, I have $100 and I want to donate $100 to Telethon right now. What do they get if they donate $100?
Well, they get the satisfaction of donating, but they also get a chance to win this lovely necklace donated by Antonia's Jewelry. It's rose gold, and it is worth $850. So please call and donate, and you'll get a chance. And will that be picked tomorrow?
Yes. Yep, that is going until the end of telethon. So we'd love for you to donate now, but if you can't tonight, we will be here from 12 to 5 tomorrow. And once again, that $100 donations gives you a chance to win this beautiful necklace from Antonia's. And that really is nice. Look at that thing. That sparkles. I would wear it myself, but I'd have to probably give it to my wife if I did, in fact, win. So.
Because you're nice. You would
Well, I'm pretty nice, I guess. 570-459-1212. I need to hear this phone ring very soon, please. Donate anything you can, $1, $5, $10, $25. It doesn't matter. Every dollar counts. But I will say, a $25 donation, that number always sticks in my mind because a $25 donation helps a cancer patient get a ride to treatment. So small donations like that, they are impacting cancer patients, helping them get to their treatments. And something that always bothered me was all the barriers that can be in front of a cancer patient just to get to their treatment. And we're trying to really take those barriers away, make it as easy as possible to get to their treatment, because we know that the road is so difficult. Why would we make it more difficult just getting there? So a $25 donation can help a cancer patient get that ride to their treatment through Road to Recovery. $100 donation, while you can be entered to win this beautiful necklace, a $100 donation helps a family stay at our Hope Lodge for a night. And we all know that hotels are ridiculously expensive, especially in the city. So those donations really do impact this local community. Again, we've been talking the Hope Lodge, the AstraZeneca Hope Lodge in Philadelphia. A third of the people that stay at that Hope Lodge are from this area. So the dollars really do come back to the community. So once again, $25 donation, $100 donation, $1 donation, everything counts. So please dial 570-459-1212 and make a pledge today.
And, just on the access to care, it's an issue I'm passionate about too. When my dad was diagnosed, we had one car in our family. I was going to college, my brother was working, my mother had errands and was trying to get him to treatment. He was going twice a day radiation, once a week chemo. My mother basically had to become a taxi service and figure out how to get him to the various rides. And then we find out there's a program like Road to Recovery, and that takes such a burden off of having to do that, having to figure out. Now you don't have to figure out how am I going to get to treatment? The treatment is there, but how am I going to get there? Or if you're staying if you're getting your treatment in Philadelphia or in New York City, how do I pay to stay there? Hope Lodge is there to answer that call and those kind of things. So it's such a crucial program that we have, but it's a huge barrier when you talk about barriers to treatment. We're seeing those phones ringing. When we talk about barriers to treatment, it's a huge barrier, is how do you get there? And the American Cancer Society provides that. When you talk about, I have a diagnosis, I don't know what to do now, our 1-800 number, our cancer.org are there to help you walk through that process, help you with local resources, help you refer you to, give you the answers that you have. And if it's 4 o'clock in the morning tonight, call 459-1212, someone will answer live. And you can't replace that as a service.
Absolutely. And I think we can't talk about NCIC, the National Cancer Information Center, enough because that is open 24/7, 365. So it doesn't matter if it's 2 in the morning on the day after Thanksgiving, someone will be there to talk to you, to answer the questions that you have, and to show you support. And when someone is going through their cancer diagnosis, when that family is going through that, they really, really need that support. And the American Cancer Society provides it through NCIC, through their patient services and the like. So please, once again, 570-459-1212. We have 2 of those phone lines taken up now, which is great, but we still have 2 more. So let's get those phones ringing. Once again, 570-459-1212, or you can donate online at acsmove.org/Hazelton Telethon.
And we are really close to the Joe Clark challenge of $50,000. Very close. We are very close to the Nino challenge of singing a song of your choice if all 4 phones ring. So we're at that point where lots of interesting, exciting stuff could happen here, right?
Absolutely. And I'm looking forward to hearing all those phones ring, hopefully. And getting those donations in. I want to hit that $50,000 by 11 o'clock tonight. We have a good shot, but we need your help. So I am asking you out there, if you are watching this, please dial 570-459-1212 and give a $5 donation. I'm just asking $5. That is basically a Starbucks drink, Happy Meal. It's $5. Please, 570-459-1212.
And that all adds up. So the 49,526, that's, donations we saw of $8,000 donation walked in. We've seen $100,000 or $100 donations. We've seen $1,000 donation, but it all adds up. So you're $10 or you're $5. So maybe you're going to buy a Starbucks. Give that to the Cancer Society for, helping to this total in increasing what we need to do, getting back to research, getting back to services, getting back to the things that we need to do to really make a difference in this disease. pledge here, $25 from Joyce Donati in memory of Doris Hill, and that came in from Hazelton. So we will read your pledges live on the air as they're coming in. So feel free, 570-459-1212. Let's get these phones moving.
Yeah, I want to hear them ring as much as possible. So let's get those rolling. And while we wait for those phones to keep ringing, I do want to talk about one of our programs, Coaches versus Cancer. So we've talked about getting the community involved and showing kids that volunteering is important and how much it helps the community. And one way that we've really engaged the youth is through Coaches versus Cancer. And Hazelton is one of the greatest high schools that we've had as far as Coaches versus Cancer. And a lot of that is due to Coach Mike Joseph. But we need even more help. So if Hazelton can continue to do it, and maybe they can talk to another school and they can help. I know MMI has also contributed to Coaches versus Cancer as well. So it is just Hazelton. MMI has also helped. And we have Suits and Sneakers Week coming up. That's in the last week of January. And we'd love to have every school in northeastern Pennsylvania join that. Doesn't matter if it's Hazelton, Wilkes-Barre, Lackawanna County, any area. We want all of the schools to join that, all of the coaches. And what I love about that program is it really empowers the students to make decisions, to go out and fundraise, to host the games. One of my favorite things is what Valley View does, actually, your alma mater, as you always like to point out, because they are a great Coaches versus Cancer school. Yeah. They get everyone involved. The science club, the basketball team, everyone. It is a true school effort. Let me back up. Not just a school, a district-wide effort, year after year. And I love seeing that because it's bringing the elementary school in, the middle school, the high school, the parents, the faculty. Everyone comes together for that week, for that game, and they do a great job.
Yeah, and, I could speak to that a lot because it's my school. And, by the way, Cougars had a big win over Berwick yesterday in the playoffs, so I'll mention that in the football playoffs. But, our area and our community has been hit hard, like this community and like many communities. So it's not surprising to see that. But what you're talking about is the community coming together and having that opportunity through Coaches versus Cancer. We see it here in Hazelton with both Hazelton High School and MMI Prep. And we've seen this movement happening, gaining in other sports too, not just basketball anymore, but wrestling and volleyball and many other sports, cheerleading. We're seeing groups again. I think it's a theme that we've talked about so much today. Meeting the volunteers where they are, where they have their time, their talent, their platform, being able to fight cancer and using that in an effective way. And that's what we love about Coaches versus Cancer and what we love about some of the other things that we do. But again, kudos to former coach Mike Joseph and what he did last year with not having games and not coaching himself last year and still raising that amount of money to be recognized top 10 in the entire country for his fundraising efforts in Coaches versus Cancer last year. And he's excited. And the best part about that, if you know him, like we were texting back and forth through the process, and he started, it was $50, and it was $100, and then it gets up to $1,000. And just to text him as that process was going up and up and up, it was just amazing to see. And, the number that we raised, that he raised, I should say, over 5,000. It was amazing to him to see his reaction to, oh my God, like this is what we're able to do. And it was so meaningful to him. So whether it's in honor of, former Coach Joseph or any of the folks that we talked about, make that donation.
Yeah, very powerful. I see a lot of the young people wearing the Coaches versus Cancer shirts on, because I'm around a lot of young people. And no matter what team it is, that's getting people on board. And like you said, no matter what platform it is, and, cheerleading's a team, dance is a team, gaming's a team. It doesn't matter anymore. It's not just to one. So schools can get involved, and they can get their teams and students involved, right?
Absolutely. Again, as Jamie talked about before, it goes beyond basketball. We've had sports teams approach us and say, wait, we can do that too? And yes, absolutely. Absolutely. We accept any and all teams and schools and sports. So if you are a student out there, if you're a coach, if you're a parent of a player, call us, 570-459-1212. Today, if you call us, you can make a donation. But if you call us on Monday, we can get you connected and help you start a fundraiser in your school, with your sport. There's so many opportunities. And once again, we talked about meeting the volunteers where they are. And that's what we're doing now, trying to make it as easy as possible.
And on that, Nino, one of my favorite stories with Coaches versus Cancer is pre-pandemic. It was 2019, but we were working with Scranton High School, and they were thinking about at a game night. They didn't think they could raise as much money as they wanted to, and they wanted to be the #1 school in the entire country. So they actually decided to do a community roast. And the first year they roasted the former mayor of Scranton, who was a cancer survivor, Mayor Connors. They raised a couple $1,000s. The last year they did it, and they haven't unfortunately done it since the pandemic, but they roasted a Catholic priest, Father Sika, who many of us might know. He was a character. Unfortunately, bless his soul, he's no longer with us. But they roasted Father Sika and raised $40,000 in that roast. And we're the #1 school in the entire country in doing that in their efforts. And that's the beauty of giving the innovative ability to them, letting them, use their imagination or creativity to come up with a fundraiser that works for them. It was amazing to see.
That is amazing. Wow. Well, there's many avenues, and right now, the avenue that you're given, give us a call, 570-459-1212, or get online, ACSmove/Hazelton Telethon.
Right. We try to give as many ways to give. So if you want to make the donation by calling 570-459-1212 or using the internet, you can do that. We are also streaming on YouTube. My friend has rejoined us. I think it's 28-3, but we're still in the lead.
What is it,
28-3, last I checked. So we're still doing okay.
Light the victory cigar. Oh, that was Red Auerbach, sorry.
Yeah, that was, but also a great sports team. 49,526, Joe. We're really close to the Joe Clark challenge of $50,000. What do you think what do we need to do together?
I don't know. What do you think?
I think we need to announce
Pick the
winner of this awesome lottery ice cream cone. Lollipop ice cream cone. It's pretty close, but it is an ice cream cone.
And that's Julia Wiggins. She was up at the entertainment on. She's the news person here at Wyatt.
She has been at the Wilkie all day, and she's entitled to dress down now. Get a crossover episode. This is an ice cream cone with $200 worth of lottery tickets on, and we've been selling tickets on that for a couple of months, and we're about to pick the winner. Julia is going to pick the winner.
It's quite a prize.
I shook him up. You give it to Nino, he'll read the name.
You need your chair back. Okay.
All right. And our winner of the lottery ticket ice cream cone is Terry Hebel. Terry Hebel, congratulations. You are the winner of this awesome lottery ice cream cone, and I really hope there's a big winner in there for you.
Terry will be calling you and make arrangements, but you can pick it up here tomorrow at WYLN while we're on the air from 12 to 5. And we have a couple other drawings, Nino.
All right, let's get to them.
All right. And we do have some pledges that come in. We will read your pledge live on air as it comes in. So that's another incentive to call right now.
I have a pledge to read, and actually it is a dear friend of mine, Fran Caparel. She has made a $25 pledge in memory of Mimi, Colleen, and Kathy Caputo, all who have lost their battle with cancer. I knew all of these women in the Caputo family, and thank you, Fran. We appreciate it. Thank you, everybody. Call 459-1212 and make a donation. We're in our last hour, and we need you.
And I don't mean to be, this is Terry Hebel.
Hebel, I'm so sorry. See, this is why I needed you here. That's why.
You Scranton guys, you got to learn.
Whoa. Nino is not a Scranton guy. He's a Damascus guy.
That's
which
true.
Is a totally
the boonies.
Totally different part of NEPA.
These, they don't know how to.
All right.
I'll get him next time.
It is really quiet. So we do need these phones to ring. We do need these donations. I know it's getting late in the game here, but we really do need to see that happen. So we're really close to the Joe Clark Challenge. I think the Nino Samino Challenge is done for today.
Yeah, I think so. That's all right. We'll get him tomorrow.
Yeah. Sherry, what do you think?
I was really hoping maybe for New York, New York, start spread the news. That was my song choice for Nino.
Now, wait a minute.
Would you do the dance?
I would just do the kick line. I would ask my friends to come up.
We might be onto something.
For 4 phones, we will get up and do the kick
Or
line.
maybe
Or
we should do
Lisa
that.
sing, yes.
And if we want people, they could call in to make you stop.
Oh, wow, now that's the way to go. So,
If you're
yeah,
willing.
no, well, no. That's all right. But we do hope that you call anyway, 570-459-1212.
Have about a half hour.
All righty. All right. Come on down.
This is our 50-50, Nino. Thank you. Our winner will receive $354.
Oh.
Julia?
The winner is Wendy Boyle.
Wow.
From Freeland.
Freeland.
Congratulations,
Okay,
Wendy
congrats.
will be calling. Take that out, please. We have one more.
Thank you.
Actually, we have 2 more. The golf pass. And how would you like to?
All right, now we are drawing the golf passes.
There will be 2 winners here.
2 winners for the golf passes.
Win a pack of 8 greens fees at either Sand Springs or Edgewood by Sand Springs.
Winner is Allison Urechko.
You better. Go ahead.
Yay!
Oh, I was choking.
Former mayor of Cunningham.
Second winner, shake 'em out. And,
Second winner is Frank Ancharski.
congratulations.
Allison and Frank, congratulations on winning those green fees. And congratulations to all the winners. And again, we will be drawing for the necklace tomorrow at the end of the telethon. So looking forward to that as well.
If you make your donation right now, we'll read it live on the air. Which is
Yes,
very exciting.
and it won't be me, so I won't butcher the name. I will pass that right off to Joe Clark, and he will nail it. So please make that donation, 570-459-1212.
Yes. I'm spoked out. How's that for a word? Spoked
out.
I don't have anything else to say.
Wow.
How's
A
that?
speechless Joe Clark.
Probably the first time in
Yeah,
my
once
life.
in a lifetime, folks. Once in a lifetime.
Wow.
So
You
get
know,
that. Get
as
that
I, as I
number
say to
rolling.
Pat Ward often, there's nothing that thrills an Irishman more than the sound of his own voice.
I could attest that is very true.
But I just, it's been a long day. Productive, yes. Could be more productive, yes. We still have about a half hour.
And it was emotional, Joe.
Oh.
To say
You
the
know,
least.
I pride myself in being able to control that, but that was, what a family. And, you know, the fact that Craig and Charles were students of mine and I coached them and to know what they've gone through, what, you know, I don't know.
It's that special relationship we talked about, right? Where,
Yeah.
you know, in all the years we've done this together, that's the most, you know, and we've had other emotional things happen, right? But that was definitely an emotional moment.
It was.
And a testament to the relationships.
You know, Craig's wife, I mean, she really suffered for a long time, and the whole family, and yet they're strong and positive, and
Fighting back.
yeah, it makes you feel good, but it was tough. But, you know, started out kind of joking, because, you know, when Craig played basketball, he said every time he was down and got hurt, I was the one that went out and picked him up. So in my state of having a bad right knee, he helped me get out of the couch out there. So he said he paid me back for all those times they picked him up off the floor. He was a heck of a basketball player, but he really was. And the family is just wonderful.
Speaking of the family, Joe, I had a little memory pop in, and you've all seen Selena dance all these years from when she was just 3 or 4 years old. You know, she was here tonight giving the donation. And being close friends with the family, I can remember her being probably 12 when they got the call and when they called me to let me know that she was diagnosed with cancer. And that battle went on for many years, and Selena grew up with that. And, you know, we all went through it together, you know, obviously the family. But it is something that, you know, impacts everybody, you know, the entire families and friends and everybody around them. And you feel kind of helpless I guess that would be the word. And,
The
you know,
first time we were at the Wellness Center, because we've been moving around lately, but it was one of the telethons at the Wellness Center. And it was the first time, because I had seen Craig, and we had talked, of course, old times, and he had said that, his wife. And while we were interviewing, Susie and Charlie held hands in the front of,
Yep, she was there.
Yes, she was. And Selena said that she danced in tribute to her mother's fight. And unfortunately, it must have been a very difficult time period for them all. But that's what it's all about.
Yeah.
And hopefully we can do something about it in the future, that this will never happen again.
Well, please call 570-459-1212. Hopefully we'll have a bigger total being posted soon. Thank you. I hear the phone ringing.
All right. We got a couple more donations that just came in. $25 donation in honor of my brother, Anthony Durso, from Donna Durso. And my sister, and also in honor of my sister, Roseanne Niglas.
Nicholas.
And that's Hazel Township, $25 donation.
Nobody knows Anthony Durso. That's Midge.
Midge.
yeah.
Midge. He's a member of our coffee clutch on Thursday. Midge is a cancer survivor, an official in the area, and good guy. This is, he gave me Marie. Sherry, can you?
Yep, let's see.
Aronson.
Marie Marinson, and it is in memory of Francis Marinson.
That's
Yeah, from Freeland. And
$25.
$25, thank you. We had some Freeland donations. I mean, we really did. We had a lot of area donations coming around, and we wanted to keep it up. What area is this telethon service? Is it Freeland, Weatherly? Like, what are the towns that can see this telethon or donate? Does anybody know?
Wilkes-Barre is on it.
Oh, really?
Whitehaven, yeah.
Okay. That's quite a wide range.
Yes.
It does have some reach, and then we also, with adding the live stream with YouTube, we've seen Bermuda, we've seen Pittsburgh, we've seen folks that are coming on and looking at it and then making that donation. So it has a wider
Waterford,
reach now.
Connecticut.
Waterford,
Yeah.
Connecticut.
I told all of my friends, on Facebook, that they could watch live stream, and those that were out of state have been messaging me and saying, hey, it looks great, everything's great. So it's working. People are getting to watch. Brother-in-law in Arizona, so my friend Lisa in Connecticut. So people are watching, and it's given another avenue for donations, and I think that's awesome.
And a shout out to YLN.
Oh, absolutely.
This has been difficult, with two sites. Had some technical problems with headsets, but it's been a long day. Mike Lula has been here all day. You still here, Mike? Are you awake? And Charles. All Mike wants is a pizza from the Tresco Josie. That would make him happy.
It's a massive undertaking. We talk about that. It's like, you might see a few faces throughout the day, but there's an army behind those faces, right?
And these volunteers, these ladies have been on the phone now for 3 hours, besides being here from 10:30 this morning. And that's something. And it takes some dedication, but as I said a couple times, this ACS family is just unique. It really is. Again, how many times Colleen and Donna Jean,
And then, Joanne spent some time here with us, and Joanne and Joe had such a, experience and battle with cancer over the years. Yeah, $100 donation.
$100 donation. $100 or more entitles you to a chance at this beautiful necklace provided by Tony and Rob Chrisman of Antonia's Jewelry. It's rose, yellow, and white gold diamond heart pendant on an 18-karat white gold chain. Value $850. I mean, it's absolutely stunning. Very difficult for you to appreciate it, maybe, looking at it there, but it is just so shiny, and the contrast of the diamonds and that rose gold, beautiful, beautiful dainty chain. And, you would be donating, and then you would also be getting a chance to win this beautiful necklace, which will be drawn for tomorrow. And the telethon will be telecast from noon to 5 tomorrow, am I right?
Yes.
Okay. So you'll have a chance to spread the word.
And there'll be some very interesting interviews tomorrow. The 12 o'clock interview is Kayla Isabella, who, like Charlie Karshner was diagnosed at a very young age with leukemia. She's now a senior at Penn State, working as an intern with the Hazleton Chamber. Just a great, I don't want to call her a kid because she's a young woman. And then Margie Beeler. This is the interview that people who have put off going to the doctor needs to hear. Margie, her regular, about 3 or 4 years ago, visit, they found the cancer, and luckily, they found it so early that she survived. And you know, she works part-time in Giant, and some of her customers, after she was on the telethon in February 2020, stopped in Giant and said, because of you, I went to the doctor, and I think one out of 3, they found some cancerous things. And then at 3 o'clock, we have the future. Joey Marshall and Sidney Chapin will be here for an interview. They've been here with us so long, changing the board. So as a tease for tomorrow, some of the interviews are going to be extremely interesting and valuable tomorrow.
That's a real professional broadcast move, Joe, teasing that tomorrow. Because remember, this isn't just a one-day telethon now. We are here 2 days. We're here from 11 a.m. to 11 p.m. tonight, and tomorrow, 12 p.m. to 5 p.m. So please tune in tomorrow as well.
This is why he is the master and we are the learners, because we figured it out.
I'm not as dumb as I look, I know. It's hard to believe.
Sherry, what do you have for
silly
us?
now because
I
it's
have a pledge
long
tree.
day.
I am honored that my friend in Connecticut, who is watching on live stream, has called in. Lisa, love you, thank you. I spent a lot of time with my childhood friend. We know each other since we're 5. Lisa and Chris first. Lisa's from Hazleton. She was a Scalise. Probably know her. Brother Rob was a basketball player.
I do.
Yep, I figure you would.
I think I broadcast some of his games.
Yep. And Lisa and Chris are up there in beautiful old Saybrook, Connecticut, and they're watching this telethon live stream all day long. And they are making a donation in memory of Lisa's mother, Eleanor Scalise, and in memory of Donna Jean George. So Lisa, thank you, Lisa and Chris, $50 donation. Again, showing that the live stream works. Spread the word, everybody. Tell your friends and family that live out of state tomorrow to watch it live stream on YouTube, TV 35, and give a call and we'll read their donation live on the air.
And let's do something here. There's a lot of folks that have been here all day, and they're tired, right? You're tired. Joe's mentioned that several times. Sherry, you've been here most of the day.
Oh, yeah.
We're so close to $50,000. Let these folks who've been answering the phones for hours now, the folks all behind the scenes, let them go to sleep with over $50,000 tonight. We could do that. We're so close. And that's how we do it. 570
Thanks for answering.
459-1212. Well, let's make it happen, right? Let's leave with $50,000. That's an achievable goal, Joel.
Absolutely.
You've set 2 so far. We've gotten 1. I think we can get the second one.
Definitely. We're getting there. Every $50 is going to get us up to that $50,000 mark before 11. And we're so appreciative to all of you. And again, spread the word, tell a friend, watch tomorrow, call tonight, 570-459-1212.
And again, very thankful for our partners at YLN to make this happen. It's Joe, you mentioned a significant commitment, trying to figure out how to do this, with everything that happened last year, committing to making sure we do it this year. And 2 days. Like that's a big deal.
It is.
A 2-day commitment.
For many, many years of the 43, it was a 2-day telethon. It cut back to 1 day, and again, because of the circumstances, hopefully maybe 5 hours additional will help us push us over. We don't have a goal. Clemmy always says $1 more than last year, but help us get into the stratosphere, so to speak.
Well, Joe,
Here we go.
I think you're getting your wish.
Oh my gosh. Here we go.
Kelly, who's one of those volunteers answering the phones behind the scenes, helping in accounting. We're at 50,065.
Thank you.
We did it, Joe.
We did it.
We did it.
We did it. Now, you won't be here tomorrow, so what goal shall we set? We won't set a goal.
500. I don't know. That's a good question. Could we double it? Could we do 75? All right.
Okay, Mr.
That is the
Kern.
goal, Gary. So what is it?
Those guys from Claire's, Klein Township, they're
Oh, I love hearing that activity there.
Yeah, we're definitely getting the phones here moving. So 570-459-1212. Nino Samino, you want to make an online donation? How do you do that?
You go to acsmove.org/Hazelton Telethon to make that online donation. And we do have another one here for you to read.
He hands it to me.
Of course.
I got my mentors here.
Got it.
All right.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
going to pass off to Sherry.
Yes, this is a donation of $25 by John and Sue Machuela. Thank you very much. We really appreciate it.
Very good.
All right, we got 3 out of 4 phones moving. Yeah, we could get that 4th phone. I think you're still off the hook.
Start spreading the news.
Yeah. Start spreading the news. Joe, we got to $50,000. What? It's a tough question because I know what you might say, but what's your takeaway today?
It was a struggle. The phones rang a lot at first, and they slowed down. I guess competition from college football, whatever. But to be at this point, now if this were a one-day telethon, would be a little bit worried. But we got another shot tomorrow to get the numbers up a little bit. But it's been a difficult day, and it's a difficult time. You got to recognize that this world is upside down. COVID has done
What a challenge.
done so much, and there's so much division, and that's what is good about today. No division, no argument. I mean, everybody's worked together, and it's been in that sense a very enjoyable day, and we've had a good time.
I think that's my takeaway is something said earlier about it takes a village, right? It really truly does, where every person is contributing in some way, shape, or form. Time, talents, fashion show, dancing, golf tournaments. We've seen it all, truly. And that total is the sum of all of that effort, all of that, sweat, time, everything that was put into it. So we're excited to see where we are. I think we're hopeful for tomorrow.
Yeah. Again, there's that, I decided, and whatever, that hope was going to be my theme for the interviews. I don't know if you've read Mitch albums, have a little faith. But sometimes when you have a tough day, it's always on my nightstand, and I open it up to the last page, and the last line of that book is, "We're in love with hope." And I tried to make that the theme of the survivors. And, Pastor Rodney, way back at 11 o'clock this morning, even his scriptural reading had to deal with hope. That's all you have. You have hope that tomorrow will be a better day.
Hope has been such an inspirational word for me over the years. And when you think about an organizational mantra, I think so many ways it always comes back to hope, right? And you think about our Relay for Life event, hope was always a big symbol in that. But when I think about my dad's cancer battle, that's all he had was hope, for many times through that process. So hope is what drives us. It keeps us going. It is not our business plan, which we know, but we know we have dedicated volunteers that make this happen every year in and year out. Whether it's a global pandemic, whether there's the next issue of the day, it doesn't matter. When we've asked, the community answers time and time again, right? In every way they possibly can.
And to those people who are suffering, hang in there.
You're not alone.
Right. And to me, Sister Maggie Jo again, poking the finger. You got to be positive. I'm sure, and thank God I've never heard the words, but you got to have that, I think, positive attitude, Sherry. I'm sure you agree, because you're always a bubbly person. That positivity means so much. So much. What we got?
We just got our friend, Bill Spear, the Spear family, Hazel Drugs.
Yep.
$100 donation.
Yep.
Checking in from Sugarloaf.
Thank you, Mary Lynn and Bill.
Sherry, what happens, say, hypothetically, you give $100?
Well, if you give $100, you are giving a great donation, and we thank you. But you get a chance for this beautiful necklace, which is provided by Tony and Rob Chrisman of Antonia's Jewelry. It is gorgeous. Hard to tell, maybe from this far away, but it is a rose, yellow, and white gold diamond heart pendant on an 18-karat white, beautiful dainty gold chain, and the value is $850. And there'll be a drawing for this necklace on tomorrow's telethon. It's great that you're coming a little closer up because you can really appreciate that gorgeous, gorgeous rose gold and white gold on the dainty chain. Absolutely stunning. And we want to thank Tony and Rob Chrisman for this very generous donation and bringing in those pledges, and that's what we want. So thank you.
Yes, thank you. A lot of things going out. Gratification. It amazes me. I've been around too long, maybe, but everybody always seems to, chip in, and at the end, the success is there. It's, in preparing shows, Sherry, you're pulling your hair out, but all of a sudden the magic happens.
Comes together.
Always. It seems that always comes together. My good friend Mary, who donated $500 early on, that's all she says, it will come together. And it has. It is amazing, Poor Jane, I'm sure she had some sleepless nights.
A couple of weeks worth.
She does so much work, and I'm sure, are you happy, Jane, it came together?
I am thrilled. Okay. And it always does. No matter what happens, our family pulls it together.
Yeah.
It's very true.
That 8,000 donation, though, that really made our day.
Yeah, 8,700 from the Karchners.
We have,
That's amazing.
the phones are moving here. 570-459-1212. We're getting into the last little bit for this evening.
10 minutes.
10 minutes.
The last 10 minutes. So in the last 10 minutes, what do you think, Joe? Could we get 51, 52?
It depends how fast Kelly can walk down.
Well, she's pretty quick with the calculator.
I think we could do it.
All the tallying.
So 52.
52?
52 is our new number. Maybe we can end with that, sending us off here. 570-459-1212. And Nino, if you want to participate online, how do you do that?
You go to acsmove.org/Hazelton Telethon to make that online donation. And once again, we appreciate every dollar that is donated to the Hazelton Telethon. All the work that is done, this doesn't come together in a week or a month or even a few months. This is planned as soon as the 42nd telethon ended. We were starting to plan the 43rd telethon. So this is truly a huge effort from all of the volunteers, not just day of, but for months, calling different local businesses to see if they'll donate. And so many have, whether it was the food that we ate today for lunch and dinner, that was all donated from local businesses, whether it's the beautiful necklace that we have up here, the light show at Sugarloaf, the passes that were donated for that. Everyone in this community comes together in the fight against cancer. And again, it takes months and months to plan this, and now you're seeing it. So thank you once again to all the volunteers, not just today, but throughout the year. And, this was supposed to be in February, but, due to, circumstances completely out of anyone's control, we have moved it to November, and I'm just glad that we didn't miss a year. I'm so proud of all the volunteers for that one thing. We did not miss a year. No matter what was going on, we held the telethon. So once again, thank you to everyone that helped, not just today, but throughout the year to make this possible.
We had a couple pledges come in, but really quick, important update for Joe Clark. We've gone final in Virginia, 28-3. So for our fellow Fighting Irish fans out there, a $28 donation would be pretty nice right now in honor of the Irish win tonight.
Before you, my two favorite things today, one was Grace Kennelly.
Yeah.
When she told the phones to ring, and they did.
And they did.
And to see Amanda Cripp O'Donnell with a 3-month-old Waylon.
Yeah.
Wow. That's something. You guys got your baby moments to hold. But that was great.
Sure.
All right. We have a donation each to read, which is great. We have a $25 pledge from Mr. and Mrs. Gary Spock in memory of Marie Payne and Nicholas Gallucci. Thank you very much. We really appreciate it.
And we also have a $100 pledge coming in memory of Louis Gasper from Brian and Lisa Gasper, and that's Hazel Township, $100.
All right, and a chance to win that necklace.
Yeah.
Thank you. What was really cool today, I got to be at the Wiltsey, and I got to work there all day and enjoy the work that I was doing and volunteer. And then I was able to come here and see my old friends that I see every year on sound and behind the cameras and on the phones. And it's so great to see two different venues working together. And I got to see both sides of it, and it was just tremendous. So.
And again, that ability to pivot, and thanks again to YON and everyone that made this happen. It's an amazing undertaking. We're at 56.56. We're trying to get to 52 before we close out the evening. Just about 5 minutes left. Game time. I think we could do it. But we need those phones to ring. So 570-459-1212. I want to just call it really quick. A face that I've worked with, had the pleasure of working with for many years, but Lisa Hoey's in the second position there on the phones. And Lisa might be new to some of you in the Hazelton area, but definitely not new to the Cancer Society. Has a story that I'm sure at some point she will share, multiple stories of how cancer impacts her. But welcome. It's great to see you because we've not been able to actually see each other through the pandemic and things like that. But Lisa's a great resource as well. We have amazing volunteers that continue to come back time and time again.
I think she and her husband had made the best quote of the day. They came to Hazelton and experienced 4 seasons.
That's welcome to Hazelton. As Nino said, it's its own weather pattern.
And hopefully Jane was marking down all the weather, as was her first job at the Telethon.
And next year she'll be jumping out of the airplane to give us our total from the previous year.
Wow.
I will not sign that contract on either, so I'll leave that to you and Lisa to sort out. But we are at 56.56 in the closing minutes here. Any last words of wisdom from anyone? Our phone bank, anything to add?
I'm fresh out.
Let's make it happen tomorrow.
Let's make it happen tomorrow.
Very
I think
good,
that's
Stacy. That was good. Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll be back tomorrow at noon.
Sounds great.
Joe gave us a great preview of what's to come.
Yeah, I excited about those interviews because they range from, the childhood cancer to Margie's story of typical, visit to the doctor and the results and the future. I'm so anxious to interview the Sydney and Joey Marshall.
I just want to say a quick thank you to Sherry for doing an awesome job up here with us.
Thank you. I'm a newbie here, but, not here, but
Yeah.
right here at this table. Thank you. And I want to give a shout out to Lisa and Tom for being total pros at the Wiltsey Center.
Yeah.
They were awesome as stage managers. They kept everything flowing and were really kind. And we talked about that. Let's be kind.
Be kind.
Listen.
Senior Katzenbach, we're trying to be
I
kind.
love it.
And a special
thank
thank
you,
you
Lisa.
to our partner, Joe Clark, for teaching us, continuing to educate us on how to do this and everything that you do, Joe. And just really quick, for those survivor interviews, I know, they might be names on a paper, but every story you capture is just so important and so valuable. And, it's great that they're able to share those stories with us and giving the venue. But you work so hard on that and finding those folks, cultivating those relationships with them and then having them share their stories like that.
It's difficult for them.
Yeah.
Most of them said that. But they are so important. They're the lifeblood of this telethon because they can give such a good message.
Yes.
And, you don't want to pressure anybody because it's personal, it's private, but thank you to all those who were here, from Joe and Joanne Yanuzzi. I can't name them all because I'll forget somebody, but it's meaningful. It impacts me, really.
For me, it was, my introduction to Hazelton was Joe and Joanne Yanuzzi. Especially Joanne, and then, as a volunteer and as a staff person, and I became her manager for a short period of time. And as Lisa knows, no one really manages Joanne Yanuzzi. No one actually manages Lisa Hoey. Your own weather systems and the positive way of that. But yeah.
I worked with Joanne. We talked about it tonight. I know she's battling cancer now, and, I just told her, love you, hang in there.
Yeah.
And she said, hey, remember the day I said, who can run a charity ball? And I said, I will. And my friend Stacy, my BFF over there on phones, she and I just took this big project on, and we ran the Season of Hope charity ball for many years. And it ran its course. It was wonderful and beautiful, and it just was great. But this is what happens. You just ask for help, and somebody gives it.
And it was like the prom. You know,